Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. It was evening, they were talking at the police station. He folded his arms and asked to close the case. A guy stood next to him, shouting, asking what he was saying. He opened his mouth and said that today was not April Fool's and what kind of jokes were these. He stood up from his chair, shouting, asking what he wanted from him because an order had come from above to close the case. Waving his arms, he asked if he was suggesting turning a blind eye to the forgery of bonds worth 200 billion won because if he had dug around a little more, they could have arrested him. He threw a photo and asked him to leave. The object hit the wall. The main character was standing next to him. Grinning his teeth, he asked him to leave because he would not simply leave this case. As he was leaving, they asked him to stop. Having closed the door, they asked how he dared to contradict his boss. Sitting at the table, he said that if he behaved as befits, then he would obey. Sitting at the computer, he received a call. It was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone and introduced himself as the head of the Department for the Investigation of Intellectual Crimes. Holding the phone, he was told that his mother had died. Opening his mouth, he was surprised. Standing near people, he was told that he should come to the morgue and register. They came up to him and asked about the sentencing. Running after him, they shouted and asked where he was going. Grinning his teeth, he heard that they asked him to stop and say at least something. With tears in his eyes, he thought that nothing like this could have happened to his mother. Running out of the office, people said that they were fed up with reporters. Looking into the distance, he saw the captain. Watching him run, he asked where he was running so fast because he needed to call back the investigation team. Entering the office, he asked if the captain had just run out. They answered in the affirmative. Looking at the board, they asked that the case was being closed and that the office needed to be vacated. Throwing open the doors, someone said that someone was leaving. Running, the reporters asked to look into the camera and tell if there were any changes in the police investigation after the government's statement. Having passed the stairs, the man asked to say a few words about the case of fraud with counterfeit bonds. Having pushed him, he ran on. Running up to the car, they called him. Then he got into it. He pressed the gas with his foot. The car was moving and the man was running after it. He picked up the phone and asked what was going on. He was driving, holding the steering wheel. There were tears in his eyes, and he was also told that now, because of the bond case, the whole department was upside down. Etta said his name. The truck was driving behind, and he was told that those responsible had arrived and were going to turn everything upside down, and soon the police would come to deal with their department. Crying, he said that his mother had died. The truck began to overtake him, and the main character said that he had been doing his own thing all his life and had done nothing for her. He banged on the steering wheel and shouted that his mother had died, and he was asked to pull himself together. Suddenly, the guy from the truck began to drive in his direction. Then there was a collision and an accident. Opening his mouth, he was surprised. Smoke was coming out of the truck. They were standing next to each other. Oliver's head was on the steering wheel. They got out of the truck. Smiling, he asked where the recorder was. Looking into the car, he asked if he was alive. The main character remained silent. Smiling, he said that he should have closed the case and then his mother would not have died. Looking at him, he was surprised that his mother died because of him. He climbed into the car and tried to take the recorder. Looking at his hand, he realized that he had a tattoo in the form of a snake on his wrist, a faint smell of wood and a voice that was not quite a young man. Then he waved his hand on the street. The second truck was heading towards the car. Closing his eyes, he cried, remembering his mother, when suddenly an accident happened. 3 guys were standing and asking if he was dead. Holding his head, he realized that it hurt. People with sticks were standing near him. Looking at them, he remembered that it was 1997 spring, and he was 17 years old. There were guys standing next to him. The fence was white. He thought that these were memories before death and if he had not been hit that day. Looking at them, he continued to think, then he continued to go to judo. Smiling, he thought that perhaps he would not have become a policeman. He began to get up, because perhaps he would have become a champion or a judo trainer. Looking at them, he thought that the memories had not finished flashing. Closing his eyes, he decided to meet his mother. Opening his mouth, he shouted and asked what difference it made to him whether they were shooting money and let him go do judo at all. Standing next to them, he asked them to finish, because he was busy. Waving a stick, he told everyone to hit him. The stick flew at him. Looking at it, he wondered why it was so slow. Then he moved away a little, looked into the distance, quickly ran to him. Taking him by the hand, he threw him on the floor. Kneeling, he said that this was causing grievous bodily harm and attempted murder. Even if this law on minors protects, then he will still be punished under the 9th and 10th articles. Looking at him, he asked what he was talking about. Smiling, he said that they were finished. Standing in place, they asked not to come near him. Then he smiled. Suddenly, he ran, saying that he did not have time to play with them. Leaning over the fence, he thought that he needed to see his mother as soon as possible. Landing on the ground, a girl was standing next to him. Suddenly, he noticed her. The girl was standing with a watering can and looking at him. Standing near the fence, they heard him being called names. Running, she stopped him. Looking at him, she said that he had blood on his forehead. Not hearing her, he ran on. Tears flowed from his eyes. Running, he thought about his mother. He came to the tents. Stopping, he decided to catch his breath. His mother was standing behind the stove and cooking. Taking the plate in her hands, she gave it to the customer. Looking at it, he cried. Opening her mouth, she was surprised that he was here. Taking his hands, she asked what he was doing here at such a time. Taking his face, she asked about the blood. Looking at him, she said his name. When suddenly she began to hit and tell him to fight back. Then she hit him on the shoulder with all her strength. Taking his shoulder, he was surprised that the sensations were too realistic. Opening his mouth, he wondered if he had returned to the past. Hugging her, she asked what was wrong with him. Pressing him to herself, he understood that this time he would protect her. Looking forward, they were called. It was Louise, who was looking at them. The guy paid attention to her. Then he began to bare his teeth because he remembered her. The woman was telling something, but she had 5 convictions for fraud. The woman sat on the floor and cried. Louise was the same woman who was involved in real estate scams and gathered people willing to invest money and gain their trust. She did it for 3 years. Crying on the floor, she realized that the victims had lost a total of 3 billion won, although she had already limited herself in money. Opening her mouth, she asked for forgiveness for this. The guy put his hand on his face. Opening his mouth, he asked her why she was so narrow-minded. Closing his eyes, he realized that he was crazy. When suddenly, he noticed. Louise looked at him and said that he looked respectable. Mom, looking at her, replied that he looked like her in face and his figure was all like his father. She was told that her husband was a policeman. Looking at him, she asked how it was possible he left such a son and died in a car accident. Squeezing his hand, he wanted to hit her. Her mouth was open. He understood. Let him talk for now, because there was an opportunity. Looking at him angrily, he understood that he would expose her fraud and send her to jail. Luza began to leave. He was stringing food on a skewer. Standing next to her, he thought Amelia asked him to stop stringing the fish pie because she would not sell that much. Then he looked at the prepared food. Looking down, she asked if he needed to finish everything to calm down. Smiling, he laughed. Patting him on the shoulder, she asked him not to laugh because the stitches would come apart. She was told that he looked like her. There was no one on the street, and he did not know that his mother had been doing this since her youth when she was just over 30. They were dragging a cart with boxes. This happened every day. Looking down, he realized that she had walked a long way alone. They walked along the street near the store because she did everything for such an ungrateful son. Pushing the cart, she said that it would be better if he rested because he was wasting his day off. Carrying the cart, he said that it was not hard for him. Smiling, he thought he had a plan. It was getting light. People were passing by the tents. Standing next to her son, she asked him to put spinach in. There was food in the containers, because at that time there were few chain eateries and his mother started making kimbap, which office workers bought on their way to work. Amelia made kimbap, and he had eaten a lot of them before while he was on assignments. Having made it, he knew exactly which kimbap would sell out. He put the plate on the table. Approaching him, she asked why he brought it. There was chinmich in the plate. Looking at it, she asked if he wanted to put a snack in the kimbap and whether that was why he asked to make it in the morning. Opening his mouth, he asked her to believe him and try it. Standing next to her, she asked if she needed to put less rice. Having made it, she picked up a piece. Putting her hands on the table, he asked if it was tasty. She replied that she hadn't even put it in her mouth yet. She began to chew. Suddenly, she turned to him. Smiling, she said that it was nothing special, but delicious. Raising her finger up, she said that she had simply added one touch to her food. Having started to make it, she asked him to go to school. Looking at her, he said that he would help her. Having done them, he asked when she had time. Closing her eyes, she said that if a healthy guy stood next to her, then the buyers would feel fear. Smiling, he said that her words had wounded his heart. Having hit him, they asked him to stop chatting and go to school. Waving his hand, he said that if something happened, then let him write. Having boarded the train, he wondered why he still did not want to go to school, and in general he needed to change in order to catch the killer of his mother. It was light, there was no one near the school. Having run up to it, he was met and told that he was late. He also carried a bag with him. It was a judo coach. Having looked at him, he asked why such a nasty voice. Having hugged him, he began to ask what was wrong with him. He pressed him to himself because he missed him. Having removed him, he asked what was wrong with his head and why it was bandaged. Standing near the school, he explained to him. Scratching her head, she told him that the judoka had been beaten by punks. Walking around him, asking why he had stitches, while they were stitching him up, they told him 25. Holding a stick in his hands, he said that he couldn't say anything about sports yet and he would tell the guys, and he should go to class. closing one eye, they started shouting at him that if he strained himself, his blood pressure would rise and the stitches would come apart. There was no one near the building. He asked for forgiveness and would just go in to say hello to everyone and go to class. There were awards on the shelf. Going in, he saw people washing the floor. Then he took a breath. Bending down, he greeted them. They started running up to him and asking what was wrong with his head, taking him by the shoulders and angrily asking who did it and who dared to smash their youngest's head. Crunching his hands, he asked why the fool dared to touch the judoka because he had been quiet for several months. In judo, it didn't matter when you met. From the first day in the section, you were considered a member of the same family. In a past life, after he damaged the ligaments on his finger and elbow, they dealt with the school bullies and then left. In order to buy time and kick out the bullies, he needed the help of the guys from the section. After all, they could deal with almost any problem legally. This time he would definitely graduate from the police high school and take the post of chief and find those criminals who killed his mother and him. With folded hands, they told him that they would deal with this case and let him go to class. Smiling, they asked him how they dared to touch their youngest. Looking down, he apologized for causing so much trouble. They told him that he did nothing and let him straighten his shoulders. Leaning over, he said that he would go to class. They told him not to come to training for now until he was completely cured and let him rest. Smiling, he thought they were doomed. Two men were sitting on the couch and chatting. Suddenly, the door swung open and someone came in. Standing next to them, he asked if they remembered how they invited him to work here. Getting up from the couch, he asked him to sit down first. Sitting down on the couch, he said that he was originally supposed to only train children, and he didn't have to worry about the rest. Hitting him on the knee, he said that a precious student, a judoka, had been beaten. Opening his mouth, he said that he had 25 stitches in his head because someone hadn't done their job since they had begged him to join this section. Remembering how he had been beaten, he said that he had tried to stop the hooligans who were extorting money, and in the end, 5 of them had beaten one. They hit him on the head from behind since they just couldn't allow school children. Putting his hands on his knees, he continued that he couldn't work in such a school. He would take the kids and move to another school. Sitting on the chair, he said that the teacher working with children was about to take care of them. The man confirmed this. Looking at him, he thought that the coach brought so many medals and could not just let him go. Straightening his hand, he asked him to sit down and talk. Turning around, he said that if they wanted, then let them look for hooligans and that they be caught before the first lesson. The sun was shining in the school. Oliver entered the classroom. Then he sat down at the desk. From the backpack, she began to take things out. Sitting, he thought that there was no one in the classroom yet. He wrote a list of victims in a notebook. Writing in the notebook, he thought that the coach should have already done something. The girl entered the classroom. It was the same girl, holding a book in her hands. He remembered her because she was the same one he met while running away. She sat down not far from him. The guy said nothing to her and asked for forgiveness because it was noisy. Holding his head, he also laughed. Putting his head on his hand, he said that he talks like an old man. Then he looked at her. Lucy was wearing headphones and therefore did not hear him. She had wired ones in her ear. They connected to the player. He also had a company. Suddenly, she heard because she was asked if it could be used as a voice recorder. Turning back, she realized who asked her. Smiling, he said that he was the one who knocked over the fence. Smiling, he asked for forgiveness. Opening her mouth, she said that she immediately called the police, so everything immediately calmed down. His eyes sparkled. He asked what time and how she called. People stood near the door. She answered not to worry because she did not say anything about the broken fence. Knocking on the table, he said what should have been said, then the testimony would have supported the version. Raising his finger up, she asked how his head was. Oliver answered that it was fine. People entered the classroom and asked if it was true that he was fine. Approaching him, they asked if he was in good health. Grinning his teeth, he said that someone had stepped on them, that some fool had gotten hit on the head and that was why they had been scolded to the hilt. Looking at them, he was ordered to stand up. Opening his mouth, he sighed. Standing up, she asked him if he was laughing. The guy stood up before he could finish. Smiling, he said that he had dared to laugh after all. Looking at him, he continued that he was a pathetic coward and also one of those who had beaten one in a crowd. Pointing to his head, he said that he had almost died because of them, but he thought he was too big. Taking something out of his shirt, he thought that if he were left alone, the seniors would come to deal with them again. He took out a stationary knife and asked if he wanted to die. Oliver grabbed his neck. Exhaling, he said that they were incorrigible. Suddenly, he ran at him. Looking at the knife, he thought that he should not tolerate it. In that same second, he grabbed him by the neck. Looking at him, he smiled. The boy closed his eyes because he couldn't breathe. The stationary knife fell to the ground. They were watching this in the hallway. Looking at him, he asked if he really thought he was scared of such fools. Opening his mouth, he tried to say that he couldn't breathe. He was completely angry. Lucy came up and said that he could die like that. Pointing his finger, he thought that he shouldn't break the law. Opening his mouth, he said that if they extort money again, they wouldn't leave. Holding his neck, he said that they would watch. Waving his hand, he asked them to leave him alone, otherwise he might hit them. Suddenly, they ran out of the classroom. Leaning on the table, he said that his head hurt and the fools were annoying him. The guys looked at him in surprise. The school was standing, there was no one on the street. Looking at the class, he asked them to stop drooling because the lesson was over, then he called the class monitor. Standing, he told him to be at ease and bow. Looking the other way, he was thanked for the lesson. Opening his mouth, he was surprised. The teacher began to leave the classroom. Looking at him, I thought that he was walking around with a bandaged head, but he didn't even say a word and seemed to know something. Remembering him, I thought that there was a piercing look. Looking at his classmates, I thought that in those days they didn't distinguish between character and grades. Hitting himself on the head, I thought that now he was considered a hooligan. Holding a stick, he reminded them that tomorrow there would be independent work. Leaving the classroom, he asked them to prepare for the next lesson. Looking surprised, he was surprised. Writing in a notebook, he wrote about independent work. Opening his mouth, he thought that they wanted him to write a test in such a way. Falling on a book, he thought that they wanted a 40-year-old man to write some independent work. Looking into the distance, he thought that their school was famous not only for its judo section, but also for its high level of education. He began to bite his lip. Sitting at the table, I remembered that in my last year of high school I pulled myself together and it turned out that my brains were pretty good. Smiling, I realized that it was easy, and if I hadn't gone into patrol because I was afraid of being left without money, I would have probably entered the police high school. Looking at the book, I thought that in any case, this was just independent work according to the first year of high school. Reading higher mathematics, I thought. Opening my mouth, I realized that it was difficult. Closing the textbook, I realized that I didn't know anything from the test. Then I looked at my classmate. Smiling, I figured out what to do. The guy was sitting and looking down. I approached him and wanted to ask him for something. Opening my mouth, I said that tomorrow there would be independent work and they couldn't help me with it. Leaning on the table, I said that if I showed my notes, I would be cool. Lucy looked at them. Looking at him, I asked again. Oliver was grateful to him. Smiling, I agreed with him. Opening his mouth, he said that they would study after lunch. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he called him a friend. Embarrassed, he began to think. One of his classmates was opening his lunch. The others were eating and talking to each other. Taking a kimbap, he began to eat. Approaching the desk, he asked where he had gone. Suddenly, he turned back to look at everyone. A girl approached him and asked who he was talking about. Pointing his finger at the desk, he said that a guy was sitting there. Lucy replied that if he was talking about Eric, he was near the buffet. The bullies were holding him by the shoulder. Starting to get angry, he decided to look for him. Running, the girl joined him. Entering the buffet, he began to look. He turned around and looked. The girl went outside and stood near the fence. Looking near the trash can, she did not see him. The two decided to go to the roof. Standing near the fence, he looked down. His face was covered in bruises. The guys were running up the stairs. Then they went to the roof. Looking, they realized that he was not there. Looking at the girl, he asked where he went. She replied that he probably returned to class. The two of them went to the door, when suddenly, the guy paid attention to something. Looking down, he saw a guy. He was sitting on the floor and was silent. Looking at them, he asked for forgiveness for not holding back the conversation. Standing up, he said that they pestered him and had to go. Wiping his clothes, he asked for forgiveness. Angrily, he said that they wanted to tear out their anger on him because they got it from him. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to tear them to pieces, when suddenly his stomach rumbled. Patting his stomach, he said that he thought 2 sticks of gimbap would be enough for him for breakfast. The two of them looked at him in surprise. Smiling, he asked if they wanted to go eat tteokbokki. Leaving the cafe, Lucy said that they eat a lot. Oliver replied that he wanted to eat all day. Sitting on the bench, he realized that he had not eaten so much for a long time. Drinking coffee, he said that it does not change. Eric answered that coffee hinders growth, although he has grown. Laughing, he said that there is no connection between coffee and growth. Smiling, he asked if it was real. Looking at him, he asked if it was hard for him because of the hooligans. Looking down, he was surprised. Sitting in the middle, he said nothing. Taking him by the shoulders, he asked him not to worry because they would not touch him anymore. Opening his mouth, he promised that they would not touch anyone. Looking surprised, they asked what he meant. Looking at them, he said that he would change this world. We are transported to the subway. People with newspapers were reading and saying that they were scum and hoping that everything was okay with their sons. Smiling, he thought that the morning air was so fresh, when suddenly a train arrived. A man with a camera asked why they were interfering with the filming of a report. He was told that they could not let everyone into schools. Standing near the gate, he held people back. As he approached, he realized that they were fast. They paid attention to him and asked if he had been beaten by bullies at school. The man tried to stop them. Raising his hand, he asked to tell about the bullies. Approaching the teacher, he asked what had happened, and he was asked to go to school. As he went, the teacher said that they were not allowed here. Smiling, he said that he was happy with the start of the day. She held out a box and they asked if he was a reporter. Distracted, he thanked them for the delivery. Taking the cassette and the piece of paper in his hands, he thought about what he had sent. The sun was shining, and they were shouting in the building that the schoolchildren had earned 50 million won from extortion. As he began to write, he realized that he could have bought a small apartment for this and that he would not leave it that way. Raising his hand, Oscar asked if he had been beaten by bullies. Approaching the teacher, he asked what had happened, and he was sent to school. As he went, he agreed with him. He had a newspaper in his hands. Reading it, he said that the reporter had been able to write beautifully since his youth. The teacher with a pointer asked what he had in his hands. Approaching him, he greeted him and said that he had recently started reading. Looking at him, he thought it was him. Looking surprised, he asked what he had done. Looking in the other direction, he ordered him to go quickly to class. Moving away from her, he went on. Smiling, he thought that judging by his expression, everyone in the teacher's room already knew about it. When suddenly, they approached him. Holding newspapers in his hands, he asked what they needed and at the same time handed out newspapers. Having given one of them, he said that he had sent some information to the editorial office and could not tolerate the bullying of hooligans. Reading it, they asked why it was necessary to report it to the newspaper. Then he sighed. Opening his mouth, he said that it was better to strike from both sides. The guys looked at him in surprise. Waving his arms, he said that they had no shame or fear, and on the contrary, they would have said that they were being beaten by athletes. Grinning his teeth, he said that they would have had to pay compensation and would have gotten it from the coach. Opening his mouth, he asked if they were not going to go to university. Reading, they were surprised because they had also printed an article. Squeezing his hand, he said that when they saw this, they would not dare to say anything more because if someone got hurt, they could report it to the police. Smiling, he said that then the victims would be happy too. There were people sitting in the classroom. Approaching the girl, he asked if she had seen reporters at the school, and they answered in the affirmative. Opening her mouth, she said that this was the second stage that Oliver had talked about yesterday, and it was a newspaper. Kashia approached them and asked what they were doing. Opening her mouth, she asked if it was necessary to report to the police. Waving his hand, he said that it was not necessary because they themselves would come today. Holding a chocolate bar in his hands, he said that the police would not sit still when such a headline appeared on the front page of the newspaper. Putting a chocolate bar in his mouth, he said that there was one last stage left and they first needed to prepare for the independent work. Smiling, he agreed with him. Evening came. Taking a player in his hands, he began to record. Holding a player next to him, he said that he did not have enough money and therefore worked part-time at a gas station and distributed leaflets, and in total they took more than 3 million won. Looking at him, he asked if there were others. They answered that there were about 2 people in each class and most likely they took about 100,000 from them every month. Putting his hand to his chin, he said that it turns out that if you take at least 40 schoolchildren, then it will be about 50 million won per year. Taking him by the shoulders, he asked if he wanted to teach them a lesson. Smiling, he said that he did. On their desks lay a math test. Taking it, he thought why there were so few questions. A classmate was handing out sheets of paper, and Oliver thought that they probably wanted to let him go home early before the police arrived. Taking the sheet in his hands, he said to start collecting from the back desks. Looking into the distance, he said for the main character to go to the board. Pointing at himself, he was surprised. Approaching him, he was told that if he didn't know, then he should indicate the same answer, because it was inconvenient to check. Smiling, he said that he solved the problems himself because he studied. Someone raised their hand. It was Lucy, who confirmed it and said that they could see for themselves if they looked at the notes he took while preparing for the test. Eric also raised his hand and stood up, saying that he had prepared with him. Showing him the sheet of paper, he said that if he plays sports, it doesn't mean that he knows nothing at all. The bell said that Oliver should go to the principal's office. Winking at the teacher, he said that he would go to the principal. There was a sign that this was the principal's office. There was a crowd of people near the door. He began to approach them. The girl looked at him and asked if it was him. The man said that he looked like a criminal, and they also said that he was beaten. Looking down, the woman asked what kind of elephant in a china shop. They came up to him and said that if anyone asks anything, then let him say that he doesn't know anything. Looking at him, he thought that they also called him a teacher. Leaving, he was told to answer when the teacher talks. Taking hold of the door, he said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Opening the door, he saw the guys. He looked at them in surprise. One of them was looking at him. 2 were drinking tea and also watching him. Smiling, he was surprised, not expecting to see them. Sitting at the table, the guy said that he should make his face simpler. After all, it's not the first time they've had such proceedings in the morning, to which he was answered that they were simply fed up with everything. They know that such cases as violence at school only take away strength. The man approached the entrance. The guy grinned and asked again, and then greeted the investigators. Looking at him, the man asked how he knew that they were investigators, to which he replied that it was immediately obvious. To be honest, his father also worked as an investigator. Grinning, he thought that maybe not in the same department, but he knew these people since they sometimes crossed paths with his father. It was nice to meet them here. Sitting on the couch, the man asked that his father was an investigator, but it was too early for him to resign if he had a teenage son, to which he replied that he worked in the Eastern Precinct, died in a car accident. Bill looked surprised and said, "Wow, let him excuse him," to which he was answered that it was a long time ago, nothing. Cigarettes were lying in the ashtray. A question was heard, well, what was his father's name, to which he said the name. The man looked surprised and asked again, said that he was a former wrestler. Looking at him, the hero asked how he knew him, to which Oliver replied that of course, he looked like him. Bill raised his eyebrows and said that wow, what a coincidence, asked how his mother was doing. The protagonist grinned and replied that it was good. It occurred to him that everything had ended faster than he thought. Sitting in front of the hero, the man asked that by the way, he knew why he was called here, to which Oliver replied that yes, because of his broken head. He saw an article in the newspaper. Stretching his finger forward, Bill said that it was immediately obvious that he was the son of an investigator, to which the hero replied that they came because they needed to know the names of the other victims. Yes, it occurred to him that he was also a former investigator, so all this was familiar to him. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that they should look at this guy, and then said that yes, it seemed he knew something. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that but first. The men looked at him in surprise when they heard that he wanted to file a complaint against these bastards and open a case for causing serious injuries during an attempted murder and gang battery. The investigator closed his eyes and laughed, and Bill asked what he meant. He was the one who provided the information to the reporters. Oliver grinned and closed his eyes. He stood up abruptly. The hero bowed and said that he should forgive him for not following the procedure. Frowning, he continued that these hooligans were bullying the students, that it went too far. But the teachers took it as harmless jokes. He had no other choice, once again asking for forgiveness. Looking away, the man said that yes, they also thought that it was just teenagers having fun. Smiling, Bill said that he was giving a damn. When he saw this article in the newspaper, he immediately suspected that everything was clearly planned. After all, he learned this from his father. Sitting on the couch, he added that yes, that's right, he did the right thing. When there's nothing else left, you need to enlist the support of the public. Looking at the hero, the man asked what and how he wanted to do. The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that if he didn't mind, first he would like to catch those who beat him up, and then gather the victims and give them the opportunity to testify without fearing for their safety. He nudged the man and added that the bosses were probably already following the case. They shouldn't be left without a bonus either. Smiling, Bill said that the guy was talking like he was a seasoned policeman, asked what he was planning to do with those hooligans. Looking straight at him, Oliver replied that yes, he wanted to accuse them of attempted murder, which meant they would pay the amount he named. Those who beat him with a stick, 20 million each, and everyone else 10, to which they replied that that was the ceiling. Putting the paper on the table, the hero added that he also wrote down the victims' testimonies and the names of the hooligans. Pointing at him, the investigator said that he was just a godsend. I think he said his name was Oliver. Let him go to the police, he would make a man out of him, to which he replied that he did, that was his dream. Stretching his hand out to the side, the man said that great, let the detective invite the parents of the culprits here, and the other one will take this testimony and return to the police station, and let them ask the teacher's permission and bring the culprits themselves here. Pointing to the office, the man said that they should come here, to which they responded approvingly. The man frowned and shouted that he was a freak. What did he say about their children? And the woman added that if he said too much here, she would sue him for slander and send him to jail. The investigator frowned and said that if they didn't want their children to eat prison gruel, they should behave more quietly. The woman looked at him in surprise and asked again why they should eat that, and the man shouted that he was the one who reported them. He had lied. The hero closed his eyes, listening to the fact that he didn't see that they had given him 25 stitches. Yes, this was a real attempted murder. The man clapped his hands and shouted that if they didn't come to an agreement with him so that he would withdraw his statement, their children would be punished. They realized, thank God, that this guy hadn't filed an official statement yet. They should beg him not to do it. The woman froze in fear. The man looked at him in surprise. Looking at the woman, Bill said that even if no formal charges were filed, he could file a lawsuit in the future when their children grew up. Then the law for minors did not apply, and they would go to jail immediately, to which she asked what they should do. Pointing at the hero, he said that they did not owe him anything. But as for the injured party, yes, let them think carefully. If they came to an agreement now, then the law on minors would be just right for them. The woman looked at him in surprise and asked again, Grinning, the protagonist asked what the average amount of compensation for moral damages for attempted murder and complicity in a crime was. Looking at him, the employee replied that for attempted murder it was 25 million won, and for complicity about 15. Stretching out his hand forward, the protagonist asked what they all heard, to which the woman replied that he was a freak, that is, let him wait. Standing in front of the parents, Oliver said that without compensation there can be no agreement. He heard that if in such cases a compromise is not reached, then the punishment will be like for an adult criminal. Looking at the man, he asked what is true. The parents looked at him in amazement. Smiling, the protagonist said that they were so scared that something in his heart sank. Besides, they will have to pay compensation to the other victims, so he will lower the price a little. Looking at him, the woman asked about the other victims. Looking straight, the protagonist asked that they saw the article. They extorted money from about 40 schoolchildren. The man raised his finger up, hearing that, and also, even if they pay compensation, their children can be sent to a juvenile colony. Is it true? To which he replied that it is true. It is a rather serious crime. It all depends on the court's decision. It is quite possible that it will not be possible to get a suspended sentence. As the protagonist left, he said that he had to go, to which the woman asked what to do. The students were standing in front of him. Smiling, he asked that they had heard everything. He hoped he would never meet them again, although it would be impossible anyway. Walking down the hallway, Oliver thought that life was a real fight. Idiots. The guy was sitting in front of the investigator and saying something. The protagonist looked out from behind the corner. A view of the bright sky opened up. Standing in front of the woman, the investigator said that it had been so long since they had seen each other, asked that she was probably very scared, to which she replied that yes, she thought her son had done something wrong again. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that since they had signed a compensation agreement, the guilty party's lawyer would transfer the amount to her, to which she replied that it was good. They were still schoolchildren. Somehow she felt bad. Bill grinned and said that they deserved it, so he shouldn't worry. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, he said that by the way, her son was just a godsend, a brave fellow, to which Amelia replied that he was still a rascal. Looking straight at him, she said that recently he had come to his senses, which was still unusual for her. Bowing, the man said okay, goodbye, they'll see each other again. Looking at his mother, the protagonist said that she would probably be surprised by the results of the Independent, to which she asked what he was saying, this time not the last place, and he added that naturally he took 15th place. Smiling, Amelia asked if it was true. God, what kind of things are these? Asking him to try to hold on to it. Oliver smiled broadly and said yes, he could believe it. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes and she thought that maybe he really had come to his senses. Standing next to him, she said okay, she needed to finish her business at the diner and he should go home. They would eat fried meat in the evening, to which he replied that it was beef. Holding the phone to his ear, the man heard that this was a rather serious case. Well done. Tomorrow there would be a stir in the newspapers. The authorities had also paid attention and were keeping a close eye. Let him try to finish this case well, to which he replied that yes, let him not worry. Holding the papers in his hands, the investigator asked that he would finally be called to the authorities to praise him, said that he should not forget about him. Looking straight at him, the man said that he had enough chatter and should get down to work. Looking at the hero, he added that he really was an unusual guy. The hero grinned slightly. The man grabbed the kimono. The protagonist made a throw. He frowned. Raising his hand, the teacher said that the grades were already on the stand and they would look at them later, to which the students responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, Oliver reflected on the fact that in April, he had been in 15th place in his class, then in 6th place, and in May in 3rd place. Looking to the side, he added that he had also placed 25th in the entire school in the practice exam. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that it seemed like he had already begun to get used to studying. A view of the building opened up, and he heard that he could really return to sports. Yes, the doctor said that he was completely healthy. Crossing his arms, the man said that okay, then let him go to the others and start cleaning first, to which the protagonist replied that okay. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they said he placed 25th among all the students in the school, to which the coach replied that that was true. Putting his hand on his hip, he continued that the principal had told him not only to play sports, but also to study, to which Ethan replied that it seemed like he wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Putting on the kimono, the guy asked why he froze, seeing the uniform for the first time, to which Oliver replied that no, it was just, and then thought that maybe it was because he saw his old uniform. Grinning, the hero thought, okay, he'll start everything from the beginning. The mop was lowered into the bucket. The guys were washing the floor. The protagonist was wiping the shelves and thinking that he was only 17 years old. He stretched and added that he had a strong body with which he would start practicing judo again. Frowning, Oliver thought that this was nothing compared to what he had before his return. Rushing forward, he added that he had a fresh body that did not get tired. He smiled broadly. The guys were training, they heard that they were starting sparring, let them split into pairs. People were wrestling with each other. Standing in front of the hero, the guy said that he was glad to meet him, to which he replied that he was also glad to meet him. The hero stood in front of his opponent. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought that this kid had been getting too cocky lately. Stretching his arms forward, he added that he would have to lower him down to the ground a little. The guy grabbed him by the kimono. They grabbed each other. The guy looked surprised. Suddenly, he lifted the hero. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement, thinking that again there was this feeling that everything was somehow slow. Looking down, he added that but this guy, it seems, he is going to do more than just fight. Oliver opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, he kicked the guy in the leg. They fell to the floor. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he himself had not noticed. Kneeling, the guy said, "Oh shit," to which the protagonist replied that his foot slipped, let him forgive him. Grinning, the guy asked that it looked like he had completely recovered, they would try again, to which Oliver replied that he had. The coach looked at them silently. The guy started throwing, and a thought came to mind that what was wrong with this guy, he was openly picking on him. The guys were wrestling, and a thought came to mind that he couldn't let him bully him. The hero frowned and thought that come what may, let him act first. Frowning, Ethan asked why this guy was always trying to use the technique, to which the man replied that he probably wanted to show who was older. The hero threw, thinking that as far as he remembered, this guy would win a bronze medal at a competition in a few months and then get into the Korean team, but he had just knocked out this strong athlete. A shadow appeared, and a thought came to mind that in his past life he had been stabbed, so 2/3 of his stomach had to be removed, after which he lost a lot of weight. An image of the hero appeared, and a thought came to mind that although it wasn't easy for him to fight criminals, he threw the ball and added that he had been using judo techniques all this time, and now he had amazing physical data. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that he had unprecedented abilities that were hard to believe. It was crazy. Clenching his fist, Oliver added that at this rate he would win a gold medal at the Olympics and enter the police academy. He could do it all if only he could. The man behind him smiled and said that his mother had died because of him, to which he thought that he would be able to find these freaks and deal with them. The coach, wide-eyed and surprised, thought that this guy was simply performing the techniques perfectly. The guys looked ahead in amazement. Clenching his fist, the guy shouted, "Oh, damn, what an idiot," to which the hero replied that he should forgive him, and he began to use the technique out of inertia. The trainer looked at them and said, "Stop." He had a reflex, right? To which the protagonist said, "Yes, let him forgive him." Raising his finger up, Ethan said, "Wow." He told him not to exercise with an injury, to which Oliver replied, he didn't. Smiling broadly, the man said, no matter how much he exercised, he watched him today, it was immediately obvious that he ran, stretched and trained so that his muscles wouldn't stiffen, right? That's why he's not himself and attacks indiscriminately, isn't that right? Lowering his head, the hero said, let him forgive him, he just wanted to teach him how to hold a stance. Bowing, he added, he didn't understand that, let him forgive him, to which the trainer replied, okay, that's it, let them exercise themselves, he'd like to talk to him. A view of the building opened up. Standing in front of the protagonist, the coach asked him if he had been secretly training, to which he replied that he should forgive him. The protagonist grinned and said that his body was just itching, he couldn't sit idle. The coach laughed, holding out his hand to the side. Holding out the rubber, the man said that it was rubber from a tire, let him try to pull with all his might. Oliver stretched the rubber and wheezed. The rubber stretched very tightly. The man looked at him in surprise and thought that this guy had only been pushing with his body before the injury. The hero frowned, and he added that now his reaction, the strength in his wrists, his overall strength, everything is simply top-notch. Looking at him, Ethan asked, okay, and how did he train? Raising his hand, the protagonist said burpees, handstand walking, and CrossFit. The man asked again in surprise. Gritting his teeth, Oliver thought, damn, these exercises only became popular in 2010. Frowning, the coach asked what kind of words these were. Sitting on the table, he said that he should speak more clearly. Grinning, the hero said that he understood these were popular exercises in America. For the training he taught him, you need mats. And he did not have anything like that at home, so he looked for different methods and accidentally stumbled upon them. The man looked at him silently. Looking surprised, he said, okay, they will allow it, but in America they teach judo terribly, what can you learn there? The protagonist grinned and said that these were not judo, but exercises for American football players. The man with the ball rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, Ethan asked what American football, he meant running with the ball when everyone beats each other up. To which Oliver replied that yes, professional American football athletes, They are real monsters. They run 40 meters in 5 seconds on average. The man rushed forward. It was heard that with one finger they knocked down an opponent weighing 100 kilograms. The player raised his hands up. It was said that they jump over football players from other teams who are almost 190 centimeters tall. They are the ones who do burpees, hand walks, and CrossFit in training. The thought arose that he studied these techniques when he was an ordinary policeman to tone his muscles. The hero looked down, hearing what it meant, training these monsters, who receive tens of billions a year. Putting his hand to his face, the coach asked what so, why did his movements suddenly change? Grinning, the protagonist said that yes, that's right, well, it's time for him to go. Ethan raised his finger and said that he should wait. Oliver looked at him in surprise. A view of the office opened up. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero asked if they could send him an email with a detailed description, said yes, thanks for the help. The men looked at him in surprise. Grinning, he said that they would send it by mail. Looking surprised, Ethan said how interesting it was that he was able to get the contacts using a computer, but what was even more surprising was that he had learned English so well. The protagonist smiled and said that very soon an era open to the whole world would begin. We must be prepared in advance, and then thought that he had studied English, Japanese, Chinese, Russian, and even Vietnamese to catch criminals abroad. Looking straight ahead, the man said what he had said there, that in this NFL, they so easily agreed to provide materials. Oliver grinned and said that it was just training, not some kind of national secret. He said that Korean schoolchildren wanted to learn their methods. They were probably flattered. Looking away, the coach said that after all, people from a large country think more broadly. Looking at him, the hero asked what, maybe, to try to contact Japanese judo schools, said that if to ask them for materials for training, to which Ethan answered that well, that would be good. Looking surprised, the man asked that he should wait. He also knows Japanese. The protagonist closed his eyes and grinned. The printer started working. Holding a mug in his hands, the man asked that a letter from the NFL office had already arrived, to which Oliver said that yes, he was currently printing out the received files. Grinning, the coach said that the printer had come in handy, asked that by the way, there had been no messages from Japan. Holding the papers in his hands, the hero said that they refused to share the materials. He tried to contact several schools. He thought it would not be possible to get the data there. Grinning, the coach answered that he thought so. Japan is a rather closed country in this regard, to which he said that for starters he translated some of the NFL materials. There are too many pages. He thought the translation would take some time. The coach raised his eyebrows and said yes, there was a lot here. He still had a lot to translate. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it would take at least 2 months to translate additional materials related to recovery, first aid, and others. The man looked surprised and asked what, recovery, first aid, really? Looking at the screen, Oliver said yes, let them look, there was even a bandage method indicated. Turning his head, the man said that everything was in English. He didn't understand anything, but he thought, this needs to be translated first. Training is important, of course. But still, the coach grinned and said that it was true. It was unknown how and when the guys could get injured. It was necessary to apply this knowledge as soon as possible, to which the man replied yes, that's for sure. The man grinned, and the thought appeared that the coach was Sean. He looked to the side, and the hero thought that he was the technical assistant of the head coach, and also the team doctor and administrator. He met with the parents of school children even more often than the head coach himself. He remembers, some unpleasant incident happened to him. A view of the building opened up. Putting his hands on his hips, Ethan said that he tried his best today. Let him take these printouts and go, to which the protagonist replied that he did. He grinned slightly. The coach smiled back at him. Looking to the side, the man asked what about a cup of coffee. The man was drinking coffee. Holding a glass in his hands, Ethan turned to the coach, to which he responded, and Ethan continued that maybe instead of sports he should study. Looking to the side, Sean said that he didn't even know, after the head injury, it was as if he had been replaced. Grinning, he asked that maybe they should watch him first, said that he had already started using the equipment. Smiling broadly, the coach said that it was true, maybe he would be better at judo than at school. Waving his hand, the man added that he should check his condition more often before the training camp, to which Sean replied that yes, good. The hero performed a throw, and a thought appeared, oh damn, this guy, he is the elder, and he himself lost to the younger. Sean clenched his teeth and thought that he was paid for his participation in the competition. If Oliver comes out ahead, there will only be more problems. He took a glass in his teeth and added that maybe he should have told him to focus on his studies. No, the training camp is coming soon, what can he do in that time? Waving his hand, the man said that it is not easy to earn money. Entering the house, the hero said that he came. Closing his eyes, he asked what that smell was. Ribs, it smells like beef. Looking at the table, the protagonist asked what she did. Won the lottery. The table is groaning with food. Amelia grinned and said what lottery? It was from her stash. Oliver looked at her in surprise and asked again. The woman closed her eyes and said yes, 10 million won. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist said that she had saved up a lot, to which she replied that it was true. If only everything worked out with the investments the girl had talked about, they would be able to move to a better apartment. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked what investments. Smiling, the woman said that he had seen his aunt that time. She said that now they needed to buy dollars and gold. Oh, why was she telling him this? Let him go wash his hands and sit down to dinner. Oliver looked down and wondered, really? Looking at her, he asked what she told that woman about her father and about the money he had recently received. To which Amelia replied that yes, they had become best friends. She was well versed in all sorts of investments. A thought appeared that she had begun to act faster than in her past life. She needed to quickly find a way out of the situation. The next morning, looking away, Amelia heard that he should give her 2 sticks of kimbap with chinmich, to which she replied that it was fine, let her wait a little, she would prepare everything now. Buyers lined up. The woman leaned against the wall and thought that she was raking in money. Let them look at her. She spat and added that it was a 300 million won project. There was drool on the ground. A thought appeared that who knew that her son was friends with the police. There was little profit, but she needed to take at least this and run away. Smirking, Louise thought that she would take all of today's earnings and immediately fly to Southeast Asia. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero asked how the boss was doing. He looked away, hearing that something had happened. People lined up at the tent. Amelia was packing goods. Smiling, she said that here was his order, let him come again. Looking at her, Louise thought, how happy, damn. Walking forward, the woman said hello, to which she asked that she had already finished, and she really sold everything. Smiling, Amelia said that yes, lately it has been flying away quickly, there are no ingredients left, maybe they will go straight away, to which Louise replied that yes, they will go to the bank. Frowning, the woman thought that she would take all of today's earnings. Amelia's eyes widened and she said okay, let's go, and then asked again. The hero smiled and turned to his mother. The woman looked at him in surprise and said that he was always busy training. What was he doing here at such a time? Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said he understood, and Bill said hello. The mother looked at him in amazement and asked him why he had come too. What brought him here? An investigator. The woman frowned and thought that this was senior investigator Bill. Amelia held out her hand to the side and said that she remembered. She had told her that the investigator had helped her son a lot. Holding the handcuffs in his hands, the investigator said what a beautiful name she had come up with for herself. Looking at him angrily, Louise shouted what was going on, thinking he could do anything since he worked in the police, that he was threatening a law-abiding citizen here. To which he asked what law-abiding. Didn't she read the newspapers? He said that she was wanted for real estate fraud. Grinning, the man asked what she didn't seem to know. Running away, the woman shouted, oh shit. Rushing after her, the investigator shouted that she should stop and not waste her energy. The thought appeared that he thought she would obediently go to jail. The guy stretched his arms out to the sides and asked where she was going. Louise clenched her teeth tightly. A few minutes ago, the investigator greeted the hero. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Bill asked that his mother's diner was nearby, to which the protagonist replied that it was. Looking at the bench, Oliver thought about the fact that he had brought the police, but just in case, they should block the escape routes. He grinned and added that there were 2 possible places. If they put people there, she would have nowhere to run. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that they should block the main road and the alley, then she would not be able to get out, even if she tried. Smiling, the investigator asked what the hell. He had already thought of this. Raising his finger up, he said that they should take positions on the streets he indicated, to which they responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the man asked, by the way, that this is true, how did he know that this woman was wanted? To which the protagonist replied that yes, it just seemed strange to him that she promised too much interest if her mother trusted her with her money. He added, frowning, that when he met her, he remembered seeing her face on a wanted poster, to which the investigator asked if there were still people who paid attention to such posters, said that heaven itself had helped them. The thought arose that Louise had long been wanted before this incident. Oliver looked down, thinking that she was quite nimble and always escaped, but this time nothing would work because they had cut off all her escape routes. The man snapped the handcuffs and said that she was under arrest on suspicion of fraud and attempted fraud. Holding her hand, he added that she had the right to remain silent, she had the right to a lawyer, to which Amelia asked what was going on. With her eyes wide open, she added that she should say that she was not guilty. It seemed that they had mixed something up. Looking at her, Louise screamed that he should let her go. She should have run away with her money yesterday. Closing her eyes, the woman replied that she was a black sheep. How could she do this to her? Looking at his mother, the protagonist said that she should calm down. There was no point in arguing with such swindlers, to which she replied that she trusted him so much. Looking away, the woman screamed that as soon as she started talking about her husband, a cop who died, she immediately thought, why is she so impudent? This is all because of her. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked who the bad guy was. She even decided to throw mud at his mother. The man looked at him in surprise and said to hold him. The investigator stretched out his hand and said to calm down. Putting his hand on him, he added to calm down. Looking at the woman, Oliver shouted to repeat, to which the man replied to pull himself together, and she should quickly get into the car. The hero clenched his teeth, and they asked him again. The investigator, holding his hand, asked why he was so strong, and the other said, well, he gives, and the protagonist said to come here. Oliver suddenly broke free. The man fell to the ground. The hero grabbed the investigator by the clothes. He threw him aside. The protagonist looked forward furiously. Amelia opened her eyes in surprise. The investigator froze in surprise. The woman looked at him in fear. The mother grabbed him and shouted to be patient, asking him. Oliver looked at her in surprise. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes and she said that at least for her sake. Looking down, the hero said okay, let him forgive him. Rushing forward, Louise shouted that he should quickly start the car. Looking at the driver, she added that he was looking, let him step on the gas, they would go. The car rushed forward sharply. Putting his hands on his hips, the investigator said that it was good that they caught her before she managed to hand over the money. She almost got into a big mess. The woman closed her eyes and said that it was true, thank him very much. Bowing, the main character said thank you, and also let him forgive him for pushing them. Smiling, Bill said that they both used to do sports in their time, but they could not hold on to one boy. Standing in front of the hero, the investigator said that no matter what, he did a great job. She was just lucky to have such a reliable son. He is a great guy. The hero looked away and thought that he was a reliable son. Putting his hands on his hips, the man shouted that they needed to check if there were any other victims, and then return to the station and close this case, let them move. Sitting in the car, the protagonist thought that he was a reliable son. After all, he came back to protect his mother, and for this he needed strength. Frowning, he added that in this world, where natural selection operates, one thing is necessary. Oliver walked through the department and thought that it was money. Raising the folder up, the man asked that he could look at it, to which the investigator replied that it was good. Pointing to the side, he added that he would wait for him at the table, to which the hero replied that yes, of course. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that these were the boss's business cards. Taking a business card, he added that he needed to take a few, they would come in handy. Looking in surprise, Oliver thought that the business card was lying on the table. The investigator grinned and asked why he had waited so long, said that he had been putting all the evidence in order, thanks to him he had another solved case. Looking at the hero, Bill said that maybe he wanted something tasty, he would treat him, to which he replied that he ate everything well, by the way. Looking down, the protagonist asked what kind of business card it was, some kind of manager. Looking at the business card, the investigator asked what it was. He also had an interest in stocks, how fast he was. Holding it in his hands, Bill said that he didn't know. This man wasn't very good. He wanted to trust him with his money. He found out through his channels. And all he kept saying was that there would be a crisis in the country. They would go bankrupt. What nonsense, when Korea was thriving. Oliver looked in surprise and thought that for sure this was the same man who was there during the national bankruptcy. The investigator grinned and said that he had talked so much nonsense that he had almost been fired. He would try to find another specialist later. The hero smiled and said no, let her give him the business card. The man frowned and said okay, let him take it. The protagonist smiled broadly and thought that he had found a source of funds. Graphs appeared and it was heard that everything would be like during the Great Depression in the USA. The man stretched out his hand and said that companies were also going bankrupt everywhere, and that the companies that remained afloat were conducting large-scale restructuring in order to reduce expenses. Sheets of paper flew at him and he heard what kind of jerk he was. Maybe he wanted to get fired from his job. Raising his hand up, the man shouted that he was talking about his bankruptcies again. He had forbidden him to talk about it, to which he was told to calm down, and he continued that how could he calm down, let him not dare mention it anymore. A badge appeared. It was heard that Korea was now in its heyday in its entire history, and in such a situation he was talking about some kind of bankruptcy and crisis. A rock appeared. It was heard that other countries could fall apart, but not Korea. A view of the exit opened up, and someone sighed. Sitting on the stairs, Nick said that he felt like smoking. Although he did not smoke, there were problems in Britain and Japan now. It was impossible for Korea to remain unharmed. The manager put his hand to his face and asked that there was really no one in the government or among the people who would take this problem seriously. Holding the phone in his hands, he introduced himself and they greeted him. A business card was shown. His name was Oliver, to which the manager asked who he was. Grinning, the protagonist said that he understood. He had an interest in the national bankruptcy he was talking about. The manager looked surprised when he heard that he could spare him some time on the weekend. The guy froze, listening to the fact that if he didn't mind, they would meet at a cafe in front of Dongil High School. They would talk about the details when they met. There was a Korean flag hanging on the wall. The coach looked away and exclaimed, Looking at the hero, he asked what he was doing at his desk. The protagonist, looking at the monitor, asked what it was him, said that he was just looking at something on the computer. Ethan hit him on the head with a stick. Looking at him, Oliver asked what he was hitting on the head with, said that he should not pretend, he knows that he is already healthy. Standing next to him, the man said that he had specifically freed her from training so that he could prepare for the exams, and he was sitting there twiddling his thumbs at the computer, to which the hero replied that he needed to look at something here. A list appeared, and he could hear what and what. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was nothing special, he just wanted to send the exam preparation materials to the others. Smiling, the coach asked why he was covering his hands with his hands then, thinking they would read it since they had muscles instead of brains. Closing his eyes, he added that he should leave them, let them train, to which Oliver said that while he was collecting these materials, he himself repeated what was needed and then thought that he had, of course, lied, but maybe he should really send them the notes next time. Pointing to the monitor, the hero asked if he could sometimes use the computer. Raising his hand up, the man asked what he was asking if he was already using it, to which he replied that when he had time, he wanted to start translating the training manual, and then said that he should do it after the exams. It was heard that okay, he would pass the exam on his own, stop chatting, there was no one here during exams, he could come and study instead of the classroom, just let him not tell the others. Gritting his teeth, the man said that by the way, the investigator had called recently, said that he would make a policeman out of him, and why he could not live a day in peace. The hero smiled, hearing that it was good, at least he did not do stupid things anymore, but if he came with a broken head again, he would be finished, to which he replied that his head suddenly started hurting. Putting the can on the table, the man said that he should not strain himself too much, but he would take into account that when he passed everything, there would be hellish training. Looking away, the protagonist said that it was good. Holding the mouse in his hands, he added that so, and now they would start all over again. A list of companies with powerful legal management appeared. Images of people appeared. The thought arose that in his past life he had collaborated with the Financial Supervision Service many times, until he became the head of the Department for the Investigation of Intellectual Crimes. A pile of money appeared. It was said that when dealing with swindlers, gangster groups, loan sharks, bank employees, and district administrations. Graphs appeared. The thought arose that is, with economic criminals, he begins to learn various details of their lives, and now he was making a table of the data that he remembered. In other words, this is an economic book of predictions. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist thought that if he began to dig around on the basis of this data, it would be possible to prevent the murder of his mother and his own death, as well as acquire capital. A view of the sign opened up. Raising his hands up, the guy said that the exams were finally over, and the girl asked how they would have fun. Looking down, the protagonist thought that he had not slept for several days because of preparing for exams and compiling materials, and in the future he would be even busier. Walking straight ahead, the girl asked what they answered to the 10th question in math, to which the guy clarified that wasn't the third option, and she added that she had marked the 5th. Smirking, the guy said that he should forget about it already since the exams were over. Closing her eyes, the girl said that if it were that easy, she had only made a mistake in this example, and the rest were correct. Looking away, Oliver thought about how even their faces had changed, perhaps because the exams were over, or because there were no more bullies at school. The guy smiled, and he added that especially Eric, he began to smile more. Looking at him, the hero said that since they had passed everything, they would go play on the computer, to which Lucy said that she would go too and let them take her too. Looking surprised, the guy asked what was on the computer, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he had money today. Oliver put his hand on his hip and said that all they had done all this time was study. And school children can't study all the time, they also need to be able to have fun, run around, and sometimes break their heads. They looked at him in surprise when they heard that even if they got hurt, it would still remain in their memory. Lowering his head, the hero thought that studying for the sake of his future was not bad. He also finally took up his studies. The car was moving forward rapidly. The thought arose that but these guys. The man frowned. The thought arose that they were not like him, who was living his life over again. He wanted them to be able to have fun while they had the opportunity. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that they needed to spend time in such a way as not to regret anything. Then they would grow up, sometimes drink and reminisce about the old days, to which they turned to him. Lucy pointed to the side and said that he looked like her aunt who came home from a corporate party. How annoying. Oliver grinned and asked what. He speaks like an old man. When they grow up they will understand him, to which he was answered that he even says the same words, but they do not know such a teacher. Suddenly the hero looked surprised. The girl, standing in front of the man, said that he should go to the teacher's room and check for himself, and another asked who he was, that he was walking near their school. It was heard that he was a pervert. They should get out of here. Taking a step forward, the guy asked what happened, and Lucy said that he should wait for them. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that no, it was not about that, let them hear him out. He looked to the side, hearing someone's voice. Frowning, the protagonist asked why he came to school, to which he asked again. Crossing his arms, he heard that he was looking like that, to which he replied that it was just a professional habit, to which Eric asked again, and the guy said that he had misunderstood everything. Looking straight ahead, the manager said that he was just looking for a teacher, but the student said that there was no such person here, asked if he happened to know a teacher named Oliver. The hero looked at him in surprise. They stood in front of each other in silence. Pointing at himself, the protagonist said that Oliver was him. Nick adjusted his glasses and asked that he was a teacher, that is, a student. The protagonist froze, hearing that he was a high school student. Looking down, Oliver thought for a minute, a familiar voice. The guy grinned, hearing that they would meet at a cafe in front of Donghil High School on Saturday at 1 o'clock. Lowering his head, the manager said that he came here expecting something else, let him just ignore it. He agreed to meet a man named Oliver here. Taking a step forward, he added that he thought it was a school teacher, so he was in a hurry. He made an appointment at a cafe in front of the school. It seems it was a prank, or he got it all wrong. Approaching him, the protagonist said that he understood his confusion. The guy looked sadly, listening that for him it was a serious matter, but no one was listening to him. Finally, someone appeared who was interested in this problem, but it turned out to be a joke. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that he thought so, yes. Grinning, the hero said that he was glad to meet you. His name was Oliver, asked what, but didn't they agree on Saturday? The students looked surprised, hearing that they should forgive and go to the computer club, and he would catch up with them, to which they asked what and what about him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, hearing that it was not dangerous, maybe they would go together, to which he replied that no, everything was fine, he would soon join them, he would prove to him that he was not mistaken about national bankruptcy. A view of the establishment opened up. Oliver was sitting in front of the guy. Nick closed his eyes and said that he would introduce himself again. He was the manager of the Securities and Asset Management Department of the Western District of Nick. Looking at him, the hero said that it was very nice to meet you. He was a first-year student of Donghil High School. Oliver, it occurred to him that their meeting had happened faster than he had planned. The protagonist grinned and added that but they were going to meet anyway, and then said that he was glad to meet you. It occurred to him that he had more time to convince him. Holding a glass in his hands, the guy said that however, looking straight ahead, he added that how did he manage to get this offer? Oliver smiled and said that he had a friend who was involved in this field. He had come across this report by accident. Frowning, the manager thought that he was a high school student who had friends in the financial market. The hero smiled, and he added that he was really the son of some oligarch. He looked very young, but gave the impression of a rather serious person. Having taken out the documents, the protagonist said that he had prepared some materials. The thought arose that if it were not for the school uniform, he would not have even guessed how old he was. He handed over a list of companies. Looking at the manager, Oliver said that he had compiled these materials, adding his personal opinion to his thesis about national bankruptcy. Frowning, the guy thought that but that. The hero grinned slightly. Sitting at the table, he asked what he liked. The thought arose that groups and LLCs were also included in the list of companies with powerful legal management. Nick looked in surprise and thought that not only this, but also the operating losses of companies after expansion. It turns out that the collapse of just a few large companies can entail bankruptcy and crisis of the entire country. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he had added several implausible theses there, but it was after such content that Nick would be able to draw up a crisis scenario, which he had already spoken about. The guy sat down and said that it could not be. Looking straight ahead, he added that in that case, as he thought, events would eventually unfold. The manager froze and fell silent. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. Cracks appeared. It was heard that a global economic crisis would come. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said that Korea would receive emergency financial assistance from the IMF and then find itself under economic sanctions. A planet appeared. It was said that 1997, a global crisis that engulfed all of Asia, and at that very time a direct blow fell on Korea, among others. People shook hands. The thought arose that the government, pursuing a policy of increasing the gross national income by more than $10,000, sold foreign currency to join the OECD. As a result, a currency crisis occurred in Korea when everyone else did not want to admit the approach of this crisis. The guy grabbed his head. The thought arose that the only person who declared the threat of national bankruptcy was Nick. The hero held sugar with tongs. Looking down, he said that if you look at the current situation in Korea, it is now at its peak. Banks easily issue loans, no matter what amount you ask for. Sugar floated in tea. It was heard that, however, what all this can lead to. The sugar melted, and he added that in the end he will build a sandcastle called debt. Smiling, the protagonist said that how sweet, probably too much sugar. Nick's eyes widened in surprise, and he wondered what all the materials were, although he wouldn't show him everything at the first meeting, and then asked what the emergency financial aid was, and said that it was the same as a loan. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said that yes, the moment Korea received these funds would mean collapse. The manager nodded, hearing that the entire economic sphere would follow the IMF's instructions. Frowning, the hero said that it would be impossible to stop it, because Korean enterprises would be too weak and foreign exchange reserves would no longer be enough, and the waitress said that she would take away the empty cup. The girl held a tray in her hands, and it was heard that, in addition, thanks to the economic recovery in the country, the too widespread opinion that prosperity and satiety will last forever seems as if they just need to survive another crisis and everything will work out, because of such unfounded optimism. The cup started falling down. It was said that Korea would end up in a real hell, but would realize it much later. The glass broke, and someone said that it was all nonsense. Looking away, the guys asked if she was okay, to which the girl replied that yes, let them apologize. The thought arose that in such a situation it was impossible to stop the disaster. Sitting down, the protagonist said that he would help, to which the waitress thanked him. The thought arose that he knew the future, so his task was to give hope and faith to those people. Grinning, Oliver added that one should be careful with the fragments, let them collect them with a handkerchief, and then thought about those who live in the present and do not lose hope for the future. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he wanted to invest 100 million won. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what to invest 100 million, said that he needed time to think. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he had a meeting, so they would finish for today. If they wanted to work with him, then let them call. It was time for him to go. The guy froze, looking away. A view of the slot machines opened up. Taking a step forward, Oliver asked why they had been waiting for so long. The students were playing, and he added that it looked like they hadn't been waiting for him at all. Clutching his head, the guy said that he had lost again, and Lucy said that she should sit down quickly. This Eric didn't know how to play, to which the hero asked that it looked like she had quickly gotten used to it. Inserting a token, the protagonist said that she couldn't handle him. He had simply flown in this game in his time. The rivals stood in front of each other. The girl struck, and it was heard that what was the matter, he was no better than Eric. Suddenly the guy struck back. Lucy looked surprised and asked again. Looking at the protagonist in amazement, she added that it was how he did it, let him try again. Grinning, Oliver replied that he said she couldn't beat him, and then thought that he had spent so much time on it. Looking straight ahead, he laughed. The hero frowned and thought that he wondered what Nick was doing now. He was probably deep in thought. He smiled broadly and added that he could postpone the moment of choice as long as he wanted, but the result would be the same, let him hurry. A few days later, the sky became light. The protagonist put his hand to his face and thought that it seemed that he was not the one suffering from thought. Looking away, he continued that he had only given him half of the materials. It was high time to grab the bait. If he called first, he would no longer be in the leading position. Looking in surprise, Oliver thought that maybe he had used his data and disappeared. The guy stretched his arms out to the sides. The thought came that no, most likely not. In the past he had somehow been involved in financial fraud. The manager frowned. The thought came that but he himself said that he had done. It wasn't on purpose. He was a trusting lawyer defending swindlers. He just had a headache. Sitting in class, the hero thought that at least someone would tell him what was happening to him now, and the teacher asked for silence. The stick hit the table. The teacher closed his eyes and said that it was time to announce the grades they had been waiting for. The students froze, listening to the fact that the one who scored less than 100 points received 1 hit for each point. Let them come forward according to the numbers he would call out. Looking at the student, the man said that 78 points, then he would get 22 times. Let him stand at the board. He hit him with the stick. The students watched in silence. Putting the stick on his shoulder, the teacher said next, quickly, in order. Surprised, the hero thought that, but the teacher is not one of those who hit so weakly. It was heard that 80 points, let him get up, 67 points. Lowering his head, the man said that, and finally, pointing at the protagonist, he said that Oliver 95 points. Grinning, the man added that it means 5 times, let him come out faster. A thought appeared that this is a bastard. Because of him he has troubles with his parents and superiors. Now he will take it out on him for everything. The girl got out of the car, talking on the phone. Looking at the gym, she heard that why she did not pick up the phone for so long. Climbing the stairs, the girl said that she was driving, asked why he called. Chloe took a step forward. It was heard that she was still managing someone else's property. Gritting her teeth, she answered that not at all, she is a private banker. How many times should I explain to him? Holding onto the handrail, the girl said that she was a financial consultant, to which she was told that she didn't work at a bank. What kind of consultant? Other people were simply using her. Chloe closed her eyes and replied that she didn't think he had called to lecture her. Walking down the hallway, she heard that yes, that's right, when she gets married, let her look at her sister living happily with her husband, a teacher, by the way. The girl hung up, hearing that a woman should meet a good man, to which she replied that she couldn't hear anything. She looked down, thinking that she and her sister had different criteria for happiness. Opening the office, Chloe added that she would see if this deal worked out for her. He wouldn't be able to say a word to her anymore. She heard that it was her. The guys, standing by the wall, said hello, and the man raised his hand and said that he should quickly come in and sit here. The view of the sign opened up. The girl sat down on the chair and asked if everything was going as it should, to which she was told that she was so impatient, she didn't have time to say hello, and immediately got down to business. The man grinned and said that yes, everything was going smoothly. After all, he had paid a lot of money in Hong Kong and bought a stock program. Raising his hand, he added that his precious employee was doing his best, so he shouldn't worry. The guy turned around and said hello. Chloe looked away and wondered what was wrong with him. Why was Nick looking like that? Taking his hand, the man said that he should sit down here, and the thought came to her that okay, it was none of her business. The manager grinned and said that they had met again, they had checked the documents, and the thought came to her that she just needed her investments to make a profit. Raising his hand, the man addressed him. Smiling, he said that he should shave it or something, otherwise they would see it and think that they were holding him captive, to which he replied that it was true. Frowning, Chloe said that it was not that important, just not to overdo it, let him make sure that these investments brought profit. The man looked at her silently. Kai grinned and said that it was scary, he understood what she meant. Looking straight at her, he added that he knew he could say the same thing. The guy covered one eye, hearing that they should trust each other and therefore keep their promises. Frowning, Kai said that he knew he was no fool either. The school corridor appeared. It was heard that the class teacher had a strange character after all. The hero looked at his reflection and listened to why he hit only him hard. Grinning, he replied that he did not even know. Out of everyone, he hit only him with all his strength. Looking at him, the guy asked if he was okay, to which the protagonist replied that of course he was okay, he hadn't hit him that hard. Crossing her arms, Lucy asked that he was a good student and played sports, why was he doing this to him? Maybe he had somehow done something wrong to the class teacher, to which he replied that he probably had done something wrong and hadn't noticed. Closing his eyes, Oliver said that everything was fine, he most likely misunderstood, and he took such a kind guy and beat him up. Putting his hands on his hips, he added that the exams were over, now they could focus on training. It even felt better, all the grades were in, what would they do now? Lowering her head, Lucy said that they knew what, if they didn't mind, maybe they could go to her house. She fingered her fingers and added that her mother had prepared something there. After all, they had prepared so much for the exams, she told her to invite her friends over. The hero grinned, looking at her. Standing in front of her, he asked if maybe he wanted to go to the computer club with him and fight there, to which she replied that, actually, no. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that his training would start tomorrow, so there was time today. Smiling, the girl asked if it was true. The guy, looking at them, said that he did too. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that his mother also told him to invite friends. Eric, standing in front of the girl, said that he had been waiting for this day when they would post grades, to which she said that but she was the one who suggested it first. So let's go to her first. To which the protagonist thought that they were funny, it seemed like they had both never invited friends home in their lives, they were like nephews who asked to play with them. Smiling, Oliver said that there was time not only today they would go to Lucy's, and next time to Eric's. The cat was sleeping on the fence. Standing in front of the house, the girl said that she was welcome, she lived here, to which Eric replied that she had a cool house. Looking away, she replied that it was okay, he had already been here, to which the hero replied that you could say that. The protagonist jumped off the fence. The thought appeared that on the first day after returning from the future, he was running away from hooligans. He looked at the girl. It was said that he climbed over the fence of this house. Oliver grinned, thinking that it was so long ago. How quickly time flies. Looking at him, Eric asked what, so he was visiting Lucy without him, to which he replied that no, everything was different, and the woman said that they should come in, they are her friends. Smiling, she added that she thought her daughter brought guys, and not one, but two. Looking at her, Lucy replied that that was enough, they were just friends, and the guys said hello. Stretching her hand out to the side, the girl said that this is Eric, and this is Oliver, to which the woman replied that it was good, nice to meet them. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was very nice to meet him. He was Lucy's friend, his name was Oliver, to which the woman replied that it was him, exactly as Lucy described him, a tall and well-mannered guy, he looked respectable. Holding out the box, he said that thank you for the invitation. There was nothing special here, just a gift, to which the woman replied that well, why did they even bring it, thank you. Leaving, the woman said that she would prepare a treat, and she should let them sit in the room for now, let them feel at home, to which the guys responded approvingly, and Lucy said that they would then go to the second floor. Walking up the stairs, she said that they should go up, to which the protagonist replied that she had such a spacious house. Walking straight ahead, the girl said that this was her aunt's room, she didn't close the door when she left, and she would come back later and grumble. They passed the room. The girl smirked and said that is, no, this is a great opportunity to go into her room. Standing in the middle of the room, she said that they would look and then go to her, to which Eric asked if that was possible, and the hero clarified that it meant that her aunt lived with them. Sitting on the bed, Lucy answered that yes, her grandfather does not allow her to live separately until she gets married, so she decided to live with them, to which the protagonist said that it is clear. He looked at her in surprise and asked again. Oliver looked at the documents and thought that this is the same. Leafing through the documents, he added that these are the same materials that he gave to Nick, compiled in a different form, but the list and even the order are the same as his. Frowning, the hero thought that the policeman's intuition is not just an information leak. Looking at the girl, he turned to her, to which she responded. A question was heard, what her aunt was doing. Suddenly someone hit the door and shouted. The hero turned around. The girl grabbed her head. Eric looked surprised. Looking away, Lucy said, well, they have problems. Chloe frowned and asked what she was doing here. The woman was cutting vegetables. Looking at her, the girl said that she was back, to which she replied that she was early today. Looking down, Chloe asked what the smell was. Ribs. Stretching her hand out to the side, she asked what kind of feast it was it some kind of holiday today? With wide eyes, the woman said that Lucy had invited friends over. She decided to feed them. She should also quickly change her clothes and sit down to dinner. Grinning, the girl exclaimed happily. She looked surprised to hear that her aunt had so many books on finance. She was furious to hear that she had never seen her read books, only hoarding them, to which she replied that this unbearable Lucy. Chloe took a step forward. Opening the door, she screamed. Putting her hand on her hip, the girl asked what she was doing here. Frowning, Chloe said that she had told her not to come into her room without permission. Smirking, Lucy replied that the door was open, so she looked in briefly. Looking away, she added that she shouldn't have left the door open, she just came in, I think. Chloe looked at her silently. Putting the documents on the table, the protagonist said that he should forgive them. He just begged Lucy to come in here. Looking away, he added that he saw books on finance and economics in her room. Frowning, Oliver said that he still shouldn't have come in without permission. He should forgive them. Gritting her teeth, the girl replied that, well, yes, she has a lot of books. The high school student has already developed an interest in economics. Standing in front of her, the hero answered that yes, he understood. He was interested in stocks and investments, to which she asked again, and then said that he should have said so from the start. Her eyes lit up and she added that he was interested. Let him ask whatever he wanted. She would tell him everything. The thought arose that in a minute. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought that her face seemed familiar to him, and the girl asked that she could show him her portfolio. What exactly he was interested in, the thought arose that Lucy said that her mother's last name was Kwon. Is there anyone in the financial sector with such a last name? The girl held a glass in her hands. The thought arose that it could really be her. She was a private banker and managed the finances of many entrepreneurs and politicians, thanks to which she gained fame in wide circles and valuable information. In a past life, she often helped him in investigations. Standing in front of her, the hero thought about what it meant. Aunt Lucy is madam. How so? Her time has not yet come, but in the near future she will become a famous private banker. Now it is clear how she knows Nick. Looking down, the protagonist said that he had heard before that Korea has a huge debt. It is true. Looking surprised, the girl asked what and where he heard such a thing, said that for him it is quite a difficult conversation. Now it takes too long to explain. He is not hungry. Maybe they will talk over food. Looking at them, Lucy said that she is starting again. Her aunt just loves to talk about economics. Pointing back, Chloe said that this time she forgives her for going into her room. They will go to dinner. Looking to the side, Oliver heard that she is the best, but this is only once. A view of the moon opened up. Putting her hands on her hips, the woman said that wow, time flew by so quickly, to which the hero replied that he thanked them very much for the delicious dinner, and it was very interesting to talk to her. Waving her hand, she added that they should be careful and come again, to which he replied that thank you, goodbye. Grinning, Eric said that he had eaten his fill, to which the protagonist replied that that was right, they should visit him soon. Waving his hand, the guy said that yes, next time they would definitely gather at his place, to which Oliver replied that they would see each other at school. The protagonist walked down the street. He put his hand in his pocket. The protagonist looked at the business card. Sitting at the table, the girl said that these promotions were not some kind of passing hobby. A low wave does not mean that the sea has no power. It is very important to look at the root. Looking straight ahead, Lucy said that her mother should stop her aunt. She only talks about her actions, to which the woman replied that she should forgive him. Just ask her for a business card and that would be the end of it, to which Oliver replied that yes, okay. Pressing the button, the hero thought that thanks to Lucy's mother, he managed to get her business card. He stood in a phone booth and thought that he had not had time to ask her the most important thing. The phone rang, and the girl asked who could it be at such a time? Picking up the phone, she said yes, Chloe was listening. Smirking, the protagonist said hello. Looking down, the girl said what happened. He forgot something with them, to call Lucy, to which he replied no, he just wanted to ask her something. Sitting at the table, The girl asked what he meant. He was really interested in the shares, said that just at dinner. His sister looked at her so that they could not finish the conversation. She was happy to talk about this topic at any time. What interests him? Looking down, Oliver said that then he would ask what worries him most. Where is Nick now? Looking away, the girl asked what Nick, he means Nick's manager, and how does he know him? She raised an eyebrow, hearing that he saw a list of companies with strong legal management on her desk. Chloe looked surprised, hearing that this list was compiled by him. Looking straight ahead, she asked what he said. A view of the street opened up. It was heard that the format was slightly changed, but he was sure that the content was the same. What he gave to Nick, even the order of the companies was the same. Frowning, the hero asked how it happened that these materials ended up with her. Looking down, Chloe asked what he was saying, but how could he make it up? Oh my god. Looking away, she thought for a minute, so it wasn't his idea. Then it seemed to her that it was not his level. What to do if this time it didn't work out? Her father would never acknowledge her abilities. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that if she was deceived and forced to invest money, she should return it to herself, to which she asked what, but how is that possible? The tiger was standing behind the cage. It was heard that in order to catch the tiger, you need to go into his den, and in order to return the money, you need to look where she left it. The sign peeled off. The guy raised his eyebrows, hearing that well done, he tried hard, to which he asked what he was talking about. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he said the same, that he tried hard. He raised an eyebrow and added that he was a smart guy. Didn't he understand what it meant? Smirking, Kai said that since they were done, he could now go home. Nick looked at him in surprise and asked what about investments and profit sharing, to which he replied that he had sheltered him when he was practically fired, and now he was talking about money. Frowning, Kai shouted that what was missing was maybe take money from him for saving his life, as he would hit him. Looking to the side, he added what was the matter. What was that sound? Let him check what was going on there. Lowering his head, the man said yes. Turning his head, Kai asked who the psycho was making noise near the office. There was a knock on the door. Suddenly the door was knocked down. The hero kicked the door down. Looking at him in surprise, Nick turned. It was heard that he could remember a hackneyed phrase. The protagonist stood in the middle of the passage. Frowning, he said not to move. The man turned around and asked what kind of idiot he was. He looked at him angrily and asked who he was, bursting into someone else's office and kicking down doors. A cop or something? He looked like a school kid. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked why he was silent, what kind of asshole he was. Grinning, Oliver said that he was not a cop. Closing his eyes, he thought for now, and then said that he just had business with Nick. Kai crossed his legs and asked, well, that means he is not a cop. Grinning, he added that he knows this kid. If so, he still will not forgive this. He needs to greet the guests properly. The guy looked scared, and the employees responded. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that he should get it for this door. He frowned, hearing what kind of piece of head he was. The protagonist pushed him away, hearing that piece of head. He just called him a piece, to which he replied that he should wait and move over. He only had one question. An image of a guy appeared. It was heard that he was here now of his own free will. Nick looked at him with fear. Oliver grinned, hearing that he should run from here, to which he replied that he knew it, that was enough. Gritting his teeth, Kai asked what the hell this idiot was talking about. What was he worth? Let him deal with him. The man took the hero by the shoulder and answered approvingly. Swinging his hand, he said that he should come here. The protagonist frowned. Images of people appeared. The thought appeared that Nick and Chloe, after his intervention, their future also changed. The guy grinned. It was said that initially Nick, along with colleagues who were of the same opinion with him, left the company, founded an investment company, recruited people and began to attract investors. But now that he saw his materials, a scheme appeared. An idea appeared that he hastily took a loan from bandits, so these materials were taken from him. A bandit who is engaged in issuing loans smelled the smell of money and kidnapped Nick to get more information, and then held him in captivity, forcing him to work. Eventually he got close to Chloe, who had a large sum of money in her hands. The girl gritted her teeth and asked what to do. Maybe call the police? An idea appeared that, as Chloe herself told her, she had already transferred the money to this borrower. Frowning, the hero said that now you cannot call there. If he was really kidnapped and held hostage, she can be accused of complicity. Chloe looked surprised, hearing that even if she did not take part in the kidnapping personally. Looking down, the protagonist thought that he could not allow Aunt Lucy to become a criminal, and then said that besides, it was still unclear whether Nick had been kidnapped. The girl looked down, listening to him say that although he was almost sure of it, if he was helping them voluntarily, then even the police would not be able to do anything. Gritting his teeth, Oliver said that he would give her the contacts of a detective he knew. Standing in front of the building, the girl heard that if he did not return from there in 5 minutes, then he should call him and tell him everything, and then she asked that it was the senior investigator. Holding the phone in her hands, Chloe thought that she did not even know if she was doing the right thing. She looked up and added that she hoped nothing would happen. Oliver could handle it. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what was going on inside. A blow flew across the hero's face. Standing in front of him, the man thought, what a freak, didn't even blink from his fist, and he asked that he definitely hit with all his might. Swinging, the protagonist said, and now self-defense. He struck back. The man fell to the ground. Looking at his hand, Oliver thought what he didn't think that he would fall from one blow. Looking at him in surprise, Kai thought, what a bastard, knocked him down with one swing, and then said that let them drag him here right now. Nick looked away, hearing that right now. Looking in amazement, he thought, who is he? The hero looked at the guards and said, yes, exactly, it's better to deal with everyone at once. Grinning, he added that he was in the mood, so he would do everything clearly. The man raised his hands up. It was said that over 26 years of service he had met completely different criminals. Such thugs are common. The guy swung his sword. The thought occurred to him that there were drug addicts who immediately grabbed sharp objects. The guy fell to the floor. The thought occurred to him that there were also terrorists, former special forces with illegal firearms. It would be faster to name those with whom he had not yet fought. The man swung. The thought occurred to him that therefore such big guys, who only differ in height, did not pose any danger to him. Looking at the fist, the hero thought that they were so slow, as if he saw everything in slow motion. He frowned. The protagonist dodged the blow. The man looked surprised and asked again. Suddenly an uppercut flew at him. It was heard that even a turtle was faster than him. The employee fell to the ground. Swinging, the man turned to him. Oliver dodged and thought that in judo the weight category is important. He struck back and added that in such indiscriminate fights it is important. The hero frowned. He was punching the men. The guards were lying on the floor, and it occurred to him that it didn't matter how much he weighed. The protagonist grinned and said that experience was important. He put his hands on his hips and added that he wasn't small either, to which the man replied that he should shut up. The kid was making a lot of noise. He swung and shouted that he should shut his mouth, to which he replied that he was a pretty good fighter. Oliver smiled and asked that it looked like he was the best among them. He added while parrying the blows, but it looked like he hadn't trained his hair follicles at all. The man widened his eyes and asked why he was touching his bald spot. The hero stood still. He abruptly kicked him. There was a flash from the blow. The protagonist clenched his fist and asked what to do. It looked like he had no more guys left. Smiling, he added that although he didn't think he would just give up, that's it. The man extended his hand forward. He frowned. Gritting his teeth, Kai shouted that he was a bastard who sent him. Looking at him, Oliver heard what gang he was from. The hero deftly dodged the blow. The man continued to strike him. The protagonist parried his attacks. Gritting his teeth, the man thought, what a freak, who is he and how does he manage to dodge? Looking down, Oliver asked what he thought, why it doesn't work, because he fights with his bare hands. Grabbing his hand, he added that he is not used to using weapons, it only occupies his hands. Twisting the man's arms, the hero said that all sorts of freaks, who are nothing, like stabbing. The protagonist kicked the knife away with his foot. Nick looked at him in surprise and thought about calling the police, but he couldn't move. Oliver let go of his hand. He looked away and turned to Nick. The man wheezed from the blow. Looking at the manager, the hero said that he should take the materials he gave him with him, to which he asked again. Leaning on the table, the guy answered approvingly. Nick looked at him in surprise and wondered where he had put them. He looked away and said that he had found them. A sign appeared. The guy turned his head and asked what that sound was. He said that it was a police car siren. It sounded like that was good. He would give them this data again. Stretching his arms, the hero thought that if his goal was to save Nick, he didn't need to come here personally. His other goal was. Grinning, he thought that solving the crime that Kai almost dragged Chloe into, and then asked, well, it's time to finish. The man frowned. A thought appeared, that as well as hiding his materials so that they would not fall into the wrong hands. Gritting his teeth, Kai asked, what a bastard, it was he who called the cops here. He looked surprised, hearing that of course, and what kind of investment was he going to do with such a stupid head? The hero grabbed him sharply. He performed a throw. The man fell to the floor and wheezed. Kai rolled his eyes. It was heard that he was speaking again. Standing next to him, the protagonist said that he was not a cop. Frowning, he added that he was a policeman. Looking to the side, Oliver heard that he should not move, to which he asked, well, what kind of a hackneyed phrase? Frowning, the man asked that he was okay. The policeman was already here. Bill looked at him in surprise and added what had happened. The man was lying on the floor. A view of the police car opened up. People were standing on the street. Looking at the bandits, the guy asked what and where they came from, all of them, as if selected, and the other shouted that he should duck. Looking to the side, Kai shouted that it was not a sin to earn money, for which they grabbed innocent citizens. Putting his hands on his hips, Bill said that he would have hit him in his filthy mouth. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that they arrived at the most opportune moment. If not for them, he would not have gotten off so easily. He closed his eyes, hearing that there were no words, and from him especially. Stretching his hand forward, the officer said that he should remember that he is not a policeman yet. Even policemen do not risk breaking in on bandits alone. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist apologized. A thought arose that he should be scolded, but he looked unharmed, which meant he was confident in his abilities. Gritting his teeth, Bill said what he hoped for when he burst in there with nothing. Lowering his head, Oliver said that of course, he believed in them. Looking away, the policeman asked that he knew the victims. Yes. People were talking to the investigator. It was heard that yes, Chloe was his friend's aunt. She was worried that her friend was kidnapped and held in captivity. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man said that he was a very unpleasant guy. He kidnaps financiers, threatens them, and carries out financial fraud. The hero frowned, hearing that in general they talk in more detail at the station. He is a good guy, to which he replied that good, thank him very much. The scheme appeared. The thought arose that everything was as he had expected. The owner of the loan office, Kai, saw Nick's materials, kidnapped him, held him hostage, forced him to give him these materials and work for him. And Chloe, to whom he gave these materials, without suspecting anything, gave him a large sum. As a result, they managed to save Nick and return the materials. This is where his role in this matter is complete. Waving her hand, the girl said that they are here. Looking at him, Nick asked if the testimony was over, to which he replied that yes, it was over, and Chloe said that he was such a good guy. Closing his eyes, the manager said that he should forgive him for causing so much trouble. He himself did not think that everything would go so far. The man frowned. It was heard that the man who was the first to receive from Oliver. The hero struck. It was said that he was his classmate. He did not even suspect that he worked in a loan office. Lowering his head, Nick said that he just wanted to get a loan as soon as possible. The thought arose that he was friends with him in childhood. Frowning, the hero thought that now it was clear why Nick agreed to such a case, and then said that such people cannot be friends. Imagine what he had to endure. Looking away, the girl said that he must have been very lonely, to which Nick replied that thanks to her and Oliver everything was fine now, wishing them both to earn a lot of money. Looking at him in surprise, the protagonist asked what was he talking about, and then thought why he suddenly spoke in such a tone. Grinning, the manager said that he had set his sights on a lot of money, which he could not handle. Perhaps he should leave all this while no one suffered because of him, and then thought that he wanted to quit everything, and who would give it to him. Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked what he had forgotten. What he told him last time, said that the materials he showed him were only half. The guy looked surprised. Hearing that the amount could double or even more, was he really ready to refuse? Nick gritted his teeth and said yes, but the girl interrupted him. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that she meant she would try to talk to him. She frowned and continued that she would try to get an amount that was more than what she was going to invest in Kai's office. She did not want to give up on this business halfway. Grinning, the hero replied that it seemed that they thought the same way. He understood why he doubted. A flag appeared. It was heard that even if his data turned out to be 100% correct, the shares could fall, and they would lose their investment. Surely after such an unpleasant incident he was even more worried. However, it was not only about the money and time that Mrs. Chloe invested in this. Looking directly, the protagonist said that not only about his materials, but also about trusting his intuition. He could not refuse and give up everything just because of some criminals. Holding a chess piece in his hands, he added that very soon he would give him the rest of the materials and offer his ideas. They would remove Kai from this game and continue their game. Oliver raised the piece up and said that this was just the beginning. The address of residence was written, namely the city of Seoul. Standing near the car, the girl said that she would see them off and let them get into the car. The phone rang in her bag. Reaching into her bag, she asked to wait, because she was being called. Holding the phone to her ear, she was told that it was Howard calling and asking where she was now and whether she had left the station. Opening her mouth, she asked how he found out. Standing behind the guys, she said that she was fine and just got into a small accident. Holding her head, they asked her not to lie. The girl asked if her father knew. Whispering, he asked if it was his uncle. He was told that everything looked strange. Looking down, she said that he would be there now. Holding her head, she understood that this could drive her crazy. Approaching them, she said that she needed to go to her parents now. The main character asked if something had happened, because she looked confused. Taking the pen, she said that a lawyer had called who worked with her father and it seemed they had found out about what had happened. Smiling, she said that he was a very strict person and in the past he had run a credit office, so he took favorite problems with money. Looking surprised, I thought if he was a representative of Kwon. Richard stood with a stick in his hands because he was a fairly prominent figure in business and a wealthy man. Looking down, I thought that he had long been retired, but still had influence. Getting into the car, she apologized and said that she would contact them later. The headlights came on and the car drove off. Fish were swimming in the water. There was no one near the house. Approaching the door, she realized that she wanted to run away from here. Putting her hand on her chest, she decided to pull herself together. Then she opened the door. A man was sitting at the table who asked her to sit down. Looking in different directions, she asked her uncle to leave. Putting her bag on the floor, she sat down. Richard drank from a mug. Then she loudly put it on the table. Showing the photos, she asked him to choose one. They were nice and calm. Taking the papers in her hands, she decided to show him something and look at the materials. They put the papers on the table. There was a list of companies with powerful legal management. They've asked the table what a girl could do at the police station and let him wind up his affairs. Sitting at the table, she asked that if he looked at the materials, he would drop everything and go on a date. Looking at him, she proposed to marry in 6 months. Looking at her, he asked if it was true. Sitting on the floor, she agreed and asked him to believe her. His eyes widened. Looking at the papers, he thought, "What is this?" Smiling, she asked how he liked them. There were plants nearby. Looking at her, she asked if she had composed them. Chloe answered that a schoolboy had done it. Pointing his finger, he asked if some schoolboy had talked her into it. Opening his mouth, he asked if they really seemed like a trifle to him and then he would take out a loan at interest. Reading the documents, he thought that it smelled of money, and not small ones at that. Leafing through the papers, he wondered how a schoolboy could do this. Opening his mouth, he asked to be connected with him. Looking at him, he asked to trust her, and he replied that he wanted to check the goods and pay for them. Taking the phone in her hands, she agreed. Looking into the distance, she began to talk, when suddenly, it was snatched away. Richard took the phone in his hands and called it a real source of money. Half sitting, he asked how much he wanted. Opening his mouth, he asked if it was the chairman Kwon. They answered in the affirmative. Lying on the bed, he asked if they had looked at the materials, because it was not the final version yet. Looking at the phone, he said that the budget was 100 million and he was going to invest everything there, and as far as he could see, it would be with someone who was in the know. Looking at the ceiling, he said that the investments would start accumulating themselves as soon as his forecast started working. Chloe looked at the man, telling him what was most needed now, namely, the startup capital. She covered her mouth with her hand. Looking down, he asked if 2 large bills would be enough, namely 2 billion won. Looking seriously, he said that the repayment period was 2 years and the interest rate was 40%. Opening his mouth, he thought that he had counted on a maximum of 2 billion. Holding the phone in his hands, they wanted to introduce themselves to him, but he disconnected. Looking at the man, she asked if he really wanted to invest 2 billion and also that he loved him. Waving his hand, he asked her to step aside. Closing his eyes, he said that he would leave the money to her, but if nothing worked out, he would remain in the minus. Standing up, she thanked him. Waving her hand, she said goodbye to her uncle. Approaching Richard, he asked if the conversation had gone well. Closing his eyes, he was called. Turning around, he said that he needed to be trusted with one matter. He was standing near the stairs where a man was passing. Looking at him, he thought that there was not a single journalist in sight today. Holding a bag in his hands, he greeted them and asked if they had breakfast because he bought kimbap. Standing with a glass in his hands, he said that her kimbap was the most delicious, while the other asked why he was so kind. Taking it out of the bag, he said that he met the main character and that he had been helping his mother since early morning. Taking out food and foil, they told him that it was rare to meet people like him these days. Looking at them, he realized that he could not hear anything. Entering the building, they said that he had an aptitude for studying and not just for judo. Choosing from the machine, they said that an excellent student had single-handedly laid out 7 people. He looked at them in surprise. Chewing, he said that he would definitely become a policeman. Standing with a glass, he greeted them. Holding 2 glasses, he asked for forgiveness and then asked what they had been talking about. They threw coins into his hands, then thanked him. Putting her hands on his shoulder, she asked if it was true. Hitting her chest, he asked if she didn't trust her own son. Opening her mouth, she said that it was his money and she wouldn't interfere, and in general, wouldn't it be better to leave the money to pay for the university? Looking at him, she said that if the shares didn't work out, he would simply lose everything. Also looking at her, he asked what would happen, because even his friend's aunt had invested 2 billion, and she understands investments and is quite famous in this field. Covering her mouth with her hand, she said that it was a lot of money and she was worried about him. Twisting the food, he said that if he wanted, he could go with him and talk to her personally. Looking down, she agreed. Making kimbap, she thought about when he managed to grow up so much, he got straight A's at school, did judo, and even helps out. Oliver pointed at himself and asked if there was anything stuck to his face. Then she remembered his father, who had a beard. Putting her hand on him, she asked him not to hurry to grow up. Smiling, she looked at him. The guy took a picture of something. She looked ahead in surprise. Oscar, holding the camera in his hands, apologized because his son and mother looked good and automatically pressed the button. Looking at him, she greeted him and asked if he would like to order something. He replied that he was not a visitor and wanted to take an interview. Opening his mouth, he greeted him in the same way, then thought that his eyesight had probably deteriorated because he kept putting his glasses on and then taking them off. Opening his mouth, he said that he had not seen him for a long time and that they had met at school. Squinting his eyes, he thought, why did he come? Opening his mouth, he said that he managed to get some information from the investigator, so he wanted to take an interview. Looking at his son, she wondered about the reason. Looking at Oscar, he said that her son had done a worthy deed, because he had single-handedly dealt with a gang of criminals and also saved a hostage. Opening her mouth, she started screaming. Looking at his hand, he decided to go to school. Closing his eyes, they asked if he had fought alone. Starting to beat him, she called him worthless because he wanted his mother's heart to break, and in general, he had gotten himself into trouble again. Oscar, opening his mouth, asked if he would be able to give an interview today. Grinning his teeth, he thought that he could come at another time and that he was a good journalist, but he had no sense of tact. Fighting back, he thought that he would not give him an interview. Their photo was attached to the newspaper and that he had managed it alone. It was raining outside, but he said that he had finished with the materials. Looking at the sheet, he asked if he had translated it all and also that they would look at his efforts. Putting his finger to his chin, he said that this was a good result. Pointing his finger at the paper, or rather walking on his hands, he pointed to the picture and said that no matter how much he looked at the explanation, he still did not understand. Standing up, he said that it was just moving on his hands, and he thought that these exercises were most suitable for judo training. Looking at the paper, he said that this was walking on all fours. The essence of walking on your hands is in the repetitive movements of the upper body while the legs remain motionless. Looking at the burpee test, he realized that it looked like a high jump. Smiling, he agreed. If an ordinary person could do about 30 approaches, he risked meeting the angel of death. Quite grueling exercises that burned a lot of calories in a short time and were effective in improving endurance. Despite the fact that this is the basis and not a complete technique, such movements gave a good result. Opening his mouth, he said that it would be good to include this in training. Smiling, he said to change clothes and start training. It was raining outside. Looking out the window, he realized that the weather was great for sweating. People were training and throwing each other on the floor. Opening his mouth, he asked everyone to pay attention to him. People were still training. Suddenly, they stood next to him and bent over. Showing 2 fingers up, he said that from today they were introducing new exercises into their training. Removing his sleeve, he shouted for everyone to move forward. Sitting in a pose, people said that their youngest would be an instructor and would demonstrate stretching. Taking his head, he thought that he himself could use the materials. Raising his hand up, he said that he had finished stretching. They looked at him. Taking a whistle, he began to whistle. Putting his hand on the floor, he asked them to take their position for walking on their hands. Lying in a rack, the trainer told them to begin. Raising his hand, he thought that in the second position, it was necessary to turn the body from a handstand and lean on only one arm and legs. His face was sweaty because he had to support his own weight. Then he put his hand on the floor. Near him, they whispered and asked if they could hold it like him. Exhaling, he raised it, which was easy to handle because the body was young and fresh and you need to watch your breathing. Exhaling, he looked into the distance. The trainer came up and asked if everyone had seen. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said that such exercises were different from what they did every day, so it would be unusual. Looking at the coach, they said that the younger one was flexible and they would not succeed. Then he called the captain. Raising his hand, he asked what he needed. They answered that he should watch how they mastered it. Looking at the captain, he asked if they needed to learn this before the training camp. Standing next to them, he understood that he was in trouble. Opening his mouth, he understood that now they would be dissatisfied, but later they would thank him. 3 hours later, they looked at the ceiling because they were shaking. Exhaling, they said that they did not even have the strength to say a word. It was a complete destruction of the judo section. Everyone was lying on the floor. The coach said that they had not been training to exhaustion for a long time. Opening his mouth, he asked how he would give everyone a massage. Holding his head, he was told that in 2 months they would get used to such a load. Looking at him, he said that he wanted to hire a professional massage therapist and therefore let him be patient. Waving his hand, he finished for today. He was sitting on one knee. Oliver was waving his hand because it was hot. He came up to him and thanked him. Smiling, he said that those who go to judo from their course refuse to go. Holding a bouquet in his hands, he understood that in his second year he received offers to study at sports universities. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said that they would try their best. Waving his hand, he asked them to stick with him. Looking, he thought that he forgot about the regular selection. This was the selection of an honorary member of judo, chosen to participate in various major competitions as a representative of the school. Such a selection was held during winter and summer training camps. Standing in front of everyone, he understood that 5 were chosen from among 50 members of the judo section. Folding his arms, he understood that he did not want to be a substitute. There was no one near the window. Taking hold of his belt, he understood that he would have to train to the fullest. Someone was tying their shoelaces. Sitting on the floor, he was asked if he had forgotten anything. Raising her hand to her chin, she asked him to call when he got there. Putting on his backpack, he asked him not to worry because he was already big. Looking at her, he said that he was more worried about her. After all, it was hot outside and she was standing and preparing food at the stall. Wiping her chin, they told her that it was hard to stand outside all day and sell kimbap. Waving her hand, she asked him not to worry because she had been doing this for several years. Waving her hand, she asked him to be careful. It was sunny outside because summer had come. Standing near the door, he realized that when he stood, he was sweating from the heat, and he had also trained hard for the sake of the training camp, and time had flown by. Looking down, he realized that he needed to rent a clean and tidy place as soon as possible and that he needed to earn investments for this. His gaze was confident because after returning, not everything went as he wanted. Standing near the open door, he understood that he needed to give it his all. Behind the door was his mother because he needed to get rid of the wall that had gotten in the way in the past. Standing with the phone in his hands, he asked not to worry because he was here, so there was no need to worry. Opening his mouth, he said that the guy was their trump card from the second year and would pass the competition. Holding the phone, he said goodbye. Then he turned around. There were 3 guys standing behind him, then he thought that the main character was in the way. They hit him on the chest and asked if he trained separately. Taking him by the cheeks, he said that he just gave it his all during training. Looking seriously, he understood that he wanted to promote his guy, and this one needed to be removed. Raising his hand, he asked to stop chatting and get on the bus because it was time to go. A white sneaker stepped onto the bus. Holding onto the handrail, he understood that the training camp was starting. The bus drove off, and Oliver wanted to get into the regular team. Clouds were flying in the sky. A bus was driving along the road. Listening to music, he looked out the window. Taking off one earphone, his friend asked him to look. Looking there, he saw the sea and seagulls. The guys asked to take a walk along the shore. The coach asked to stop making noise. Holding chips in his hands, they asked him to try them. The chips fell apart because the bus turned. They went left, not on a straight road. It was written on the board that this was a training center. Looking at the main character, he asked that their training camp would not take place at the seaside. They answered that apparently so. Raising his hand to his mouth, he whispered that they would drink a bottle of soju in the evening. Looking back, he said that Oliver should also come to their room in the evening, because he was the trump card of the freshmen of their school. Looking out the window, he declined the offer because he wanted to focus only on sports. Putting on an earphone, he apologized to them. Exhaling, he said that if he didn't want to, then he shouldn't come and that he was always annoying them. The bus stopped. There were different buildings near it and they were asked to get out slowly. The coach, standing near them, said that they would be training here for the next month. The building had a green roof. There was also a large stadium. Unloading his things, he realized that he looked better than he thought. Behind him, the guy said that another bus had arrived. Girls were coming out of there. Embarrassed, he asked what school they were from. Holding their noses, they said that these blockheads were distracted again. Raising his hands, he shouted for them to gather while the guys looked at the girls. Then he pointed into the distance and asked if they could see the path. There was a sea and they were told to quickly change clothes and run to the shore. Raising a finger, he said that whoever crawled slowly would run there and back. The car drove away. The guy said that they could have dropped them off earlier on the bus. 5 minutes later, everyone got out and ran to the shore. Standing in a stance, he realized that he had not run like that for a long time. There was a sparkle in his eye. Evening had come. People were standing near the shore and asking who would come first. Oliver was running nearby. Watching him run, he said that now he had strength and endurance. He was holding a stopwatch. Standing next to them, he was told that he came first. Exhaling, he was surprised, looking at them. Near him lay a weight. Taking it in his hands, he realized that apparently it was now with him. Putting it on, the captain came running. Hugging him, he asked if he would also set records. Behind him was the guy who had just run in. Plyunov looked at him. Opening his mouth, he asked to catch his breath and put weights on both hands, because graduates had come here especially. The guy started handing them out. One of them asked what they would do with them. Folding his hands, he asked to get ready to walk on his hands. Standing next to them, he asked to get ready. All the athletes got into a plank because they were told to do it without stopping. Leaning on an object, he said that with these exercises everything was over and now to the strength. Standing next to the barbell, he said that he had to try hard to rent equipment. They looked at him in surprise, while others were intimidated by them. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought that there were a lot of exercise machines that could be seen in fitness clubs. All this time they were training without any equipment and exercise machines. They only had dumbbells. Also rubber bands, which pumped up the muscles. Thinking, they called him. The coach looked at him and said that he was an instructor and let him go. Clutching his head, he went, while others asked to drag out the time longer. Approaching him, they asked if he had worked with such a setup. Oliver answered in the affirmative. Reaching for it, he realized that he had not seen it for a long time. Lifting the barbell, he understood that athletes have many fears because the body was their condition and future. Then he began to squat with the barbell and understood that this would calm the guys down. Looking into the distance, he realized that he had added little weight. After putting the barbell on the floor, standing with weights, they asked him what he was doing. Opening his mouth, he said that if he did this, he would hurt his knees and a beginner would only need half his own weight. The guys looked at them in surprise. The coach asked if he wanted to get injured. Buttoning his sweater, he said that he was familiar with the barbell and could handle the weight. Buttoning it, he decided to knock it down so that he would understand where his place was and no longer aim for the regular team. Looking at him, he said that he could lift a heavier load. Then we are transported to another place, and we see many people who are sitting in the lotus position in the gym. The bald guy said with a smile that someone like him could lift a heavier weight. Oliver raised his head and looked ahead. He was sitting and holding the barbell in his hands because if you take the right position, then he will have less stress on his joints because he himself once told about this. He was lost in thought and wondered why he had such a strange feeling. Then he lowered the barbell. He squeezed it with his hand and assumed that he touched his friend. The guy in the green uniform looked away and told the trainer to check and let him do as he sees fit, and everything was fine. The man smiled and decided to watch how he would embarrass himself in front of all the people, and it would be better for him if he could just get injured. After which the protagonist threw the barbell up. The man looked at all this in surprise while Oliver lifted the barbell. The protagonist was sweating and holding the barbell on his back. The man was shocked and couldn't understand how he managed to lift it. Oliver put his hand to his head and the coach suggested that he go into weightlifting to hone his skills there, but his only path was elsewhere. Oliver smiled and realized that he could help the other guys. The coach raised his hand and said that he would record the results together with the coach, and he also had to choose his own machine and equipment because the protagonist would help him get the right position. Then we see the coach watching the guys. Oliver walked forward to the people and helped them get the technique. He told the bald man that the right position was very important when lifting the barbell, and even if he could lift it, he would only be able to do it once, but the guy felt like he was about to kick the bucket. Then we see the guy standing with the barbell and Oliver giving a thumbs up, asking if that was the right position. The protagonist stood with his finger raised and said that he had everything perfect. Then the man held the rubber band in his shaking hands. Oliver said that if he pulled his hand a little deeper, he would put less stress on his biceps. The man moved his hands away and said that he was working out, not on a machine, and he did not need to ask anyone about technique to stretch with the rubber band. The protagonist apologized and pressed his hand to his neck. He thought about it and realized that he was too sensitive, and suggested that he was not used to working out with a barbell. The guy stood and pulled the rubber band, then someone asked him to correct his technique. The man lowered the rubber band and the coach looked ahead. Then the coach stood in place. Someone called out to him. He turned his head and told him to speak more quietly. The coach looked at the guy and said that he could have passed him and made the regular team, but that would never happen. After which the coach looked forward and agreed and asked him not to think about anything and to concentrate on his training. Oliver sat down and corrected the guy's technique and said that everything was fine now, and it would only be better to bend the knee more. The protagonist looked to the side and said that the chin should not have been jutting forward. The coach looked at the guy silently. Oliver looked in their direction and wondered what they were talking about. He looked forward and supposed that he had a vague feeling that his partner and the coach were both a little hostile to him, and also that they were somehow strange about this, and it seemed mysterious to him. The coach looked at the protagonist and did not understand what they were planning. The coach's face changed and he realized that this fool was doing his own thing, and because of him, problems could arise, and he also risked getting into the regular team. He gritted his teeth and realized that he needed to interfere with this process at any cost. Then we see a blue sky and falling leaves. Also, after 2 weeks, we see a white building with trees. The guy was holding a spoon and his hands were shaking. He held it with his hand, tried to eat. He realized that 2 weeks had passed since the training, but his hands were still shaking. His partner said that it was not so important, because, for example, he still had not met the girls from the neighboring building. He smiled, and his friend asked why he was always unlucky, although compared to last year this time they at least trained properly. Then another guy joined them. He did not understand what they were talking about, and asked to think about running as servants because it really should have helped. His face was very angry, and he held sticks in his hands. He realized that his muscles were sore from this exercise. It only seemed to him that they were wasting time. Believe it or not, they did not have much time left, and they had to prepare for sparring. He looked ahead and realized that the coach was doing something wrong. At this time, the man in the green uniform was sitting at the table and eating. He realized that he had to figure out this whole situation. The man turned his head and said that he had recently started to build up his muscles quite well. The protagonist turned around and shouted that it was all because he had created such a wonderful training environment for him, and it was very noticeable to him that he was trying very hard and preparing training programs for his students. The guy put his hand on the coach and asked if he should have moved, but he was asked to ignore it. Then he stood up and exhaled, realizing that everyone was already getting on his nerves. He picked up a spoon with rice, daughter, then noticed the man at the end of the dining room. Then he opened his mouth and asked if everything was going well. After saying this, his expression was extremely creepy. Then the coach choked and spat out the food. He put his fist to his mouth and said that he just choked and decided to drink water. He picked up the glass and began to drink. Oliver looked at all this and realized that he had been watching him all these days. He continued to look ahead and decided that his coach was acting very strangely. The other students looked at all this suspiciously, and he clearly felt that his coach, as well as several other guys, were trying to avoid him. Oliver looked ahead and continued to think. The guy brought the spoon with rice to his mouth, and the protagonist realized that it was most noticeable on him because it was extremely obvious that he was hostile to him. The protagonist stood up and began to analyze all the people in the cafeteria. Also, about 10 people were connected with the coach, then this was a fifth part of their section. He turned around and realized with a smile that the coach, who set others against him, was clearly up to something, and there were also several other athletes who exchanged meaningful glances with him. And this was just his assumption, but if suddenly he really received money from this and from their parents also funds came, he tried to promote the guys in sports. The coach smiled, holding his hands behind his head, and Oliver realized that if all this was true, then for money he promised that all these guys would be taken to the regular team. Then we see how he was handed an envelope with money, and this could greatly harm the entire section. Then we see the dark red silhouette of the smiling coach. The protagonist realized that he should have questioned his participation in the big competitions in turn. He went to the drink machine and decided to make a decision and try to give up this whole participation in the competitions before it was too late, because in a year he will already be a second year of his college and he will be able to fight to get into the regular team and play there regularly. The protagonist looked ahead and opened the can. He realized that he should have given up participation, and also not only he should have done it, because nothing bad should have happened from it, but he also still did not want to give up because he loved this activity. Then we see how the students were walking forward. One of them said that the food in the cafeteria was just disgusting and they would rather eat ramen. The guy held a toothpick in his hands and said that his friend was too much of an amateur to eat, and at this rate he should gain weight quickly, but in order to lose fat, you had to sweat a lot. Oliver was standing and drinking a soda. The guy broke the toothpick out of anger and lost himself in thought. He realized that this man had gotten on his nerves, and he was always hanging around under their feet. Then he wondered if he should have taken and pressed on his sore spot without waiting for it from the trainer. Then he went to the protagonist. Oliver turned his head. Then the bottle with the drink fell and spilled. The protagonist was standing and drinking the drink. He turned his head and looked forward. His friend hit him with his shoulder and dropped the can. The guy fell to the ground together with the can. He looked forward in surprise. The guys looked at their friend and did not understand what was happening. The athlete tried to get up. Then he grabbed the protagonist by the uniform and said that he was supposed to think he was a simpleton and to make fun of his elders and be cheeky. Then he was lost in thought and couldn't understand, because he had used enough force to hurt this guy, and harder, but he didn't understand why he had fallen down in response. The protagonist stood while they held him down. He didn't understand why he was overacting when he just walked past him. Lightly brushing his shoulder, he said that the coach was too lenient with him, but in reality he was a ruthless jerk and completely insane. The guy held Oliver down while the other guys called for the coach. He looked away and realized that they probably wanted to know what was going on. The coach came up to the guys and asked what they were doing, and the guy told him not to think anything strange, because this guy was just constantly arguing and disobeying his elders. The man in the green uniform didn't understand what they were talking about. Oliver straightened his collar and the coach asked what the guy was thinking about, what they were doing. Then the guy opened his mouth and I called out to the coach. He looked at him and asked how much longer he had to put up with this. The man looked ahead and was lost in thought. He realized that he couldn't put this off forever, and besides, it was high time he earned back the money the guy gave him. He looked at the protagonist and told him to go and talk to him alone for a while. The guy with brown hair smiled, looking at all this. The coach was walking with the protagonist on the street. Oliver looked ahead and didn't understand why the coach called him along with him. He put his hands in his pockets and didn't know what the conversation was going to be about, but decided to record it on a tape recorder just in case. They were standing on the street and the coach said that the reason he called the two was the following. The coach looked at the guys and asked what grade they were in. Then he closed his eyes, holding his neck, said that it meant that Oliver's social life could still be frivolous and immature. He, of course, knew that the guy was not particularly rude and abrupt, but he should have understood that the neighbors guessed about it, and even if he really was not like that, he could still get it because of it, and it was hard to bear. Oliver stood silently and in his thoughts did not understand what kind of sudden senile lectures these were. He crossed his arms in front of him and listened silently. The coach said that he tried very hard, looked for new materials for the club. The man put his hand to his mouth and said that he knew and understood all this, but nevertheless he should not have shown such greed in order to become the best athlete to represent himself from the school. He looked ahead with a smile and plunged into thought. I understand that the protagonist was also pretending to be naive. He said that this strong desire to win was a good feeling, but as he said, he was still a first grader, and therefore he had to act like all the other first graders. Oliver looked ahead and asked if there was a rule written somewhere that said that a first grader could not become the best athlete and represent the school. The boy with brown hair exhaled and said that there was no such rule, and he simply meant that it was time for him to make some concessions. Then we see the backyard and how it was said that he had no right to take this place, and also it was not determined by any fair competitive selection, and if he lost the selection competition, it meant that his skills were not enough, but he was also not in accordance with the results of the selection, and so far he could not show his skills because he had to give in to someone. The coach started to get angry but couldn't believe his eyes with a smile that the protagonist meant that he was so confident in his abilities and he just wanted to say that he could leave it to the older guys. Then his friend slapped him on the arm and said that he was being impudent because the coach was talking to him and he decided to constantly object to his every phrase. The guy looked forward and the coach told the protagonist to listen to him because he was only in the first grade recently and that meant that he would have many more opportunities before graduation, but he had no desire at all. Oliver clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he was younger this year and therefore he had to give in, but he also realized that the coach was just intimidating him. The coach held out his hand, looking at Oliver and didn't understand what kind of intimidation he was talking about. The protagonist looked up and smirked. He realized that this was how the coach treated those who didn't give him a bribe. The guy with brown hair looked at the protagonist and did not understand why he was laughing, because the coach did not say anything funny, and he was also told that he should not interfere with the elders, and he should get out of their way, and he was just acting stupid. The guy in the uniform began to shake his head and did not understand that he really was crazy. He constantly complained to the coach, saying that he could not stand it anymore. Oliver closed his eyes and realized that the one who could not stand it anymore was himself. Then he looked forward and told him to put pressure on the coach. The man in the green suit at this time stood with an angry face. He realized that if this was not so, then he did not understand why he was so focused on being and claiming the place of the best athlete, because sending an athlete with an insufficient level of training could not bring anything good to the coach. Then he was going to hit Oliver. He hit the protagonist's face. He held his hand close to him and started shouting, saying that he couldn't just come out of nowhere and be so rude to him. He called him spoiled and said that if he behaved like that, then he would have to leave the judo club. Oliver looked forward and apologized and said that if his words sounded too rude, he was ready to take the punishment, but he really didn't understand what he did wrong. He continued to stand in front of him and said that if it wasn't that he wasn't prepared enough compared to his other comrades, there was also no rule that a first grader couldn't represent the school on his own, and then he didn't understand why the coach was pushing him so hard to give up on this whole desire. Then he opened his mouth and said that Oliver was absolutely right because he had bribed him. The guy with brown hair grabbed the protagonist by the collar and said that he had secured the coach's support with money and that he didn't care about it. He started raising his hand, saying that if he felt there was any unfairness in this whole situation, then he could pay him too, and if he didn't have parents to help him with it, then it was absolutely his problem. Then Oliver got punched in the face. The guy said that if he lived in a one-room apartment, he had no right to just come here and muddy the waters with his zeal for this sport, because money was power and power was also a skill. The guy swung his hand, and the coach held him back. He did not understand that he was not an OS now and asked him to stop, because he did not understand what he would do here if he was excluded from the competition for his impudent antics. He turned his head angrily and said that this was all because of him. He looked at the coach and said that if he had worked well for the money he gave him from the very beginning, then he would not have to accept such a necessity and treat him like this, and then the coach suggested that he end it all because he just had to forget everything he said to him. Then we see a blue sky and someone said that he would still say whatever came into his head and then his life in the judo club would be complicated and so he had to watch what he said. Oliver walked away from these people smiling. Then he pressed the button on his tape recorder and realized that he had certainly made them very angry, but at least he had gotten the information he needed for blackmail. He stood there smiling and thought. He realized that if he could take care of his life in the club here himself, then the coach had to worry more about his future. He stood around the corner holding the tape in his hands and realized that he did not know what to do with this information now and how to solve this issue more correctly. Then we see a residential building. The guy with the briefcase realized that he had some sudden conversations. Oliver stood in front of the coach and thanked him for everything. He bowed in front of him and said that he had learned a lot under his guidance. The coach grabbed his hands as he bowed. He asked him to wait for him and think it over because it was too stupid to just leave the judo club. He held her hands and asked what was wrong with his face again and who he got it from this time, then offered to go inside. Then we see a room with a TV. The coach and Oliver were sitting on the floor and the man said that he had been training too much in the last few days and maybe it was too hard for him. Oliver said that it was not so and he thought that he was not good enough. The coach looked ahead and said that if he was not good enough, then he could not compare the other students to him because they were so far behind him. He looked at Oliver and asked him to tell him the honest truth if he had some other reason. Then it should have become clear. He asked who was bullying him, Vidya, otherwise he could not have just suddenly gotten hit in the face. Oliver awkwardly looked away and laughed, trying to divert suspicion. The coach looked at him and asked who was bothering him. Then Oliver handed him an audio cassette and said that he should listen to the whole recording first. Oliver held the cassette in his hands and asked him to listen to it and then decide what to do. The coach looked at the audio cassette and Oliver wondered if he could stay in the judo club or not. Then we see a note on the door that said the coach was there. The man was biting his nails. The coach was lying down and was lost in his thoughts. He realized that Oliver shouldn't have been going to make a big deal out of all this. I thought he explained it to him clearly. Then he raised his head. He looked at the door and they said that they were looking for him. Then from the door came the sound that Oliver was going to leave the judo club. He suddenly ran to the door and opened it. He stood silently and looked forward. Then he knocked on the door and realized that the guy couldn't have lied to him about everything the director had told him. Then we see a TV in the room. The coach smiled, holding his hands behind his head, and I understand that this fool still talked too much to the director. He entered the room where Oliver, another coach, was sitting and asked why they had such a serious atmosphere. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked why he decided to suddenly quit judo, because if something happened, he should have told him about it right away. After which the man called out to the coach. The man in the green uniform sat down, holding his hands on Oliver's shoulders. He said that the protagonist had incredible shoulders and he had too much stress in recent days. He smiled and said that nevertheless he should not have announced his decision to leave the judo club so suddenly because he did not know what the reason was, but decided to figure it out anyway, and he had to clear his head of extraneous thoughts and focus on the main thing, understanding the sport. Oliver silently exhaled. Then the coach began to shout loudly. The guy in the green uniform turned his head and didn't understand what the problem was. The man asked menacingly if he still didn't understand what kind of situation he was in. The guy with brown hair stood and listened to all this. He went into the room and was asked to take Oliver and go get some fresh air while they talked. Oliver stood up and started to leave. He looked at all this and said goodbye to the coach. It was far away, but he still shouldn't have left. Then they sat down on a bench and the guy said that he also heard part of his story. He really thought about leaving the judo club. He put his hand on his shoulder, and Oliver didn't understand all this because he never had such a thought, and the guy said that he had been through too much. He should have told him about this whole situation earlier. The protagonist said with a smile that he couldn't tell him all this because it was a plan to expose the corrupt official, and he should have been very ashamed because they were all fully busy preparing for the qualifying tournament, and he apologized for causing him unnecessary trouble during this difficult time. Then we see how the audio recording was paused. Oliver stood and looked away. He didn't know what would happen next, so he decided to turn on the recording on his recorder. So this whole situation happened then with the coach, and it was completely recorded. Oliver stood in front of the coach, and he said that if he behaved like this, then he simply had to leave the judo club. At this time, the recorder was working in his briefcase, and he, of course, provoked him a little for a greater result. Then the guy hit him, and everything got out of control, because money was power, and power is also a skill. Then we see the audio tape turned back on and he suddenly had direct evidence of his bribery. Oliver put his hands on his knees. The guy stood up and said he was going to go and let him sit and tidy himself up and went back to the club. He waved his hand and said goodbye to the captain. Then he walked forward through the park. Oliver, smiling, lost in thought, wondering what the coach was going to do next. At this time, the man was kneeling in the room. He smiled and did not understand anything. The man put his hand to his head. Then he looked through his fingers and asked if the director was there. They were sitting on top of each other and the director said that he had the right to select the athletes and also it all belonged to him. The coach lowered his head and realized that he was wrong. His face changed. He realized in his thoughts that Oliver was such a jerk who could tell absolutely everything to the director, and also he got into this situation because of some teenager in the first grade. He looked at the director and said that he didn't know what the protagonist had told him, but he shouldn't have been so unfair to him because it was just a small misunderstanding. Then the director handed him an audio tape and told him to stop making excuses, because he knew the whole situation from the very beginning to the very end. Then we see the audio tape. The coach, seeing this, completely changed his face. He took the director by the hand and said that they had known each other for 10 years, and he had to help him if he just let him continue living and eating like before. Then everything would be completely different, but the coach didn't think that all this time he was doing nothing. He pulled his hand out and said that he knew very well about his situation and the small money that parents and students were giving him. That's why he turned a blind eye to all of this, but he didn't want it to be worth crossing the line of his kindness and leniency towards him. He looked at the coach, said that he knew that he took money from many guys besides his friend. Then he added that if the coach calmly and quietly left, he wouldn't make a big deal out of it and wouldn't use the rest of his friends. The coach hung his head in complete silence. He said that this was his consequence, a sign of respect for him for 10 years of working as a coach. The director with a calm face said that he knew that he had special skills for teaching judo. That is why he did not want to deprive him of the opportunity to continue to grow in this direction. And he will also hope that he heard him, and therefore he will not kick him out by force in the hope that he himself will calmly understand what he needs. The coach touched the floor with his hands, and tears fell down. He thanked the director for all this and learned his lesson. Then we see an open balcony. The director stood and looked forward. He exhaled, holding an audio cassette in his hands. He looked at his hand with the cassette, did not understand that after all, they were quite familiar and worked together for 10 years. He remembered how the protagonist handed him this cassette and asked him to listen to it and then decide everything. He realized that if he could not sort things out with the coach, then this guy really could leave the judo club. He leaned on the railing and realized that his friend was not a very good trainer, although he had let him off with all his sins from the very beginning. He looked down, lost in his thoughts. He realized that the blame lay with him, because due to his carelessness and the fact that he did not know how to separate work and personal, everything had reached such a degree. Then, seeing the starry sky, the director realized that this was exactly why he was so ashamed to raise his eyes and look up at these shooting stars. Then we see a bright blue sky. After that, we see a huge building of the judo club, which was announcing a general meeting. The director put his fist out and coughed. He clapped his hands and asked for everyone's attention for a little while. He stood with his hands on his hips, saying that finally the very selection day of the competition had arrived, and in the next 7 days they would be held according to the fierce rules of sparring. He stood on the podium, and many judokas listened to him. He believed that each of them gave 100%, and all the efforts and training before the selection tournament were not in vain. He also said that it was important for him to know about the representative athletes who were going to perform, but even if they did not have selected people, they should not be upset. Oliver and the other guys listened to what the director was saying. He said that the purpose for which they all gathered here was to live and train together for the past month. And it was not about getting the results of the selection of the representative athlete, but about enjoying the process of training and the most important selection during this time. And he also asked them all to remember this moment for a long time. He asked everyone with a smile to try their best and make every effort in this selection. After the protagonist agreed with all the words, then the man will go whistle to the card. Afterwards, we watched the sparring in the hall, and they began the period of unlimited sparring for further selection of the representative athlete. Then we see the silhouette of a tiger with fierce fangs. It was a qualifying tournament, and only 5 people could be one who can score 70 victories. The bald guy held his hands in front of him, and only a few could be officially representative athletes of their school. Also, another athlete stood firm, and during the case, if the athletes can get at least 10 victories a day, he immediately dropped out of the tournament. Then we see the gym. The judges stood whistling in a whistle. One of them said that everyone should pay attention to them, but they had to pass the nomads in the order in which they would call their names. Since they were already experienced athletes, then, most likely, they knew that the winner of the sparring remained on the mother, and the loser waited for the next turn. The athletes were standing on the mats opposite each other, and there were only 5 places for representative athletes, and that is why they had to hope that each of them would show everything they were capable of, so that later they would not regret the missed opportunity. One of them tied a black belt. Oliver tied the knot with a smile. He raised his hand up and said that he was ready. The director realized with a smile that he was very interested in what kind of sparring protagonist he could show this time, because he was all in impatience. He stood opposite his opponent in a stance. His opponent tried to calm himself down so that he would stop being afraid, because they were both first years. Then he started screaming, holding his hands in front of him. Then he ended up on the ground. The referee raised his hand and stopped the fight. Oliver raised his hands and smiled. He realized that he only had 69 victories left. The guys stood and were shocked by this fight. The guy with brown hair realized that he had dealt with his opponent in just a few seconds, and it was just incredible. One of them told his friend that whoever would fight him next would probably have a hard time, and it would be better to spar with him as little as possible. He turned his head away and realized that they were in the same weight class anyway, and he had more experience, but the other was wondering why the coach had suddenly left the judo club, because at such moments his advice would have been very necessary. The guy thought, looking ahead, and realized that he didn't like it at all, and he didn't understand why his coach had suddenly left without saying goodbye to him, because he had been asking himself this question for quite a long time, and then he began to suspect that the protagonist was involved, but he couldn't explain to himself why this situation hadn't affected him at all. The director clapped his hands and he realized that the man hadn't said anything about the coach either, and the others, no one could get an answer or any kind of reprimand about it. He remembered grabbing the protagonist and wondered if that situation really had anything to do with what was happening today. Then someone picked up the sparring schedule for Gruppa. The guy held it in front of him and realized that the next people in Gruppa were next in line. The guy with brown hair hung his head and prayed that he wouldn't be called. Then he was called and he raised his head. He looked forward and walked onto the mat. Oliver nodded his head with a smile. The guy gritted his teeth and realized that he was in an unpleasant situation for him. He walked onto the mat. He stood and looked at his opponent. Oliver smiled and realized that they met again. The boy with brown hair looked ahead and realized that he didn't need to worry about the coach now because it wasn't the most important thing in his life, and he suspected Oliver of being the one who had caused all this, and he had to defeat him and become a representative athlete. Then they bowed to each other. The boy looked up and realized that no matter how good he was, his experience was still on his side. The judge held his hand out in front of them and asked them to get ready. He thought about it and realized that the director was worried that even innocent and uninvolved employees could be involved between them. Oliver held his hands out in front of him and realized that this was why he was able to close the bribery case, holding only the coach accountable. And thanks to this, all the employees and guys were able to focus on the qualifying tournament that was currently taking place without any worries. The protagonist looked ahead and realized that the case had not been made public, but it was because of him that the judo club had almost faltered, and now he had to prove to everyone that he had become all these risks. The coach waved his hand and began sparring. They began to move on moto. The guy with brown hair held his hands in front of him and realized that he certainly had to win this fight because he definitely had to finish him in this round, and first he decided to find a gap in his defense. Oliver moved and stood in a stance. Then the guy rushed forward in order to penetrate his gaps to use his technique. He extended his hand, but Oliver immediately parried it. They parried each other's hands, not giving a chance to strike. The guy watched this and was lost in thought. He realized that Oliver defended himself so well that he could not even find a convenient moment to grab him by the collar. The protagonist stood, his chest exposed. Then the opponent grabbed him by the kimono. He held on and smiled, realizing that it was very good, and he finally managed to grab him, and now he only had to throw him to the ground. Oliver's gaze became alert. Then he grabbed him by the neck and started pulling. He spun on his leg. Then he lifted his leg and threw it over. The protagonist threw his opponent onto his back. His enemy fell to the mat, realizing that Oliver had opened himself up for him to grab. The protagonist looked at all this and realized that the hip throw had gone exactly as intended. He pictured the throw in his head and realized that in order to pull off the hip throw, he needed to have the basic technique, which was to lift his opponent's legs and break his posture. Oliver stood there adjusting his belt, saying that he had won the match. Then he extended his hand and thanked him for a good fight. The guy punched him in the arm. Oliver extended his hand as the guy called him names as he walked away. Then the protagonist put his hand behind his head with a smile, realizing that he could now forget about any bribery. Then we see a gym, and there were 68 wins left. Then we see a tiger logo, and someone heard that he had become a representative athlete and congratulated him on this, because living together with the guys was successfully completed, and he would be able to officially receive the title of representative athlete, which he wanted for so long. Oliver stood holding the phone to his ear, and he was warned that they had to throw a party to celebrate this event, and a little later they should definitely do it. The protagonist, smiling, held the phone and thanked for this offer, but he still had to go somewhere today because he had a lot of things to do and he had to call back later. Then he ended the call. Then he went to the police station. Then we see a bright blue sky, and someone said that they have not seen each other for a long time. Oliver held the phone to his ear and asked how the situation was in her city, to which she said that everything was just as calm, but there was a slight feeling that danger was waiting for her somewhere nearby. Oliver held the phone and said that the purchase of investment products through Hong Kong paper companies was successfully completed. The girl held the phone, sitting at the table, and said that she had no restrictions yet, because the purchase was absolutely successful. If everyone wins, as she planned, then only from here she will be able to return 30 times more. Oliver held the phone and said that it was great and wished her luck. Then we see a huge building of a Japanese company. Then we see the flag of the United States of America and the Global Securities Exchange. Korea was also beginning to face bankruptcy. Oliver picked up the phone and we were told that, like when the Japanese bubble burst, Korea had started to cut back or restrict the sale of investment products, gambling, and also like in anticipation of bankruptcy. The girl thought that the expected downturn was really coming, and Oliver realized that in order to enter into such a situation, he had to have rights to the goods, and he set up a paper company in Hong Kong. He smiled and held the phone and said that it was really good because they had prepared for this in advance, because fortunately he had bought it a long time ago, and everything went well because he had calculated everything shortly before the turning point. He smiled and said that if everything went as expected, Then they could extend the shelf life of his product a little, and it was not even that some economic sanctions were imposed on the company. This period should have come anyway, and they should not have worried about it somehow because these countries were big enough. Then we see a group of people in big queues to restore the economy and pay off the foreign debt by collecting gold. They understood that all this was in another country, and first of all this was on the shoulders of the people. Then we see gold jewelry and a flag, because then, in order to avoid a currency crisis, citizens gave all their gold, rings, and other valuables. In the end, they were able to pay off the country's debt, and also, if trouble came, then the Koreans were sure to stand up for their country. Oliver held the phone and told her to just trust him. Because he did it to this day, the girl asked if she was not going to trust him, then who should she trust? Then we see a fire hydrant, and Oliver suggested to put a little more effort into this to try. He held his phone in his hands. Then a girl with a guy approached him. They looked at him and said that it had been a while since they had seen each other, since the gym had been a long time, and they congratulated him once again on becoming a representative athlete. Oliver smiled and thanked them for that, because it was all thanks to their hard work and support. They went ahead for a walk. Then they came to the police station and never thought that they would come to the police station for volunteer work. Then we see the sign of the police station of the nearest district. Then we see cut pieces of food. Oliver looked at the policemen who were eating at the table. They were chewing their food and looking ahead. They were sitting on chairs, and one of them said that this was not where they needed to go, then said that when they left the station, they should turn left and go straight ahead. Oliver smiled and said that they did not understand them, because they came for volunteer work on the recommendation of their friend. The man hung his head down. Then he looked up with his mouth full and asked if they had talked about the senior investigator. Then he reached for a napkin and said that they had come earlier than he actually thought. He stood up and wiped his mouth with a napkin, saying that he hadn't expected to see kids from high school. He smiled and said that it was nice to meet you and that he was the chief of the police station for this area. He stood in front of them with his hands behind his back and said that he hoped for their hard work today. Then we see a negotiation sign, and also before they could start their volunteer work they had to go through a series of questions. They were sitting at a table and the man asked why they had come to his station as volunteers. He crossed his arms behind the table and said that usually the students didn't come to them because they were too scared of everything. Then his face changed and he said with his arms crossed that there was nothing to be afraid of. The kids looked at him with concern. Then they said with a smile that they just wanted to experience the everyday life of a police officer, and the guy wanted and thought that volunteering at the police station would be more meaningful and useful. Oliver was drinking water at the time. Then he, holding a glass, said that he had already been here because he wanted to become a police officer in the future. The man, hearing this, was surprised and asked what kind of police officer he wanted to become. The man looked at him and said that this was his dream job since childhood, and then he went into his thoughts and realized that this was, consider, his second dream. He remembered how he extended his hand to a crying child and calmed him down. He saw and wanted to help lost children, showing them the way, and also helped grandmothers cross the road, holding their bags, saying that he wanted to help needy elderly people during his volunteer work. The man smiled and said that it was great and it would be very difficult, but patrol was the prerogative of the police, and he could not let little kids like him start patrolling because it was a very serious matter, and if they encountered a criminal, they would not be able to do anything. Oliver looked at him confidently and said that he wanted to show everyone that volunteering at the police station was a very useful and meaningful thing, and that the police were very kind and not scary people at all. The man thought about it and realized that creating a friendly image for the police station was exactly what was needed, and in order for people not to be afraid to come here, he could do this. Oliver put his hand on his chest, said that he did not want people to think that the dream he wanted to fulfill was difficult enough. The policeman looked ahead and thought about it and realized that there was sincerity in these words, and the guy really was a very good person. Then we see a table and a lot of documents. The man continued to be in his thoughts and realized that most of the students usually who came here, they wanted to clean up and then leave right away. But this guy had completely different motives, and he was one of those who was a very smart and clever young man. The protagonist leaned his hand and looked forward. The policeman stood up, putting his hands on the table. He looked at the guys and said that it was a great idea because they were given 13 hours of volunteer work, and this was quite enough to accomplish everything they wanted, and the first important task that should be waiting for them was security, the second was also security. The policeman looked ahead and said that they already had the patrol group armbands, and then asked his comrade to give them these armbands, and he also had to give them radios. And then we see the radio in the case, and he also put on the patrol group armband. Oliver stood in uniform, saluting. Then they all went out into the street together. Oliver looked around and realized that their work was very serious. Then we see how in the alley there were many people standing near the guy in the suit. The protagonist thought about it and realized that he heard Russian, and he assumed that he heard wrong. And then he saw that there were several of them. He stopped, looking away. The police guy asked what happened. The protagonist pointed back and said that he didn't like it anyway, but he'll just check and move on. He looked around the corner and looked ahead. The hooligans were touching the guy in the suit at this time. Then we see a busy street where there were a lot of people. People were walking around buying food at the market. Then someone stepped forward. The guy in the yellow jacket straightened his tie and said that it was Korea, which was a beautiful country, which meant that it had the largest market, and that was why he had to buy good things here. He bent down and pointed at the food, then the girl took the money. The guy was holding a bag and looking at the people. He had collected many bags with various purchases. He was holding it in his hands and someone pushed him. The guy pointed to the side and said that he had a good thing for him. He needed to look at it. The blonde guy said with a smile that he didn't need anything because he had bought so much. But the man held him by the shoulder and arm and said that he had very good goods, and the Europeans liked it because he would give a huge discount. Then another man came up to him. The guy in the suit stood and looked at the many people standing near him. One of them held his hand on his pimple, said that he had good goods and he had to look at all this. Then he put the bags on the ground. Oliver stood and watched as men stood near the guy. One of them extended his hand to him and told him to look him in the eyes. He held a bag of illegal substance in his hands and said that he probably never tried it. The man looked at the bag and did not understand what kind of white powder it was. The guy pointed to his nose and said that he had to bring a souvenir from the trip. Oliver stood up, looked at the guys. He was standing in the aisle and silently watched. The guys looked at him and said that they saw him for the first time. Then there was an armband on his hand, which said that he was from the patrol group, and the guys immediately understood who the protagonist belonged to. Oliver grabbed the radio and said that there was one supposed victim here. He smiled, holding the radio, and said that he had 4 criminals, and he asked to send help to the alley, which was to the right of the dumpling store. He looked at the radio and listened to what was said to him. The man in the light jacket did not understand what was happening here. The guys in the alley looked menacingly ahead. They noticed that Oliver looked young enough and he could just deal with him quickly. Then the protagonist ran forward, realized that he did not know who this group of people was and what they were planning in this alley, but he definitely needed to act. One of them began to warm up his hand and decided that they would deal with him. The guy with the gum swung his hand. Oliver pressed his head against the wall. The guy fell to his knees, doing nothing. Oliver watched as the guys with sticks ran towards him. The protagonist confidently looked forward. He deftly dealt with 2 guys. The men stood and watched this whole scene in shock. The protagonist stood and watched it all with a smile. The bully clenched his fists and did not understand who this guy was. Oliver showed himself with a smile and said that they had something interesting and he also wanted to know. Then the bully threw a brick at him. Oliver put his hand out and the brick broke into pieces. The guy immediately started to climb up. Oliver immediately ran forward, taking a step. He grabbed the guy who was trying to climb and run away. After that, the guy started to fall backwards. Then we see piles of garbage in the alley. Oliver looked at the man fall to the ground. He was lying on the ground and also dropped a lot of bags of white powder. Oliver twisted his arms and told him not to do something stupid and lie still. He held his head and hands, saying that he was arrested for menacing and obstructing justice. Then the protagonist raised his head when he was called out. A police officer ran up with a walkie-talkie next to him saying that he was calling for backup immediately. He ran up to Oliver and asked what had happened here. Then the man was handcuffed and taken to the police station. The blonde guy looked up and asked them to listen to him. Oliver turned to him and the guy asked if they had evaporated and what had happened here. The man was lying on the ground at the time and there was a bag of powder next to him. Then Oliver grabbed the bag with his hands. He held it up in front of him and said that they were drug dealers. Then a smashed skull appears in front of us and we are told about drug trafficking. We see a lot of pills and scary syringes with a terrible substance, because after 1990 I began to take active measures to combat drugs, and also in 1976 she put an incredible amount of effort into systematically regulating the use of plants. In addition, its leakage was converted to medical purposes. People paid money for drugs and were addicted to them. But as the number of cases of teenagers using harmful substances contained in various drugs increased, it was decided to introduce legislation on proper communication with harmful substances. Then someone slammed their hand on the table. Oliver stood next to the police officers who said that although it was said that drug incidents had increased in Korea since last year, but for drugs to be sold in alleys was simply unbelievable, especially in broad daylight. Capital took off his glasses, put his hand to his face. He said that this was the end and he had nothing to say about it. Then he opened his mouth and said that every single one of them had to be caught and dealt with. Oliver silently looked ahead and realized that everyone who produced drugs was both sold and used along with them. Sunlight enveloped the police station. Standing in front of Oliver, the man asked if he had prevented the incident, even though he had gone to do volunteer work. He asked with a serious face if this case was definitely related to drugs, and if so, shouldn't the prosecutor's office handle such a case? The protagonist answered with a smile on his face that there was no confirmation of the connection yet, but this case still needed to raise his crime detection rating. After which the man noted that he believed that Oliver was solely responsible for this case. The policeman started to leave and asked to follow him. Jake greeted Major Chuck and asked how long it had been since they had seen each other, to which he answered that it had indeed been a long time. Holding Chuck's hand, Jake turned his attention to Liam and asked if it was true that he hadn't visited them at the station for a long time. Jake seriously suggested that they go check the evidence first and then talk about everything, noting that if the situation was that serious, they might even have lunch while talking. Turning around, he asked Oliver to wait for them there for a bit. The protagonist turned his attention to the guy. Raising his hand, the protagonist approached Victor. The guy sitting next to him asked if the investigation was over and if he could go back now, to which Oliver replied that he was sorry, but he thought he would have to wait a little longer. Holding his head, Victor said that he hadn't thought that everything would become so complicated and confusing. He already had a lot to do. The protagonist looked at him and asked if the reason he was busy was because he was looking for business products. Folding his arms, Oliver said that he had inadvertently been able to check his things bought at the market. These goods were too colorful and varied for a simple tourist to buy. Victor calmly replied that the protagonist was right. He hadn't decided on the main product yet, so they needed to continue searching. Sitting on the couch, Oliver asked him to find out the supposed focus of the business products he wanted, to which he received the answer that Victor wanted to find something similar to Korean dosherak. The protagonist asked with an interested look if Victor meant instant noodles in a cup, to which he received a positive answer. Oliver imagined the noodles and wondered if dosherak had already started to gain popularity in Russia. Pointing his finger, the protagonist asked what Victor thought about coffee in cans. Holding his chin, Oliver wondered if this coffee had already become popular in Russia. The puzzled protagonist noted that this company had not yet entered the Russian market, if he could convince him now. Oliver got up from the couch and said that he would leave for a minute. The protagonist brought him a can of cold coffee and asked him to try it. Having opened the can, the protagonist assumed that Victor would like it. The guy was surprised after trying the coffee. Victor looked from the can to the protagonist and asked what it was and whether it was really coffee. Smiling, Oliver said that it was a very popular product in Korea, after which he asked Victor what he thought so that he could help him find a product to sell. Taken aback, the guy clarified whether the protagonist could help him. Pointing his finger, the protagonist noted that first of all, he would like to recommend products that Russians might like. In addition, he would advise him on these products. Sitting next to him, Victor asked how Oliver knew about the preferences of Russians and whether he was an ordinary schoolboy. Holding a can in his hands, the protagonist said that if Victor did not trust him, he would try to explain it to him using this coffee as an example. After which he clarified what the guy thought the result would be if he brought it for sale to Russia, noting that he did not think that sales would be very successful. Oliver imagined how the coffee can had frozen over and told him that there were already a lot of sweet drinks in Russia. This cold drink in the can would instantly freeze in the bitter Russian cold. But there was a workaround for this. Showing 3 fingers, the protagonist began to talk about 3% of the net profit, adding that if Victor guaranteed them to him, he would give him the right solution to this problem, help with signing contracts, and accompany him all the way from purchase to sale. Victor was puzzled as he was told that his guest did not require an immediate answer, so he would give him time to think until the investigation into the incident was completed. Oliver imagined the police chasing the bandits and noted that investigator Jake's team and the Namdaemun Police Department had teamed up and caught the remaining gang members who were trying to sell drugs to Victor. They handcuffed the boys. The prisoners were led onto a bus, and the protagonist noted that all the drug gangs in the Namdaemun area had also been arrested. Looking through the newspapers, Oliver emphasized the fact that the headlines were full of reports of drug gangs being arrested in the Chingyecheon and Namdaemun areas. Looking at the evening sky, the protagonist thought that in the meantime, after signing the contract with Victor, he had gone with him to search for additional goods to export to Russia. Oliver shook his partner's hand and said that he was a little sorry, because if they had more time, they would have collected more goods. Holding the papers in front of him, Victor replied that this was not so. What they already had was enough for now. If it were not for Oliver, he would not have been able to get such good goods. He studied the documents and noticed that especially this thermal cabinet, a device that keeps drinks warm, the protagonist showed him a really worthwhile thing. Smiling, Oliver said that he was glad that Victor was satisfied, after which he clarified whether he could give him another gift. Looking at the tree branches, the protagonist asked if Yeltsin was currently the president of Russia. Disappointed Victor replied that it was so. He was tarnishing the current glory of Russia. Standing opposite, the protagonist suggested that there was a very difficult person in the election camp now with whom Victor should make friends. Looking at Victor's dumbfounded face, Oliver added that Russia would also soon face a harsh winter. As his consultant, he advised him to gain weight. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist told him that Korea, which was about to fall, would rise again in a couple of years at most, and Victor asked if Oliver wanted to say that Korea would rise in just a few years. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist replied that the whole world would be amazed by this. Closing his eyes, Victor said that Oliver's advice was really worth his $300,000 for consultation. What he bought at the lowest price in this country characterizes their relationship with him. He noted with a satisfied look that this was the cheapest for him, but at the same time the most valuable. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that the guy continued to praise him as if they would never meet again. Victor shook his hand and said that this was not true. The next time they met, he would gain as much weight as possible. They stood opposite each other and said goodbye. Oliver waved his hand to the departing car. The joyful protagonist thought that this is how he got connections in Russia. If everything works out, there is a possibility of future cooperation with Russia. He picked up the phone. Oliver called his friend and suggested that Russia would soon declare a moratorium. Looking at the sky, the protagonist noted that at the earliest at the end of this year, at the latest within the next year. Standing in front of the road, Oliver said that this was accurate information. He just recently accidentally met a Russian friend. Nick held the phone in front of his ear and clarified whether a moratorium was equivalent to national bankruptcy, noting that he had heard that inflation was serious. But not that serious. The protagonist calmly said that it was hard to believe that Russia, which was formed due to the collapse of the USSR, would suddenly declare a moratorium, after which he clarified whether this was similar to the standard methods of others and whether he would invest. Oliver listened with a smile on his face that it was not a fact that it would bring good results, but perhaps he would start investing, to which the protagonist replied that this was great. He looked at the phone. Leaves of trees were flying above Oliver's head. The protagonist closed his eyes. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist thought that autumn was already in full swing. Now that Victor had left, they would prepare for the national competition. Oliver had a smile on his face. The protagonist introduced the various athletes and noted that high school students, college students, and ordinary citizen participants were gathering from all over the country for a sports competition, where everyone, diligently training for this day in their skills, competes with others like them. This is the national competition. We were transferred to the sunny city of Changwon. The bus was parked in front of the motel. The guys got off it, and they were asked to go down more carefully. The joyful protagonist noted that they had finally arrived. The guys were standing on the street. Raising his hand to his face, the man cried out that if everyone got off the bus, then they need to hurry. Oliver introduced the man with a smile and assumed that his hometown was there, then asked how old he was now. The dumbfounded guys looked around the motel and asked if it was too big and if there was water there at all. The protagonist shifted his gaze. He looked around the building, which was in poor condition. The guys were standing in front of him. The stranger held out his hand and asked if they could change their overnight accommodation. The coach clapped his hands and asked for everyone's attention. Raising his hands to his mouth, he shouted that everyone already knew that the opening ceremony of the competition was tonight, so until then they should calmly wait in their overnight accommodations. Standing in front of the guys, the coach said that if they did anything, they would be immediately disqualified, so they should be careful. Perplexed, Oliver thought that the condition of the overnight accommodations was much worse than he thought. Clearly someone had played a cruel joke with their budget. The protagonist picked up the phone. The girl said with a smile that it was Chloe. Holding the phone to his ear, Oliver apologized for the sudden call, but he had an urgent request for her. He wanted to get a share of the profits from the product he invested in. Surprised, Chloe asked why and if something had happened. Holding his hand in front of his mouth, the protagonist replied that he did not need that much money and he thought they could come to an agreement. The dumbfounded man asked if they wanted to change their place of residence. Standing in front of the coach, Oliver said that someone who sponsored him contacted him to inquire about the state of the housing and said that he would cover the costs of their team's accommodation, after which he asked to speak to their coach in person. The man took the phone and introduced himself as Ethan, the school judo coach, after which he thanked the girl. With his fists in front of him, the protagonist said that the cost of accommodation would be covered, as well as breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Since the hostel was in such a state, he was unsure about the state of the dining hall and the food that was allocated to them from the budget. Confused, Ethan noted that this was a blessing. They came to another hotel that looked much better. The guys entered the hotel with words of delight. With his hands on his hips, Ethan said that they came as Oliver said, but this place really is great. The joyful protagonist emphasized that this was a wealthy person who personally sponsored him, and the coach noted that even so, the allocated amount should not be too large. Looking at the guy, Ethan asked if this was a lady from a wealthy family that owned a corporation. Smiling, Oliver said that if he was interested, how much did this lady earn per month? He began to whisper in his ear. The satisfied protagonist replied that therefore there was no need to worry, because she supported and sponsored him truly sincerely. Standing behind his comrades, the protagonist asked if this meant that he should repay her with results as good as her support and help, to which he received the answer that Oliver was right and this was a good decision. It was great that his consciousness was not tainted. Looking at the chandelier, the protagonist asked not to worry because he would still show what he was capable of at the competition. The guys watched the fights. Oliver raised his hands and shouted to support Donnie. The guy threw him. The referee raised his hand and announced that the fight was stopped and Soul had won. Donnie adjusted his belt, saying that the guys made him laugh and that he almost lost. Standing in front of the guy said that the longer he knew the protagonist, the more he thought he was such a sly one. A voice came from the loudspeaker saying that the qualifying round was starting, after which Oliver noted that it was his turn. Donnie slapped him on the back. Standing in front of him, the team captain emphasized the fact that if the protagonist did not win, it meant that he would have a special training session today. A smile appeared on Oliver's face. He stepped forward, saying that he would try his best. The protagonist stepped onto the mat for the fight. He bowed to his opponent. Oliver took a fighting stance. The opponent asked with a serious look if the Soul Curmudgeon was going to lower his eyes. The referee blew his whistle and announced the start of the fight. The guy rushed at the protagonist. Oliver suddenly disappeared from his sight. He threw his opponent to the floor. The guys were shocked by what he saw. The dumbfounded referee announced that it was a game. His comrades cried out in delight that he really had won in the blink of an eye. The smug Oliver declared that now he would begin. He defeated his opponents one after another. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The dumbfounded referee announced that Oliver had won again. The surprised guys noticed that 4 fights had taken place in 20 seconds. Ethan approached the protagonist. He handed him a towel and asked if Oliver had tried to set a record. Holding the towel in front of him, the protagonist asked if he could participate in the competition as an ordinary athlete and not from the school. A puzzled Ethan replied that he thought the protagonist would be good enough in the competition as an individual athlete. Turning around, Oliver said that he finished too quickly, so he was already bored. Next time he wanted to compete with stronger people. Smiling, the protagonist thought that the high school level was too easy for him. He wanted to compete with athletes of the same level as his as soon as possible. The protagonist was preparing for another fight. The guy rushed at him. Oliver parried many of his attacks. The protagonist's face was unperturbed. The protagonist suddenly frowned. He grabbed the guy's arm. Oliver threw the opponent to the floor. The referee blew the whistle. The protagonist tried to catch his breath. His comrades began to shout joyfully. Oliver raised his head and screamed. The guys stood in front of him and said that the protagonist tried hard. It was all thanks to the coach in him. He defeated each opponent in just 16 seconds and it was just incredible. Holding the back of his head, Oliver replied that it was nothing special. They all tried hard. Donnie reached out to kiss the protagonist, saying that he was their treasure and modest. The guy approached him and said that the competition was over and it would be a shame to just go to Seoul, after which Donnie noted that they had not even seen the sea. Oliver thoughtfully lowered his head. He pointed to the side and suggested eating sashimi at the seafood market, and Donnie replied that this was a great idea and that they were just going to the coast. As the guys walked along the street, they heard the shouts of vendors calling them to their place. Holding the money in his hands, Donnie suggested leaving and calculating the total budget. All the guys handed over their money, saying that they would not have enough even for the cheapest thing. Holding the money in his hands, Oliver said that this would be enough for them, after which he asked them to trust him because he would make sure that they all ate their fill. The guys walked in one row and shouted that they would trust him. The protagonist noticed the shop he needed. The man looked out of the door and asked what the protagonist wanted. Standing in front of him, Oliver wondered who he was. The tearful girl grabbed his hand and said that if he took all this money, she would not be able to trade today. Pulling his hand away, the man replied that if she borrowed, then she should pay it back. The enraged guy called him impudent. Rick saw how the guy covered the woman with his body and asked if he dared to open his mouth again. Rick waved his hand and screamed that the guy wanted to die. The woman hugged the boy and asked if he was thinking of hitting the child. Rick shifted his gaze. Oliver stepped forward and asked how much a kilo of flounder cost her. Rick looked at him and screamed that this store was closed. Closing her eyes, the woman said that she had some circumstances, but the protagonist could come another time. She would give him a discount, after which Oliver replied that he could not come next time. Frowning, Rick clarified who the protagonist was and whether to hit him. The protagonist kicked him in the leg. Standing over the guy, Oliver asked if Rick was a loan shark who extorts money illegally. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, the protagonist offered him to leave if he was done. Rick left there saying that the protagonist was lucky today. Smiling, Oliver asked if the woman had a base. The dumbfounded girl answered that she did, while the protagonist thought that this boy was still little at that time and his mother was very beautiful. The guy stood in front of Oliver and asked if he was a gangster. Holding his chin, the protagonist answered that gangsters are the people he hates the most. The boy thoughtfully said that the protagonist looked like a gangster just now. Closing one eye, he asked who Oliver was if not a gangster and whether he made that uncle run away, to which he received the answer that the protagonist was an ordinary high school student who practices judo. The protagonist patted him on the head and said that if he was so interested, he could watch it on TV somewhere in November and he should also study hard. Standing in front of him, Oliver emphasized the fact that in order to protect someone, he needs to become much stronger than he is now, so he should start by studying hard. Looking at the shelves with fish, the boys talked about how they were full. Donnie turned around and addressed the protagonist. Looking at him, the captain asked if the protagonist was filming a TV show because he told that boy to watch it on TV. Oliver stood quietly and clarified whether their competition would be broadcast. Smiling, the protagonist thought that Mike then came to work at the station right after passing the police exam, so if he studies well and then enters the police academy, then he will be much calmer and he will gain experience, so he needs to study hard in order to successfully complete the admission through an interview. A month later, the screen was talking about the 97th presidential judo competition. His mother was sitting on a chair and smiling at the screen. With her hands folded, Amelia was mentally asking Oliver to finish everything safely, not get hurt and return home. Looking at the papers, the reporter asked if the protagonist had a unique biography and skills, and his colleague noted that despite the fact that the high school student participated in the general selection, he defeated each opponent in 20 seconds. Holding the microphone in front of his mouth, the guy said that he was given the nickname Fast Oliver. This is the emergence of a supernova that will lead Korean judo. In addition, there are rumors that he is good not only in sports, but also in studies. The guy has excellent grades. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance. He rushed into battle. The protagonist repelled all the enemy's attacks. He suddenly jumped back. Wiping the sweat off his face, Oliver wondered why his opponent kept running away in the final. The guy looked at the timer. The protagonist noticed that there were 20 seconds left and assumed that the guy had run out of strength from the push at the very beginning, and now it was time to deal with him. The protagonist approached the opponent with lightning speed and asked if he knew that strength and endurance decrease over time. He tripped the guy. Raising his hand, the referee announced that the round was over. The dumbfounded reporters screamed that it was Oliver's victory. Everything was over in the blink of an eye as soon as they collided. The coach ran to him. He hugged the protagonist and screamed that he had done it and done it. The joyful protagonist screamed that Amelia's son had become a national athlete. Oliver stood quietly and listened to the screams. The man came up to him and congratulated him on his victory. He listened attentively to the reporter's words that as a high school student, he participated in the general division and even won the championship, like a story from a movie. Bringing the microphone to Oliver, the guy clarified what he felt. Looking at his comrades, the protagonist replied that he was very happy. He trained under the careful guidance of the coach, surrounded by the care of the older guys, receiving sincere support from the team. Everything contributed to his victory. With a satisfied look, he asked his mother on TV to wait for her son with the gold medal, and they would also definitely celebrate with a meat dinner. The reporter asked with a smile on his face if it was difficult for the protagonist to devote time to both sports and studies. While the cameraman was filming Oliver, he thought about the speech he had prepared especially for Mike. The protagonist said with a serious look that it was not easy, but everything depended on willpower and desire. He believed that if there was desire, you could cope with anything. The man stood next to him and asked what dream he wanted to fulfill with his strong will. The protagonist answered with a satisfied look that at the moment he wanted to win a gold medal at the Asian Games in Bangkok next year, and after graduating from high school, his ultimate goal was to enter the police academy or law school to maintain justice in society. Mike watched TV while his mother said that Oliver's mother was probably happy for her son without any dinner. Turning around, Mike asked his father to stop thinking of the protagonist as his younger colleague. It would be better for him to focus on family matters. Mike frowned and thought that once his father got his salary, he hoped that his father would stop giving it to others, and then asked if he felt sorry for his children and their mother who were suffering and working tirelessly. He turned his gaze to the TV and continued listening to Oliver's speech. His face was serious. Mike remembered the protagonist touching his shoulder and telling him that in order to protect someone, he had to become much stronger than he was now. He was delighted. Clenching his hand into a fist, Mike concluded that he too would pull himself together, study hard, and become stronger. Oliver introduced the settlement and noted that in November of that year, when concerns about heating costs increased due to the growing cold, winter in Korea came earlier than expected. Folding his hands, the man said that in the end, the government announced that it had decided to seek financial assistance from the International Monetary Fund. Then we connect them to the scene. People were watching the president's speech on the screen, saying that as the president, he felt extremely embarrassed in front of the Korean people. The protagonist stood in the crowd. He called Chloe and asked her to begin. The protagonist imagined a crumbling building and sad people, and noted that the Korean economy was literally engulfed by a wave of severe cold. Companies built on debt were collapsing one after another. Banks that were engaged in usury with dollar debts also went bankrupt. Small and medium-sized enterprises and small artisans, as well as large corporations, were swept away by this wave, and they also fell helplessly. Eric raised his hand and called the protagonist. Standing in front of them, he clarified why Lucy was there. Lucy looked at him and asked if Eric was glad that his older sister had come. She slapped Eric and asked why he invited only Oliver. The protagonist shifted his gaze. Following them, the protagonist came to the conclusion that Eric lived in similar houses. Putting his hand inside his shirt, he noted that he hoped that his gift would not upset Eric. Oliver handed him an envelope, saying that it was a gift for him. Holding the envelope, the protagonist emphasized that these were kerosene exchange coupons and store coupons. He had not paid any attention to it because of his preparation for the national competition, so he wanted Eric to accept it. Eric took the gift, saying that he felt a little uncomfortable, but he thought his mother would be happy. Standing opposite, the protagonist cried out that they were friends and should help each other in difficult situations. Looking away, Lucy asked Eric to go first because she did not know the way. Two guys stood in front of her. Smirking, they asked if she was Eric's friend. The girl silently looked at them. She backed away. Lucy ran up to her comrades, shouting that these were strange men. Eric looked at them and asked what they were doing. The guys greeted him. Turning around, he told them that these guys lived in his area and were training to become idols. The guys told him with a smile that a water pipe had burst in their dorm due to freezing. The surprised protagonist thought that they looked familiar to him. He imagined the idols and wondered if they were GQD, known as a national idol group. Looking at the guys, Oliver mentally wondered why they were in such a neglected state. One of the guys fell on his comrade. The protagonist stood over the exhausted guy and heard that he had been complaining of weakness since the morning. Looking at the guy, Oliver asked if he could hear him. The guy sat over his comrade and suggested that the other trainees had infected him, and the protagonist asked him to tell about their symptoms. Looking at the guy's exhausted face, the man told him that the trainees had a constant cough, fever, and blood from the mouth. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. The nurse held the IV and said that fortunately it was not tuberculosis. The guy passed out due to a cold and malnutrition. Turning around, the girl noted that malnutrition meant that they had no energy since they were not getting enough nutrients. Standing in front of the guy, Oliver said that just in case, the other interns also needed to go to the hospital and get checked. The guy took his comrade's hand and said that of course it was good. But they couldn't do that. The interns had very little money. He thought it was his fault that they were all sick. He didn't know much there, since he lived in America. Eric held an envelope in front of him. He handed the guy the envelope, saying that they needed it more than he did. The protagonist looked at Eric and said with a smile that he could do with his gift as he wished. The tearful guy asked if Eric was giving them coupons. A joyful Oliver asked not to forget about them when they became idols. Sitting over his friend, the boy said that they didn't have to worry about heating bills yet. The protagonist broke off a bun, saying that it was hot. Looking at Lucy, Eric said that it was better to eat it with milk. It tasted better that way. Stopping, Oliver thought that Eric's kind soul reminded him of an important truth, the willingness to share what they have with those in need, even in a situation when they themselves do not have much. The guys looked at him and asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist stood in front of them and clarified, wasn't it true that it was chilly, but now the sun was shining so well. A smile appeared on his face. The protagonist looked at the ring and asked if she really wouldn't regret it. Mom looked at him with a smile and answered that it was a pity, of course, but they couldn't just leave it lying around. Looking down, Amelia said that his late father would understand such an act. It would be better to use the ring more meaningfully. The guy took her hand. Oliver held his mother's hand and said that if she was not against it, then he was also for it, then they would do it. A reporter approached them and asked if he was a rising star of judo and offered to give an interview. The man brought a microphone to him and said that as an active national representative, he was the first to participate in the gold collection campaign, asking if he was going to hand over his gold medals. The protagonist took the medals and said that he was thinking about what he could do and thought that these 2 gold medals from the competition could be useful. The reporter looked at him in surprise and asked if gold medals were not very important to him. Oliver hugged his mother and said that it was, but he could win them with due effort, and his mother was there, who had brought a wedding gift from his late father to the collection. The man looked at the embarrassed lady and said that this thing must be very important to her. She was a wonderful woman. The boy smiled and thought about how his mother raised her young son alone in a single room in the basement. Now that he was chosen as the national representative, his family history was also known. The reporter looked at the medals and said that he hoped that the gold that the 2 of them brought would be used meaningfully. People were walking on the street. The protagonist walked next to his mother and asked her to have lunch together. Turning around, Amelia replied that she had to come earlier and get ready for the workday, and he had a short day off, maybe meet up and hang out with friends. She smiled and said that he was a great guy today. The woman stroked his cheek and added that he was even better than when he won the gold medal. The protagonist smiled shyly. The guy waved after her and told her to be careful. Smiling, Oliver thought about the fact that on a day like today, she was not resting again. The phone in his pocket began to vibrate. The protagonist brought the phone to his ear and said hello to Oscar. The man smiled and said that he called as soon as he saw him on the news. His mother was such a great girl. If he wins a gold medal at the Asian Games, he will become a real national hero. Oscar sat at the table and said that he was a good man for participating in the gold collection. With such an incentive, their country would soon be able to pay off all its debts and rise again. The guy put his hand on his head and replied that he was right. The country would be able to recover and rise again quickly. Covering one eye, Oliver asked how the country handled the gold collected in this way, since citizens gave away things with great difficulty that contained valuable memories for them. Would the state not mindlessly use such things? The reporter looked at the newspaper and replied that this could not be. The man looked at the article, reading that the people trusted the new government and gave away their memories. The hard-earned gold was sold cheaply, without receiving international recognition through 7 major trading companies. The protagonist looked up with a smile and said that it seemed he did not think about what he was talking about. Let him pretend he did not hear, however, just in case. It is worth consulting with reporters who can be trusted. Frowning, the guy asked if it was true that various unaccounted factors could easily arise in such a matter, thinking that it was necessary to change the direction of the case this time too. The lights were on in the windows of the holding. The guys clinked their glasses. Chloe was sitting at the table and offered to drink to the onset of 1998 and the founding of Kwannon Park, hoping for productive cooperation in the future. Oliver raised his fist to his lips and said that he had also donated his medals today. The guys were sitting at the table and the girl asked if he had foreseen this situation and determined that this emergency would not last long. The main character held his glass with a smile and answered that he was not a prophet. Clenching her fists, her friend replied that they had earned so much money without any support. Was it possible? Nick raised his hand and told her that, in addition, their boss had an influential friend from Russia. He sat opposite the protagonist and told them that the boss was now a top 1% asset anyway, so no one would be able to touch them. Oliver clasped his hands under his chin and said that if they were so worried, he would organize a shield for them. The guys looked at him in surprise, hearing that this was so that even if their company was exposed, attacking them would be pointless. Smiling, the guy said that starting tomorrow, he would have an important task to install this very shield in the right place. The plot moves us to the National Training Center, where the building was illuminated by the sun. The guys were standing in the gym and discussing how this coach led 2 high school students to victory at the national level. The guy looked at his friend and asked why he was standing behind the coach. He was watching Oliver in the crowd and telling him that he was a monster rookie who won the overall gold medal at the previous competition. The man crossed his arms. Ethan looked at him calmly and said that he was the head coach of the judo team at the Asian Games in Bangkok. Since the country was in a crisis, he wanted to win as many medals as possible for the people, and therefore he needed their active cooperation. Smiling, he said that it was time to start the introduction in order from the youngest to the oldest. The protagonist walked forward and thought that this was the place where they would place their company's shield. Putting his hands back, Oliver said that he was a coach and an athlete who took the position of coach on the recommendation of Coach Ethan. He would add Kwannon Park to the list of companies. The guy smiled, thinking that these would be the companies that made donations to the national judo team that he coaches, and said that he would do his best to actively help the guys improve their skills. The plot moves us 10 months later to Gimpo Airport, where it was a clear day. The guys were walking down the street. The reporter held out a microphone and asked the coach what his goal was for the Asian Games. Ethan smiled and said he wanted to do his best to bring Korea as many medals as possible. The man held out a microphone to the protagonist and asked if he was the youngest national judoka and if he could tell them anything. The guy put his fist to his chest. Smiling, he said he would return with a gold medal. The story shows us Bangkok Suvarnabhumi International Airport, where the guy was looking at the building and saying it was spacious. The protagonist raised his hands to his face and shouted for everyone to find their luggage and return to the group. A stranger approached him and asked where exit number 2 was, to which the protagonist replied that they should go straight to the toilet and the exit was nearby. The guy nudged the coach and said that he knew English very well and had just read an English newspaper on the plane. The guys surrounded Oliver and said that they should succeed with him. He was cool. Ethan clapped his hands and asked for attention. He approached the team and told them that when they went to the hotel, they would encounter many foreign athletes, including countries that could compete with them. The man frowned and shouted that they should not forget the blood and sweat they had shed to become unrivaled. The guys looked at him with smiles, listening to him say that they should always remember that they were athletes that Korea was proud of. The guys happily shouted that they agreed. The sun was shining in the sky. Oliver walked behind the guys and said that it was December now. Why was it so hot here? Suddenly, the girl bumped into him with her shoulder and apologized. The protagonist looked away at her hair. He turned around in surprise. The girl was walking past with a smile. Natalia was smiling sweetly. The protagonist blushed. The guy turned away in confusion, hearing the guys calling him. The girl turned around. She put the phone to her ear and said that the first contact had been successfully completed. Night had fallen over the hotel. The guy grabbed her shoulder and said that the massage was really refreshing. Oliver stood in the lobby and said that then she should go to it again tomorrow and maybe come back first, and he would drink coffee and go back to the room. The door rang and opened. The protagonist walked into the cafe in surprise. The girl smiled sweetly at him. She picked up her cup shyly. Blushing, the protagonist looked at her and wondered if this was really the girl he had recently met at the airport. He looked at her seriously and decided that he needed to pull himself together right away. The guy approached her table. He calmly sat down at the table. Clasping his hands, Oliver asked in English if she profited from men. Natalia looked at him in confusion. Smiling, the protagonist asked why she needed this, adding that she shouldn't behave like that with athletes. He looked at the worried girl and thought that at the first meeting she tried to be memorable. Raising his hand, the guy asked the waiter for a cup of coffee, thinking that during the second meeting, she planned to lower his guard, and during the third she would start fulfilling her mission, pretending that all this was a pure coincidence. Natalia fixed her hair, thinking that he saw through her from the very beginning, and asked if he really sat down next to her to say such rude things. The main character slammed his fist on the table and answered that he simply told her not to use men for her own purposes, asking why such a beautiful girl like her would get close to an Asian man. Who ordered this? He looked at his serious companion and assumed that it was Japan, China, or Thailand. The girl raised her hands. The guy looked at her in surprise. Smiling, she said that he had amazing prudence. She was Natalia Vodianova, a KGB agent. Oliver looked at the outstretched hand. After shaking his hand, he asked if Victor had really made a lot of money to be of interest to such people from Russia. The girl smiled and asked how he had exposed her. The protagonist answered with a smile that he was simply a very attentive and cautious person. Extending her hand, Natalia assumed that he also knew why she had approached him. The girl frowned when she heard that it was because he had achieved good results from the Russian moratorium, and thought about what she had been told. Of course, that he was a genius who had foreseen the IMF's management of Korea as a 17-year-old teenager. Looking at the shoes, she said that they should get straight to the point. Natalia put her elbows on the table and asked if he was going to get Russian citizenship. The guy looked at her in surprise. Putting his hand to the back of his head, he said that he was not going to leave his homeland, Korea, for now. The girl watched him drink coffee and thought that he sounded frivolous, but this statement was full of sincerity. She clasped her hands and asked how he was able to predict the Russian moratorium. Natalia was taken aback when she heard that it was because of a national trait. Introducing the military, the protagonist explained that one characteristic national trait was drawn from the Russian Empire to the Soviet Union, recklessness, which manifested itself in a refusal to bow down and to break through by any means. Despite the moratorium, most Korean companies did not leave because they believed in the strength of Russia. The girl looked at the serious guy, thinking that this young man, despite being young, was definitely smart and insightful. She thought that someone was behind him, but this was not the case. Raising 2 fingers, she said that he would be guaranteed Russian citizenship, 20 plots of land with houses and a huge lifelong pension, and if they wanted, they could send him new beauties every day. Oliver waved his hand and said that he was absolutely not interested. He looked calmly and said that he had business in Korea. The girl put her hands on her knees and asked if his goal was not money. The main character imagined an evil man and said that money was just a tool, thinking that with their help he would be able to catch him and his gang. Natalia put the bills on the table and replied that she found it difficult to understand, but she thought he had his own reasons for this. Smiling, she asked how about friendship. The guy stood up from his chair and asked if it was a business friendship. Oliver extended his hand and said that he had heard about the KGB's bad reputation, so they should shake hands in honor of their friendship. The girl kissed him on the cheek. She smiled and whispered that it was a Russian farewell for close friends. Natalia left with her hand raised and said that she would send him a small gift in honor of their friendship. The protagonist touched her cheek and decided that it was a fatal blow. Fireworks flew into the sky. Fireworks exploded over the Bangkok stadium. The protagonist stood with the team and asked the coach why he was sad on such a beautiful day. Smiling, Ethan replied that he had given him some work at the end of the day yesterday. Oliver laid out the tapes on the table and told us that Natalia's gift was a huge amount of material on rival countries in all disciplines, not just judo, so he no longer had time for a massage. The guy put his hand on the coach's shoulder and said that even such unpopular sports as rugby and canoeing had a lot of useful information. He was such a good guy. Oliver happily closed his eyes and thought that this time legendary players were supposed to participate, such as marathon runner Leslie, baseball player Pete. He smiled and thought about getting their autographs. The guys in suits looked at him with displeasure. The guy looked away and said that it was their turn. Everyone get ready to go out. The guys walked along the floor. A helicopter flew over them, from which the presenter said that this was the Rajamangala National Stadium, where the opening ceremony of the Asian Games was taking place. The protagonist happily raised his hand as he heard the opening ceremony begin with athletes from each country entering the stage, and at that moment, athletes from South Korea appeared. Putting his hand to his forehead, the protagonist thought that the weather was hot. He looked up, deciding that the sun was blindingly bright. The guys were sitting at the table. The guy looked at the food with delight, saying that it must be very tasty. The athlete sat with the guys, saying that they should eat well, hoping that they would do their best in the competition. The protagonist happily chewed, thinking that thanks to Kwon, they could eat Korean food even in Thailand. Ethan raised his hand and asked why Korean food was not included in the standard package. It was simply impossible. The protagonist chewed and answered that indeed, how could they have everything except Korean food, as if someone deliberately excluded it from their services. But not to worry, his sponsor said that he would deliver food to them by air every day. The guys at the next table looked at them sadly. The guy put his hand to his chin and said that he wanted to eat at least one spoonful of kimchi soup to at least slightly satisfy his hunger. The main character looked at them, thinking that this was similar to the national canoe team. They also defend the honor of their country. He should offer them to join their meal. He got up from the table. Ethan approached the guys with a bowl and said that they had a lot of food, asking if they would join them. The man raised his hands and said that they were grateful for the information provided last time. It would be very awkward for them to take food as well. Smiling, the coach said that they had a lot of it, so they had nothing to worry about. Koreans should help each other. The guy took the tray with food and said that then they would accept it with gratitude. Oliver crossed his arms and thought with a smile, here he is, their coach, very kind, here he is, the next president of the Judo Association. We see a sign with a preliminary program. Donnie tried to catch his breath. He raised his fist in front of his opponent. The guy looked away. Ethan raised his hand to his face and shouted at him not to hesitate. Frowning, the protagonist told him not to forget their conversation before the competition. Donnie turned away, thinking that his opponent had a habit of grabbing him by the collar and then immediately starting an attack. At that moment he needed to attack in the opposite direction and rush at him before he did. Oliver watched as the guy stood in front of his opponent and thought that this was a winning strategy that he should use in today's competition. Donnie parried the blow. He watched as his opponent grabbed him by the collar and thought that he hadn't started yet. Frowning, the guy decided that he would attack him first. The protagonist raised his hands to his face and shouted that this was right, that's what was needed. Donnie made a leg lock. He grabbed his opponent by the arm. The guy threw him over himself. The jury raised their hands and shouted that the round was over. The guys looked at him happily and listened as he called the coaches. Ethan hugged his student tightly. Donnie cried into his shoulder and said that he had passed the preliminary selection further. It was all thanks to him. Oliver happily hugged his friend and said that it was all because he followed the instructions and tried. This was just the beginning, and he was already crying. The things were lying on the benches. Ethan crossed his arms and said that there was one last pair left. The protagonist closed his eyes with a smile and said that he would try. He stepped on the mat. The guy stood in front of his opponent. The opponent put his hand on his head. The host looked at his colleague and said that this was an athlete from Japan, Harvey. He was a really big athlete, weighing 100 kilograms. The protagonist exhaled as he listened to the man talk about whether he, who had faced a formidable opponent, could survive a duel with no level limits on the monster battlefield. Oliver lowered his eyebrow. He quickly ran forward. The guy grabbed the opponent by the collar. The protagonist put his hands in front of him. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if the others had seen him use his fist just now. Harvey raised his fist and asked what happened. The guy brought his hand to his shoulder. He had been fighting the opponent, thinking that he was good at dirty games. Oliver squeezed his shoulder. The opponent threw his head back in pain. The referee came out onto the mat and said that they had to stop. He raised his whistle and said that if it happened again, he would be disqualified. Harvey grabbed his shoulder and asked if he was really just going to give him a verbal warning. He had specifically wanted to press on his collarbone. Presenting a stack of documents, Oliver reflected on the fact that pressure on the collarbone is a violation that cannot be appealed, even if the athlete is disqualified. In the materials that Natalia gave, the judge of this competition is very limited in his decisions. The guys again stood opposite each other. Swinging, Harvey shouted that he would take him out with one blow. Swinging his hand, the guy replied that he heard that he liked dirty games. He thought he would like it when others played dirty too. The opponent swung his arms. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the fact that he was nervous. The movements were too sweeping. The protagonist tripped him. Harvey clenched his teeth. The guy pulled him by the arm. The sound of falling was heard. Oliver sat on the defeated opponent. The guys looked at them in shock. The opponent stood up in surprise. Extending his hand, the protagonist asked with a smile what happened. Meanwhile, the paddle was raising splashes. The boys were moving quickly on the canoe. The fans were raising banners. The boys were rowing forward stubbornly. The winner joyfully raised his paddle. The judokas were watching them on TV, listening to the Korean canoe team surpass all expectations and take first place. Donnie was hugging his friend and saying that he had discovered that canoeing was quite an interesting sport. Oliver looked away and asked who it was. The guy was sitting on the couch and asking who could come at this hour. The protagonist opened the door and asked who it was. The translator smiled and said that he specialized in the Thai language and that this was the Thai judo coach. The man looked at him seriously. He turned to the translator and said something in Thai. The guy was standing in the hallway and said that he was asking if this was too much. Raising his hand, the translator conveyed that their team's athletes lived downstairs and could not rest properly because they were too noisy. The protagonist sheepishly closed his eyes and said that he was sorry. Apparently they were too noisy when they supported the athletes from their country. The coach looked at him in surprise and asked if he spoke Thai. Oliver took the bag of red ginseng. Donnie stood behind him and asked why he needed it. What was going on here? Handing over the bag, the protagonist said that he was very sorry for the inconvenience. Please accept this as an apology. The translator pointed at the bag, asking if this was red ginseng, which is the most famous health product in Korea. Oliver grabbed his bicep and said that he was surprised that they knew about it, because it was expensive, but very effective. It was a food supplement, but had nothing to do with doping. It was a really valuable product. The man brought his fist to his lips and said that he was grateful, but that they should be more careful in the future. The protagonist watched them go and replied that they were asking for forgiveness again. They would be more careful in the future. Donnie gave him a thumbs up and asked if he was really doing well in social life here too. Oliver looked calmly and said that almost all the qualifying rounds in all disciplines were over. Now the privateers would start to gradually eliminate their opponents. He stood in front of the team and said that in this situation it was better to make allies, not enemies. The protagonist looked down seriously and thought that the representative from Thailand was that guy. He remembered the smiling judoka and decided that this was a Thai judo monster. Frowning, Oliver thought that this was the athlete who should be feared the most in this competition. We see the number of the Japanese team. The men were sitting at the table. Putting his hand to his chin, Ron said that the Korean team had passed the qualifying round in all weight categories. Hitting the armrest, Nate asked how this happened. He extended his hand and said that at his request, they removed Korean cuisine from their hotel menu. The team was placed on a floor with weak water pressure and terrible conditions. Nate sat on the couch and said that he had promised that they would be weaker without their food. The man sat across from him, telling him that he had found out that the Korean team was apparently sponsored separately by a Korean company, and they said that thanks to this, they were getting Korean food delivered to them by plane every day, and of course, kimchi. Nate raised his finger in anger and shouted that it was their kimchi. What terrible thing would happen if they didn't eat this garlicky crap? The guy clasped his hands and asked if they should ban food from the outside. The man frowned and said that if they took away their food again, they could already be in trouble with their government, and if a scandal broke out, nothing good would come of it. The guys looked at the TV. Ron smiled calmly and said that then, they should do something different. Sitting at the head of the table, he said that the Korean athletes who showed amazingly good results this time would be disqualified, or at least it would fray their nerves, and there was one way to do this. The man put his hand to his chin. Meanwhile, Oliver was drying his head with a towel. He was standing in the room and asking why the water pressure in this room was so weak. The door handle twitched. Putting the towel on his neck, the guy wondered if it was from downstairs again, but they were not making any noise. The protagonist opened the door, asking who was there. The men with suitcases entered the room. Donnie sat on the couch, dumbfounded, asking who they were. Leafing through papers, the worker said that they were temporarily prohibited from leaving the room. The protagonist put on a t-shirt, asking what was going on. The man took out a glass and said that from now on, all athletes of the Korean judo team would be tested for doping. He picked up the container. Oliver looked at him in confusion, thinking that he did not expect that they could test his strength in such a way. The sun was shining over the stadium. The protagonist grabbed his opponent with his legs. The guy was adjusting his kimono. Frowning, the protagonist thought that continuing to think about this incident, he was getting angrier. Who could have given a tip on them? Despite the upcoming fight, someone chose to eliminate them in such a mean way. The guy walked past the team, thinking that someone was trying to condemn the results of their hard work in judo. He could not forgive such a thing. He grabbed the clothes on his chest. Opening his kimono, Oliver shouted that they were all cowardly guys. The protagonist stood in front of the camera and said that they were in vain thinking that they could harm them like that. Let the cowardly creatures attack one by one. Throwing his clothes on the floor, the guy was shouting that doping is nonsense. Did they really think this body was made with doping? The presenter put his hand to his cheek and asked if it was allowed to broadcast this. It seemed like he was trying to dispute something now. The spectators in the stands were asking what he was talking about. What doping? Did something really happen? The coach watched as the guy stood in front of the cameras. Ethan put his hand to his face. The door was latched. Taking off his kimono, Oliver asked what doping. Amelia was sitting at home and watching on TV as her son asked that they really thought this body was made with doping. The protagonist's mother looked straight ahead with great concern and called her son's name. The story suddenly shifts to the bus of the Korean judo team. Oliver looked away with a guilty look. His coach, pointing a finger at his protege, asked if he was in his right mind, and he explained that he was simply very angry and that was why he did it, asking that wouldn't someone else be angry. Clutching his head, Ethan asked what he even understood that he was almost disqualified, noting that they were lucky to get off with a simple warning. Sharply turning towards his coach, the boy declared that the organizers had also done something wrong, which was why they had given a simple warning. Hearing this, Ethan suddenly fell into a stupor and did not know what to answer. Sitting down in the next chair next to his student, the coach agreed with him, saying that perhaps he was right and it seemed that someone was inciting them to such actions. Pointing a finger to the side, he added that in any case, there was nothing good in his actions, and they should not do it again, but rather be more restrained. After listening to his words, the protagonist agreed with this and asked not to worry because he understood everything perfectly well and thought that the committee members must be extremely irritated and nervous right now. Looking out the bus window, Oliver reasoned that since the Asian Games were receiving much more attention than usual this time, journalists had most likely already begun to investigate this matter and the Korean committee members had begun to sort out the situation. Imagining a huge sports stadium in his head, the boy thought that the doping test of not one athlete, but the entire judo team was clearly not clean. Then the protagonist got up from his seat and turned to the coach, asking that if he was done scolding him, could he go out, and the coach asked him not to go far and not to do any more mischief. Approaching the exit, he noticed his judo partners there. Looking straight at Oliver, the judoka asked what the coach said, and he did not give him a punishment, and he explained that everything was fine, so he could not worry. Watching him go, the other guys noted that this was good and asked where he was going, and the boy, turning back, explained that he wanted to practice a little. Then the protagonist took out his walkie-talkie. Hiding behind a tree, he began to call someone and heard a voice. Holding the phone right next to his ear, Oliver asked his mother how she was doing. Talking to him on the home phone, Amelia explained that she was fine and was really looking forward to his call because she saw the news and asked what kind of talk he was having about doping or something. After hearing this, the boy, with a smile on his face, noted that she must have been worried after such news, and explained that it was just that her son was such a good boy that even in another country they were beginning to envy him and therefore were trying to find something to find fault with. Sitting at home, the protagonist's mother heard him tell her not to worry because she knew what he was like, and she answered that, of course, she believed in him and was waiting, announcing that she was hanging up, otherwise she would charge him a lot of money for calling her, and if it was cold there, she should dress warmer. Then Oliver ended the call, saying that she shouldn't worry and should be careful, wondering where the cold was coming from because it was a hot country. Closing his eyes, the boy wondered where to start his investigation. Suddenly, he noticed Japanese judokas passing behind him. One of them also saw him, looking straight ahead, while the protagonist realized that it was the Japanese team. Immediately after that, memories of people in business suits appeared in Oliver's head. Then he remembered that same Japanese athlete, who with an arrogant grin asked the Korean what was going on. Looking menacingly to the side, the boy thought about something and realized that he shouldn't suspect him when he was so emotional. At the same moment, the Japanese judoka nudged his teammate with his shoulder. With a sly grin on his face, he called out to the doping guy. Hearing this, the protagonist looked in his direction with great displeasure. Continuing to smile, the guy asked why he was looking like that, and the person standing next to him said that it was time for them to go, otherwise the doping would be transmitted to him through his blood. After their words, Oliver clenched his hand into a fist. Abruptly turning away, the boy thought that he understood perfectly well what they were talking about. Looking after them, the protagonist noticed that the athletes were scratching their backs. He also saw that there were bald spots on their heads and wondered if they were trying to hide them, and did not understand why the area around the neck was so red. The protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise and wondered if this was it. Suddenly, the phone in his hand rang. Looking at the screen, Oliver didn't understand who else was there and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. The boy answered and said his name. There was a girl on the other end of the line asking her friend if he was okay. It was Natalia, who called the boy with a smile on her face. Hearing her voice, the protagonist was very surprised. Continuing to talk on the phone, Oliver thought that it seemed like she was calling because she was aware of the situation and said that, as she knew, everything was not quite okay. Hearing this, Natalia thought about it, asking that maybe she needed help. Then she added that they were friends, and the boy suddenly thought about it. Smiling sharply, the protagonist noted that help from a friend should not be rejected. The unknown man was shaking all over. Sitting in a cafe at a separate place, he thought that this nasty KGB had contacted him personally. Then the man began to nervously bite his finger, and he wondered why, because he had a couple of guesses, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, he noticed something right in front of him and was surprised. Right in front of him was Oliver, who was taking off his earphone and greeting him, saying that he was a coach and athlete of the Korean judo team, noting that he was pleased to meet him. Looking at the real guy from the front, the man greeted him and asked what his business was, because he himself was waiting for someone. The man in the shirt looked at the protagonist sitting directly in front of him in surprise. Looking directly at him with displeasure, the man asked what kind of uncultured behavior this was, and Oliver apologized, explaining that it was quite difficult to meet him, so he was forced to resort to the help of his friend. The man in the shirt looked dumbfounded and wondered if he was a Korean friend of the KGB agent, asking that he probably had a favor or business to ask him. At that moment, the man stood up from his seat, saying that he was sorry, but he had nothing to talk to him with, so he was leaving. Immediately after that, the boy put his hand in his pocket and asked if he could just sit back down. Turning around, the man in the shirt was unhappy with the behavior of some trainer, and the protagonist noted that he was wondering how much he got from the Japanese side. At that moment, Oliver put an audio cassette on the table. Taking his hand away from it, he added that it seemed like he had a very talkative and subordinate. At that moment, the man looked dumbfoundedly straight ahead. A moment later, he grabbed a candy lying on the table and threw it straight to the floor. The people sitting nearby were extremely surprised, watching him stomp on the recording device. There was a broken audio cassette lying on the floor. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the man in the shirt asked why he was throwing away such an important piece of evidence. Taking out another audio cassette, Oliver stated that of course it was a copy, and this one had the same thing, which greatly shocked his opponent. Pointing to the recording device in his hand, the boy asked whether he should give it to him or whether he wanted to vent his anger again. And the man called him a bastard, saying that he was just some coach of the national team and did not understand how he dared and what he wanted. With a look full of seriousness, looking straight at him, the protagonist asked that, apparently, the KGB did not give him the full information. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the man in the shirt asked what he wanted to say. At the same time, Oliver brought the audio cassette to his mouth, talking about this tape. Then he would say with a smile on his face that he had found a way to pass it on to the body that was directly subordinate to his ruler. Standing up from his seat, the boy would tell his opponent that he was going to report the fact that he had left a stain on the management of these honorable Asian Games, having been provoked by the other side, to the king of the country, and besides, he and his older brother held a high position in military circles. Leaning directly over the man, the protagonist would ask what his brother had done wrong, because thanks to him, he and his entire family would be branded as traitors, disgracing them, their country, and the king. Gritting his teeth from understanding the whole situation, the man in the shirt thought that he had to establish this. Looking away in confusion, he did not understand how a simple coach of the national judo team was connected to the KGB, realizing that it was not important now anyway. Immediately after that, the man fell to his knees and asked what he needed to do. Looking at him with a smile on his face, Oliver realized that now it was all over. Placing his hand on his opponent's shoulder, the boy declared that they would not object to doping tests for all members of the Korean judo team because their athletes were innocent, and the test results would only confirm this. The man in the shirt looked at the protagonist with confusion, who added that, besides, he also did not want to put him in a difficult position and asked himself what in that case. Looking at the man, Oliver offered to protect the honor of the competition by refusing those countries that incited him. Very frightened after hearing this, the man thought that this guy was initially sure that the test was provoked by the other side. Passing by his opponent, the boy thought that, judging by his reaction, it was obvious that he was bribed, and repeated once again that he gave him a chance not to tarnish the honor of the Asian Games. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what decision he made. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to a black van. Inside it, Natalia was sitting with headphones on, silently listening. Taking off her headset, the girl noted that he really was a good guy. The KGB agent looked at the computer screen, thinking that she had given him only personal information about this man, and based on this, having drawn conclusions about his actions and life, he used this as a condition for negotiations. Remembering how Oliver had put moral pressure on his opponent, she thought that he was able to cope so skillfully with such an uncontrollable opponent, although he had only a couple of empty, unrecorded cassettes. At that moment, the phone in her inside pocket rang. Answering the call, Natalia said her name and said that she was listening, and the guy said that he was finished with the case and asked if she would leave. Looking at her computer screen, The girl saw the protagonist waving to her and telling her on the phone that she had been watching him and was saying that he was hungry, so he suggested having lunch together. The agent sitting next to her asked what was wrong with her, and Natalia replied that she was just surprised. Immediately after this, the story moves to the venue of the Asian Games. Inside, there were special carpets for a judo fight. The commentator, looking at his assistant, addressed the dear viewers and greeted them, announcing that the Bangkok Asian Games were with them, and they were continuing their broadcast, asking that this time there was some kind of commotion due to disagreements about doping, and another confirmed his words. Looking at the Japanese judokas sitting on the bench, the presenter said that the organizer of the competition in Thailand conducted doping tests for all the athletes, and those who tested positive were disqualified, and of course, the scores of such athletes were annulled, so they say thank you to the organizers for a quick and clean job. While Oliver was tightening his red belt, the commentators said that everything was right, and now everything was fine again, and the competition was continuing, so, turning to the TV viewers, he announced that the judo final they had been waiting for so long had arrived. While the boy was coming forward, the presenter announced that the final would be held with the participation of this athlete and would begin very soon. Holding his ward by the shoulders, the coach told him that now was the last step, and his opponent was a monster who had won 2 international competitions. But he should not be too nervous, and the boy noted that it seemed to him that he was more nervous than him. Looking at his protege standing in front of his opponent, Ethan said that in any case, Oliver knew his main skill, that is, interception, so he should be careful when throwing, because he counterattacks lightning fast, even when he thinks that the outcome has already been decided in favor of the opponent, and he agreed with this, stating that he remembered everything. At this time, the Thai athlete licked his fingers with a bandage. Watching him, the boy wondered if there was an admixture of French blood in him. The protagonist watched the coach, who was giving instructions to his protege, arguing that he really was huge. Sighing heavily, Oliver thought that he had overcome many difficulties to be where he was now. Slowly walking forward with his eyes closed, the boy thought that at such moments he always felt lonely, as if he were alone in this world. Imagining the traces he left behind on the ground, the protagonist reasoned that he never thought he would delve so deeply into judo, which he initially used to gain certificates and activity to move on to higher education, and now he cannot consider it simply a consequence for entering a university. Then, smiling broadly, Oliver realized that if he wins there, he will become #1 in Asia. Standing directly in front of his opponent, the judoka from Thailand asked him not to give in, and the referee announced a bow. Hearing this, the athletes immediately bowed to each other. The judoka from Thailand looked menacingly straight ahead. Looking at him with the same expression on his face, Oliver thought that he would finish quickly this time too. A moment later, the referee blew his whistle and announced the start of the fight. Hearing this, the protagonist's opponent immediately pretended to be completely mad. Without thinking twice, the Thai judoka rushed forward, striking his opponent. Noticing that he was open, the boy directed his hand towards his opponent. A moment later, he managed to grab him right by the kimono. Looking to the side, the protagonist was very surprised. With a deft movement of his hands, the Thai athlete managed to fight off the attack, and Oliver could not believe that he simply threw off his hold. Then the boy decided to do a sweep with his leg, thinking that there was no need to panic, and immediately tried a quick kick with his heel on the inside and an exit to the throw. Reacting to this attack, the Thai judoka quickly moved his leg to the side. After what happened, the protagonist looked straight ahead with a smile on his face. Then the guys instantly jumped to the side from each other. Ethan, who was standing behind, told Oliver not to rush and be careful with the counterattack, because he should not let him grab him by the collar. At the same moment, the Thai judoka's coach also told him that he should not waste time and do everything as usual. He does not understand what he is worth. Then he added that it was his time to win, and the athlete who heard this smiled widely. A moment later, the Thai judoka rushed forward, realizing that he was invincible. Immediately after that, he began to deliver a huge number of blows to his opponent. The protagonist also did not give up and made attacks in response. Seeing what happened, the athlete from Thailand looked straight ahead in surprise. At the same time, Oliver was full of seriousness, taking a fighting stance. While drops of sweat fell right on the carpet, the guys stood opposite each other. After everything that happened, the Thai judoka smiled widely. Looking at the real front of his opponent, he said that he did too. Imagining an hourglass in his head, the athlete from Thailand asked if they both really lived in the same time. The commentator, sitting in headphones, said that 30 seconds had already passed since the start of the fight, and his colleague added that Oliver missed for the first time because his opponent was very difficult. When the boy grabbed his opponent by the arm, the announcer said that he was attacking again and trying to throw him over his hip. The Thai judoka abruptly pulled his arm back, and the announcer said that he was not staying in debt and immediately freed himself and tried to counterattack. Then the protagonist's opponent grabbed him by the kimono, and the announcer said that this was a fierce attack and very risky. Immediately after this, Oliver grabbed the athlete from Thailand, and the announcer said that their representative was also a tough nut and would hold on until the end. A moment later, the protagonist's opponent quickly retreated back while the boy tightened his belt, which the hosts of the competition announced. The Thai judoka looked straight ahead with a puzzled look. Oliver looked back at him in the same way, and the announcer announced that this was a furious fight between two opponents and it was impossible to tear your eyes away. At that very moment, the judge brought the whistle to his mouth. Blowing into it, the referee announced the end of the round. Hearing this, the boy looked straight ahead, dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Seeing the clock with the value of 3 minutes, he could not believe that so much time had passed. The commentator, with a look full of seriousness, announced that the time was up and the opponents did not earn a single point, so they were getting extra time. Immediately after this, the fans sitting in the stands were whispering among themselves that this was simply unbelievable and did not understand how Oliver did not get a point, and if so, was this not a loss? Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted, attracting the attention of the others, that they should stop talking nonsense and watch silently. Lowering his head down, the unknown person did not understand who else was losing. It turns out that it was Amelia, who, with her hand raised, shouted to her son that he could do it. Immediately after this, the referee was preparing to announce the beginning of the extra round, and the commentator said that the cheers of the fans were getting louder and the fight would soon continue. Oliver looked at his shaking hand and thought that his limbs were tingling and his body was weakening. At this time, the Thai judoka standing opposite him was also breathing heavily. Having collected his thoughts, the boy motioned for his opponent to come closer, arguing that this is how it should be at international competitions, because it is cool and fun. A moment later, he pushed his foot forward sharply, intending to do everything possible and deliver the finishing blow. When the timer started, these guys moved towards each other. They instantly grabbed each other's hands. With a deft movement of the wrist, the athlete from Thailand threw the opponent's hand away. The timer was running out faster and faster. Suddenly, Oliver also parried the attack of his opponent with his hand. At the same moment, he managed to grab the Thai judoka right by the gi. Then he deftly brought his foot to the opponent's leg. The athlete from Thailand noticed this too late and was stunned. The boy was pulling his opponent to the side with great force. He used all his strength for this move. A moment later, the Thai judoka was in the air and falling to the mat. Immediately after that, the whole stadium suddenly shook. Ethan was delighted, watching what was happening. The coach from Thailand tried to shout, giving instructions to his protege. Then the number appeared on the timer, meaning 6 minutes. Noticing this, the referee immediately blew his whistle. Hearing this, Oliver immediately smiled. Clenching his hands into a fist, the boy shouted that he had won. Raising his hand up, the commentator said that this gold medal was now guaranteed, and his colleague noted that an athlete from Korea won a gold medal in a judo competition. At that moment, the coach, along with the rest of the Korean team, ran up to Oliver and said that he was doing well and this was clearly a victory. Hugging Ethan, the boy asked why he was crying, and he said that he knew nothing and noted that this unbearable bastard was good. Suddenly, the protagonist looked to the side, noticing something there. Right in front of him was a Thai judoka, who was listening to instructions from his coach. Seeing his opponent, the athlete nodded his head with a smile. Suddenly, a journalist ran up to Oliver and asked if he could answer a few questions, and it was a tough fight, but he won gold, so what were his impressions? Looking straight at the microphone, the boy was silent and thought about his impressions. Lost in his thoughts, he thought that, of course, he was happy and it was impossible not to be happy when he became the champion of Asia. But there was still so much to do to throw off the weight and be happy. Immediately after that, the protagonist turned towards his coach, said that he was very happy and all efforts could bring results, also thanking Ethan for his help and expressed gratitude to all the elders for their support and care. Putting his hand in front of him, Oliver added that he was also grateful to those who came from afar to cheer for him because their support gave him strength. Suddenly, the boy noticed something ahead and was very surprised. Rubbing his eyes, he decided to look there again, noting that this could not be. Then he ran forward sharply, and the journalist, looking after him, did not understand where he was going. Watching everything that was happening, Ethan wondered what was wrong with this idiot again. At the same moment, the protagonist was climbing the stairs. A moment later, he stopped, looking straight ahead. Seeing his mother sitting in the stands, Oliver asked when she arrived. Looking away, Amelia answered that she arrived yesterday. Taking off her hat from her head, the boy stated that she did not say that she would come. Joyfully looking at her son, the woman shouted that he looked so much like his father, calling him an eagle eye, and asked how he had just noticed her from below, and in general, what he was talking about, because everything must have been busy because of training. Smiling widely after her words, the protagonist asked if she saw him receive the gold medal, and she replied that of course she saw him, and his knees probably hurt, so he should get up. With a smile on her face, looking at her son, Amelia called him a good boy. Having received praise from his mother, Oliver was happy and a little embarrassed. Immediately after this, the boy grabbed Amelia. Taking her in his arms, the protagonist told everyone to look, declaring that he won the gold medal, and this is his mother, and said that he loves her very much. Then, right across the stadium, loud cries of his mother were heard, who did not understand what he was doing and asked him to quickly let her go. Living the story is transferred to the moment of the award ceremony, where a Korean flag was hanging right on the wall. They put a medal on Oliver's neck. The representative shook hands with the winner of the Asian Judo Games, and the commentator said that the star of the Republic of Korea won the competition. Having received his award, the boy demonstratively bit the medal, and the presenter declared that the solemn moment of the presentation had arrived. The story moves to the building of a huge holding company. A trembling finger pressed the keys of the keyboard. Looking away in confusion, the office worker asked that she definitely did not regret it. The girl confirmed this with a smile on her face, explained that it was not worth it and, it seems, this is right, and he agreed with this. Immediately after this, the man pressed the keys of the keyboard. A moment later, huge numbers expressed in dollars began to flash across the computer monitor. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, Chloe noted that it would be good if the boss approved, and Nick said that she might not even talk about it, noting that he had heartburn and offered to have a drink together. Hearing this, the girl declared that she would only agree to one glass. The story moves to Oliver's house, where a medal for first place was hanging on the wall. The boy himself was sleeping on the floor at that time. Suddenly, he woke up, seeing something right in front of him. Amelia was standing next to him with a smile on her face. She once asked him if he had finally woken up. The protagonist suddenly jumped out of bed, asking his mother why he was sitting there, and she answered that she did not want to wake him up and that he was just always busy and she hardly saw him, so she wanted to see how he slept. Looking at his watch, Oliver said that he could go crazy, asked what time it was, to which he received the answer that it was about 10 a.m. and he could still sleep. Refusing such an offer, the boy got out of bed and started getting dressed, saying that he was in a hurry and needed to go somewhere, and Amelia asked if he really had a meeting with someone. Turning back, the protagonist gave a negative answer, explaining that today he had to go somewhere. Surprised, pointing his finger at himself, little did the protagonist understand where he needed to go with her. Immediately after that, they went out into the street together. Looking at her son walking next to him, Amelia asked that today was his day off, so why did he take her with him and wouldn't he tell him? And he answered that in any case, she had such a character, and asked where she was rushing to. Then Oliver smiled widely, thinking that she would definitely be surprised, and Amelia asked why he was giggling again. Suddenly, the boy stopped in place. Turning sharply towards his mother, the protagonist asked her how she liked the building, and she, not understanding the question, said that it was tall. Then Oliver said that he was not talking about that at all and laughed, and Amelia asked what then. Looking at his mother, the boy wondered if she would like to trade there, and she answered that it would be nice, perhaps, but the rent was too expensive. Holding her hand, the protagonist asked that she would like them to rent this building, to which he received an answer that seemed positive. Hearing this, Oliver smiled broadly, offering to buy the whole building. After his words, Amelia began to laugh and wondered if he had eaten something bad, and asked him not to joke like that, and her son said that he was not joking at all and really earned a lot. Then the boy held out a bank certificate in her direction and asked her to look at it. Amelia looked straight at it attentively. Suddenly, she was very taken aback by what she saw. The woman was shaking with surprise and could not believe that this was not a dream, asking that he was really saying that all this money belonged to him, and did he really do something bad? With a proud expression on his face, the protagonist declared that of course not, and, oddly enough, this was the money he earned during his studies and also by investing, since he hit a big jackpot thanks to his friend's aunt, and his mother declared that she had never seen such money in her life. Looking down, Amelia noted that he had it, and it was too much money, and therefore she was afraid that he would do something wrong. Lowering her hands down, the woman asked that it would not be better to just save, because if he later went to university and got married, he would need it. Hearing this, Oliver took his mother's hand. With a smile on his face, looking straight at her, the boy asked her that she believed him, which surprised Amelia greatly. Then, with a look full of seriousness, he declared that he would never do something that would make her worry, so she should just trust him again. With a look full of gratitude, looking at her son, the woman said that, of course, she believed him, but in life, everything is not as they want. Continuing to stand right on the street, the protagonist declared that the price for this building will not change soon because, according to his friend's aunt, In 5 years it will grow at least 2 times, and Amelia asked if this was true, to which he received the answer that, of course, yes, because there is a metro nearby and there are always a lot of people. Looking at the signs on the building, the protagonist's mother asked him if he had really said that the price would double and then increase by 10 times after some time. And Oliver said that if they bought the building now, they wouldn't have to worry about money. Looking at his mother with a look of gratitude, the boy thanked her in his mind for always taking care of him alone, and from then on he was going to do everything to make her healthy and happy. After hearing all this, Amelia looked down. Suddenly, she smiled and looked up. With a wide smile on her face, the woman agreed with her son, saying that if he said so, then she had to believe him, and he thanked her for that. Then the boy hugged his mother and said that he loved her, and she declared that if you really loved her, then you should stay home and not run away every day. Oliver looked straight at her with a smile and thought that, come to think of it, it was time to finish the moratorium investments and he needed to drop in on Quannon Park to check on the profits. Immediately after that, the story's editions were transferred to a huge holding company. There were drinks and snacks right on the table, and the workers said they had headaches and didn't understand how much they had actually drunk. Chloe, keeping her hands on her hips, said that was why she only said 1 glass and asked why such a scrupulous and responsible person couldn't control himself when he drank. And Nick, scratching his head, explained that he had been living his life looking at 2 monitors lately, so he couldn't control himself. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, which scared the boys very much. Looking at the front door, they said that the person who came here at such a time was the boss, and therefore they were finished. A moment later, Oliver walked straight into the office. Chloe immediately appeared right in front of him, greeting the gentleman and asking what brought him on his day off. Looking at her in shock, the boy noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, and I asked a similar question, what is she doing here on her day off, to which she answered that she came to work. Suddenly looking to the side, the protagonist noticed that she greeted him somehow suspiciously, and asked what happened, and Chloe laughed, noting that perhaps he imagined it, and gave a sign to her colleague to do everything faster. Oliver looked straight ahead with a smile on his face while the girl assumed that he came to check the income, stating that she was doing this, and Nick greeted the gentleman, saying that he cleaned up the table a little because there was dust there. Looking at the office worker, who quickly picked up all the dirt right from the table, the boy asked what was going on there, and he answered that nothing at all. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Nick explained that in fact, they finished the calculations and decided to take a break for tea. Then the protagonist sat down at the table, suggesting that it seemed that they drank very strong tea, and Chloe apologized to him, stating that they would be more careful in the future. With a smile on his face, taking the papers from her, Oliver said that they did a good job. Sometimes there have to be days like that, and besides, he does not condemn such things as office romance. Hearing this, the workers suddenly fell into a stupor, and the boy who saw this asked why they had such a reaction and whether it was really the 2 of them. After his words, the guys tried to hide their embarrassment behind laughter, stating that it was impossible and did not understand what he was even saying. Studying the documents, the protagonist explained that it was just that the 2 of them had not even gotten rid of a hangover, and Chloe, standing in front, agreed with this with tears in her eyes. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, Oliver thought that, judging by how embarrassed they were, there was something between them and did not understand when they had time. He continued to leaf through the papers, arguing that he would pretend not to know at first. Suddenly, the boy noticed something in the documents. At that moment, the protagonist tightly squeezed the papers in his hands. He looked dumbfoundedly at the information in them and did not understand what it was and how this happened with the income. Oliver, looking straight ahead, thought that the amount was actually much larger than expected and did not understand how there could be such a difference. Looking at Chloe, who was sitting in front of him, the boy declared that this was strange and the amount would be much larger than he expected. Imagining Natalia in his head, the protagonist thought that the announcement of the moratorium of Russia gave little information, unlike the IMF, and, they say, thanks to her, they managed to significantly increase the percentage of profit, but this is above the norm. With a smile on her face, looking straight at him, the girl noted that in fact each of them returned 70% of the profit, which greatly shocked Oliver. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, the boy asked if this was serious because they did not have to try so hard, and passed for what reason. With a smile on her face, Chloe explained that they just thought it would be better this way, and Nick explained that you can invest again and get income, asking what does not he want to earn more. Smiling after that, the protagonist asked that they definitely wouldn't regret it. The girl looked at him with a happy look and said that they definitely would. The man in glasses also supported her, smiling widely. Nodding his head approvingly, Oliver assumed that it probably wasn't an easy decision and expressed his gratitude. Then he typed something on the computer keyboard. Turning it towards the guys, the guy explained that in that case, he also had something for them. The workers looked at the computer screen in surprise, and the protagonist said that he would now tell them what their next plan was. Smiling sarcastically, Oliver declared that this time they would focus on the dot-com bubble. Looking at the price chart, Chloe asked that if he was talking about the dot-com bubble, did he mean this time too? With his mouth slightly open, the boy stated that everything was correct and their companies were Quan and Park. Then, with a look full of seriousness, he added that they would do everything to make dot-coms fall again. Hearing this, Chloe was extremely dumbfounded. Nick was also shocked by the news he heard, while the protagonist stated that there was about a year left until the bubble collapsed. As if holding calm in his hand, Oliver said that, most likely, in 2000 the bubble would crack, and in 2001 it would begin to completely fall apart. Imagining the sun that illuminates the tall buildings of the city, Nick asked that even companies that have nothing to do with it and add .com to their name do not easily receive investments in millions or tens of millions of dollars, to which he received a positive answer and an explanation that this is not normal. With a serious look, the protagonist stated that since the whole of America continues to invest without demand, no one even guesses that the bubble will burst so easily, and reflected that at that time, the amount of damage was $5 trillion on Nasdaq alone and more than 5 quadrillion won of investments turned into garbage in an instant. Looking at the director, dumbfounded, Chloe asked what maybe it means that they also need to hurry up and first they need to make a list of all the companies that are related to it. And Nick agreed with her, noting that he will study the change indicators in real time through foreign investors. Looking to the side, Oliver agreed with them, asking them to take care of it. Suddenly, the phone rang in his pocket and he apologized. Being in the office of his company, the boy answered the call and someone called out to him, asking where he was because they were already there. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist stated that he was also not far away and would be there soon. Ending the call, Oliver explained to the guys that he had a meeting planned, so he had to finish for today, and apologized for leaving first. With a smile on her face, looking straight at him, Chloe asked that he seemed to be even busier after the Asian Games. Getting up from his seat, the boy explained that he had to play the role of a son, a friend, and a sports hero, so he said goodbye to them. Immediately after this justification, the story moved to the KBC building. Right in front of the protagonist were the guys who waved and called out to him. Coming closer to them, Oliver greeted them. Suddenly, he was extremely stunned and asked what was wrong with them. Eric and Lucy were dressed very unusually, and the boy asked why they were not dressed like that for the radio station, wondering why they were so cute. Wiping away tears of laughter, the protagonist noted that it suited them after all, and asked who was in charge of all this. Suddenly, Mark appeared behind them, greeting Oliver, explaining that he did all this, and Eric noted that he also went with them, while the latter noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man in glasses approached the boy standing next to him when the protagonist asked who he was, and he answered that he was his friend, who was an actor. Looking straight ahead, Oliver wondered why his face looked familiar, suddenly remembering that he was accidentally not the same one. Looking straight at Nicholas, who greeted him, the boy remembered the homeless man who said that he was in pain inside, he was tormented by eternal scars, and thought that this was the actor from the drama Slave Hunters. Shaking his hand, the protagonist stated that he was a big fan of his and was glad to meet him, and Mark asked what kind of fan and whether they knew each other and that famous guy, to which he received the answer that probably not, but he thought he would become famous, realizing that he almost got caught. Immediately after that, the guys went inside the building and said that it was amazing. Walking forward with the others, the actor admired how the radio station looked from the inside, and Lucy really wanted to see the idols from the group, but it was impossible. Noticing something to the side, Oliver wondered why there were so many familiar faces. Looking at the people behind him, he reasoned that they were bribe takers and corrupt officials, and also rude. Suddenly, a girl appeared right in front of him, and the guy continued to think that this was really a gold mine, because even if they were arrested, they would probably get a promotion. Having apologized for the collision, the unknown woman asked for forgiveness from the protagonist, who suddenly noticed her. Then they greeted each other and smiled widely. The girl, holding a notebook in her hands, said that she was very glad to meet, and Oliver wondered where he had heard this name. Immediately after this story, they are transferred to the conference room. The journalist sat right in front of the boy and said that now this is a preliminary interview to select materials for recording, so he should not worry, and he answered that there is no problem. At this point, Mark, pointing his finger at himself, said that he should do everything right, and he himself will look around there and find out something, while Nikolai, standing next to him, asked him to be careful with his words. While the others laughed at what happened, the actor said that they were still looking at him. Showing the phone, Oliver told them to go already and, if anything happens, to call. Closing the door, the guys finally asked their friend to try, and they themselves left. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the protagonist explained that he simply lived in America and studied Korean with one grandmother, which surprised the girl. Kate laughed, noting that this is a very unusual person, and Oliver, sitting opposite, moving his hand to the side, agreed with this, saying that he is very funny and also trains a group of idols. After hearing this, the journalist pointed her finger forward, concluding that it was not surprising, because he seemed like a talented person, and the boy asked if she really thought so, and noted that he would definitely be successful later. When the protagonist put his hands on the table, the girl said that she had no doubt about it and asked if it was possible to begin their interview, to which she received a positive answer. At this time, Nicholas, walking down the corridor, asked in fact, how many times had he told him to be careful with his words, because if he wanted to prepare a debut, he had to make a good impression on the scriptwriters. Putting his hand straight in front of him, the actor explained that you can use words like get interested or get used to it, because there are many more neutral ones. Showing a gesture with his hand, Mark said that this is why he brought him, and, as expected, he is smart. Suddenly, people in business suits appeared right in front of them. Looking ahead, the actor was surprised to notice them. The strangers slowly walked forward. A man in a business suit, surrounded by his friends, greeted the kids. Looking straight ahead, Eric asked what was going on, and Lucy, standing next to him, was interested in who they were. The man grinned sarcastically after hearing this and asked if they would like to chat with their uncle for a bit. There was an open bottle of drink on the table. Kate, looking at Oliver, who was sitting in front of him, said that he had answered almost all the questions. Suddenly, the phone in the boy's inside pocket rang. Holding a notepad in her hands, the girl suggested taking a break so that he could answer the call, and the protagonist agreed and thanked her. Answering the call, Oliver asked Mark if everything was okay. They said that he was almost done. The boy looked at his phone in confusion, heard that something bad had happened, and asked what was going on. At this time, his friend, breaking free from the men's grip, said that he should run away faster. The protagonist looked away in shock and asked Mark what had happened, and Mark replied that there was no time to explain and that he should leave quickly, while Kate, who was sitting opposite him, was very surprised. At the same moment, the protagonist's friend's phone was knocked out of his hands. Mark yelled at John, who had taken his means of communication, and John noted that he had almost dropped it. Then the man turned to Oliver with a sly grin on his face. The boy was extremely shocked when he heard his voice. The protagonist looked menacingly at his phone, asking who he was, not understanding what was going on there, and thinking that he needed to calm down first, because everything was fine. Holding the phone to his ear, the businessman said his name, explaining that he was from the prosecutor's office of the Central District of the Symbol, and asked if he could talk now. At this time, Oliver listened to him with a serious look. Looking menacingly to the side, the boy asked why he was calling, to which he received the answer that they would discuss the details when they met. John slammed down the phone with an arrogant look, offering to meet in a cafe in the lobby of the radio station. After everything that had happened, the protagonist held his phone in his hands with great anger. Sharply slamming his hands on the table, Oliver apologized, saying that he had an urgent matter, which greatly surprised Kate. Looking after the running boy, the journalist asked him to stop, saying that they were not finished yet. At that moment, the protagonist quickly ran along the corridor of the radio station. Finding himself near the reception, Oliver noticed a man in a business suit standing in front. Right behind him and another one of the same kind were his friends, and Eric asked to help them, and the boy passed by an orderly in it. One looked at Lucy and shouted to the kids to stop squeaking, and the girl said that she was scared. The boys then asked for help once again, when suddenly the protagonist noticed a man sitting to the side. Oliver was looking straight ahead menacingly, wondering what was going on. Looking at the man sitting at the table, the boy thought that this was probably the prosecutor who had just talked to him. John jerked his head to the side, asking the protagonist if he would like to sit down. Slowly approaching him, Oliver thought that although he had no idea what was going on, the main thing was not to panic and react calmly. Pulling back his chair to sit down, the boy greeted him and said his name, asking if he really had any business with him. With a wave of his hand, the prosecutor ordered his subordinate to leave and said that he thought he would start with aggression, but he was very modest and not at all like at the Asian Games. Extending his hand towards him, John said his name, introducing himself as the prosecutor, and said that it was nice to meet him. Putting his hand on his chest after hearing this, the protagonist asked if he had really seen his fight at the Asian Games, noting that he was very flattered and wondered about his name. When Oliver remembered something, his hand suddenly stopped. While the man looked at the boy's hand in surprise, he thought that for some reason he had introduced himself with a familiar name. Imagining Mike in his head, the protagonist realized that this was the same name of the boy's father. Shaking John's hand, Oliver realized that his father was a prosecutor who had been transferred to the Seoul Central District Public Prosecutor's Office Crime Investigation Department. Realizing this, the boy with a wide smile asked to be allowed to introduce himself again and said his name, thinking that he wanted to check it just in case. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered if he was really suspected of something. Suddenly, the man was extremely surprised when Oliver added that if not, it was unlikely that the prosecutor of the Crime Investigation Department would look for him. John looked straight ahead menacingly after hearing this, wondering if he even knew the name of the departments. In response to this, the boy looked at him in the same way. Then the protagonist smiled broadly, explaining that he knew some researchers, and he remembered this when he heard his name, and the prosecutor could not believe the truth of his words, noting that he apparently had an excellent memory. At this time, a flower was standing right on the shelf, and the man declared that he was indeed a gifted young man, and suggested that in this case they get down to business. Directing his menacing gaze forward, John declared that this time he found some information about one organization, but there was very suspicious capital there, and it turned out that this was his bank account. The prosecutor grinned sarcastically and asked if he could explain the situation. Looking calmly at his opponent, Oliver thought that his question sounded like a typical 2020 phone scam, but a real prosecutor wouldn't do that. Suddenly smiling, the man asked that perhaps this was the most suspicious and well-known American organization with Filipino roots. John looked away sharply, noting that there was one but. Looking at the dumbfounded Mark, the prosecutor noted that he just had a suspicious friend. Hearing this, the guy, with a smile on his face, pointed to his friend standing behind him and suggested that he probably misunderstood and that his friend was an American of Korean descent. With a thoughtful look, the man said that if he was of Korean descent, then why did he speak the language so poorly, and noted that the gentleman had an ID, so they should start with that. Oliver looked straight ahead menacingly. He couldn't believe that he was asking for identification, and whether he could look at bank transactions without his consent if he had a warrant. Looking at John sitting in front of him, the boy thought that he couldn't remember, but it was becoming more and more strange, and he wasn't called anywhere, and the prosecutor found him himself, and yet it was very suspicious. Suddenly, the protagonist, with complete seriousness in his voice, asked the prosecutor to wait. They say that he hadn't even asked him before. Leaning forward a little, Oliver asked that he didn't happen to have a warrant. Hearing this, the man was a little embarrassed. Then the boy looked at him with a look full of menace. Seeing John a little puzzled, the protagonist did not understand what kind of reaction he had, and did they really not have an order? But this was already suspicious. Then Oliver, smiling broadly, noted that this could not be, that he grabbed his friends and called him without a warrant. Raising his hand to his mouth, the prosecutor tried to come up with an excuse, and the boy sitting opposite declared that then he was not a suspect, but a witness. With a puzzled look, looking straight ahead, the man asked Mr. Oliver if he knew what it was, and he answered that it was just common sense. With a look full of seriousness, looking straight ahead, the boy asked that access to personal information was not prohibited without a warrant and stated that he knew this, but now there was a threat of violating the law on personal data. While imagining a document in his head that indicated an arrest warrant, the protagonist added that in that case they wouldn't think he was interfering with the performance of state duties, and thought that the prosecutor would suddenly come to a witness, not a suspect, and conduct an investigation, and that it simply couldn't happen. After his words, John began to sweat blood and asked Mr. Oliver that he really wanted to see the warrant. Puzzled, scratching the back of his head, the prosecutor explained that he had a warrant, but he couldn't show it, even if he was called a hero of the country. And the boy who heard this thought that it was strange to consider him and his friends criminals and suddenly chase after fake bank accounts, because even if he had received a warrant, he couldn't know its current location. Realizing that everything that was happening now was very illogical, the protagonist continued to sit directly opposite his opponent. Suddenly, an idea came to Oliver's head about what it could be. At the same time, the boy looked at the man sitting in front of him in shock. Oliver turned around abruptly. He noticed a strange glare coming from the flower. Looking closely, the boy noticed a hidden camera there and thought that, as expected, that's it. Immediately after that, the protagonist grinned. Oliver sat still and tried to hold back his laughter, which stunned John, who was sitting opposite him. With a wide smile on his face, the boy thought that a hidden camera was filming them right now. At that moment, the prosecutor looked straight ahead menacingly and wondered if he had really guessed. Then the story moved to the hidden video surveillance room. Two guys were sitting right in front of the laptop, and one of them was asking why they hadn't been noticed. The agent looked at her colleague in confusion and noted that if they had been noticed, they had solved it very quickly, and he suggested first making a warrant with the prosecutor's signature and sending it. Immediately after this, the story moves to the moment when the man showed the arrest warrant and asked if he was satisfied now. Still holding the document straight in front of him, John explained that if he wanted, they could go to the investigator's room and talk there, but since they had already met, it would not change anything. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Oliver wondered what it meant. This was not a lie, and he had received a real warrant in advance. At this time, the boys' friends began to laugh, and Lucy whispered to them that they needed to stop laughing, otherwise they would be caught. The protagonist, turning back, looked straight at them. Hiding his anger behind a smile, Oliver thought that all along he suspected that something strange was going on, and these scoundrels were just playing a joke on him. Realizing that he almost bought it, so it was unfair to end it like this, the boy, putting his hand on the table, asked John if he could lend him a pen, and John did not understand why he needed it, but agreed to give it. A moment later, the prosecutor holds out a pen right in front of him. The protagonist takes it and turns the sheet over, expressing his gratitude. Then he starts writing something on the back, which surprises the man greatly. When he finishes, Oliver moves the warrant forward a little. John, who is sitting opposite him, immediately notices it. Suddenly, he is very surprised, looking straight ahead. The prosecutor saw written on the sheet that he guessed everything, and if he finishes like this, then the sports broadcast will be too, so he should play along with him. Thinking after reading, the man wondered why he guessed so quickly. Looking at the smiling Oliver, John wondered how long the others had known. Then he took the warrant in his hands with a thoughtful look. Nodding his head approvingly, the prosecutor was going to check how it would end and asked if there was still some extra time. The man crumpled the paper in his hands and said that he would now remove the order and he would give him something and show him then at least a copy of his bank account. With a smile on his face, looking straight at him after hearing this, the boy agreed with this, explained that he stayed home and asked to let him call, wondering what it meant that they had decided to play like this. Watching the protagonist get up from his seat, John asked him to call there. Turning back, Oliver asked what was right there, and the prosecutor wondered if he really had something to hide. Dialing a number on his phone, the boy answered that everything was fine and laughed, wondering if pretending to talk to someone would work. Bringing the phone to his ear, the protagonist reasoned that now was just the right moment, and if he played naturally, it should work. Oliver put his hand to his mouth, realizing that the prosecutor had a good sense, and he spoke to his mother, explaining that this was the case and that he had a bank account at home. Continuing to talk on the phone, the boy explained that he had met the prosecutor at the radio station and he had asked for something when suddenly a call rang. The protagonist looked at his phone in confusion, unable to believe that this had happened right now. Upon answering the call, Oliver heard the words that it was the investigative committee of the Financial Supervision Service and was very surprised by this, not understanding why now. Then the voice stated that the matter was that transactions worth $1 billion had been found in the bank account in his name and asked if he had made the transfer himself. And the boy who heard this sighed with relief, explaining that he had done it himself and thought that it was because of the money he had transferred to buy a building for his mother. At this time, John looked at him and could not believe that he was confused, thinking that he had a good appearance and acted well, so there was a possibility of becoming an actor. Immediately after this, the protagonist turned around and asked for forgiveness. Looking puzzled at the prosecutor sitting opposite him, Oliver explained that his mother could not find his bank account, so he would probably have to go home himself, and the latter asked the gentleman that he was not going to run away. Slowly approaching him, the boy asked why he would run away and laughed. Suddenly, the protagonist looked at his friend standing behind him. Then he looked straight ahead. A moment later, Oliver grabbed Mark's hand. Turning to him, the boy said that they should run away quickly now, and the latter asked in surprise where so quickly. Looking at the prosecutor sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he really did not know that this was a crime and just wanted to help his friend because his story was heartbreaking. Mark, hearing this, asked his friend what kind of nonsense this was and what he had done wrong. At that moment, John smiled broadly, thinking that this was already interesting. Suddenly, the prosecutor changed his gaze to a serious one, turned to the investigator, telling him to arrest these two immediately. His subordinates, standing aside, were very surprised by what they heard. Then the man with a menacing look asked what was still not clear, and stated that this was not on a hidden camera and everything was real, not understanding why they had not yet been detained. Obeying the order, the investigators put handcuffs on Mark's hand a moment later. Grabbing him from both sides, they announced that he was arrested for participating in bandit groups and violating the law on concealing illegal income. Eric, who was watching everything that was happening, was asking them to stop, asking what they were doing and what Mark and Oliver had done wrong, and Lucy, who was standing next to him, was saying that they had said that it was a hidden camera for now and was suddenly asking to let him go because he hadn't done anything wrong. The girl, looking puzzled, was following the investigator who was taking her friend away and was saying that they had said that they would give him a cultural voucher for cooperation. But what was going on? And the boy was thinking that he had been deceived because of prejudice. Mark was trying to break free from the investigator's grip, saying that he was not a criminal, and was asking if it was really a hidden camera. The people around him were paying attention to the screaming American, who was asking them to say something in his defense. The people around were watching what was happening and didn't understand what was going on there and what was going on at all. At this time, the secret filming employee grabbed his head and asked what to do with it. His colleague stood up and said that he would go there anyway, which greatly shocked the other. A moment later, he ran out into the lobby of the radio center and addressed the prosecutor. Approaching him, the secret filming employee asked him to wait because he was about to leave and asked what they should do, and he asked that they were really defending a criminal now. Puzzled, waving his hands, the guy thought that if this happened during filming, they would, of course, cancel the program, and explained that everything was wrong and that first they needed to calm down and clarify the situation. Abruptly turning away from him, John declared that he would tell him everything later on the phone, which greatly surprised him. After his words, the secret filming employee looked straight ahead in shock and called out to the prosecutor. Clutching his head, the secret filming employee stated that if the situation ends like this, then everything is lost. Suddenly, Oliver stopped in place, after which he looked away with a smile on his face. This was immediately noticed by John, who nodded his head approvingly. Then the radio center employee was extremely dumbfounded when the boy asked the prosecutor what he thought. Was this enough? And the latter asked if he was sure. With a smile on his face, looking at the man standing behind him, the protagonist asked what he said that he could become an actor, and the latter noted that when he was acting out a telephone conversation, he almost fell for this bait and laughed. Turning around, Mark was extremely dumbfounded. All of Oliver's other friends were also surprised, watching this. With great surprise, pointing his finger straight ahead, the secret filming employee asked what they were talking about now, declaring that this could not be. Hearing this, the boy with a smile on his face made a gesture with his hand. With a happy expression on his face, he stated that they had been secretly filmed back by Oliver and John. Immediately after that, the protagonist listened in confusion to their discontent, how he could have deceived them all. Looking at his friend with displeasure, Mark said that he thought they were in deep trouble, and Lucy said that they definitely had a hidden camera. At that moment, a radio worker entered the conversation, asking in surprise when they had even guessed. With a smile on his face, looking straight at him, Oliver said that he felt uneasy because the lack of a warrant only confirmed this, and the prosecutor added that perhaps he had guessed the moment he entered the cafe and most of the people around him behaved unnaturally. Looking straight ahead, the boy explained that this was not the case at all and he, too, was so confused that he had not even thought about it. But the fact that he had come accompanied by researchers and without a warrant, in his opinion, seemed extremely pointless. While the cameraman continued filming, the secret filming employee, with a dumbfounded look, said that he did not think that the prosecutor would betray them, and, thank you all, they say that if someone is offended, they should file a complaint. Showing a cross with his hands, the guy addressed the respected viewers, saying that thanks to these two actors, the hidden video surveillance ended in a complete failure. Then words were heard around the area that the hidden camera failed, and the protagonist's friends said that they almost died of fear because he was such a villain and a complete liar. Oliver continued to listen to their words with a smile on his face, looking straight ahead. Suddenly, he asked the prosecutor to wait, and he abruptly turned around. Showing his hands, cuffed, the guy explained that the filming was over and asked if he could take them off. Hearing this, John looked thoughtfully straight ahead, thinking that if you think about it, wasn't everything going as Mr. Oliver planned, and this boy is calm, quick-witted and agile, which is similar to Lvov, the prosecutor. Standing right in front of the boy, the prosecutor asked him if he wanted to go to law school, which surprised him very much. Turning his back to him, the man explained that he meant that he had an idea of becoming a prosecutor because if he went to law school instead of the police academy, he would remove the handcuffs from him. The protagonist, puzzled by what he heard, told the prosecutor that this was a direct threat, and Mark, standing behind him, did not understand what law school meant and asked that if he also went there, would he remove the handcuffs. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a few days later to the building of the prosecutor's office of the Central District of Seoul. When John came to the office, the employees were saying that he was a star and they were watching his show while he was asking them all to calm down. The prosecutor was awkwardly scratching the back of his head, thinking that he had assumed but had not expected this particular reaction, when suddenly someone called out to him. Smiling broadly, the man asked everyone to stop, because he should be praising himself, and the employee standing next to him explained that this was not the case and that he was being called by the prosecutor from the district attorney's office. Hearing this, John was extremely puzzled, looked away and asked about the district attorney's office, and the investigator added that he had asked him to come up to his office when he arrived. Immediately after this, the prosecutor went to the chief and knocked on the door. As he entered, the man asked that he had been called. Right in front of him stood a respected man, asking if this was really Mr. John, and he bowed to him, asking why he wanted to see him. Turning around, the man said that he had seen him on TV, which was why he had called him. Standing right in front of his boss, looking guilty, the prosecutor apologized for not telling him beforehand and was about to come up with some excuse, when his boss said that it was a good job. Hearing this, the man was extremely surprised and asked what he was talking about. Standing right in front of him was Theodore, smiling, repeating that it was a good job. Then he said that the Attorney General had called yesterday and asked if this amazing man worked for them, and because of this, he had been promoted. Looking down after hearing this, John wondered if it was the Attorney General himself who had called, and the district attorney asking that he knew how their university line had tried to take care of him. Clenching his hand into a fist, the prosecutor stated that he knew and was very glad that his wish had come true. Theodore, folding his arms across his chest, asked what it meant that it was a wish and not just like that, and the man standing in front of him asked that he didn't think that such a person could become a clown just like that. Looking at the prosecutor's office emblem, John explained that he wanted to improve the image of their employees, so he took part in the filming and asked what he heard many students at the Forensic Research Institute wanted to study to be, after which he announced that they wanted to become a lawyer, and the district attorney, looking dumbfounded after hearing what he heard, asked what he was talking about and whether a judge advocate was really better than a prosecutor. Sighing heavily, the man noted that he was completely unaware of what was happening in the world, and now students cared not about positions and careers, but about money. Directing his menacing gaze straight ahead, John declared that it was the IMF that made children like this, to which he received a question about what to do then, and the other answered that he was really still asking. After hearing this, Theodore, with a serious look, said that he would take on an important case and report that their prosecutor's office was a good place, asking that he would be getting a job at the Central Department. Putting his hand in front of him, the prosecutor said that he had to get a high position to do big things. Standing right in front of his boss, he asked that if they had reached the center, shouldn't they have reached the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's office as well, and was he really saying that he would not become the prosecutor general? Hearing this, the district prosecutor simply looked at him silently, after which, sighing heavily, Theodore asked that it would be okay if a man with 3 children could not return home. Looking at the huge number of documents lying on the table, John noted that if he was promoted, his salary would also increase, and if he quickly got to the deputy chief, he asked what his name was. Standing directly in front of his subordinate, the district attorney declared that in any case he knew what he meant and therefore could go, and the prosecutor bowed to him and expressed his gratitude. After his words, Theodore, with a smile on his face, said that it was nothing because he was a selfless and ambitious man. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the 285 office of Prosecutor John. The man was sitting inside right behind his desk. Closing his eyes, he thought that his life as a prosecutor began from this very moment. Looking at a photo of his family, John reasoned that in the future, countless threats and temptations awaited him. Looking at his relatives, the prosecutor thought about his wife and children, asking them to wait for him a little longer. Immediately after this, he took a business card from the inside pocket of his jacket. It belonged to the holding company Kwon and Park, and looking straight at it, John said that it was an investment company, mainly managing the assets of political and legal figures. Remembering how Oliver handed him the card, saying that he welcomed him, and introducing him as an advisor to the holding company, the prosecutor thought that he, in charge of the Central District, was hearing such information for the first time. When the man picked up the phone, he thought that he was just a smart young judoka, and the boy turned out to be an investment advisor. Then John dialed the number, thinking that he couldn't even believe it. He put the phone to his ear and waited for the answer. Holding the card in his hands, the man waited for the answer and greeted Mr. Oliver, giving his name, and asked if they could talk. Oliver was talking to someone on the phone and arranged a meeting. He sat on the floor and looked at his mobile phone. The guy was pleased that he managed to interest Prosecutor Kang. A man with a cap on his head stands behind him. See, the guy thought about catching enemies. He needs to not give in to pressure from the outside and needs strength to remain steadfast and achieve his goal. His dream was to become a judge, but the problem was that he would not be able to conduct investigations and lead them. Picking up a green helmet from the floor, the protagonist has a thought that he could go to the National Investigation Service, but he immediately dismisses it. Exhaling, he said that no matter how much he thinks, everything is in vain, but he still has a year to think about it. He puts the helmet on his head and hears someone ask what he is muttering. Mom holds a tray of food. She calls her son to eat kimbap. Amelia enters the room and sees people in it. She also offers them food, to which she receives words of gratitude. Men, with smiles on their faces, wipe off sweat and begin to praise Oliver. The dark-haired girl slightly tilted her head down and became embarrassed. The guy standing behind was glad that his mother was pleased. Among the streets in the city there is a tall building, which is illuminated by the sun. There are shops, offices, and apartments in it. On top of the building there is a sign, which consists of 2 letters. That is where the guy went to work. The phone, which was in his pocket, suddenly began to make a sound. The protagonist took it out and put it to his ear, expecting to hear the caller. Someone began to tell something with shock. He said that the director of the agency saw the broadcast on a hidden camera and decided to renew the contract. The guy congratulates Mark and wonders if this is the same man who ignored him for 2 years. A can of paint is on the floor and someone thought that he is uneasy. The guy is standing and holding a phone in his hands. He turned his head towards Nicholas, who is waiting for him to go to the director together. The caller suggests going there together. Nick tells him to put on his coolest suit. Oliver turns to his mother and says that he has an urgent matter and needs to run. Amelia turns her head and asks her son if he is going to shirk work. The dark-haired man waves goodbye. People are walking along the sidewalk on the street. Young people walk past shops and decide to run into one of them. Mark is happy and thanks the guy. Meanwhile, Nicholas smiles and walks behind. The protagonist says with a smile that the gray-haired guy should leave a good impression. The dark-haired man stops and says that he is getting a call. On the screen, he sees that it is Chloe. The guy walked away and heard that the company he reminded him of went bankrupt, and he thought about it. The girl is sitting at the table and reading what is written on the computer. Nick is surprised and does not believe what he heard. Mark and Nicholas are standing and talking. The agent also added how she managed to find out the information. A man in a jacket is standing and smiling. Tall buildings are built behind him. Oliver agrees to the short-haired woman's offer to find a lawyer. A musical instrument is on the wooden floor and someone wondered about fraud. Two people are sitting in the room and talking to the director, who asked him about why someone would deceive someone. They hear some sound and look in his direction. Someone is holding his hand on an iron bar. A group of 3 guys enter the room and say hello. The protagonist looks at them with a smile. Boris greets the guests and Tim asks who the guy is. He is embarrassed and agrees. Mark and Nicholas unexpectedly met their friend. The man is surprised and looks at the guys. Nick thought about the fact that he and the young man in the cardigan were once close. A white glass is on the surface and someone asks how someone met Oliver. A group of people are sitting at the table and discussing something. The director and Mark are sitting on the couches and discussing the show. Boris looks away and says that he is sorry that the guys came to him only for the contract. A blue chair is near the table and someone said that he is ashamed to call this place a company. The man is not confident in his abilities, which is why sweat is running down his face. The guys grab their heads and are surprised. The dark-haired man looks at his watch and says that an important guest will arrive soon and they need to hurry. He apologizes to the guys and wishes them success in everything they do. Nick looks at the director and realizes that Chloe was right about him. He coughed. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides and asked if Boris was sad to part on such a sad note. He points to his friends with a smile and tells them to sing. Mark became embarrassed and lowered his eyebrows. Nicholas looked at his old acquaintance and did not look away. Nick thought about it. Oliver looks at the man with hope and waits for consent. The director raises his finger and suggests that the guys sing a song. Suddenly the room fills with people and they greet each other. Boris is happy to see them. Mark jumps up from the couch with excitement and wonders how his friends ended up here. The guys shake hands and Kane says that Oliver called them. A man enters the room with an important look and apologizes for disturbing them. Larry introduces himself as a lawyer whom the protagonist called. The hero looks happily and offers the man in glasses to come in. Someone shouted for the song to start. The guy put his hand to his face and coughed. The musicians began to play musical instruments and sing. Mark and Nicholas perform the song hugging each other. They are standing near the microphone and a guy is sitting next to them and playing the synthesizer. The lawyer, Boris, and Oliver are sitting on the couch and listening attentively. The director smiled and said that he felt nostalgic and his mood immediately improved. Someone told him that he had doubts recently, but now for some reason he became interested, and this made the hero turn his gaze to the side. He answered the people sitting next to him that no matter what the spheres were, such wonderful guys should evoke some feelings, otherwise there was no point in being here. Nick asked him about his intentions to take them under his wing, and Boris agreed. He told him that the company he left profited from artists. The director looked at the musicians and said that even if he had to give away 70% of his profits, he would still take the guys into his team. Oliver excitedly said that there were many of them and the investments would be high. The man spread his hands and said with shock that this was possible if the company did not pursue selfish goals. He also asked if his interlocutor had encountered telephone marketing. In the end, he offered to give some advice. The protagonist, expecting to hear a recommendation. Looking straight into his eyes, Boris said that you can't trust anyone here because people try to use newbies who don't know anything. He had a watch on his hand and it showed the time. The director looked at it in fear. He stood up and shouted for the guys to finish their performance. One of the guys tried to stop the man. The hero slowly lowered his hands down and listened attentively to what they were saying, about how it would be good if only sincere people like him were in the entertainment industry. Oliver, with a calm expression on his face, apologized to the director for not introducing himself earlier. He confidently says that he is not an investment consultant. The guy extended his hand forward and Boris froze and wondered. The man was shocked by what he heard and began to stutter. He assumed that the person sitting in front of him was an investor with whom he had an appointment today. The director tripped, tangling his legs. The musicians heard the noise and looked in the direction from which the sound was coming. Nick was worried about the short-haired man and asked if he was okay. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that he would like to start investing with $2 billion. Boris was shocked by what he heard. The streets and houses of the city are illuminated with bright light. The guy walks along the walls and remembers that the director never accepted his offer. Boris said hesitantly that he needed time to think. The protagonist stops in front of people who turn around to look at him, and he thinks about how he would like his friends to become more popular than in their past lives. Mark sees his friend and calls him over. He thanks him for helping them, but he can't go on like this. Mick looks at his friend in surprise. The guys are standing in an alley and one of them decided that from now on they would solve their problems themselves and that it would be right. Oliver looks at Mark with understanding and pride. He told him that he should definitely succeed and that he had a duty. The guys get into transport and leave. The hero waves his hand and wishes them a good trip. He stands there satisfied and looks somewhere. The guy thinks that he needs to get back to work. The protagonist carries a brown bag and goes up the stairs. A voice is heard from a fenced building. Someone asked whether Mick had arrived or not. Entering the house, the dark-haired guy sees little children running towards him and calling him brother. He doesn't have time to finish speaking, as suddenly the kids have already started to unwrap the contents of the bag. A little girl with ponytails was upset when she saw something she didn't like. She asked about the chicken. The guy is hunched over and washing the dishes. He answered that it is expensive in Seoul now. Someone rang the doorbell and the children asked what it could be. The tailed girl picked up the intercom and someone told her that he was her brother's friend. Oliver got out of the shower and heard that one of his friends had arrived. Doubting, he went to the phone because he had recently transferred to another school and had no friends. Some guy introduced himself and asked to open the door. This voice seemed familiar. The guy quickly ran up the steps to the front door. He saw the guest with a happy look. Oliver waved to him when he greeted him and asked how he was doing. He looked at him with a smile and asked if Mike remembered him, to which he received an affirmative answer. The brown-eyed guy greeted him warmly and thought that he was not forgotten and asked if he knew how many times he had watched his interviews and had already heard about him 1,000 times. So even if they met by chance, he would still recognize him. The stars were shining brightly in the sky and the guys were having a friendly conversation. The hero remembered how he looked through his phone at work and thought that he had received the address in advance, having scheduled a meeting with the prosecutor for Sunday, and when he was looking for the address, for some reason he was worried that this would be burdensome for his friend, but fortunately he was happy to meet him. Mike entered the room and raised his hand, warning that they had guests, and the protagonist waved his hand, saying that he was glad to meet them. Entering the room, he looked around thinking that the prosecutor and mother were still at work while he was being greeted. The little girl grabbed her brother by the clothes and pulled, making sounds of a fight, to which he said with a smile that Mick was really good at judo and that they were shown on TV with his father. Then the guy in the white t-shirt turned around and said that he was scared when he saw him with his father on TV, to which he asked again in surprise and asked if it was so realistic. Then the black-haired guy smiled and picked up the pizza bag and asked if the children had had dinner, to which everyone immediately rejoiced. The little girl happily devoured the treat, to which Mike immediately asked if she would have tteokbokki. The girl raised her head with a loud laugh and said that the hero was cool and asked him to come by more often, to which her friend Oliver immediately asked her to eat more slowly, because her stomach would hurt, and asked why he bought it. Then the protagonist patted the boy on the head and told him about what he had grabbed during dinner and asked him not to worry and suggested that they eat to their heart's content. Then he turned to Mike and asked how things were going at school and with his studies. He patted his sister on the head when she announced his successes and said that she was chatting in vain, and then Oliver noticed that he really was a good boy. The brown-eyed boy scratched his head with embarrassment and said that this was no comparison with him, because he was a medalist in judo and was in the top 10 in his studies, to which the black-haired boy immediately quietly asked why they were comparing him to him and said that he was slandering himself in vain because he had recently moved to Seoul, but this already deserved respect. Then the middle brother immediately turned around with a smile and said that Mike would soon become a prosecutor like his dad. He immediately became irritated and asked what he was talking about and told him that he was not going to become one, to which the hero immediately asked what the reason was. Then the eldest of the family lowered his head and tried to explain. At that moment, the head of the family was walking towards the house, and he continued, saying that then he would not be able to be at home often, and for him it was too much. Then Mick looked at the one sitting next to him and said that he understood everything. Suddenly he noticed torn clothes and bruises. He also noticed broken and dilapidated windows, after which he thought that this was because both parents worked. The gray-eyed man continued to watch and thought that it was painful to watch the children alone at home at such a late hour. A respectable man was already slowly climbing the stairs. Oliver put his hand on Mike's shoulder and said with a smile that he needed to straighten his shoulders and eat well, to which he immediately agreed, to which the hero immediately thought that he was a bit short and needed to eat well to grow a little more. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The prosecutor appeared at the door, who greeted the children with a smile. The kids immediately stood up from their seats and were happy. The man hugged them and asked how their day went. Suddenly, something caught his attention. His look immediately changed to frightened. John looked at the hero and frowned, asking what he was doing here. The protagonist looked at him with a smile and thought that, apparently, he was a little surprised and it was good that they agreed to meet on Sunday, but today he came to see only Mike. Suddenly, the prosecutor became even more gloomy and asked what he was doing here. Then Mick began to get up and asked again when he was reminded of the boundaries. He immediately stood up completely after saying that he was having dinner with his children in his house and thought that the prosecutor did not know that he knew his son. Then the hero smiled with anxiety and said that he had not told him before, but he knew his son and if he wanted to know how it happened. But he interrupted him and looked at him with displeasure and asked if the protagonist wanted to say that the Seoul native knew the schoolboy who had recently moved, to which the black-haired man immediately asked if he was surprised and began to explain. Then the old man looked at him menacingly and ordered him to leave. He got angry and ordered him to get out of his house immediately and asked if he wanted him to believe that this was an accident. The gray-eyed man looked at him with incomprehension after the words that the meeting was cancelled. The prosecutor turned away and thought about how he dared to invade his personal space, and this was beyond the limits of what was allowed. And even if he justified himself 100 times and it was not intentional from the beginning, it was tantamount to a threat. Oliver watched the head of the house and thought that it was his mistake, but he misunderstood and it was stupid of him not to think about the opinion of the owner. Mike began to quickly look at these two, while the big man thought about how he knew them from his past life, but this time everything was completely different. Besides, there was an offer of cooperation to the prosecutor, and he thought about how for this he had gained the trust of his family. He bowed and immediately calmly apologized. The man stopped at the door during the deep apologies. John did not move while he was talking about how he was given an address and offered to meet, and he had not seen Mike for so long that he came to see and he had no bad intentions. Then the head of the house turned around and calmly asked if it was true. The hero looked at him calmly and said that he had no selfish motives and swore. Then Mike decided to intervene and turned to his father, asking what all this meant. Oliver slowly turned around and said that he was sorry and decided to leave, thinking that everything was going wrong today. He turned to his friend, saying that it would be better to meet another time, but he tried to stop him. When the protagonist had almost left, the brown-eyed man loudly called out to him. The father watched what was happening and was silent. The children looked at him with sadness in their eyes. Then the eldest of the brothers took his hand to the side and loudly asked what was going on and asked why he was doing this to him. The prosecutor began to stretch his tie and asked him to calm down because he did not know all the details. The guy calmly looked at him and said that on the air it seemed that they got along well and asked what happened. John looked at him tiredly and, saying that he was changing clothes, asked if he was tired. The son came closer and said that he really respected that man and he needed to know why he was behaving like that with the guest, to which the old man immediately tried to find out the reason. Suddenly, he immediately fell on one knee when he saw the food and asked how many times he had repeated that they should not take food from strangers' hands and reminded him that he was an example for the elders. The younger ones took each other's hands and decided to go to another room. Mike anxiously asked his father why he thought he was not familiar with that man, to which John immediately said that no matter how famous he was, in fact, the guy knew nothing. Then the elder got angry and, coming closer, said that when they still lived in their hometown, bandits were driven away from their shop, and he immediately asked again. The son immediately tensed up, closing his eyes and said that time, it was Oliver. The prosecutor pressed the remote control hard. He immediately turned around with concern and asked about what he said. Pouring into a cup, they asked for forgiveness for the misunderstanding. Then he began to drink. He put the glass on the table. Sitting at the table, he said that he had to listen to him to the end, because who would have thought that he was a benefactor who saved his wife and son. Smiling, he said that everything was fine and did not expect to be called here. There was smoke from the food. You tell him that if he drinks one glass, it does not intoxicate. Smiling, he looked at him. Taking the glass in his hands, he asked about something. Looking at him, they told him that he was trying to make money at an early age and was investigating a criminal case. Looking surprised, they asked if all this was because of his father. Opening his mouth, he asked for forgiveness because his father died when he was little. He remembered how he read the protocol of the investigation case, said that he was chasing a dangerous criminal, no one filed an order for his death in the line of duty and the criminal served 2 years. Looking down, he thought that he didn't even remember his face. Squeezing his hand, he thought that even though he started all this to catch the scumbags who killed him and his mother, it wouldn't be a problem if the prosecutor thought it was because of his father. Opening his mouth, he said that this was definitely not it. He was told that he had to wrap it up. Smiling, they told him that from now on he was his reliable ally and if he needed anything, let him speak. Closing his eyes, he asked for another glass. The lanterns glowed red. Dead people were lying on the nightstands. There was blood on his eye. Taking his hand, he thought that it was slightly grazed, but it hurt. Standing near the hooligans, they told him that the investigator could barely stand on his feet. Smiling, he asked if that was a problem. Wiping the blood, he said that he ran away, having obtained information about the trade, and they had set a trap for him and were on guard. There was a broken phone on the floor, and he thought that he never thought that he would get into this, and if he had known, he would have asked for help. Looking at the phone, he thought about what he should tell him now so that he would not come, because today was Mother's Day and he could not turn it into the day of his son's wake. Sighing, he thought about whether he could hold out until he left. Standing with a knife, he asked if someone should call him, but the phone was already dead. Smiling, he asked if he could lend it to him. Looking up, he began to laugh. Opening his mouth, he asked what it was. His eyes widened. The man was shining a flashlight and asking if he was alive. Looking at him, he was glad that he had come. Throwing a fire extinguisher, he asked to finish everything quickly. He began to get the object. Clenching his hands, he said that they would have to have a snack later. He screamed and stood next to him. They swung at him. Then he hit one of them with his hand. Then he smashed a bat with his hand. One of them had a knife in his hands. He looked at him in surprise. Standing next to him, he asked if he was so dexterous. His eyes widened. The guy in the green t-shirt woke up. Then he lifted his t-shirt to look at his stomach. Closing his eyes, he realized that this was just a realistic dream. Next to him was his mother, who was washing the dishes. Smiling, she asked if he was awake. Oliver, opening his mouth, wished her a good morning. Getting up from the blood, he realized that first it was necessary to consider the candidates for the new office. Taking the sheets of paper in his hands, he realized that some were not strong in real estate matters and therefore there were problems. Putting them back, he realized that there were no specialists and was also not very interested. Inhaling, he said that it smelled delicious and why she cooked soup for a hangover. Taking the pan in his hands, she said that she wanted it herself and asked to sit down faster. Sitting down at the table, he said that it would be delicious. Taking a spoon in his hands, he said that he received advice on the profession. Looking at him, they told her that they would help him if he wanted to become a prosecutor. Eating rice, he asked why she had reacted so well. They answered that it was a good profession. Looking at him, she thought that she was safer than a policeman. Chewing, they told him that the prosecutor was really a good person and had the right to decide for himself. Taking chopsticks in her hands, she said that the building was almost finished and therefore from today on there was no need to go there and relax with friends. They answered that he had made an appointment. Opening her mouth, she asked with whom. The sign said about Titapaki. Then he went into the room. Smiling, he said that he had not seen him for a long time. The guys were sitting at the table and greeting him. There was delicious food on the table. Sitting and looking at each other, they were initially silent. Opening his mouth, he said that he suggested going to a regular meat restaurant. The other said that they were sitting suspiciously. Looking at the guy, he said that he had not brought them here to feed them, because recently only children like that, and then congratulated them on the gold medal. Opening his mouth, he thanked them. Looking at them, he asked if that was all. Looking at them in surprise, they asked what else he wanted. Looking at them, he asked if there was another reason. Opening his mouth, he asked what he meant. Holding a bag in his hands, he thanked them again and said that he also had something for them. Taking out the bag, he said that during his stay in Thailand he remembered them and bought them. Looking at him, they asked if it was for them. Putting the bag away, he asked them to wait. Opening his mouth, he asked what their plans were for today. Looking at him, he called him a sly man and that he was good at disguising himself. Opening his mouth, he said that he had watched his broadcast with the prosecutor. Smiling, he asked if he had seen the recording on the hidden camera. They answered that they were worried that he was going to become a prosecutor. Putting his hand to his chin, he asked if he had decided. Looking at him, I thought maybe he was trying to lure him into the police. Putting his hands on his shoulders, he asked if it wasn't better to be an investigator than a prosecutor who worked in the office all night long. Closing his eyes, they answered that no matter what, it was better not to embellish. Taking the chopsticks in his hands, he asked him to stop luring and start eating. Opening his mouth, he said not to eat. Drinking from a saucer, he said that they needed to eat everything quickly before they took it away. Smiling, he understood that this was the atmosphere of investigators. Sitting at the table, he thought that although they came from different places and studied in different schools, they overcame difficulties and had a close connection. Chewing, he realized that they had become friends when suddenly someone apologized. Two girls came up and asked if he was an athlete. Looking at him, he asked how he could help. Covering her mouth with her hand, she was surprised. The other said that they were big fans of his. Smiling, he put his hand to his chin and asked again. They said that they were members of the club. In the transcript, this is K Club. Reading the book, she said that El Beloved, O Oliver. The main character was smiling. Giving them a piece of paper, he thanked them for rooting for him. They were talking behind him because he had become a celebrity. Sitting down at the table, he asked not to make fun of him. Looking at the TV, they decided to watch because the guy had been on the run for 300 days and his whereabouts were still unknown. Looking at the screen, they said that the police planned to establish investigative committees of the capital's police service in 6 regions of the country. Opening his mouth, he thought about his name. On TV, they continued that this was the most dangerous prisoner who had been hiding for a long time and was currently the main criminal. Sighing, he said that he had ruined his appetite. Taking his face, he thought that because of this criminal, high-ranking police officers were fired. Having knocked on the table, they looked in different directions. People were also sitting and listening, because he knew his face as well as other criminals, who even after committing a crime behaved as if nothing had happened. Bared his teeth. Looking at the screen, he thought that his personal revenge was important, but since this was a second chance received in heaven, it was better to track down dangerous criminals and settle unfinished business. Remembering what he looked like, he thought that he needed to find Adam. The sun was standing and shining into the building. The woman, looking at him, asked if he had run away from home. Opening his mouth, he asked her again. Holding the bag, he asked if anyone could run away with so many things. Looking at his mother, he realized that he had lied to her that he was going on a trip with a friend. Waving his hand, she said that young people were increasingly running away from home. Opening his mouth, he asked if he could stay there because he liked it. Looking at him, she said that there was nothing special in the house and that he would have to make the monthly payment in advance and that he would be resting now. Putting down the backpack, he understood that it was luck because now he could hide with money. Closing one eye, he decided to buy thick curtains first. Then he began to take an object out of the backpack. He put it on the table. Looking at it, he understood that he had already prepared all the equipment. There was a knock on the door. It was a courier who was giving away a parcel. It was written on it that this was the best confectionery of rice products. There was no one on the street, and one of the first rules of the investigation was, people were walking. They were filmed by a camera, and it was necessary not to give yourself away. Standing with a camera in his hands, he said that the more prepared the criminal, the faster he would guess and escape, even if the atmosphere around him was no different from usual. The sticks were broken because many people were mobilized because of Adam, and the arrest took 2 years. His characteristics were written because he knew his home nearby. Looking at the board, he understood that this was all he remembered. Taking the teddy bear in his hands, he said that he had a laptop with him. Pressing the teddy bear, there was a sound that he loved him. Smiling, he understood that it would take a maximum of a week. There were women near the store, and this was the source of rumors. Approaching them with a cake, he decided not to arouse suspicion. One of them said that this was the one who moved to the studio. Waving her hand, she asked if he had come to study. Oliver answered in the affirmative. Laughing, she thanked him and asked if he had treated everyone. Opening his mouth, he said that not everyone, because some were at work. Looking at him, she asked if there was too much pie and whether he would treat the whole area. Looking at the house, he said, "What about his?" It was gray. They looked at each other. Opening his mouth, he asked if he was allowed to go there or something. Holding his neck, she said that girls lived there about whom there were bad rumors. Sitting down next to them, he asked about the rumors. They answered that the girls who leave at lunch and return drunk at dawn. Smiling, he realized that during Adam's escape there was a girl with him, and most of the women who spent time with him were from brothels. Looking at him, she asked not to get involved with these. Opening his mouth, he said that he would not. The apartment number was written on the door. There was a nightstand near it. People were lying on the bed. Opening his eyes, he heard a sound. Getting up, he realized that no one was saying anything. With closed eyes, she asked what was going on there. Adam looked out the window. He looked near the store, then near the entrance. From the door they asked if there was anyone. Taking his hand, she asked if she should open the door. She took hold of the door handle. Opening the door, she asked what was going on. Smiling, he asked if she would mind distracting her for a minute. Looking at him, she realized that he was cute but underage. Standing near the door, she was asked if she liked rice cake. Holding it in his hands, he said that he had just moved here and had come to treat her to a pie. Taking it, she thanked him. Looking at the nightstand, he saw a man's watch. Opening his mouth, he asked if she lived alone. Looking at him, he said that he had also started living alone. Closing his eyes, she asked if they had finished. Stepping in with his foot, he realized that he had not checked yet. Taking the door, he asked her name. Looking at her, he said that he had not yet made friends in this area and that she seemed his age. Taking the wallet, she asked how old he was. He answered. Handing over a business card, he said that when he grew up, he should come visit. Her name and club were written on the business card. Holding the card, he realized that he had found it. Closing one eye, she smiled at him. Taking the teddy bear in his hands, he said that he had never given anything like it to anyone, but as part of the acquaintance he would give it. Holding the teddy bear, she was surprised. Waving his hand, he asked if she knew any that say it. She answered in the affirmative. Holding a pie and a teddy bear in her hands, she looked at them. Adam was standing behind the wall. Looking at her, he was called. Opening her mouth, she said that she was given gifts. When suddenly, baring his teeth, he took the teddy bear away. Then he tore it. Looking at him, she asked why he tore it. Taking the thing, he looked to see if it was really a child's toy. Putting his hand to his cheek, he asked for forgiveness and what to buy a new one. Then he threw it in the trash, but something was glowing in it. No one was sitting at the table. There was an object on the table. The door was closed. They said that someone would go out for a while. Standing with a bag in her hands, she asked if it was dangerous, They answered negatively. Lying on the bed, he listened to headphones. Holding them with his hand, he realized that he had thrown the toy out near the front door. Standing near the trash can, he understood that he was careful in everything he did. Taking her by the shoulders, he apologized for continuing to work. She liked everything. Taking off the headphones, he asked to do it alone. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he realized that they were alone. Then he looked out the window. Looking at the window, he asked to quickly go out. It was night, there was no light in the windows. There was trash on the nightstand. Sitting at the table, he listened to everything. When suddenly, he heard a click. Taking the earphone, he thought whether he should be tracked if he was going to rob again. Leaving the entrance, he realized that he did not stop committing crimes, including theft and extortion. Standing on the ground, he thought that this would be his last exit. Standing with a camera, he took pictures of him. One eye was closed. There was a red dot behind Adam. When suddenly, he stopped. Then he looked up. A flashlight was shining on him. The curtain in the house was drawn. Silently, he walked on. Oliver stood behind the curtain. Adam went about his business. Exhaling, he realized that his heart almost jumped out because he thought he was caught. Taking the phone in his hands, he realized that it was definitely him. A girl named Jenny was added to the board. He called and said he had taken some pictures. The sun was shining through the window. He stood with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Looking out the window, he realized he had fallen asleep and almost failed the task. Adam was walking with a teddy bear in his hand. There was a car parked next to him. He looked at it. Looking at it, he didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. He was clutching the teddy bear in his hands. He entered the house silently. Suddenly, he ran to the window. He began to look out of it. Looking at the car, he realized he was seeing it for the first time. The owner of the stall had also changed. Lying on the bed, she asked if he had just returned. He handed her the teddy bear. Taking it in her hands, she called him caring, and he asked her to go to her friend. Putting his head in his hand, he realized that he had guessed. Opening his eyes, he thought that he needed to maintain the familiar atmosphere so that it would not be noticeable. Holding onto the headphones, he was told that they did not have official permission for a covert investigation. Listening, they said that she should come to the place where the old man had recently died. I wrote everything on a piece of paper. I put on my jacket and decided to wait for him. Adam was sitting at the table. He was holding a wig in his hand. I went outside and went to the kiosk. In the car they said that they had been waiting for 3 hours. At the kiosk I asked for buns for 10,000 won. I turned my head and thought when he would come out. Someone was walking with a crutch in his hands. It was an old man who was passing by him. He had gray hair and a beard. Oliver paid attention to him. The old man was also looking at him. Looking at him, I realized that something was wrong with him. Looking at his gait, I thought that he was leaning on a cane, but he was holding it at the side, not in front, and his steps were too fast. Then I opened my mouth. I looked at his sneakers. I remembered how Adam looked at him. Then I realized that last time they were the same. I looked at him seriously because I understood that he had changed his clothes. Standing near the kiosk, they gave him his order. I opened my mouth and asked if Adam had arrived. Then he started knocking on the car. He removed the glass and told them to find his common-law wife. He handed over a piece of paper and said that they needed to ask about her at the entertainment club and quickly find her, and then drive to the address that he would give. Then he looked into the distance. They were asking him where he was now. Looking at the old man, he decided to check something. The sign said the area and the house. There was no one near this house. Adam began to take off his wig. Then he threw it on the floor. Looking in the mirror, he realized that he had easily deceived them. He put the kettle on the gas to brew ramen. Looking in the refrigerator, he tried to find kimchi. Something was happening outside the window. Adam paid attention to it. Someone quickly jumped over the fence. Then he knelt down. There was a guy next to him who was asking who he was. He raised his finger up and asked him to be quieter. Opening his mouth, he said that the old man had died and did he need to go to the empty house. Raising his hand, he said that he was from the police and was looking for a criminal, so it was better to cooperate with him. He opened the door with a key. Having opened it, he was happy because the owner had a master key. Entering the house, Adam realized that this was the same guy. Looking at him, he thought about how he was connected with the police. The boots went further. A kettle was boiling on the stove. A man with a knife was standing behind the wall. Then he saw him. Adam pounced on him, screaming for him to die. Gritting his teeth, he trembled. The guy stopped him. Then he twisted his arm. Squeezing his hand, he decided to swing. He punched his face. The man hit the nightstand and the knife fell out of his hands. The vase broke into pieces. Lying on the floor, he looked at the shards. Then he took one of them. Oliver was watching him. Adam tried to hit him. The main character took his hand. Opening his mouth, they grabbed him by the t-shirt. After that, they began to throw him to the floor. The sun was shining outside the window. The man flew out of this window. Then he hit the floor. Standing next to him, he shook out his hands. Looking further, he understood that the boss would arrive soon. He He looked at the kettle, which was boiling. Near his hands were scissors. Adam stood up and walked towards him. Swinging the scissors, he wished him death. Suddenly, someone hit him from behind. He fell face down on the floor. Pointing his finger up, he said that they had really done him in. He lay there and didn't move. There were scars on his face. Raising his hands, he shouted that the chief had caught him. He looked down. Then he smiled. They were shouting from the house that Adam had finally been caught. It was sunny and we were at the National Police headquarters. The man approached Oliver. Closing his eyes, he thanked him for closing the case. Looking at him, he said that it was all thanks to the police, who did not give up and worked hard for the sake of public peace. Pointing to a chair, he asked him to sit down. Taking his hand, he asked why he refused an interview in the press. Looking at him, he said that the police should be told about this event first. Opening his mouth, he said that he went on a solo trip to relax and met Adam on the way, and then contacted the boss because they knew each other. Opening his mouth, he said that the boss needed to be transferred to the main building. Looking at him, he thought that he was a gold medalist of the Asian Games and also witnesses in the case. Looking at him, he asked if he wanted to get a special job. Sitting on the couch, he asked him to speak calmly. Opening his mouth, he thanked her for the offer. Closing his eyes, he decided to say. Standing near the exit, they asked that he was going to miss such an opportunity. Leaning against the wall, he hoped that he would become a policeman and they would catch criminals together. Closing his eyes, he said that if he did this, he would have to start as a patrolman, and even if he became a policeman, he wanted to graduate from the academy and start with the rank of lieutenant. Remembering him in the past, he realized that he started as a patrolman and devoted most of his life to becoming a policeman. Opening his mouth, he said that this was true and also why he refused the interview. Looking at him, he said that it was hard to be famous and if he became recognizable, he would be able to conduct a proper investigation. The boss asked if he would come to the corporate party. Looking at him, he asked if he would buy beef. They answered that thanks to him he was being transferred to the main department and it would not be difficult to buy. Both had white sneakers. They decided to say goodbye. One was standing on the stairwell. Turning his head, he asked him to leave. Someone was walking while holding the stairs. Holding his head, he said that he was already coming. They were walking up the stairs. Opening his mouth, he said that he did not want to eavesdrop, but could he tell more in detail? Then he picked up a notebook. Oscar, looking at him, asked if he did all this himself. They answered that he was not the only one. Sitting on the stairs, he said that the police also helped. They asked him if they forced him to say this. Looking at him, he asked if he looked like a person who would do what he was told. Putting away the notebook, he said that this was enough for a report and would definitely write that he was arrested thanks to the efforts of the police. Looking at him, he asked for anonymity. Remembering the video surveillance, he understood that if they had worked properly, the criminal would not have been able to escape. Looking at him in surprise, they asked if he could tell him any suitable news. Looking at him, he said that because of Adam, they could remove vacancies in the higher ranks of the police, carefully checking skills and personality. Also looking at him, he continued that the police chiefs had talked about this and that there had been a conversation just recently. Opening his mouth, he thanked for the interview because that would have been enough. They grabbed him by the shoulder, but he thought that if the reporter would report this to the media, the higher ranks could remain vigilant. The news said that the criminal was caught. The newspapers also wrote about this. They were holding a newspaper in their hands. Looking at him, he read about the athlete. Then he picked up the phone. There were boxes on the nightstands. Smiling, he called someone. Looking at the phone, he asked why it was so noisy because he could hear laughter. Putting his hand on the phone, he apologized because he was with the boss now. Holding a glass in his hands, he asked why he called him boss. Opening his mouth, he asked if something had happened. Looking at the newspaper, he asked if they were writing about him. The food was frying. He asked if something had embarrassed him and also asked to stop talking. Opening his mouth, he realized that he had established a good relationship with the head of the police department. To the envy of everyone, he was told that he had also been offered a job. Sitting at the table, he was surprised and asked not to go because they would make him a patrolman. Closing his eyes, he said that he refused. Holding the phone, he said that he would not distract him and would call later. Then he hung up. Seriously, he thought that he had decided to get rid of all the dirt with the help of this guy. Getting up from his chair, he realized that if he became a policeman, it would be a waste of his talent. We are near the district attorney's office. People were talking about the criminal. Then they looked into the distance because someone was asking if the district attorney was there. He came and they asked him what the matter was. He pointed his finger up and asked what the matter was. They opened their mouths and shouted at them to hire him. He clenched his hand and asked to hire a distinguished investigator. The man looked surprised when he heard that he should hire him. Clenching his fist, the man shouted that he was talking about a distinguished investigator. Standing behind the employees, he added that he was talking about the gold medalist in judo at the Asian Games, that witness in the case, Oliver. To which they answered that he should wait and explain everything in order, and he added that it seemed that he was not in the know yet, he should listen carefully. John frowned and said that Oliver found and pursued the escapee, and then even handed him over directly to the police, but the police were going to take the guy to themselves, that's what he was talking about. Looking to the side, the man asked that Oliver was that famous judoka, to which he was told that he was filmed in a hidden camera, now he remembered. Smiling, he added that they needed to find him before the police took him to themselves. The main character's badge appeared. Stretching his hand forward, the policeman said that so, let him meet his colleagues. Looking to the side, John said that this was the head of the department, Edward, to which the man said that he was pleased to meet him, and the investigator added that this was Emily, to which she replied that she thought they would work together in a month. The hero grinned, hearing that, and finally, Investigator Luke, he is big as a bear, that is why his nickname is Clubfoot, to which he replied that well, enough, welcome to their ranks, let them call him by name. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that thanks to everyone for such a warm welcome, he will work hard, and then thought that some action would follow from the prosecutor's office, but did not expect to be offered the title of honorary investigator. Looking at the prosecutor, he added that this was his doing, to which the man said that the greetings were over, and now he needed to get an assignment with Oliver. Looking surprised, Luke asked that they were going to a meeting. Turning around, the man said that the district attorney called. He remembers, they will go, and Oliver said that yes, they will see each other later. Sitting at the table, the man asked that the prosecutor was late. The prosecutor looked away, hearing the greeting. Smiling, the hero said that it was nice to meet you, his name is Oliver, and the man asked that oh my god, he is a little late. Looking at them, the man asked what, and that guy, to which the prosecutor replied that they would be present at the meeting, as he had asked, to which he replied that they would. The people grinned. It was heard that they had heard, during this month Oliver would be a trainee investigator. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was glad to meet them, let them take care of him, and then thought that this was a lifelong matter, though he did not expect to work in the prosecutor's office. Grinning, the man said that by the way, to which he was answered that yes, he was listening to him. Looking straight ahead, Oliver heard that he knew the name of their department, to which he replied that yes, the Department for Combating Serious Crimes of a Criminal Nature. Frowning, the prosecutor said that then he knew what crimes were considered serious. The man was holding a knife in his hands. It was heard that the most famous were theft, murder, arson, causing harm, bodily harm, kidnapping, and luring. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that rape, harassment, and intimidation, and he also knows that this department is responsible for gangsterism. Looking away, the man said that it is true what they say, that he is smart and quick-witted. Looking at the protagonist, he added that among all this, their prosecutor's office supervises criminal investigations of large criminal organizations and gangster organizations scattered throughout Seoul. Smirking, the prosecutor asked what, and finally, he knows how many gangster organizations there are in Seoul. Looking at him, the hero answered that it is known that there are about 150 to 230, about 60% of the organization consists of 15 people. In addition, about 50 organizations are related to drugs. Looking away, the man asked that he had just learned all this, and the other added that he was just like a real prosecutor, yes. John grinned and thought, wow, people were walking down the hallway. With his hands in his pockets, he asked that he knew all this from where, that police chief taught him, to which the protagonist replied that yes, that's right. Grinning, the man said that if he had caught the criminal a little later, he would have ended up in a better department, to which Oliver asked what he meant. He was promoted. Looking away, the hero heard that he knew what economic crimes were, to which he replied that they included tax evasion, fraud, corruption. The prosecutor closed his eyes when he heard that he was being transferred to the Department for Combating Economic Crimes, to which he laughed. A white flag appeared. The thought arose that if this was the Economic Crime Department, then it was a special department of the Seoul Central District Public Prosecutor's Office, comparable to the Prosecutor General's Office. In the future, it was one of the departments that was considered a subdivision of the Special Department, which became the Anti-Corruption Department. Oliver grinned, thinking that this meant the prosecutor was going up, and then said that he congratulated him. Standing in front of the elevator, the man said that okay, it was all thanks to him, to which the hero replied that yeah, what did he do? And he added that many things. The elevator opened. It was heard that if you think about it, it's amazing how they ran into him. Isn't this fate? Looking away, John said that he would still briefly tell him about organized crime. At the new workplace he needs to study everything from the beginning, to which the protagonist replied that yes, I understand. Oliver lowered his gaze, thinking that he should let him stand. The elevator board appeared, and he added that soon the whole country would be engulfed by the fraud of the dot-com bubbles. He was going to pass on information about them to the investigator, but then the story would speed up. The hero was waiting for the elevator, thinking about the fact that the new head of the Special Crimes Investigation Department of the main office, which is not protected by the authorities, and the prosecutor were expecting achievements due to the promotion. Bill and John stood with their backs to each other. The thought appeared that if they united. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that this would definitely happen. Looking at the prosecutor, he added that cases that would remain unsolved for a long time due to lack of evidence. All the criminals in these cases could be arrested en masse. A folder with a dossier appeared. The thought appeared that before thinking about the future, it was necessary to focus on the current mission. The clock hung on the wall. It was heard that he should fill out the documents. Sitting at the table, the man asked how the work on the case was progressing, to which Luke replied that yes, he was already carrying it. The girl grinned and asked that she would look at and sort through these documents. She would help, to which the hero asked if that was possible, and she replied that of course, just let him not tell about what he saw here. Putting the papers on the table, Emily said that these were all cases and they needed to be sorted like this. It was heard that he should wait. The protagonist grinned, hearing what it was, to which he replied that no, nothing, and then thought that this was how the investigator's innermost thoughts were revealed, so he stopped showing his true emotions. Looking at him, the girl asked that the police were supposed to sort everything out and send it, but it was strange that it was lying around haphazardly and they had to sort it out again. Yes, to which Oliver replied that he didn't think so. It must be because each prosecutor had his own style of organizing documents. Holding the folder in her hands, she said that it was true, their prosecutor preferred to organize all the documents sequentially. The hero smiled, hearing that so, now he will try to lay out this case, to which he responded approvingly. The dossier appeared, and he thought. The protagonist took the document in his hands and thought that this was the case. The folder appeared. The thought appeared that although it was not so widely known, but this is one of the cases that destroyed the status of the prosecutor. The case at that time was in the prosecutor general's office, so he could not read it, but he knows the general outline. The man smiled. The thought appeared that despite the fact that it was a small organization that was mainly engaged in the supply of alcohol, management of entertainment venues and prostitution, it led the prosecutor's office by the nose, and the responsible prosecutor was even demoted. The girl grinned and asked that she could lay out this case in chronological order, to which he replied that yes, good. Putting his hand to his face, Oliver thought why this case was transferred to the prosecutor's office. Usually such minor cases are handled by the police. Holding the case in his hands, he added that it was especially strange that the register looked neat. Not only could these hooligans not be so honest, but so. He opened his mouth and exclaimed. The hero frowned and thought that of course, they definitely hid the second register. The lamp illuminated the room. The rat was sitting on the floor. The girl looked at her. She was sitting on the floor. It was heard that when he would come. The car was rapidly moving forward. It was heard that how long had it been since he left. Grinning, the hero asked what he meant. This is for the best, to which the man replied that of course, let him agree, it is difficult to sit and deal with affairs in the office. Winking, Luke said that he had not gone anywhere for so long, so let him say what he wants to eat. He will buy whatever he wants, to which the protagonist thought that it seems that he now guesses why they called him Clubfoot. Smiling, the man said that but it seemed like the prosecutor really wanted him on his team, to which he asked again. Oliver looked at him. Hearing that yes, he even allowed him to go to the scene of the crime to interest him as much as possible. Sitting behind the wheel, Luke said that he meant that even an official investigator is not forced to conduct an investigation in places where it can be dangerous at the initial stage, to which he replied that he did not know. The hero smirked, hearing that by the way, it was very commendable how he, just by looking at the register, immediately guessed that something was wrong with it. How the hell did he pull this off? To which he replied that it was. Looking at the papers, the protagonist said that something was wrong with the register. Looking at him, the prosecutor asked him what made him think that, to which he replied that it was because the register of prostitutes and it was written very precisely. Oliver frowned and added that maybe it was his bias, but he thought that in this industry the sales summary would be filled superficially, but here every little detail was written down. Looking at him, John said that yes, he should not worry. He also wanted to suspect everyone at first. If you do not keep records properly, the girls who owe the establishment no reason to deduct the debts, and then they just stay there like slaves. Raising his eyebrows, he added that nevertheless, the sales are recorded accurately. How can these types be so conscientious? The man smiled. A thought appeared that in his past life Jim had very few employees, but later it was discovered that there were more illegally employed women. At first it was pointless to manage 4 outlets with so many employees. Putting his hand to his face, John said that it was impossible to manage 4 establishments with so many. There must be underground staff. Grinning, the hero thought that the prosecutor seemed to read his thoughts, and then said that underground staff, a strange register. They looked at each other and said that it meant there was a second register. The machine suddenly stopped. Putting his hand to his head, the employee said that they should pass, to which Luke thanked him. The hero frowned. There was a broken bottle on the floor. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that the atmosphere was gloomy, to which the man replied that he had caught Jim's second accomplice here last week. Looking away, he added that they should first look around, asked that this second register was here at all. Looking down, the protagonist said that it should definitely be here, and then thought that he had looked elsewhere but had found nothing. It should definitely be somewhere here. Raising his eyebrows, Luke asked that maybe they would look for their boss, said that Jim was catching people from their side, so he thought they should push a little. Oliver smirked and said that if they just sit back and wait, there will be shame, to which he asked why did he hear anything? Looking away, he thought that the reason why the prosecutor's office itself started an investigation, the reason why he moved to the prosecutor general's office, maybe because the second register contains the names of high-ranking officials or key government officials. The girl held the box in her hands. The thought came to mind that in her past life, an unknown woman left a secret register in front of the police station and then suddenly disappeared. The documents were in a box. It was said that the names of numerous employees, including minors, were written down in it, and a list and information about the VIP guests of the establishment were also entered. As soon as the evidence was found, the case was immediately transferred to the prosecutor general's office, so the police could not follow the case. The hero looked down. He looked down and thought that it was assumed that not only was the evidence not found personally, but the management was also involved, so the prosecutor's office wanted to quickly hush up this case. Smirking, the man said that by the way he was looking, he had already become skilled at turning everything upside down at the scene of the crime. The thought appeared that, oh damn. Looking under the table, the protagonist asked that in detective movies, isn't that what they do? To which Luke replied that it was smart, it looked like there was nothing here, so they were leaving. They walked down the corridor. The man held his hand out to the side and said that he should wait, minors are not allowed in here. He knows, to which Oliver asked, isn't this the staff waiting room? He raised his hands and added that anyway, pretty girls were changing there. He could hear, like this, to which the hero replied that they would pass. He took hold of the door handle and heard someone walking together. Things were scattered on the floor. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked what the stench was, to which the man asked what it smelled like. There wasn't anything like that last time. Looking away, he added that he had heard how many girls worked here, to which Luke replied that there were 12, I think, and he added that that couldn't be. The room was a mess. It was heard that at first glance, there were more than 50 things lying on the floor. Isn't that a bit much for 12 people? If you count all the clothes here, it would be more than 100 outfits. The man looked at him in surprise and said that it was true, but some people didn't show up for work that day, to which the protagonist asked what he had said. It was Friday night. Oliver looked around and said that usually in such establishments there is rush hour on the eve of Saturday, so they could get fines for being late or absent. Isn't it strange that they didn't show up for work, being left at a loss? The man looked at him in amazement and asked how he had thought of that, to which he replied that he had seen it in movies too. Leaning over, the hero asked what, by the way, he had said. There was nothing suspicious about the emergency exit, to which he replied that yes, nothing. Putting his hands in his pockets, Luke said that there were police officers standing there and guarding him, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Looking away, he added that then, maybe. Frowning, Oliver asked that there was a secret room there. The prosecutor raised his eyebrows when he heard that maybe it was hidden behind a cabinet or bookshelves, to which he asked if he had been watching too many movies. The hero knocked on the wall. He heard a strange sound and frowned. The protagonist looked at the man and said that it was strange that there was a ringing sound from this side, to which he asked, really? Grabbing the cabinet, Oliver asked if they could push it together, to which Luke responded approvingly. Suddenly, they looked in surprise. There was a hidden passage behind the cabinet. The boxes were on the floor. The girl lowered her head and wondered what her uncle had told her to hide here until he arrived. She was already dying of hunger. Suddenly, she looked in surprise. The girl turned her head and asked what those sounds were, to which she replied that she would look. Looking around the corner, the man said that it smelled even worse here, to which the hero thought that maybe the second register was here. A voice was heard from behind the wall. They looked at each other in surprise. The girl stepped forward and asked if they could go out now. Looking straight ahead, she asked if it was him. Who were they? Looking at the hero, Luke thought, why is there a man here? And the protagonist wondered if she was really locked in here. They opened their eyes in amazement. Hearing that she looked, what was there? The thought appeared that, so, she was not alone here. Looking to the side, the girl said, yes, here. Holding the phone in his hands, the man heard that he called him. Why didn't he call back? Looking down, he heard that they found something, to which he replied that the thing is that they found a secret room. Holding out a cookie, the protagonist said that it was dry, let him eat it with milk, to which the girl thanked him. Looking to the side, Luke said that women were locked in it too. The man was sitting at the table. He looked to the side, hearing sounds. Jim grinned and said he was being persistent. He put his hands behind his head and added that maybe he would stop. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The man fell to the ground and wheezed. Jim clutched his face and asked if he was crazy or something, said that there was no reason to attack like that. John looked at him and said that he didn't have another registry but hired employees. So what about the secret room where he locked the girls and hid the registry? To which he asked how he knew. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that these bastards, they can't be let out. The prosecutor raised his hand and said that he was still not himself. That was it for today. Luke looked at him in surprise and asked what happened. The girls were eating, and he added that a person could do such a thing. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that God, if only the last time he went, he had hinted at least somehow. The hero looked away, hearing that, damn, that's it. The girl was eating food. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that it wasn't that he didn't want to hint, but that he simply couldn't, because they owed so much that they couldn't pay back the debt, and they were threatened that if they were caught, they would be finished. The girls, sitting on the floor, started crying. The employee looked at them in surprise and thought, God, that crying of theirs, it must have been really hard for the girls. Closing his eyes, he said that he should be sorry. He wasn't angry at them, he was angry at himself because he was inattentive and didn't find them earlier. He really was sorry. Oliver looked at him. Grinning, he said that instead, maybe he should go buy them some hot food, like soup, to which the man replied that, well, yeah, a bun with milk wasn't enough, really. The girls wiped away their tears. It was heard that he would return soon, and he should console them for now. The hero looked surprised, hearing that at first, she wanted to keep quiet for another day. Looking down, the girl said that she thought she would die of hunger if they had stayed here even longer. She believed that before she died, she should definitely get out, even if she was then beaten to death. She frowned and added that but if she knew that he would lock them too, uncle, no, she did not want to listen to this bastard. The protagonist silently watched her. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. Oliver closed his eyes and said that for a start he was glad that they were all okay, asked what they were told when they were locked in. The girl looked at him in surprise. She smirked and asked what he meant by the one who controlled them, said that he was just an accomplice, and even if he was caught, they would immediately release him. He simply said that he would be released from the pre-trial detention center in a day or two. Turning her head, the girl said that he would return immediately, and if they escaped, he would kill everyone. Boxes appeared. It was heard that even if he did not find them, he could threaten their families or acquaintances. She thought about whether they should all run to a place where no one could find them, having only an IU and a physical refusal. Looking at her, the hero answered that I understand, thank you for telling me, and someone turned to him. Looking to the side, he asked that he had already returned, empty-handed, to which Luke replied that this was not the point. Clenching his fist, the man said that the journalists were there. They were already all standing in front of the prosecutor's office. Standing up, Oliver asked what, already, to which he replied that the hell, where is the information leaking out so quickly? The girls started talking among themselves. Frowning, the protagonist said that they should listen, first take sunglasses, masks and caps to hide their faces. Looking straight ahead, he added that they should also take expensive bags and coats, to which the man asked what? Why suddenly expensive? He looked surprised, hearing that he should ask for help and try to hold back the reporters as much as possible, to which he replied that he understood. The protagonist put the bag in the bag. It was heard that they needed to hurry. Okay, when they were ready, let them come out. A view of the prosecutor's office building opened up. The reporters raised their microphones, and they could hear that the prosecutor's office had found the girls the criminals were hiding. Yes, they were saying that many of them were minors. That was a ready-made headline, and the guy said, okay, let him rely on him. Looking at the crowd, he heard those who were younger move back. What did age have to do with it? Let them not push. Frowning, the guy shouted for them to calm down. The reporters suddenly turned in his direction. Looking straight ahead, he said that a special report was good, but let them behave accordingly, calmly. The men lowered their heads, hearing that most of them were teenagers. They wanted their report to only cause irritation. The car suddenly stopped. People looked at it. They heard that the bus had arrived. People were going up the stairs. The hero was walking behind the girls. The reporters were looking at them. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away. The guy grinned. A thought appeared that thanks to the reporter Oscar, the journalists really calmed down. Thank him. The men suddenly ran out of the building. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the prosecutor asked if everyone had been punished, to which he replied that they had not. After clapping, John turned to the journalists. Raising his eyebrows, he shouted that the press conference would only be after a small investigation, so let them come in 3 hours. Everyone understood. Looking at him, the reporters heard that even if they all gathered now, there would be confusion, so they would take a break. The doors to the building opened slightly. Walking forward, the man asked if he was tired, said that it was all thanks to him, to which Oliver replied that it was not at all. Looking away, the employee said that they would go inside now, to which he was told to wait. The prosecutor took a step forward and cleared his throat. Looking straight ahead, he said that he would not go on and on about making excuses for long, and apologized. John bowed in front of the girls. Closing his eyes, he said that he was very sorry that they were very late. Looking at him, the girl replied that it was okay, everything was fine. The hero looked away and thought that it was not easy for a proud prosecutor to admit his guilt and bow his head to others, but, as expected, he was a strong and outstanding person. The girl looked surprised when she heard that the investigation would soon be over. They would not have to meet with journalists one-on-one. Grinning, the protagonist said that he would give them the expensive things they took, they would change their clothes and no one would recognize them. Looking at him, the girl said that that was why he told them to take clothes and bags. Oliver shook his head and said yes, then thought that he had used this method in his past life when he hid the victims. It was an immortal method, both then and now. Bowing, the girl thanked him, and then said that she should excuse him. If you don't mind, could she ask his name? Standing in front of her, Oliver introduced himself, to which she introduced herself in return, and he said that now he should forget about everything and, hopefully, she would return to normal life. Closing her eyes, the girl thanked him. Looking down, the hero thought, wait, why does he think the name is familiar? Hugging him, the prosecutor said, oh my god, his dear Oliver, it was he who came up with the idea of helping the victims remain unnoticed. Smiling, he added that he didn't even teach him, but he does everything so perfectly, to which the protagonist replied that he was embarrassed. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the man said that they would quickly go inside. The prosecutor general was already looking for him. A sign appeared in the office. Looking straight ahead, Oliver heard that isn't this his calling. Sitting at the table, the man said that he hadn't been doing the honorary investigator's business for long, and John asked that it was true. That was powerful. Looking away, the man said that thanks to him they had found important evidence. Thank you, to which the hero replied that he had. Grinning, he added that he was just lucky. Without the help of the prosecutor and the investigator, he wouldn't have succeeded. The man grinned. A thought appeared that just think, the head of the main department of the prosecutor general's office himself was looking for him. This was more surprising than he thought. It was heard that he was so grateful that he would like to fulfill any of his wishes. Is there anything he wants? The men exchanged glances. The protagonist looked down and thought. An office appeared. A thought appeared that he would like to look at the archive of the main department's cases. Looking straight ahead, the man said that let him speak and not be shy. The archive appeared. The thought arose that there were rumors that deep in the Central Investigation Department there were countless high-profile cases that would shake the entire country. Maybe there was information about that very organization that he had not yet found. Grinning, the hero thought that but he did not have such obligations to go there yet. It was a pity, but not this time, and then said that he just did what he had to. He had no wishes. Looking to the side, he added that if it were a personal wish, then he would want Korea to be the safest place wherever they went. Grinning, the man said that it seemed like his wish, they would try for the good of the people, to which Oliver thanked him. Looking at the prosecutor, he said that he could go. He would talk to the prosecutor general and go. The door slammed. It was heard that yeah. Grinning, the man said that as he said, this guy is not simple. Theodore put his hand forward and asked that he agree, said that he was offered to fulfill his desire, and he always refused, and he was worried about it. Looking straight ahead, he thought about Korea, where everyone can feel safe. What an exceptionally outstanding talent. Looking at the prosecutor, the man addressed, to which he responded. John nodded his head, hearing that since they caught Jim, their attorney general's office was going to conduct a search and confiscation of the property of that establishment, to which he replied that yes, I understand, he will take care of it. The hero walked down the hallway. It was heard that and let him take good care of that guy, he will go far. Raising his hand, the man apologized. Picking up the phone, he said that he was listening, to which he was told that Chloe from the holding company was talking to him, to which he asked what was going on. Looking down, the man wondered why the manager of the consulting firm he had learned about from his colleagues was suddenly calling him. He heard that it was convenient for him to talk. She wanted to tell him that the .com mobility in Korea was unstable. A vending machine with drinks appeared. He heard that the investigation into Jim's victims was progressing. It was closed. Now these girls were safe. Sitting at the table, the prosecutor said that he did not think he had been able to eat properly today, so he would treat him, to which the hero responded approvingly. The protagonist smiled, hearing that he had worked a lot, he needed to eat something tasty, to which he replied that he eats everything. Putting his hand in his pocket, he said that by the way, putting the laptop on the table, Oliver asked that he could take a look at it, to which the man asked again. Looking at it, John heard that this was the profit from the investments he had made earlier. Numbers appeared on the screen. He heard that 10,000, 500,000. The prosecutor asked, his eyes wide with surprise, what million? He trembled with excitement and thought that not even a week had passed, and 5 million had turned into 6, and then asked that he was not joking. Smiling, the hero replied that yeah, that's how cool.coms work in the US. Maybe by the end of this month he will be able to earn about 2 million more. Looking down, the man said thank you. Really? Thank you very much, to which the protagonist replied that he would buy the children a lot of goodies. Taking his hand, John said that he was really very grateful, but he really did not want anything, to which Oliver replied that he really did. Looking straight ahead, he heard that okay, he can tell him, let him talk, to which he replied that then. A view of the moon opened up. The hero walked through the city. Looking at the fish, he asked what mom would like. Walking straight, the protagonist thought about how he had been so inattentive to her under the pretext of being busy. He was sitting at the table. A thought had occurred that Prosecutor John had allowed him to look at the archive of the Special Department of the Prosecutor General's office, thanks to which he had spent quite a lot of time there. Oliver was looking at the papers. A thought had occurred that although he had not even looked through the archive of the middle department, it was a huge success to be able to look through files that the police could not know about, because direct lawsuits had been filed against the prosecutor's office, the prosecutor general's office, and the special department. Entering the house, the hero said that he had come. Looking straight, he asked where she was. The protagonist put the food on the shelf. Knocking on the door, he asked what she was here. Oliver opened the bathroom door. Looking straight, he asked what, and not in the toilet either. Things were lying on the floor. The hero froze, looking at them. He stood in the middle of the room and turned to his mother. Looking at him, Amelia asked what when he came. Turning around, the protagonist addressed her. He turned sharply and continued, that is, where she went at such a late hour, to which the woman hesitated. Holding a plate in her hands, she said that she went to the neighbors to treat them with snacks, asked what time it was. The clock stood on the shelf. It was heard that it was already so late. They chatted. Closing his eyes, Oliver asked that that's all. He again. Amelia looked at him in surprise and asked what he was again. What happened to him? What happened? What is it? Hugging his mother, the hero thought that thank God, and she said that he should look at him. He is somehow strange today, does not think. Grinning, the woman said that he is already so big, he was scared that she was not at home. She will not go anywhere and will not leave him. Let him not worry. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she had an accident, like in her past life. The moon appeared, and he added that in this life he would take care of her. People were snowboarding and skiing. They were sliding down the mountain. A surprised exclamation was heard. People were riding the ski lifts. The woman grinned and said that thanks to him they were here today. Thank you, to which he replied that no, what about her? Looking at him, Amelia said that this was their first family trip, to which Oliver replied that a family trip is not. Looking at them, Eric said that thanks to her he was at a ski resort for the first time, to which she replied that yes, what is she? It was all Oliver, and Lucy thanked him. Standing near them, the protagonist thought that he was going to go with his mother, but his friends followed them, so they all went together. He grinned and added that since mom liked noisy meetings, everything was going well. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that since she came to ski, everything was fine with her studies. Lucy looked away and asked why she was following her around and lecturing her again, to which Chloe replied that she came because she was worried. She knew how hard it was for her to take care of them alone. Amelia looked away and asked if everyone had come now, to which Oliver replied that another group was due, and there they were. Raising his hand up, the guy turned to her. The prosecutor closed his eyes and said that he was glad to meet her. His name was John, to which the woman replied that oh my God, thank you for looking after him. Lucy and Eric waved and said hello, to which the guy said hello in return. Raising her hands up, the girl said that she missed him, and the man asked what was wrong with her. The thought occurred to him that the prosecutor had been working hard all this time and had not seen Mike for a long time, so he decided to call them too. Grinning, the hero asked that she was good at skiing, to which Amanda replied that she could do it well. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that so, now that everyone was gathered, they would go to the hotel and unpack their things. The girl lay down on the bed and said that this room would be theirs. Looking at her, Eric asked what for. There were more men, so they needed a spacious room, right? To which Mike said that yes, he was the first to take this room. Standing by the window, the protagonist said that my God, there was a big room there, it would be theirs. Going to the balcony, he added that enough swearing, they would go out to the balcony, and the girl said that the view was wonderful. Looking straight ahead, the boy said that it was so high up here, asked if she was not afraid, to which Amanda replied that her brother Oliver would not let her fall and would catch her right away. Looking at the hero, she asked if it was true, to which he replied that of course. The hero grinned and thought that it had been so long since he had been here. The man was skiing, and the thought occurred to him that sometimes there were criminals here who hid under the guise of ski resort workers, so he learned to ski by chasing them. Looking at Eric, the protagonist asked what he was saying. He had never skied, to which he replied that yes, exactly. Smiling, he asked if it was his first time skiing too, to which Oliver replied that well, yes, but he was calm about it. Putting her hands on her hips, Lucy asked if it was true. If he was so sure, then they could make a bet on who would ski the fastest from the highest mountain. The mountain appeared. It was heard that there would be ice cream. How about him? The hero closed his eyes and asked that she had not skied that much. She was so sure. Okay, shake hands. Looking straight ahead, Amelia said that it seemed that Oliver looked happy, to which John replied that yes, he always thought that he was always serious. The hero's mother smiled. Standing on skis, the man said that if they wanted to stop themselves, standing in front of the people, he said that they should put their feet like this and go down, drawing an S-shaped route. Suddenly, the guy exclaimed in surprise. The girl, looking straight ahead, said that this is cool, she also wants to ride a snowboard, and the guy asked, "What, is this that athlete?" The hero was riding a snowboard quickly. Looking at him, Lucy said that there was no bet. The protagonist took off his glasses. He grinned and asked why they flared up. Standing in front of him, Eric asked if he really was skiing for the first time, and the girl said it was suspicious. Oliver closed his eyes and said that yes, he really was skiing for the first time, and then thought that in this life. The man was skiing fast. Suddenly, a shout was heard behind the hero for them to move away. He turned around in surprise. The man was quickly sliding down the mountain. He looked straight ahead in fear and shouted. They watched him in surprise. The girl closed her eyes and exclaimed. Suddenly, the man jumped up. The glasses flew up. The blue sky appeared. The glasses fell into the snow. The hero was lying on the ground. He looked at the girl. She was unconscious. Pieces of meat were being grilled. The guys were sitting at the table and asked if Oliver's wrist was okay. Ted imagined how the main character saved the girl and wondered why he rushed so recklessly. He asked Oliver with a satisfied look to drink one glass to disinfect the wound. Holding the bottle in his hands, the man said that everything was fine and the protagonist could drink if an adult offered it to him. The protagonist looked at his mother, who nodded approvingly. The man was surprised by what had happened. Oliver looked at his mother with a smile and said that in this case he wanted her mother to pour her some. Amelia was surprised. Ted laughed and exclaimed that this was the right decision. The first permission to drink alcohol should be obtained from parents. Amelia poured him soju, saying that Oliver worked hard and should try a little more before graduating from high school. The joyful protagonist replied that he agreed with her, but his mother should also take care of her health. Getting up from the table, the man said that he was not good at toasts, but he would try. With a smile on his face, he noted that when he said to the happiness of their family, the guys should pick up and say to them. Raising his glass, he said that they would drink to the happiness of their family. Oliver and Amelia clinked glasses and replied that it was for them. The protagonist got drunk. Going out onto the balcony, the man asked if Oliver was cold. Standing at the edge, the protagonist asked if the brunette had gone out for a smoke, noting that he simply wanted to get some air. Sighing, Ted replied that he actually wanted to tell him something. He asked the protagonist with a serious expression if he remembered that register. Oliver presented a folder with documents and wondered if he meant Jim's second register, after which he replied that he did. Ted asked with a serious expression if the protagonist knew that the matter had reached the municipal councilor. Oliver asked again with a puzzled expression. Looking into the protagonist's eyes, Ted replied that it was true, adding that the deputy had a municipal councilor of the second class. He introduced the unfamiliar guys and told them that this guy joked that there would be a restructuring in that area, and they said that there was someone else behind the deputy. Leaning on the railing, Ted asked Oliver if he knew what was surprising about it. Frowning slightly, the man said that they said that the connections connecting the deputy with the echelon of power had evaporated without a trace. Looking intently at the protagonist, Ted added that all contacts had quietly disappeared, as if they had never existed at all. In any case, someone had taken tough measures in high circles. Taken aback, Oliver clarified what had happened to the deputy in that case and whether he had been caught. The man introduced the screaming girl and told them that the deputy had died. On the day he returned from being summoned to the investigative department, he had hanged himself at home. Taken aback, the protagonist assumed that it was murder. A building appeared in Ted's imagination and he replied that it was not exactly known, but the National Forensic Service also registered it as a suicide. They say it was all because of drugs. Ted crossed his arms and emphasized that anyway, judging by the fact that the deputy committed suicide so neatly, these circles could be a much larger organization than one could imagine. Looking at the surprised Oliver, Ted noted that if we talk about second-class municipal councilors, they are not just politicians. He imagined a man with a glass of wine and added that someone from business circles could be involved, so it was one headache. Looking at the ceiling, Ted asked not to tell him anything because he just decided to tell. Ted looked at Amelia and asked Oliver to be attentive to his mother. Of course, he helps her enough now, but there will be less time when he goes to college, becomes a prosecutor. Looking at her, Ted noted that she is a wonderful person. She raised the main character alone. It will not be enough to just succeed in everything. Oliver waved at her, saying he would try his best. Ted turned around and said he was going inside. The protagonist was left alone on the balcony. He sighed and thought about the whole organization. Frowning, Oliver assumed that this organization was connected to those who caused him and his mother time. Looking at the slides, the protagonist declared that he would not back down no matter what happened. There was a plate of food in front of him and he asked if Amelia would go with him. He sat opposite his mother and asked if she wanted to go skiing at least once. Closing her eyes, Amelia replied that she would be interested in watching Oliver ski. Irina approached the protagonist and asked how his wrist was. Looking at the girl, the protagonist replied that everything was fine with him, after which he assumed that Irina had come to have dinner with a group, and the girl replied that it was her father. Oliver extended his hand and invited the guys to join them. Looking at Irina and her father, the protagonist and his mother said their names. Putting his hand on his chest, the man said that he was very grateful that Oliver saved his daughter, after which he introduced himself as Hank. Irina folded her arms and said that she was 18 years old, and the protagonist replied that they were the same age. He said with satisfaction that they both spoke good Korean. Pointing to himself, Hank began to speak in English about being an English professor at Hankook University. Irina extended her hand and asked if Oliver played sports, because yesterday she thought she had crashed into a rock, to which she received the answer that he was a judoka. The woman turned her gaze and asked why they were making such a fuss. She silently watched the guys. The woman looked at the guy and asked if he liked it, to which she received the answer that pork cutlets were the same everywhere. He took a bite of the meat and asked why his mother was so kind today. Chewing the meat, the guy noted that it made him sick. Oliver was suddenly taken aback. He dropped the spoon on the table. The scared protagonist overheard a boy asking if his mom could be acting like she always did. Oliver imagined the bandit and started thinking about the snake tattoo on his wrist. Putting his hand on the table, the boy asked to get out of there if his mom was done eating. They started to leave. Amelia watched the protagonist and asked what happened. The surprised protagonist replied that everything was fine. Looking away, Oliver thought that even though he was a little younger, that was definitely his voice. Looking at the confused Hank and Irina, he apologized, noting that he would be gone for a while. Frowning, the protagonist wondered why he hadn't thought of that. He started to walk away and noted that he was clearly not young at the time of the incident. But now, having gone back in time, Oliver began to look around. Following the stranger, the protagonist suggested that perhaps the bandit was his age. The protagonist touched the boy's shoulder and saw that he had made a mistake. He continued to look around the cafe. The guy and his mother were walking towards the exit. Oliver was suddenly taken aback. Sunlight enveloped the building. The protagonist ran out of the cafe. Amelia followed him and asked why he ran out so abruptly. The confused protagonist replied that there was nothing wrong with that and that it just seemed that way. The guy and his mother were walking down the street. He suddenly stopped. Looking away, the woman asked if he liked everything. The guy turned around and asked again. Standing in front of him, the woman said that she simply should have taken him somewhere more often earlier, after which she apologized for doing it only now. The stranger turned away, saying that such a mother was better than a father who blew up the IMF and died irresponsibly, after which he asked to go home quickly. The woman stood quietly and asked him to listen to her. She went in the other direction and noted that she would return to the cafeteria because she forgot her scarf. Watching his mother, the guy wondered what was wrong with her. He looked at the tracks in the snow and wondered if this was the scarf she had given him. It was evening. Holding the scarf in his hands, the stranger asked if the woman had said to wait a bit, noting that it was no wonder she was acting strange today. The enraged guy said that his mother had no conscience. He threw the scarf on the floor and screamed that his mother was just like his father. He began to trample on it and said that he didn't need parents like that either, who abandoned their children for themselves. He walked away from there. It was morning. The trees were surrounded by a fence. The man walked down the street and said that he had decided everything. Holding the phone to his ear, he noted that he didn't need to worry about the deputy anymore. He heard rustling from the bushes. The man paid attention to it. The guy ran out to him. Chase was scared by what had happened. Standing in front of the guy, Chase asked why he came out of there and if he knew that it was forbidden to walk there. The guy turned around and said he didn't know. The man was holding the phone in his hands. He continued the conversation and said everything was fine, just some kid had appeared out of nowhere. Chase smiled and asked his interlocutor to sit quietly and not show himself until the older man called him. The guy turned his attention to the man who asked him to wait. He asked Chase with a displeased look what he wanted from him. Following him, the man clarified what a greenhorn like him was doing there at such an early hour. The guy covered his face with a cap. Chase took it off. The furious stranger asked what Chase was doing. He clarified with a satisfied look whether the guy had dropped it. The stranger clenched his teeth in anger. He rushed at the man with his fists. Chase dodged him. He put the cap on the guy's head. Chase tripped him. The stranger fell to the ground. The man grabbed him by the neck. The dumbfounded boy asked to let him go. Sitting on him, Chase asked if he liked waving his arms like a captured animal. Looking at the boy, Chase asked if he wanted to go with him, noting that he would feed him well. The stranger stared at the man. Snow fell on the trees. End of Season 1. Sunlight enveloped the building of the Seoul Central District Public Prosecutor's Office. There were many folders of documents on the shelves. Oliver looked down and noted what he had found. He emphasized the fact that the case with the legislator was a murder with a smile on his face. He read the investigation history and thought that the person involved in this case was an advisor with a 3-year term. He committed suicide as soon as he was discovered and the investigation began. Holding the papers in front of him, the protagonist emphasized that this case was already 3 years old. Like the case with Kim, the middle bridge to the aforementioned disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Someone was walking down the hallway. Oliver, with an interested look, concluded that the organization had existed since then, at least 30 years if you count the time before the murder. An old man entered the office and asked if the protagonist was there. Standing in front of him, he asked what kind of case the protagonist was looking at so closely, to which Oliver replied that he must have a lot of Korean cases, as he was just looking through some cold cases. Smiling, the old man stated that the young investigator was enthusiastic, and Oliver said that he was not even an official investigator. Sighing, the man noted that he wished science would advance and solve all the cold cases, and the protagonist asked if he had a favorite case in mind. Looking at the files, the old man replied that he had many, such as the case of the missing dragonfly boy, and Oliver thought that both cases remained unsolved before his regression because he was unable to catch the criminal. Smiling, the protagonist asked the man if he liked coffee. Extending his hand, Oliver said that he simply wanted to share his concerns with him. The old man pointed his finger at the protagonist's phone, which was ringing. The protagonist noticed the phone and asked him to wait a bit. Holding the phone in his hands, Oliver wondered what had happened. Bob, smiling, assumed that it was something important and then said that he was always there so they would see each other next time. The embarrassed protagonist said that he felt a little awkward leaving like that and then asked if he could come to him next time. Putting his hands behind his back, Bob replied that Oliver could come and that he would clean up now. He watched him. The old man's face suddenly became angry. He opened a folder with documents. Standing in front of the shelf, he said that sometimes ignorance is bliss. Oliver brought the phone to his ear. He thought with a serious expression that he had been digging through the archives for a long time, trying to find information about this organization, but had found nothing special. Looking at the sky, the protagonist noted that if everything were that simple, he would have understood him a long time ago. Oliver called Chloe with a smile. The girl was sitting at the computer and asked him what had happened. Near her desk, it was written that she was the CEO, and the protagonist asked if he should call her Miss Chloe now, to which he received the answer that he could call her whatever he wanted, after which the girl asked if he could stop by the office for a while today. Holding the phone to her ear, Chloe emphasized the fact that they were coming to the end of their story about .com investments, and she thought it would be nice to finish it there. Looking away, the protagonist replied that he would be there in a moment. He waved his hand at a taxi. Oliver got into the car and asked to be taken to his destination. There were several cars behind the taxi. The car began to move at a tremendous speed. The protagonist arrived at the office. He sat opposite Chloe and clarified how the move to the new building was going. The puzzled girl replied that she had been so focused on .com that she had not forgotten. Looking at the sign, Oliver said that they would soon be hiring a few people and there would be a lot more work, so they needed to finish the move before then. Pointing his finger, the protagonist noted that therefore, putting the shrine aside for a while, he wanted her to do one thing first. Oliver, with a smile on his face, said that he was thinking about creating a shelter for teenagers who had run away from home. Nick and Chloe looked at each other and asked at the same time. The joyful protagonist said that he wanted to help teenagers who had run away from home who needed help or who could undergo a change. He would like to provide not only shelter and food, but also education, medical care, legal support, and counseling. Adjusting his glasses, Nick asked if that was a lot of money and how the protagonist came up with that. Oliver looked down. He remembered how he had tried to find and follow the guy and noted that having lost his trail, he had continued wandering the slopes in search of him, but had returned empty-handed. He pictured a little girl who was crying and added that he was amazed that there were many parents among them who had given their lives to the IMF, and many of them abandoned their children at ski resorts and amusement parks. Looking at the boys, Oliver asked if they had made a lot of money, noting that he had only thought about it before because he couldn't afford it, but now it was reality. Surprised, Chloe stated that as expected, there was something special about the boss. Walking down the street, the protagonist thought that they were both very talented, but seemed a little lost in the real estate industry because it was not their field. Holding his chin, Oliver emphasized the fact that he needed an informant who could move like a limb. The thoughtful protagonist noted that before the regression, they had more than 8 personal informants, among whom were gangsters, flophouse owners, and convicted fraudsters. Oliver passed a car. He was being followed from inside. The guy started taking pictures of him. While driving, the man asked the spy if he wanted to eat. He happily suggested taking a few more pictures and then going to the Jajimon restaurant in front of them. The photographer noticed that the protagonist had suddenly disappeared. He looked out of the window in surprise. The furious guy screamed that he had let the protagonist through because the driver had gotten in his way. Oliver suddenly grabbed him by the jacket. He threw the guy out of the car. The driver was shocked by what had happened. The guy was terrified. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked who had sent him. Looking at the smiling guys, Oliver asked again if they were from the mission center. The guys exchanged glances in silence. The protagonist frowned and asked if that was true. The confused guys said that they were just doing what they were paid to do and that they had given him the client's contact information. Oliver waved his hand and said that he had nothing else to look at, so they could go. The protagonist took the phone in his hand and asked if it was the number of the guy who had them follow him. He was looking at the phone number. Oliver raised his hand to the phone and said hello. The man opened his mouth. The old man asked with a serious expression who the protagonist was. Sunlight enveloped the building. Oliver looked around the building with delight and thought that there were places like this right in the center of Seoul. The man greeted the protagonist with a slight smile on his face and noted that his name was Howard. Oliver was taken aback and thought that he had heard this name somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. He noticed the badge on Howard's collar and wondered why the lawyer looked like a butler. The surprised protagonist realized that it was the lawyer who was Chairman Richard's assistant. Oliver stood quietly in front of Howard. Richard poured tea into a cup. Looking at the cup, the protagonist thanked him for it. He began to drink tea. Oliver stared at the old man. Richard closed his eyes. Sitting opposite, the protagonist remarked that he never thought he would meet Chairman Richard like this. He felt very constrained in the white hanbok. Looking at Oliver, Richard said that he should apologize first. Lowering his head, the old man said that he was sorry for spying on him for so long, and the protagonist thought that he was a nicer person than he thought. The protagonist seriously asked why Richard was speaking to him so politely. Smiling, Richard replied that he had nothing better to do than drink tea and they would call it the curiosity of a rich old man. Shifting his gaze, he said that when he was younger, he was engaged in loan sharking. Looking out the window, Richard remarked that this is why he had to be a little strict with all the children so that they would not go down the wrong path. Sitting on the floor, Richard explained that his daughter did not want to get married and insisted on gambling. In a way, she was like him. Looking at the sky, Richard said that he had heard that he had listened to a schoolboy and broken his stubbornness in one fell swoop, and he wondered what kind of people they were to do such a thing. Crossing his arms, Richard added that he wondered how much money they had spent on a minor topic that was so brilliant that it was worth it, and Oliver asked if he was happy with the results. Richard replied with a serious expression that it was more than he expected, to be honest, because it multiplied his wealth several times. The joyful protagonist replied that if the chairman had not given them the initial investment, it would not have worked out so well. Richard sat opposite him. Oliver took the briefcase and said that while they were there, he would like to make a proposal. He showed Richard a folder with a project about a shelter for runaway youth. The protagonist, looking pleased, suggested using some of the money earned for something meaningful. Looking at the document, Richard asked again. Oliver had a smile on his face. The old man held his chin. Sitting at the table, he asked to wait. Richard introduced the protagonist and thought that they said he was better at his job, but he was worse than he thought. Laughter was heard from the room. Puzzled, Howard assumed that the gentleman was having fun. Chloe came there and greeted Howard. She stood in front of the door and heard loud laughter. Chloe calmly noted that she had arrived. She entered her father's room. The girl sat down opposite him and asked if the guest had left yet, and Richard proposed marriage. He poured tea for Chloe. She was taken aback and asked what had happened and why he was pouring her tea. Richard raised his fist to his mouth and replied that they had something to talk about. A young man had approached him about business. Taken aback, Chloe asked if the man wanted him to sponsor his business and did the man really think that he would help him. Irritated, Richard replied that he would help him for her sake. Pointing his finger, the old man explained that the man wanted to open a place for teenagers who run away from home. Chloe seriously stated that it was not only about good deeds, creating a positive image with the help of hiding places. The company would be perceived as good, so if the company had a crisis, it would not fall apart so easily. Richard smiled and thought that was it. Anyone doing business should see a real benefit in everything. He threw the folder with documents on the table and asked Chloe to open it and look. The girl looked at the folder with a puzzled look. Looking at the papers, Chloe wondered if these were the house registrations in his father's name. Richard looked at his daughter intently. He introduced Oliver and asked if he was going to write. Why not write with meaning? Because this guy said that he would earn money that he would not be able to take with him to the next world. Stunned, Chloe sat on the floor and wondered what kind of madman did this to her father. Richard began to get up and said that he would support a shelter for runaways. He walked with a satisfied look and noted that they could go and build it. We then see a man on a TV channel talking about the latest news. He said that the remains of 5 missing schoolchildren had been found and they were known as the Dragonfly Boys. The girl was standing at the crime scene and said that she would connect them with a reporter on the spot. Oliver was sitting in the room and the girl said that they were able to find the boys' remains after all, and they were able to find them in the nearby mountains near the village. Oliver looked away and asked why they were called Dragonfly Boys, and the girl said that they disappeared after going out to catch dragonflies. Oliver smiled and said that he had great news, and the girl didn't understand who this anonymous person was because they had done something important. Oliver smiled and realized in his mind that one of the South Korean cold cases that he had looked at in the prosecutor's office archive had been good for him, and he also remembered as much as he could about it and anonymously reported it to the police. People hugged and cried because it had been solved much earlier than before the regression of this whole situation, and then the children would be returned to their parents safe and sound. Afterwards, we see a sign with the number of the examination room. Someone hung up the phone and said that they killed themselves the day after tomorrow, and then he realized that only a day had passed since they finished talking, and he was already able to find a building for the shelter and a person for the position of director. Oliver looked at the phone and realized that it was as if it was not enough. The new one was able to talk to the administration of the shelter, and he did much better than he expected. He turned his head and said that he did not do it. Then we see a flower in a pot. The man was standing in the middle of the room and talking about his own. Oliver, smiling, looked ahead and said that he was just their prosecutor, and he was forever immortalized in the Department for the Investigation of Economic Crimes. The man patted the protagonist on the shoulder and thanked him for this gift, and he was too grateful for it. Then he went to the other man and said that if he was done celebrating, he could make them, because he had a lot of work, but he was still a prosecutor from the Criminal Investigation Department, and he should not forget about it. Then the door slammed shut. Afterwards, we see the door of the storage room. Oliver was sitting at the table and asking how much easier it was than difficult. The man put his hand to his chin and said that in his entire career as a prosecutor, he had only dealt with murderers and bandits, and he did not understand whether he could handle an economic crime where there was a criminal who twisted his head, and he was extremely worried about it. Oliver said with a smile that it was because he was too worried about innocent victims. The protagonist was sitting and working at the computer because in the past he was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Department, and he could understand him. The prosecutor smiled, pointing at himself, and in his mind he realized why he liked him, because instead of catching a criminal, he should have taken care that no one got hurt. The prosecutor raised his head with a smile, and Oliver said that he was sure that he could handle it, and he would do everything possible to help him in this action, and he also trusted him in his work. The protagonist smiled and said that the prosecutor was a person who could be trusted. The man silently looked forward. Then we see a bottle of soda, and someone asked Vidya for help. He only had 1 week left. Oliver was surprised and lost in thought. He realized that there was exactly 1 week left before the end of the honorary investigator's term, and after the winter holidays he was supposed to become a high school student. Then they will see them from the honorary investigator Oliver, and he also could no longer do his favorite investigation, and also could not believe that everything had come to this point. The protagonist looked at his pocket. He turned away and took out his phone. He put the phone to his head and talked to the man. The guy was sitting at a computer desk and said that they were able to notice suspicious activity and contacted him, because he should have remembered about a portal that had a special name and could advise him to buy many things. Then we see a website on the computer. The man was holding the phone in his hands and said that it was a great gift for the late prosecutor, and he should have thought about it too. Oliver smiled and said that it was just right. During the Korean dot-coms, there was a group of scammers who ruined many people. The protagonist looked and lost in thought. He realized that, besides, economic crimes were quite difficult to prove. Unlike the police and the prosecutor's office, they could not act only on the basis of statements. He put the phone away, looking ahead, and realized that he was worried about the question of how to warn his prosecutor about the existence of scammers, because thanks to his comrade, a breakthrough was made. The prosecutor looked ahead. He was called. Oliver smiled and suggested doing some targeted research. Then we see a bottle of alcohol. The guys were sitting at a table with lots of booze. One of them pointed up and said that he loved money because he could drink as much expensive liquor as he wanted. He held out his hand and said that he had made 4 times what he had invested, and that was why he should be in a good mood because he was a millionaire. The gray-haired man looked away and realized that he was one of the older guys. He looked away and said that he had only ever worked with scrap cars in his life and they were still nervous, but it must have been a lot of fun in the brokerage business. The man put the bottle on the table and told him to watch his words. Then he looked away and said with a smile that he wished he had bought him a stiff drink. He then poured the guy a drink even though he was just renting the place and it was nothing special. He held up a glass and was offered a toast. He raised the glass with ice. He stood in front of the people and asked them what their goal was. Then he said with a menacing look that they would work 5 times harder to earn 5 times more. Then we see a young guy. Then we see him on a document with his personal information. He would be the fund manager of the agency, and he was also considered the architect of the so-called stock price manipulation operation. Oliver pointed at him and said that in addition to all this, they were allegedly involved with a group, and where there were about 4 more people, and a colleague at work heard that this was being talked about a long time ago. The prosecutor, with his hands folded, said that they did not know about it, but it seemed that they were using the account for a second time, and the funds that were not currently being used were hidden. The prosecutor was surprised and did not understand how they were valued at 10 million won. Oliver folded his hands in front of himself, said that at the moment it was 10 billion, and it was expected to increase several times in the future. Although this was simply unbelievable, I should not just make a mountain out of a molehill and then everyone will fall for it. Oliver looked down and realized that he was sure that there were many people who had committed suicide because of this whole situation. The prosecutor folded his hands and looked around silently. One of the guys made a fist and said that the investigators should have been ready right now because he had a warrant, and even if it was easy, they should have grabbed him by the throat. The prosecutor closed his eyes and nodded his head. Then he turned and asked with a smile if the protagonist was coming. Oliver smiled and agreed. The man closed his eyes and lowered his head. Then he turned and asked if the protagonist was coming with us. Oliver looked and smiled. The girl sitting at the table objected. She was looking ahead and did not understand how she was supposed to prove the crime, and she assumed that a gang of people would just format the computer and all the evidence would be destroyed. The guys looked at her in surprise. Oliver, folding his hands in front of him, said that it was quite possible, but they had digital forensics at their disposal. Afterwards, Oliver looked up and realized that digital forensics couldn't have existed at that time. The man folded his arms and looked at him and asked what that was, but he said it was just a recovery program. The guy folded his arms and said that there was no such thing and he didn't know what they were talking about, and the other guy said that it was impossible to recover something that had been deleted. Oliver put his hand in front of his face and said that if they were trading through a brokerage house, then all their records and trades would be stored on the servers where it happened. The guy looked ahead silently. Then he raised his hand and said that they should have started checking the relatives, friends, and acquaintances of all the suspects. They needed to check if they had anything hidden in their accounts. The guy looked ahead and said that they should have followed him and not been seen, and they would do it quietly. The boss nodded his head and said that he believed in his employees. He looked at the men and told them to do their best, because that was the only way they could close this case. The protagonist nodded confidently. Then we see a car wheel. Oliver looked ahead with his comrade and realized that it was here. In front of us was a huge building, where yesterday right after work their man came here, and the monthly rent was deducted to his brother's account. They sat in the car near the building and realized that their man was able to settle in the very center. And then we see a shiny window, and the comrade checked the other buildings, and they were all clean. They could only hope for this place. Oliver looked out the window and realized that he had to arrange surveillance, although the windows were opaque, and if they needed to break inside, they had a lot of risky steps. The protagonist looked ahead and said again that he would have to be a scout. Oliver looked with a smile, said that before coming here he did exactly that, and his comrade loved secret investigations. Unfortunately, he did not have money for such complex operations. Oliver was surprised and said that he couldn't believe that they were the district attorney's office and they didn't have any money for this. At this time, the man looked at the car and the protagonist didn't understand why they weren't given funds for their missions. Then he pulled the door handle. He opened the door and was greeted because he was the youngest member of the team. The man looked and said that it was nice to meet him. He got into the car and the guy said that this was his informant. The guy looked through the rearview window. The man looked ahead and said that he had researched everything and was almost 100% sure that this was the same place from all his observations of his meter spinning. He continued to watch and said that there were at least 8 people in there and one of them seemed to drink almost every day and the other one seemed to be always sleepy and that's why he rarely left his room. Oliver looked at the guy and realized that he was quite talented and told them everything in detail, and he also asked if they were white inside, but it was not difficult for him to find out all this without even entering the building. He stood behind a pole and watched the guy, because today they ordered lunch from a Chinese restaurant. Oliver looked away, lost in thought. He realized that they did not order food. The guy pointed to the side and said that it was a good job. Oliver called out to his friend. He smiled and offered him to go to that very Chinese restaurant right now. Then we see someone holding a plate of food and telling him about the basics of secret surveillance. Then we see a guy on a motorcycle who was disguised as a courier. This was a classic because most people did not look at the courier's face, and it was a great way to avoid suspicion because everything went very clearly in a person's life. They were standing near the establishment and understood that this was where they made deliveries. Then the courier drove up to them. He took the container with the food and realized that, as the popular TV commercial said, the iron briefcase could take him anywhere in the country. The man showed his documents. Then we see the cash register inside the building. The men were sitting at the table and talking. Oliver looked at the courier and asked why he couldn't help them. Then we see a flyer saying that the building was for rent. The courier exhaled and Oliver asked if he could work for a few more days. No, the man said at that time. The son had an accident, so he had to find money for the solution as soon as possible. The protagonist put his hand to his face and they decided to look for another restaurant because they couldn't go back to the prosecutor empty-handed. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that they had no choice. The courier was very surprised when he realized that he hadn't put his stamp on the contract. Oliver slapped the table with a scary aura and said that he would buy his store. He looked menacingly forward and asked how much the store cost. Then we see a motorcycle wheel. The protagonist was riding a scooter on the road. He was wearing a helmet and smiling. Then we see a door opening. The guy was holding a phone and they were telling him how dare he do something without his knowledge. The prosecutor was complaining about the guy a lot, saying that he was crazy, that there was something wrong with him, because he sent them only to find out how much this guy had. They had bought a Chinese restaurant in the meantime. The man held the phone to his ear and said that they had nothing else to do, there was no other choice to move forward with this case. Then we see a huge building of the next company. Even if they forbade these guys to trade, they could not stop the collapse of the price of these shares, but if they just took them away, it would be a lot easier. Oliver smiled, lost in his thoughts, and he realized that by quickly becoming the main shareholder of this company, he would then be able to minimize the damage caused by one person, and this purchase was unjustified. The man in uniform exhaled, looking at the food. He decided to fry the dumplings and get ready to go. He took the dumplings in his hands, did not understand why it was so delicious. The protagonist looked at the phone and answered it. He held the phone to his ear. He was told to bring 3 portions. Oliver asked where exactly. The man was sitting in the office at that time and said room number 603. The protagonist became wary and realized that this was their goal. The man was typing on the keyboard at that time. He took the phone and asked why he was ignored. Then he, sitting in the office, repeated the room number. The protagonist was surprised and realized that this was what he needed. His comrade looked at him in surprise, and the protagonist apologized and said that they had to, as usual, wait. Then he hung up the phone. His comrade smiled and said that he was right. Oliver nodded his head contentedly. Then someone was holding a bag of groceries. The guy with the bag was standing near the door. Then he came in with the food and greeted everyone. He put the food down and asked what he had ordered this time. The guy was working on the computer and said he wanted Chinese food. The man moved his hand to the side and could not believe that he decided to order it again. Although today he had a lot of work, and work was a deception, and he was sure that all this time his friend was drinking with beauties. He looked to the side and realized that this was too much because he also wanted to relax, and then thought about excluding him. The guy smiled and asked about the money, because he completely forgot what they were doing. If he decided to do it, they would not get a penny. The man put his hand behind his head and said that he would see as soon as he was paid. Then he turned his head and said that the food had arrived. He looked forward. Then he opened the door. In front of him was the protagonist of the mask. He was holding a suitcase in his hands, entering the room. Then he bent down and began to open the bag. He took out plates with food from there. Then he turned his head and did not understand why they were sitting without light and it was very dark. The man looked at Oliver and told him to just do whatever worked and leave. The protagonist stood up and said that it would be okay. Then a hand was placed on his shoulder and he was asked why he was looking at him like that. The guys looked up from their work, looking at all this. Oliver said that he envied them because they could work in an office, and then asked if he could get the same job if he got the qualifications. The guy held out his hand and said that if he tried hard enough, he would succeed. Oliver closed his eyes and held his hand behind his head. He was told that he needed to come in and look at all this. Then we see a computer game on the monitor. Oliver pointed at it and asked if they had gamed of Boo or something like that. The man then exhaled and asked if he knew anything about stocks. He put his finger under his head and said that he was ignorant because he didn't know what he was giving up. Then Oliver stood near the door, saying that he still had a lot of work to do and he would have to leave. He took off his mask and picked up the phone. He held the phone to his head, saying that the location had been confirmed and everything was correct. He remembered all those leaflets and the game on the computer and realized that he had also seen documents that they apparently worked on several computers, and they also managed to get inside pretty quickly in just a few minutes. The protagonist shows a container in his hands and said that he just found out what they needed. Then we see a huge building and Oliver flying so that they could take them tomorrow as soon as they started working. Then we see a lot of people walking forward. Someone raised their hand and said to stop. The guy turned back and said that inside there was a priority on protecting the computer. At this time the guys were working and resting, because tomorrow all this had to be finished, because as soon as they got the money, you had to go wherever you wanted. Then the man knocked on the door. The guy was surprised and realized that the dishes should have been taken away yesterday. Many people were standing at the ready, holding batons in their hands. He said that there were no dishes here and you should have opened the door for him because he still had a lot of work. The guy was lying on the couch and said that he should open the door for him because he wanted to sleep. And then he started opening the doors. At that very second, he closed his eyes because he had been hit on the head. Many people immediately ran into the room. The guy with the batons ran to another man. He opened his mouth and started screaming about the computer. At that moment, they grabbed him by the neck. The policeman ran up to the man at the computer. Then he clenched his teeth. After that, they pressed his head to the table. The man stood in the middle of the room and talked on the phone. He said that everything went as it should. He looked at the computer with a smile where there were graphs and said that they had all the evidence. At that time, the prosecutor said with a smile that the work was excellent. He turned to the protagonist and asked if he was ready. Oliver nodded to him, smiling. Then we see a huge building and a lot of people. The prosecutor looked back with a smile because he realized that it was time for him to start his case. Then we see a sign with the name of the foundation. The prosecutor and his people were walking forward. Then the guy looked back and did not understand what happened. The other man was biting his nails at that time. He was looking at his phone and was extremely annoyed. These fools forgot to call him. Then the prosecutor came up to him and patted him on the shoulder, asking him to give him a minute of his attention. The man asked him with a smile what he was in for. This was about to ask if he should not have been in room 603 at that time. The guy became wary and looked forward. Calm turned his head and asked who he was. The prosecutor stood there, showing him a piece of paper with information. The man was scared and realized that he had to destroy the computer and the evidence that was on it. Oliver carefully noticed all this. Then he grabbed his frightened arm. He raised his arm up. He started screaming. Then they pinned his head to the table. The prosecutor stood there showing him the paper and saying he had a warrant for all of this because he was arrested on fraud charges. He looked calmly ahead and said he had the right to remain silent and the right to contact a lawyer. Then they handcuffed him and said anything he said could and would be used against you. Then they started leading him away, and he screamed to be let go. Then we see a shiny camera and a conversation where they said it was in the man's best interest to cooperate with him. The prosecutor looked at the documents and said that if he gave them all the information they needed, he could avoid punishment and he could get more rest, and that was good for everyone. He looked at the folder with the documents and said that he explained everything to him clearly. The man looked away and lost in thought. He realized that his father's friend was the chief regional prosecutor, by the way, and he would remain silent and wait until his father dragged him out of here. The prosecutor looked at the silent guy. Then he slammed the folder with the documents shut. He straightened his tie and said that he didn't like such people because they thought that the power was in their hands. The prosecutor straightened the cuffs on his shirts and said that no one would come running to save him because silence wouldn't help us either. He rolled up his sleeves and stood up. Then he took a stick and said that people like him were simply beaten to death. Then he stood holding the weapon above his head, saying that if the world were rid of such people, it would be a better place, and the guy was watching all this. The prosecutor smiled and said that this time he wouldn't get away with it, and he would see how long he would remain silent. The man, seeing how they were swinging at him, got scared and asked to wait because he was ready to talk and he had to say everything. Oliver and his friend smiled and realized that the concert had begun because their prosecutor had gotten really heated up during the interrogation. Then the protagonist looked away. The man came out with a smile and said that everyone was gathered. He turned his head and asked how everything was going in the investigation, and the guys said that they were finishing up. The guy held his hand behind his head and realized why the prosecutor was busy now, because the situation had developed in such a way that he had to resort to force, and nevertheless they were able to carry out the arrest before the criminals did their intended deed. Oliver looked at his comrades and said that if they had succeeded, it would have turned into a disaster for the entire economy and ordinary investors. The guy smiled and said that he understood everything. He looked at Oliver and said that he had heard that he had invested a lot of money in this operation and he was incredibly ashamed of it all and he sincerely apologized. The protagonist smiled and said that everything was fine and he shouldn't have worried about it because it was very nice to know that his efforts were not in vain. He put his hand in front of him and remembered the girl with dark hair. They say that the manager of this fund that managed his assets said that the stock market was too overheated. Then he remembered those charts with numbers and realized that he was forced to act because it could lead to terrible things. The guy looked ahead and realized that the interference of speculators and scammers could not be allowed, and that is why they had to act as quickly as possible. The protagonist nodded his head. The man realized that he also noticed that something was wrong with this situation and with the stock market lately, and he was already aware of all these plans because he really was an unusual guy. Then a group of people gathered and they realized that now the main thing for them was to speak out about this whole case. The girl looked ahead and said that he looked like a tough nut to crack and that it might not be easy. The guy during the interrogation folded his hands in front of him. He was all beaten up. He said that he would tell everything he knew. The prosecutor held a stick in his hands and said that they were too far from the truth, and until they got a full summary of everyone, he would not be able to stop. The girl smiled and realized that it would be too easy. Then we see a lot of cars. People were cleaning the area where there were a lot of cars. Then someone pressed a red button. The guy in the dirty uniform stood there shaking. Then someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked why he didn't press the button. The dirty guy looked at him and asked if he wanted more. The man with green hair was shaking and said he didn't want any. He kept his hand on his tongs and said that if he wanted to eat him, he should finish quickly, and also if he was late, there would be no soup either. The man then turned his head and yelled at the janitors, telling them to hurry up because they had to pack up. The guy in the green sweater hung his head and was confused. His shaking finger approached the button. He closed his eyes. Then we see a press start to come down on the car. Then it crushed the car. The guy stood to the side and looked at the remains of the car. Then he turned away from this picture. Then oil started pouring out of the crumpled car. Then we see many cars where there was not a single person. Groups of people were sitting at a table with smiles and decided to drink alcohol. A guy in a green sweater took food in his hands. He took a tray in his hands. He sat down with the same guys at the table and they started to eat. The guy with tears in his eyes realized that he missed his parents very much. He remembered how the guy came up to him, and if he had known then that this would happen, he would not have run away from home, and this was his biggest mistake. He looked to the side and was surprised. He realized that they could not reach him. The man was standing with a phone in his hands, who said that he would come soon because he needed to find someone. He held the phone near his head and said that he had to sort out his airport first. Then we see Oliver and his comrades walking forward. The prosecutor smiled and looked forward. The unkempt-looking guy stood up and said that he worked there and that it was his day off. Then someone put a hand on his shoulder. Oliver looked at the screaming guy and said that it would be over soon, and that was good. He squeezed his shoulder and the other guys got up from the table. The protagonist told the prosecutor that if he was left waiting, he shouldn't have come here at all. At this time, the guy in the green sweater was shaking his head, not understanding what was happening. Then someone took a step to the side. The prosecutor beckoned the gray-haired guy to him with his hand. He looked at him with a smile and said that they were from the Seoul District Prosecutor's office and the man was to be arrested for financial crimes. The gray-haired man, gritting his teeth, understood that his financial crimes had been exposed, although his comrade promised that there would be no problems. The guy stretched out his hand to the side and said that they didn't dare do that. The prosecutor looked ahead and the guys started running. Oliver put his hand to his head and said that the detectives ran well. Then he swung his hand, telling the guy not to do anything stupid and to sit still. At this time, the man swung his fist. Then he pressed his hands to his face. Oliver clenched his hands into fists and stood steadfast. He smiled and said that if they were so confident, then let them come and test themselves. The gray-haired guy watched his men being beaten. He realized that he had spent so much money on these people, and if he was going to be caught, then certainly not in such a situation, not in such a place. Then Oliver looked away. He saw the man running away. Then he put his hand on his shoulder. Then he grabbed him by the leg. Then he lifted him on his back. Then he threw him over himself. The prosecutor watched all this silently. The guys who were fighting also looked away. The gray-haired man with a shaking body lay on the ground. The prosecutor turned his head and exhaled. Oliver looked at the barely alive man and realized that he had overdone it. The protagonist turned his head and realized that he shouldn't have tried so hard. He stood with his hands folded in front of him and the prosecutor assumed that he had broken his spine. The guys handcuffed the people and decided to call an ambulance to sort this out. Oliver shook his head while they were angry at him and told him to be more careful next time because he shouldn't compare himself to them. Then we see a closed door and Oliver realized that he needed to check if there was someone hiding behind it. Then he walked up to it. He looked at the children and realized that they looked too young. He held out his hand and asked if they worked there. The boys turned their heads and were shaking and silent. The protagonist thought about it and realized that they looked very bad. The children got scared when they realized that he guessed that they had run away from home. The guy in the green sweater smiled and said that it was all true. Oliver stood with his arms folded and said that he was brought here and promised a job at the train station, the bus terminal. The guy was surprised because he did not understand how he knew everything. Oliver pressed his hand to his face and exhaled. Then he again remembered how the guy approached the boy and realized that brokers simply sold people to those who could pay them, because at all times this was not uncommon. He put his hand on his head and said that under all the circumstances, he should have rested anyway because it was not easy for them. Then the protagonist smiled. The boy lowered his head with tears. The guys began to cry, and Oliver asked why they burst into tears. They approached the protagonist. Oliver watched silently. Then he put his hand in his pocket and asked him to tell him everything he knew about what was happening here. Then we see food on the table, and someone said that they were still figuring out what and could eat. Oliver sat at the table, looking at the children. He looked away and was lost in thought, realizing that they were not guilty of anything. It was just the adults' mistake that they could not protect them from this problem. The guy in the green sweater looked away. The prosecutor stood with his arms folded, and Oliver asked them to ignore this man, because they should just relax and say everything they knew. The boy crossed his arms in front of him. He looked down and said that he thought these people came to help him, and he was very scared that everything was starting again and that they would sell them to other people again. Oliver looked at the boy and asked who he was talking about. The protagonist looked away and asked him to tell him in more detail everything he knew. The boy in the green sweater lowered his head and said that this place was no different from an ordinary car repair shop. Then we see the guy yelling at the children to come here faster, and also said that people from China brought him and his brothers to this job. The guy turned his head and asked if they were going home. The man with gray hair smiled and said that they were going to a house where new people were waiting for them. Then we see a fire in a barrel. The man was sitting tied to a chair and screaming that he only did what he was told and he never stole or told on other people. The gray-haired man looked ahead. The beaten guy was shaking and did not understand what was happening. Then we see a lot of cars that were standing on top of each other, and the guy said that if you look at it like that, then the workshops and junkyards had too much in common. Then the man smiled and said that they do not restore the destroyed ones there. Then the guy took out a hammer and looked at the scared guy. The guy with a bloody face decided that they should wait because he would figure it out completely if he was given a little time. Then the man swung the hammer and said that it was too late. Then the hammer came close to the man's face. Then we see how the press squeezed the car tightly. The boy was sweeping the floor and looking at the whole scene. Then he noticed something and looked away. He looked tremblingly at the guy who praised him because now it was his permanent duty. The boy in the green sweater lowered his head. Then he continued to sit and look down. Oliver was surprised and lost in thought. He could not believe that these people destroyed evidence in the process of recycling cars. The boy sat with his arms crossed. He asked if he needed to tell him that. Oliver said that he definitely needed to do it because this man would be in trouble in prison after this. The boy raised his head and introduced himself, and then he was asked if he remembered the partners of this man. He looked at the other boys who nodded their heads. He said that they put hats and sunglasses on them. That is why he could not remember the other people, because they probably did not see their faces either. Oliver put his hand out and said that he needed even the smallest detail, because they just needed to say, even if something came to mind. Then we see the boy look at the man in the mask. The man was holding the phone to his ear. There was a tattoo of a snake on his arm. Oliver was surprised and realized that it was a clue, a tattoo of a snake. The boy pointed to the side and the protagonist realized that the man with the tattoo was not the only one, and there was also the car they had worked on last night and it was still there. The prosecutor clenched his fist and shouted if that was true. The boy pointed up and said it was there. Oliver stood there looking at the flattened car and thought they were just playing with money, but he was much more vile. The prosecutor looked at the whole picture seriously. Then the policeman started writing something down in his notebook. Then the boy ran to the group of people and they asked to call the police and tell them that they needed to examine the white car. The prosecutor, looking at the whole picture, said that they had worked on it last night and there might be fingerprints of someone or something. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Then we see a white car that was completely crushed, and Oliver realized that since there was a lot of dust and other contaminants in the junkyard, the chance of preserving evidence was quite low. But if they find something, it will be incredibly good, and they will also be able to understand who else was involved in this case. Then we see a guy in a cap with a tattoo, and if this is the guy the boy was talking about, then it will immediately become clear that they are connected to the one they are pursuing. And also the evidence from the junkyard can give impetus to the full disclosure of this organization. The protagonist looked forward and stopped. Then we see many shelves with folders and documents, because the difference between the case with the deputy and the case with the official of 96 was that in the first case it was about the car, or rather, about the presence of fingerprints or DNA in the car. Afterwards we see a bloody steering wheel and the protagonist realized that the case with the official from 1996 was already quite old, so there was practically no chance of preserving the evidence. But in the case of the deputy, only a month had passed, and perhaps they had a very good chance of finding a lot of information on this matter. The prosecutor turned his head. He looked at Oliver, who said that while he was calling the police, he really wanted to ask one more important thing. What cars were used to transport that very deputy? But the prosecutor did not understand why he was so interested in this case all of a sudden. The protagonist turned his head and plunged into thought. He was very sorry that there were no CCTV cameras around the dump and the entrance. They would have helped him a lot. The prosecutor looked at the children and said that he was done here, and they all decided to do a small identity check and send these children home. The boys silently looked away. The prosecutor, looking ahead, asked why they froze, since they would soon get home, since their parents were very worried. Oliver looked ahead and realized that everyone could have had their own reasons for running away from home. They were just scared to go back there. The kids became wary and realized that they were scared to go back home. Oliver held out his hand and said that maybe they needed some time to make sure they were safe. If they were suddenly returned to their homes now, they could run away from there again. The boy in the green sweater looked down sadly. The protagonist put his hand to his head and realized that this was indeed the case, and also thought about his idea about a shelter for runaways. The boy happily looked ahead and realized that this was really cool. They looked ahead in surprise and asked where they were. Then we see a sign for a shelter for runaway youth. Oliver was standing near the building and said that they could stay there for a while. He smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. At this time, the chairman with gray hair looked ahead. The protagonist extended his hand and told the boys to greet this man, because he was the chairman who contributed greatly to the construction of this very center. The man smiled and said that it was nothing special, and he only helped everyone realize their idea. The boys looked and realized that their situations were heard, and a center for the running youth was created for this purpose. The gray-haired man smiled and said that they would get along. The boy in the green sweater smiled. Then we see the sign for the reception room. The protagonist and other people were standing in the room, and the man decided to first introduce the person who would be in charge of this very orphanage. He looked at the girl and introduced her, and also that she had been taking care of orphans since she was 20 years old, and she would take great care of them, as if they were her own children. The girl smiled and said that he flattered her, and it was nice to meet her because she had heard about all this. The man pointed at the protagonist and said that he also knew was an athlete of the national judo team and also a gold medalist, and it was he who was engaged in the planning of the shelter, and recently he also helped the elderly to remain in society as equals. Oliver looked at the children and said that these guys were the first teenagers in this very center. The girl looked ahead and said that perhaps their meeting was a true decision of fate, and she hoped that they would be happy to spend time with her. The protagonist said with a smile that devoting yourself to someone was not so easy, but the director was a truly wonderful person. The girl put her hand to her mouth and said with a smile that it was not like that at all, and all this was only possible thanks to other people, including the chairman, who helped in all this. Oliver realized that this woman was very kind, and they could completely trust her to take care of the children. The protagonist smiled and was asked how he was able to realize such bright ideas at such a young age. Oliver looked at the children and said that he just wanted kids who were in the same situation not to feel abandoned, and that would be wonderful of him. The protagonist turned his head and said that in fact, he also ran away from home several times in the past and it affected his future. The boy looked at the protagonist in surprise, who said that everyone has a difficult period in their life. He exhaled, remembering how he sat in the gym and this period was a regression for him, and he also felt lost and useless after injuring his arm. He looked at the chairman and realized that in any case, this man really was amazing. I found out that he made a huge contribution to this business. The gray-haired man laughed and realized that he bought such a huge building for all this business. Then we see a bright room and a conversation where they said that in order to become stronger and kinder, a person must be open, and also he must be in a large and spacious place. They could not keep the children in a cramped room like in a chicken coop. The protagonist pointed his finger up and said that this was absolutely right, and they were really on the same page. If we talk about all this, then he was very lucky to suggest one great idea. He stretched out his hand to the side and suggested setting up a free store with food on the first floor where the children could eat in peace. The girl and the man were surprised by this. Then we see people in uniform, and it seemed to Oliver that the children could even manage it themselves under the current supervision, and this would help them develop independent skills before going out into society. The chairman put his hand to his beard and thought about it. Oliver looked at the boy and asked what his hobbies were. The boy in the green sweater lowered his head and said that nothing special, except for the computer. The protagonist looked at them and realized that their hobby was computer games. But the boy smiled and said that he was interested in programming, and he asked if it was a useless activity. Then he looked forward and they put a hand on his head and said that it was not a useless activity at all. The protagonist put his hand on his head and said that he was quite an amazing boy because he could find himself in this, and he also wanted to do such a difficult and complicated thing. Oliver looked forward, talking about phones and the World Wide Web of the internet, because every day the computer industry was developing more and more. Phones in general would soon become like full-fledged computers. The protagonist folded his hands in front of him, looking at the children, who said that it was impossible. Computers could not fit in a mobile phone. The girl clapped her hands and said that then they would make a computer room and hire teachers there. The children were shaking their fists and were happy. One of them also said that he loved football and wanted to be a professional player when he grew up, and another wanted to draw comics. The chairman looked at the children and laughed, said that they had set very good goals for themselves and they would have to support them so that they could achieve their dreams. Oliver looked at the smiling children. Then we see the building's logo on the roof. There was a for rent sign hanging from the huge building, and also at that time when the shelter for runaways was completed, the company edition was completed. Then we see a beautiful chandelier and a room that was all shiny. Oliver put his hands on his mother's shoulders and said that this was their new home. He pointed his finger up and said that she worked too hard and should have enjoyed this apartment, but his mother thought it was too luxurious for them. She then said with a smile that the protagonist was a really good son and thanked him for that. Oliver smiled, remembering his father, and realized that it would be great if he could have seen this moment too. Then the protagonist's mother started crying, wiping her tears with her hands. Oliver put his hand in his pocket and realized that his mother was remembering her husband again. The protagonist pulled out a shiny box and said that it was a little surprise. The protagonist's mother picked it up and opened it. She opened the box and saw a ring inside. Then she remembered the ring lying on the table. She looked at the protagonist and realized that it was the same engagement ring that she donated during the fundraiser. Oliver put his hand on her shoulder and said that it was an important day and his father wanted to see them happy today. The protagonist's mother looked forward with tears. Oliver smiled and said that he managed to get it and he wanted his mother to wear it. Then he began to put the ring on his finger. His mother looked at her hand and thanked him for all this. They stood in the middle of the room and Oliver realized that he wanted his new home to always be filled with joy and happiness. Then we see the petals of a flower. Then the man with a menacing look put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asked him to confess what he did to all this. He grabbed him by the collar and began to shake him. The prosecutor and another comrade were sitting at the table and they were thanking him for being able to adapt to the new department, and also he was going to graduate soon and become a prosecutor because he would find a good place for him. They were all sitting at the table with food and the protagonist said that he was extremely grateful to all of them and he really appreciated them and the time he spent with them in the department. The prosecutor pointed to the side and told him to wait for her outside. Then he went outside and told him not to worry about him, but the prosecutor was still worried and asked him to convey another thank you to the chairman. Then we see a lantern illuminating the street. The prosecutor looked to the side and said that he found out that he was asking her. The investigation on the car he used was found. The protagonist was shocked. He looked at the prosecutor and said that this couldn't be and then asked if there were any fingerprints. The prosecutor raised his head and looked forward, and they didn't remember looking at the broken car and realizing that they needed to take the car and do something with it. The protagonist looked in surprise and realized that it was the same brand that the deputy drove, and also realized that it was a fairly popular model. But it was hardly a coincidence. The prosecutor, holding his hands in his pockets, said that their guys examined everything and took it apart completely. Then we see the fingerprints that they were able to find during the investigation, and it was also made up of several of the same ones and there was no way to examine them. Oliver looked ahead and asked what would happen if they simply separated these prints into parts. The prosecutor looked at him and said that they were not in the movie and that this could not be done. The protagonist, looking ahead, was lost in thought. He could not believe that they could not even separate the prints, and without modern technology they would always have difficulties in such simple places. He put his hand to his head and asked what was needed to invent a new technology in forensics. The prosecutor looked away and said that the most important thing he needed was a developer, but he would also probably need time and budget, which played an equally important role in this whole case. Oliver looked away and said that if the developer was talented enough, then they were doing well, and the prosecutor realized that he was investing money in a university or a research center. The prosecutor looked away and asked if he was serious. Oliver pointed at himself. Then we see a plane flying over the building. Oliver was talking on the phone. He was told that they hadn't heard from him for a long time, and it was the CEO of the agency. The protagonist held the phone to his ear and remembered this guy and realized that it was the boss of the agency, whom he visited with the guys from another company. The CEO held the phone and said that it was nothing special, they were just worried about personnel changes before he and his friend formed a team. The protagonist stood in the middle of the building, started shouting that they couldn't just look for replacement workers, and he asked about those 5 people. Then he turned his head and said with a smile that he apologized for his short temper. The CEO put his hand behind his head and said that they wanted to take everyone else. Oliver said, remembering the worker in the suit, that it would also be one of the 3 largest entertainment companies. But he held the phone to his ear and said that he heard about him, then thought about it and realized that before he came back, he listened that this guy participated in the debut, and everything was supposed to be like this. Then we see the guy performing on stage holding a microphone, but if they can hand over all the members to the CEO, the company will suffer losses, but this company had too many hits that were written by a person to just give him away. Then we see the windows of the building. The protagonist realized that they can't just exchange the lead vocalist, and there had to be ways to gather more people in one place without harming everyone. Oliver confidently looked forward and suggested doing so. The CEO jumped up from his chair and couldn't believe it. He held the phone in shock and asked to see, because they only recruited already famous people, without trying to find talented people, and it seemed like the company was not in the best situation right now. The protagonist kept his hand on his belt and said that they may not even have paid dividends to Vova, which is why he suggested taking this opportunity and buying it all. Oliver smiled, holding the phone, and realized that even if they paid twice the money, it was still a business that would stay afloat for at least another 10 years, and even if he ended up in the red, he didn't see any other choice. Then he thought about the musicians playing the instruments, and he wanted to see all 5 of them in one place. He also saw the happy guys in the studio, and it seemed to him that it would be a shame to separate them after their journey together. The protagonist raised his hand to his face and said that it was simply amazing and he knew them from the time they worked under someone else, so the CEO had to do everything in his power. The man stood up holding the phone and said that if they were doing this, he would also contribute to it. Oliver turned off the phone and realized that now, if everything went according to his plan, the CEO should no longer have a reason to refuse investment offers, and this was incredibly good for the master and for the lady. Oliver held the phone in front of him and a boy came up to him. The protagonist turned his head and said that they had come at the wrong time. The guys raised their hands and greeted him. They looked ahead with a smile and said that they wanted to congratulate him because he was incredibly good. Oliver smiled and said that he was very pleased, and also in honor of this he had prepared a celebratory dance, after which the boy started dancing in front of them, moving his hands and also saying that one day he would become too popular. He continued dancing, the guys went ahead. Then we see the hotel building. After we see a shiny room inside. The girl was spinning around the room, saying that everything here was incredibly beautiful. The guys looked at each other happily, and Oliver realized that his mother was against going to Japan. They say that it was too dangerous, and he took his friends with him. The protagonist looked ahead and said that this place has changed a lot. Then we see a map with a route line, because in order to catch the leader of the Busan smuggling organization, he had to fly to Tokyo, and at that time he hid from all people in this hotel. After we see how he put his hand on the man's shoulder with handcuffs, and he also stayed for the night, took advantage of the opportunity, and fortunately, on the second day he will be able to enjoy the hot springs without any problems. He smiled and said that he had been here several times for international competitions, and he also booked this room because it was the only accommodation he was 100% sure of. Oliver shook his head, stretched out his arms, and said that he had not thought about a taxi. The girl turned her head away, folded her arms, and said that she would not travel with him anymore, and the guy realized that he had paid for their tickets thanks to all his sponsors, and all his expenses during the trip were on him, and they were extremely grateful to him for all this. The protagonist grabbed the burden of his friends, and then he realized that it was good enough that he was able to think about sponsoring in advance, because he just could not make them pay for the trip that was only for him. Then he put his bag on the floor and asked what they were going to do tomorrow. The girl raised her hand and said that she was going to the hot springs. Oliver grabbed his neck and said that it was incredibly good. But before that he had to say honestly what he thought about it, because in Japan he had a person he definitely wanted to see, and he wanted to go to him first. He looked ahead and remembered the guy who held his hands in front of him. He said that his name was a forgotten genius. The guys looked ahead in surprise. Then we see a glowing light bulb. The man was sitting in bed and talking to his head. He grabbed his head with his hand and realized that yesterday he seemed to have gotten too carried away. Then he looked to the side and was surprised. Then he raised his hands and started screaming. He fell out of bed and saw a girl. He looked up and Jana on the floor. The girl smiled and asked if he had such a strange habit. The guy looked ahead in shock. The girl showed 2 fingers and introduced herself. The guy stretched out his hand and was shocked. He could not believe that this was real and he did not understand what he had to do. He looked at the girl who was laughing. Then she reached for her phone and asked why he was asking such a banal question, because they were already adults. Then she showed a photo of them together from the field. The man was shocked when he saw this, and then she asked if the guy would take responsibility as an adult. Then we see a huge building. The man was biting his nails. He remembered how the girl showed a photo of them sleeping. He straightened his shirt and realized that others could find out about this, remembering how shocked he was, and he also realized that there was no one there except that girl. Then he shuddered, sitting on a chair. He looked to the side and asked who came to him. Oliver opened the door and greeted the professor with a smile. He looked silently to the side. He watched the books and realized in his head that there was so little space in this room, or rather only 4 meters wide, and he did not even have a storage room. They sat down at the table, and the professor said that the office was too dirty and he was very sorry. Lately he did not clean it often. Oliver smiled and said that there was no need to worry about it, because he was a busy man and had more important things to do. The professor looked down and thanked him for understanding. Then he looked up and said that he was that investment consultant and he looked quite young, which was surprising because he also spoke Japanese very well. The protagonist smiled and asked why he was a professor at 30 years old. The man got scared and put his hands in front of him. He said that Oliver was quite famous and he asked to forget about that incident. Then a rabbit's face appears in front of us, and we are also told that in 1991, all the financial systems of the Japanese government were hacked at the same time, and a threatening message appeared with a dirty rabbit and the words that they were destroying Japan, and this incident left its mark on the history of hacking in Japan. The hooded man was sitting at the computer, and the Japanese government, realizing the power of this criminal, offered him a professorship in security software development, and this hacker was the professor. The man sat with his hand behind his neck and said that it was a dark period in his life that he regretted. Oliver smiled, and in his mind he realized that the professor had developed the foundations of digital forensics right here at the university. The man drank coffee, and Oliver realized that even now, except for a very small circle of people, his name was unknown to anyone, and he had also left his mark on forensics. The protagonist smiled and realized that he had come here to Tokyo to meet this genius, and then he said that the Japanese government had made it so that he needed a professorship in their interests. It was truly amazing. The professor looked at Oliver and said that it was nothing special and it was absolutely not his merit because he was just a fool who knew and realized nothing except his work. And then we see a lot of books, and the professor was saying that he had problems with society and he always worked at home, and in fact the computer was his only friend. Then we see a man holding a glass in his hand saying that he felt unloved in any country, even if it was Japan and Korea. He looked at his mug and realized that he was only famous for his hacking, and it was unlikely that he would be able to read other people's feelings. The professor looked down holding the glass, and he seemed lonely often, and when he was in Japan it must have been hard for him. Oliver called out to the professor. Then a girl came into the office. The professor said that she came at an opportune moment. Oliver looked at her and realized that she was a student in such a liberated video. She turned her head and waved her hand, said that she would not disturb the professor and would come a little later. The professor began to shake, and Oliver realized that the professor had looked quite tense since he came. The man raised his hands and awkwardly apologized, said that she was his student and also his girlfriend, and also she sometimes showed up in his office unexpectedly. Oliver smiled and said that they would continue what he wanted to talk to him about because he wanted to buy a hacker skill from him. The professor opened his mouth and was shocked that he did not come for an order. The man looked ahead and said that he seemed to have misunderstood something, because what he was researching was me personally. It was also based on hacking, although the program for searching computers was based on the structure of hacking. Oliver looked ahead and said that it was now only used for intelligence service by different countries, for ordinary people, and also it was a new concept. He smiled and looked ahead. The professor lowered his head, and Oliver realized that his skill could solve many problems, and even though he was a criminal, he also really wanted to help him, doing everything in his power. The professor silently looked ahead. Then we see a vase of flowers. Oliver and his comrades said that he was treating them to dinner today. Anat with a smile walked forward, and the guys were pleased with the smell of meat that came from here. Oliver looked to the side and noticed a girl. He remembered how she came into the professor's office because she was a student who came to him. Then we see food in a pot, and someone asked if he was okay, if he was overdoing it with his work. Although Oliver was completely fine, he recently negotiated a big deal. The girl looked up and with a smile offered to go to Hawaii together, which would be nice enough. After which the girl smiled and said that she was trying to hide her client. Oliver stopped when he heard that the girl's client was actually a professor who taught at her university. Then we see him stop. Oliver turned his head and realized that he had heard right. She had just talked about the professor. The guys were drinking and having fun at the time. The protagonist realized that it was too noisy in here and it was hard to hear everything. He put his hands in his pockets and realized that he needed to check everything. Oliver put his hand forward and told his friends that they could take up space. He was going to the toilet for a minute. The girl at that time held her hands in front of her and talked about the client with a smile. Oliver approached her and said with a smile that he thought he heard the professor's name. He pointed his finger at the girl and asked if they were her friends. The girl looked at the protagonist and listened silently. Then she calmly changed. She sat with her hands folded and said that they had a serious conversation. Afterwards, she exhaled and listened with a smile to the protagonist's apology, saying that he was very surprised by their appearance after that evening yesterday. Then he left, and the girls watched him go, saying that they wouldn't mind meeting him. Oliver put his hand on his neck, and the girls realized that he was a student of the technical faculty, which meant that he was a student of this stupid professor. The girl turned her head and realized that if the professor had a good salary, then this could turn out well. The purple-haired friend smiled and said that it was true, but she was making the best of it, and there was no way he was going to be a problem. She sat at the table, folded her arms, said that everything was fine, at least until she graduated from this university, and also it was a pretty big deal. She looked ahead and said that it was pretty funny because she was hired to rip off this guy. She looked ahead and smiled, remembering the professor, knowing that maybe even if he left, she had signed a contract that wouldn't pay her until she graduated. She put her hand in front of her mouth and told the secret. She sat with her hand raised, and under the table there was a tape recorder. It was brightly shiny and taped down, recording all the dialogue. Then we see someone holding an audio cassette in their hands, where someone was saying that only between them initially he only had to watch this professor, and the dean's office asked him to do all this. The guy clenched his teeth and could not believe all this truth. The professor was shaking, holding the cassette in his hands, and the girl said that it was all ridiculous. And she herself knew that the funniest thing was that nothing happened to her with this stupid professor. Oliver looked at the trembling professor, and the girl said that he was scared just from one photo, and nothing else happened to them that day. The professor tearfully recalled how the girl held the photo. He was shaking and covered his eyes with his hand. Oliver moved his jacket and was going to get something. He took out a handkerchief and held it out forward, said that he was very sorry, and I understand my thoughts that the professor was drawn into such an unpleasant incident, and he was perhaps too anxious. He watched as the boy lost his tears. He remembered the professor and realized that he had encountered something similar before, and he wondered if it was because he was Korean. They sat at the table and Oliver asked why the dean would want to keep an eye on him for more dirty tricks, and then asked if he had no idea. The professor turned his head and said he didn't know anything about it. Oliver put his hands on the table and said that they would think about it together because there must have been some misunderstandings in all of this. The professor lowered his head and began to speak. Oliver looked ahead intently and was told that he had asked to upgrade the computers to newer models. The professor looked ahead at the protagonist and said that their engineering department had been underfunded and the research had been extremely low lately. Then we see a lot of books on the shelf. Because of the limited research budget, it was impossible to do normal research, and because of this there were also strong cuts in funding, and it all came out in a vicious circle. The protagonist looked ahead and said that it was still very strange because the professor was handing over all his research to the university. He looked ahead and realized that he should probably investigate the dean's actions, and then everything will become clear to him. The professor looked ahead and asked why he was helping him, and he also thought that it would be much easier for him to take a technical contract and leave the whole thing. Oliver smiled and said that he was a little curious by nature, and then said that the dean was using his students to watch the professor, and this was something that could not be ignored. The professor hung his head and said that this was an incredible disgrace for a university professor, and he was very ashamed of it. And then we see a red audio cassette, and he asked if he was going to do anything. The professor looked up and asked what his ideas were. Oliver pointed at himself and said that he was a pro at this kind of thing. Then we see a blue sky. Oliver and the guys were walking down the street and were surprised that it was all much bigger than Seoul and the streets were incredibly beautiful. The guys looked at each other and the guy said that the weather was incredibly nice and suggested that they eat sushi. Oliver looked away with a smile and said that he was all for it. Then someone from behind stepped forward and everything turned out to be incredibly fun and the travel was incredibly good. Oliver turned his head and looked at the guy. The man put his hand to his chest and bowed and then introduced himself. He held out an envelope and said that these were the documents he had requested. Then we see a business card because before they returned, they were able to get information through their connections with the Japanese police, and they were also able to agree in advance to meet at a certain place, which could also be called a Korean courier center, in order to get information about breathing. Oliver looked at the paper and realized that there was something interesting on it, and they were also able to collect so much information in just half a day, which made him just delighted with this work. The protagonist looked forward with a smile and said that there was an incredible amount of useful information and thanked him for his work. He held the papers in his hands and looked. He looked at the man who was on the paper. Patakuni thought about it and with a serious face did not understand how the dean could have so much stuff. Then we see the sign of the dean's office. The man in the red suit was sitting on a chair. He was saying that this time he was able to get 700,000 yen and he had to take all the money, send it to the account he gave him. He held the phone to his ear and talked. Then he turned around in his chair and said that he would handle everything, and he also had to make sure that he did not get distracted by anything. The dean sat at the table and said that he shouldn't have pushed him too hard because no one knew what would happen if he suddenly started to panic. Then he hung up. The man looked ahead with a smile and realized that with him, of course, they had to spend a lot of money, but thanks to his partners, they would be able to earn much more. Then we see the professor and a lot of money, because only in a third-class university there were limits on how much you could earn thanks to such people, and they would be able to get much more money, which they had not dreamed of for a long time. The dean looked at the computer with the information, realized that it was a little inexperienced, but if they controlled it well, they would not have to worry about their money for at least 10 years, and his talent was to find such guys, use them for their intended purpose. Then we see the data on the monitor screen, and the man did not realize how many times these petty studies had already come, and they also brought incredible incomes. He turned his head and looked at his watch, realizing that an important guest was about to arrive. Then someone walked down the hall. The dean stood up and looked at the door. The professor pulled the handle. The man looked ahead and thought. He looked at the professor. The guy stood and watched silently. The dean turned around and raised his hand and told him to come back later because he had an important guest coming. He walked forward and said that the professor lacked manners because he did not understand what was unclear after one request to leave his office. The professor got angry and listened to the man say that he did not even know such basic rules of politeness, and he also did not understand how such people had such educated parents. Then we see someone walk in with a cane. The dean turned his head and saw one more person. He stood and was shocked by what he saw. The woman smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Oliver was standing with a woman who was also a dean. The woman looked ahead and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man smiled and asked if the university had closed its doors to him. Oliver smiled and greeted the director. He nodded and said it was nice to meet him. The man in the suit started pointing his fingers, shaking his head, and realized that he was the one he was supposed to meet. The woman pointed to the side and said that they were all going to sit down and talk. The professor smiled and apologized for disturbing him. The director looked at all this and did not understand what was happening. Then we see a window. Many people were sitting at the table, and the woman said that the investor had requested cooperation with their university, and that was why she had come here in person. Oliver said with a smile that at first he would have liked to meet only with the director, but then he thought about it and realized that it was the wrong decision. He looked at the woman and said that since they had already been able to start, it was better for them to discuss it all together with everyone, and then thank them for coming out to meet them despite their urgent requests. The woman nodded and said that it wasn't worth it and suggested they get straight to the point. She looked at Oliver and asked if he wanted to start a program for international students in their engineering department. The protagonist raised his hands and said that they ran a shelter for runaway teenagers, and they also thought that it would be incredibly good to allow those who aspire to a career in engineering to study there. The man in the suit looked forward and said that it was very surprising, because Oliver looked incredibly young, but such a talented person, and then thought that he should have focused on him. The woman looked forward and asked why he chose their university. The protagonist pointed at the professor and said that he had personal business with this man, so thanks to him, this university caught his eye. The professor raised his hand and said with a smile that he was developing a program that could examine and restore data on calls and messages and also long-deleted mobile phones devices, and the offer of this man was about his investments. The woman raised her hand and was surprised because it was really very interesting, and then asked what the director could say about this. The man in the suit sat with his fists clenched. They said that if only the development would be successful, it would be an incredibly wonderful discovery, and then said that he had such a wonderful idea, but he did not tell him anything. Oliver looked at the director silently. Then he turned his head and said that he was pleased to know that the director was extremely interested in this whole problem, and he could also demonstrate this program to him right now. He looked at the woman who said that he had the opportunity to demonstrate it, and the professor said that he took the file with his program. Oliver turned his head and looked at the director, apologizing for disturbing him and asking for his phone in his hands. Oliver put his hand behind his head and said that as investors and a developer they should be unbiased. The director understood and put his hand in his pocket. He let go and thought. He realized that this man could restore all the deleted calls and messages. Oliver looked forward with a smile and said that mobile phones are related to personal life, so perhaps he did not need it. Then he looked away at the computer and decided to use it instead of his cell phone. The principal looked at him in horror and realized that they wanted to take the computer. He gritted his teeth and thought about it, because he had hidden bank accounts and stolen research data on that very computer and he should never have given it to them. The principal smiled and raised his hand and said that the computer was used for official work files and if important documents were to disappear it would be a huge problem. He turned his head and the woman suggested that they try it, because such an opportunity did not come up often. She looked forward and said that if he was not interested, then if something went wrong she would take full responsibility, so they should try. The principal pointed at himself and the girl said that all the important documents were saved on the school server anyway, so everything was fine. The professor opened his mouth and said that it could be like that. He looked stern and asked if the principal was hiding something. The man in the red suit was worried and said that he was talking nonsense. Then he turned his head towards the woman and she asked him why he was so scared, to which he replied that he was just very surprised. He smiled and laughed, said that if they continued to refuse, everything would become even more suspicious. The woman smiled and said that they had to try. The director watched all this silently. He was standing on the ground and his legs were shaking. He looked at the professor, who was looking at the computer, and realized that the files on the computer were always completely deleted, and even if they tried to restore them, they should not succeed. The man looked at all this and realized that, despite all efforts, this was not so. Then the professor noticed something strange. The director was surprised and asked to wait a minute. Oliver leaned over and realized that all these research articles were written in the name of the university. The director grabbed the protagonist by the hand, and he asked where this threefold difference between the funds of the faculty and the actual research expenses came from. The director held him by the hand and asked him to move away. At that moment the professor screamed. The director looked forward in shock. The man pressed the director, holding him by the jacket. He looked at him and asked with a stern look why his name was on his research. He held him by the uniform, screaming that he could not dare to do this, because then he would completely lack conscience. The director waved his hand and said that he did not understand what was happening here. Oliver came up to them, stretching out his hands. He asked to wait a minute, because firstly, they both had to calm down, and he was going to call the police and tell everything about these details. The director clenched his hand into a fist and asked why the police were needed here, because he did nothing. The professor clenched his teeth and got angry. The director watched this whole situation in fear. Then the professor attacked the man in the red suit. He held him by the suit and told him to confess and ask him for forgiveness because it was all an incredible deception. Then the woman hit the cane. The man looked at the cane next to him. The woman stood with her hands on the cane and asked him to stop. The police drove up with red lights flashing. Shouting, he asked what he had done because he was helping the poor guy. 2 police officers were dragging him, calling him stubborn. When suddenly he saw Madam Director. Holding a stick in her hands, they begged her to think again. Turning her head, she said that he was shameless until the very end. Walking away from him, she asked him to take him out of her sight. Looking at her, he asked to give him another chance. The car started to drive away. The guy said that the second one would be caught too. Approaching them, she apologized because they had to see such a shameful sight. Smiling, she asked to discuss the issue of studying abroad later. Then she turned to the professor. Leaning over, she apologized for not paying due attention to him all this time. Shane asked what she was apologizing for because everything was fine. Looking at her, he asked what she was going to do with the dean. Closing her eyes, she said that he must be punished to the fullest extent of the law and would use all her strength to ensure that he rots in prison for at least 10 years. Hitting him with a stick, she said goodbye to them. Raising a finger up, she asked if they could sit down and talk. He agreed. There was no one on the bench. Sitting down on it, Shane said that if it weren't for him, he would still be a puppet. Grabbing his neck, he said that they were able to find evidence thanks to his forensic skills, and he replied that it was thanks to him that the skills gained meaning. Opening his mouth, he was surprised because he was told that not everything was over yet. Looking at him, he said that they had not yet finished discussing the issue of rights to sell their technology. Surprised, they wanted to ask him for something. Extending his hand, they asked if he wanted to go with him to Korea. He looked at him in surprise, asking again. There was a building. He said that in Japan they could limit geographical boundaries and it was also possible to fully concentrate on research. Opening his mouth, he agreed with him. Flicking his fingers, he thought about it. Looking at him, he said that he would not be able to go to Korea. Surprised, he thought that he was sure that he would agree. Getting up from the bench, he said that he wanted to get back the research that was stolen from him and did not want to run away anymore. Looking at him, he said that in this case nothing could be done, and also thought that he changed the course of events, but he still felt sorry for him. He was surprised because he was told that he wanted to get this forensic technology, but he would still support him. Waving his hands, he said that he did not mean this and would not go to Korea, but would sell the technology to him. Smiling, he asked him again. Clenching his hand into a fist, he confirmed because he would definitely complete the development of forensic technology in Japan. Leaning over, he thanked him because the company would provide support. Shane felt awkward. The sun was shining on the tree. He opened his mouth and asked if they could support one more person, and they answered in the affirmative. Remembering his friend, he explained that he had gotten into a difficult situation and immigrated with his parents at the age of 12. They looked at him in surprise and told him that due to personal circumstances, he had developed a car DVR on his own. Remembering the DVR, he thought. Putting his hand under his chin, they asked him what was wrong with him. He opened his mouth and asked where he was now. A train was riding along the tracks. There was a 2-story house. Looking at the paper, he realized that it was here. Lucy pointed to the house and asked if this was the place by any chance. He looked at it and thanked it. Standing next to the guys, he said that they shouldn't have gone to Kyoto with them because they could have gotten tired. Smiling, Lucy said that they needed to spend their time usefully. Looking the other way, she was asked if they had spent all the money. He rang the intercom, pressing the button. He poked it again, but no one answered. Standing next to it, he thought, why weren't they answering? When suddenly, a voice came from it, asking who they were. Opening his mouth, he greeted and asked if it was him. Looking at the intercom, he said his name and said that they were calling him yesterday on the recommendation of the professor. The door opened and a man came out. Opening his mouth, he apologized, but he was asked to leave. Looking at him, he said that he was not feeling well and would explain everything to Shane himself. He took the closing door and asked to wait. Looking at his friends, he said that they were traveling around Japan and would leave for Korea tomorrow, so he had one day and couldn't he at least talk a little? The guys behind were surprised. He looked at them with wide eyes. Oliver looked back. Everyone was looking at Eric. Running up to him, he grabbed him by the shoulders. Shaking, he asked if it was him. There was tea and some goodies on the table. Holding his neck, he apologized for his behavior because he got a little confused. He walked away and said that it was their fault because they had come without warning. He turned his head and asked if he was an investment consultant, and they answered in the affirmative. He picked up the card and said his Korean name. He took his card and continued that he used to work for a company related to semiconductors, but quit and was now doing small developments on his own. He got up from his chair and said that among his studies he was interested in the development of a car DVR and did not understand what kind of development it was. He looked at it and said nothing. The guys were looking at everything and he asked them to tell him more about it. Then he turned to him and said that everything was correct. He remembered the car and the DVR and said that it was a device that was attached to the car and automatically recorded video, regardless of whether the car was moving or not. He smiled and said that everything was clear. He remembered how it shot and said that it was also called a black box. In a past life, after the spread of these video recorders, the percentage of crime detection increased. Thanks to CCTV cameras on the streets and in other places, as well as video recorders, a network was created from which it was difficult for criminals to escape. Sitting next to him, he asked if it was possible to look at the prototype. He was told that they could show him the drawings. He turned the laptop towards him and showed it. Looking at the screen, he asked how much more time it would take to complete the development. Putting his hands on the table, he said that without support, about 7 years, he thought, because the development time in the past life coincided. Opening his mouth, he asked why, because he was told that even with financial support it would take about the same time. Looking at the screen again, he said that the drawing was 80% ready, but the problem was in the memory. For round-the-clock video recording, a large amount of memory was required, and modern technology did not allow this. Looking at it, he said that it would take at least 7 years for the memory capacity to increase to an acceptable level. Looking at it, he thought that the limitations were the same as with video recorders. The sun was shining through the window. Looking there, he said that the conversation dragged on, when suddenly, Lucy was interested in something. Pointing her finger at the picture, she said that the boy looked like him. Touching his neck, he said that he did not see any similarities. Oliver turned around and also decided to look. Behind them they said that the same round head and kind look. There was a boy in the picture. Opening his mouth, he asked who this boy in the photo was. Smiling, he said that it was his son and he was no longer with him. Sitting at the table, he said that he died in a car accident. He remembered how he rode a bicycle, because he loved them and always rode to school and back in it. The bicycle was on the ground, there was blood everywhere, because that day he was also on it. Looking at him, he sympathized. He said that he still could not come to terms with the loss and he was tormented by a feeling of guilt that he could not protect. There was no car near the house because he sold it and quit his job. Holding his photo in his hands, he asked himself if there had been witnesses, then his son could have survived. Sitting at the table, he continued that his thoughts did not give him rest for a minute. Remembering the video recorder, he said that he had lost his son, but he did not want something like this to happen to anyone else, so he devoted himself to this development. Opening his mouth, he asked if his name was Eric. They looked at him in surprise. Looking at him, he said that he really looked like his son. Wiping away tears, he apologized for showing all this. Remembering how the man held him by the shoulders, he thought that now it was clear why he reacted that way. Looking at him, he was silent. Standing up, he called his name. Smiling, he asked if he wanted to move to Korea. Looking at him, he asked him again in surprise. Looking at him, he said that they had a shelter for homeless teenagers. Listening, they told him that he could continue his research there and sometimes help children and perhaps this would help him cope with the pain of loss. Looking at Eric, he remained silent. The guy also looked and was silent. Several days passed, he put his hands to his cheeks. Lucy looked at him and said that the trip was over and he was still in the clouds. In the 3rd grade, she spoke and asked who would be their homeroom teacher. A man opened the door. Looking at them, he greeted them. He began to write on the board. Taking a ruler in his hands, he said that he would teach them English and they had probably heard of him, so let them be ready for his love if they made a mistake. Smiling, he remembered that his nickname was Viper. Raising his fingers up, he said that he had something new, then asked to come in. White sneakers entered the office. All classmates looked at her. Lucy and Eric were surprised. Oliver also opened his mouth and looked. Smiling, she was introduced as the new girl. Waving her hand, she greeted them. Closing one eye, she introduced herself as Irina. It was sunny, the cherry blossoms were blooming. Taking his hand, she said that she hadn't seen him for a long time. Walking with the guys, she said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lucy came up and said that they would study at the same school and in the same class and why she didn't say that she was moving to Korea. Putting a finger to his lip, he said that she didn't ask. Smiling, he remembered her before because they had seen each other at a ski resort and didn't think that she had such a style. Raising 2 fingers up, she said that the surprise was a success. A vibration passed through his hand. Taking the phone in his hands, he introduced himself. Laughing, he asked how he was doing, then they asked him if he performed at music shows and events. There was a sign on the wall. They said that after the vocalist joined the group, they became popular. Looking down, they asked him why he was calling. Looking into the distance, they answered that the rice supply had run out. Walking behind, the guys were whispering. One thought it was Mark. Opening their mouths, they told him that they would starve because they ate too much. Another man took the phone in his hands. They asked him about hunger. Holding his neck, he explained that they spent hundreds of millions. He was surprised because he was told that all this money went on food. Opening his mouth, he said that they did not even allow him to borrow. Holding the phone in his hands, apologies were heard and they also asked if they could eat at his mother's. Evening was coming. He allowed them to eat. He turned off the phone after they thanked him. Then he turned around because he was invited. Lucy and Eric asked if Mark had called. They were told that he would come to visit. Smiling, they asked what kind of looks they were. Looking down, he asked if they wanted to come too. Opening their mouths, they said that they wanted to and he did not invite them. Looking at Irina, she said that they would introduce them to her. Putting a finger to her chin, she asked the meaning of the word. It was already evening. In the building, they asked if this was really his building. Looking at it, she said it was amazing. Oliver replied that it was his mother's building. He looked at the pot, and behind him they said that Irina had learned Korean from entertainment shows. Looking at the pot, he realized that it had not been there before. Showing 2 fingers, she said that she had watched the family gathering and the Korean language playroom, and also the parenting diary. There was another pot, and Lucy asked about the parenting diary because idols took care of the kids there. They approached the flower. He looked down in surprise. It was standing in a white pot. Looking back, he said that he had never seen these pots before. Holding his neck, they told him that maybe his mother had bought it. He calmly thought that he had professional deformation and was constantly suspecting something. Reaching for the flower, he realized that it was all suspicious. When suddenly, he realized something. The 4 of them looked into the bush. There was a camera there. Then he ran to the cafe. Opening his mouth, he asked if something had happened. He opened his mouth and watched what was happening. The guys came up to him and asked what had happened. They were filming there. The guy was holding a child in his arms. They raised their hand and greeted him. He smiled and mentally called them assholes. When he greeted them, he immediately asked what it all meant and why they were holding a child in their arms. Smiling at him, they said that they were filming an entertainment show because they screwed up a little. Surprised, they looked happy because they were filming a parenting diary. Looking at him, he said that the director really wanted him to take part and wanted to wait near the house, but his mother invited them. Waving his hand, he asked if they lied about the money. They answered in the negative. Eric approached the girl and said that he was her big fan. Holding her head, she greeted him and thanked him for his support. Coming up, she asked why she was there. They told him that they would tell him later. His eyes widened. Looking at her, he realized that she looked awkward and nervous. Her face was sad, and he hoped that it was just fatigue and not a premonition of something bad. They looked at her from afar. A guy was sitting and looking through binoculars. He had a mask on his face. It was evening. The building was already getting ready for cleaning. Smiling, they thanked each other. They looked at the child with admiration. He looked with his mouth open while they asked him to come to them. The child crawled to Irina. Taking him in her arms, she said that even a baby is looked at by faces. Coming up to them, Lucy shouted that he liked his older brother. They came up to him from behind and he said that he had done a good job on the set. A girl came up and the man asked to talk in private. Oliver looked back because he wanted to talk about something. The 3 of them sat down at the table. Looking down, they asked her if she had a stalker. With trembling hands, she said yes because she initially thought that these were prank calls. It was night. They were driving in a car. Taking her by the shoulder, she asked why she was so tired. Apparently she was getting sick. The guy, looking at her in the mirror, said that she had nothing to do tomorrow and should go and rest. They asked her to get out of the car and walk carefully. The car drove away from her. The phone started playing in her bag. Taking it in her hands, she answered the call. They were calling her name from it. Standing on the ground, she listened because they were asking her why she didn't answer the call. Taking the phone away from her ear, they said that she didn't even recognize her boyfriend's voice. Then she turned off the call, and before that, they told her that they were thinking about her all day. Looking at the phone, she realized that this is how it all started. Since then, he called every day and told about his every step in a disgusting voice, and every day, horrible gifts were delivered to her house. Throwing the gift on the floor, she screamed for them to stop. Holding the phone in her hands, she screamed that she was not his girlfriend and if she did it again, she would call the police. Holding the phone, she asked her if she was very angry. Opening her mouth, she screamed for him to stop calling her again, but she was told that there would be a special gift. Opening the door, traces were visible. Scratching her head, she thought about where he gets the information. Looking forward, she was surprised. There were flowers near her. Her eyes widened. On the bed lay a dress, flowers, and her photos. Sitting on a chair, shaking with fear. Looking at the guy, he asked if they had written a statement. They answered that they had conducted covert surveillance. Sitting next to the men, they said that when they arrived, the calls and visits stopped. Trembling and looking at Oliver, she said that the police had come several times, but nothing had happened, so they said that she was overreacting and that if she had not suffered physically, then she just needed to observe the situation. He sat and thought that if he had already entered the house, then this was a dangerous stage, but even if they collected evidence and arrested him, he would get off with a light sentence and go free. Biting his lip, he understood that with a high probability, having been released, the criminal would again find a victim. Getting up from the chair, he asked her not to worry. Opening his mouth, he gave her a guarantee that he would be imprisoned. Looking at her, he said that he had some connections in this area. Squeezing his hand, he thought that he would change his attitude towards crimes related to stalking. It was night, the lights were out in the houses. A boy was playing with a ball near the entrance and the girls were talking. A man was standing near a tree. He was wearing sneakers. There was a security guard behind him who saw him. Grinning, they asked him what he was doing there and whether he lived in that house. Then he started to run away while they were shouting after him. The girls looked at him in surprise and said that he had come to gawk at the celebrity who lived in that house. They approached the security guard and said that they had to patrol the house twice as long. The security guard started to leave, and the women said that some strange people had appeared and were constantly shouting under the windows. It was dark in the corridor, only the moon was shining. A man was walking along the floor. He approached the door and looked at the door. Looking at the locks, he realized that there were more of them. Looking at the poster, he realized that there were a lot of people hanging around her, although this was not necessary with him. Then he looked at her poster again. He opened the door. Opening his mouth, he called her sweetheart. He went in and turned on the light. Looking into the wardrobe, he realized that he needed to dry clean his clothes and, no matter what, the girl couldn't live without him. Suddenly, he noticed the watch. It was lying on the table. Looking at her in surprise, he realized that she didn't wear a watch like that. Turning his head away, he said that she wouldn't bring a man home. He closed the closet. Looking at her, he started thinking. He went into another room and turned on the light. His mouth opened slightly. He looked at the toothbrushes because there were 2 of them. He started throwing things around. He sat down on the floor and started screaming that this couldn't be happening. His face was devastated. With trembling hands, he picked up the razor. He looked at her devastatedly. Throwing things around, he called her names. He stood up and wondered how she dared to betray him. Looking angrily, he called her a snake and decided to kill her. There was a camera in the hair. He put his hand to his chin and watched. Looking at the laptop, they called him a psycho. Agatha sat and trembled with fear. Approaching him, he said that she would not have to watch this anymore. Approaching the guys, he said that the stalker's actions had crossed all boundaries. Opening his mouth, he said that if they did not take action immediately, the girl would be in danger. Then he banged on the table. Looking at him, he decided to finish him off now. Squeezing his hand, he agreed, because such a bastard should have been behind bars. Opening his mouth, he said that it was too early. They looked at him in surprise. They were told that if they filed a report, he would serve a maximum of 2 years. Putting a hand on his chin, they asked what he proposed to do. Removing his hand, a smile rose because they decided to make a plan. A week passed, there was no one near the house. Getting out of the car, he said that he would soon be upstairs. Behind him was a guy. He said that there was no need to be afraid. Looking angrily, they told her to wash herself and wait for him. In trembling hands, he held a knife and approached him. Looking at him, he heard that no one but him would dare to lay a finger on her. Opening his mouth, he called them damned outs. He walked down a dark corridor. The door was ajar. He went inside. He stood next to the bed. The girl and the guy were lying next to each other. Looking at her, he understood that he loved her very much. He stepped onto the bed with his foot because he swore to love her forever. With tears in his eyes, he swung at them. When suddenly, the closet opened. When suddenly, Lester was hit on the head. Then he hit the wall. With blood on his face, he asked who he was. Looking at her, he introduced himself. Putting handcuffs on him, he said that he was arrested for repeated illegal entry, threats, and attempted murder. Gritting his teeth, he looked angrily. The girl stood up and he asked if it was a setup from the very beginning. Looking at him, he screamed, "How could she do this?" Opening his mouth, he decided to remain silent. People gathered near the house and looked at the arrested man. Holding him, people asked what happened. With blood on his lips, he looked in the other direction. They called her a young girl. Then he looked at Agatha. Opening his mouth, he screamed that he would not leave her alone. Trembling, she listened to him say that when he got out, the first thing he would do was kill her. Opening his mouth, he said that this was not the first time he had been caught and would serve a maximum of a year. Taking him by the shoulders, he asked what he was saying. Turning around, they asked him why he was grinning. Smiling, he said that the fun had not yet begun. Looking at him, he asked who he was. Putting his hand on his chest, he said his name. Opening his mouth, he asked not to pay attention and move away. Taking the criminal by the head, he told him to get in faster. The car was leaving. Oliver was looking at the phone. Opening his mouth, he was greeted. Looking up, he asked for one request. The newspapers wrote about a break-in and an attempted murder. Reading the newspaper, he was surprised because the girl was young enough to be his daughter. Sitting on the couch, he said that perverts always stick to celebrities and they should be given life imprisonment. There was an object hanging on the wall. People were sitting in the court and Lester was given the last word. He was roaring, shaking. Oliver was sitting behind him. He got up from his chair and regretted it because he loved her too much and made a mistake. A lawyer came up and gave him a letter of apology. Apologizing, he asked for another chance. Looking from behind, he understood that this was a hypocritical creature. Then he began to smile. Opening his mouth, he thought that they usually give 3 years for this and he would be released very soon. The girl was looking at him because the sentence was being announced. The two of them looked at the guy. Taking the microphone in his hands, he said that the crime remained at the attempted stage. Looking down, they said that they took remorse into account. Eyes widened because they said that the defendant asked for leniency not to the victim, but to the judge. Standing up, he looked at the judge. He was told that there was a chance of recidivism and therefore it was necessary to isolate him from society. Looking at him, she said that she was sentenced to 22 years in prison. Then they hit him with a sledgehammer. Opening his mouth, he was in shock. He began to beat on the table and ask how this was possible. Screaming, he said that he wrote 100 pages of repentance and was drunk at the time. Then they hit his head on the table. Holding his head, he said how it was possible to give such a term if he was just courting her. Oliver, smiling, looked at him. Closing one eye, he looked at him. They began to remove him and he said that this could not be. Exhaling, he was asked if he felt relief. Smiling, she looked at him. Standing next to her, he said that it was all thanks to the man because a lot of effort was applied. Opening his mouth, he said that this was an unprecedented sentence and how a woman understands her. Smiling, he listened, and they told him that the incident should change the attitude to this problem. Agatha stood near the microphone and said that now the victims who suffered this horror will gather courage. Oliver looked into the distance. Leaving, he said that now we need to go back. It was sunny. We were in the police station. Near the entrance stood a man. 2 guys approached him. Opening his mouth, he said that he looked amazing in this uniform. Looking at him, he called him a bastard. Smiling, he listened to them. He pointed at him with his hand and said that he was a professor at a Japanese university and today he would talk about forensic analysis technology. Smiling, he stood with papers because he finally completed the development of forensic analysis technology and immediately offered to sell it to the police. Oliver stood and smiled. Approaching him, he asked if he suddenly became a translator. They answered that this was volunteer work. Standing near them, he asked if they had prepared him. Opening his mouth, he asked them to trust him. Looking at the professor, he thought that the development would be useful, but it was not a fact that the officers would like it. The sun was shining on the police station. The officers were sitting at the table. Standing next to them, he finished his presentation and then asked if they had any questions. The man looked back. Opening his mouth, he asked if it was really possible. Looking at them, he said that the theory was good and in general whether he really claimed that data from a formatted computer could be recovered. The professor agreed because it was possible and also possible from phones. Knocking on the table, he asked if the program would work in real conditions. Looking at the presentation, he said that they had spent a lot of money on a contract with data recovery technology, which was supposed to be vital. Closing his eyes, he said that it turned out to be useless and the budget for the contract was not small. Standing up, he asked if he could get what he asked for. There was a laptop. They asked him that they could not invest in untested technology. Putting the item on the table, he said that the effectiveness of the program for digital forensic analysis. They looked at him in surprise because they wanted to demonstrate this right now. There was a chart on the screen. The officers looked in the same direction when someone asked if it worked. Sweat appeared on the man's face. The man raised his hand and exclaimed that the data was recovered. Then he was asked again, adding that this was evidence that they could not recover in any way, and that because of this they could not put the suspect away. The officer raised his fist to his mouth and objected that more tests were still needed, when someone shouted that with this technology they could catch any criminal. The man slammed his fist on the table. Miles looked forward and turned to the deputy chief, saying that they had to buy it. The men looked at each other when he added that with this technology they would be able to put away all those who were released due to lack of evidence. Then someone exclaimed that the commissioner was right and that they should buy it, after which the deputy asked what had happened to them. The professor was standing next to the guy when the officers started asking the deputy to buy the technology, to which he replied that they needed to calm down. The men were walking down the hallway when Oliver said that his companion had worked hard. Shane looked ahead and replied that he never imagined that they would be able to sign a contract for 200 million yen a year, to which the guy said that it was a well-deserved amount, adding that he thought they would be cooperating with him for at least another 20 years. Tears appeared in the professor's eyes when he replied that if it weren't for Oliver, he would never have gotten this opportunity, to which the protagonist asked what he was saying, explaining that he should thank the man for selling such an important technology to Korea. They looked at each other when the guy added that thanks to the professor, he met that very gentleman, and that is why he is very grateful to him, to which the man asked if Oliver meant Thomas. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, looking down when Shane asked about how the gentleman was doing, adding that he had incredible talent, which is why he recommended him to him, but he was still worried about him. The guy introduced several men when he replied that the professor should not worry, because he was currently working hard on research with the team that came with him from Japan, and that the construction of a new office center with an area of about 50,000 square meters will soon be completed, so he is very happy. Then the professor asked him again. The dark-haired guy was shown in profile when he said that the black box that Thomas was working on was a technology that would be a great help in police investigations when it was completed. Shane turned his head to the side, thinking that the protagonist was truly a rare young man, and that he had the desire to serve society and the ability to realize his own ambitions when he said that such support was worth it. Oliver took a step forward, looking forward when the professor thought about looking forward to his future achievements. Clouds floated above the building. People stood on the stage when it was announced that the laureate had made a significant contribution to the capture of criminals by providing equipment necessary for the investigation, thereby contributing to police work. An officer sat with his arms crossed as he exclaimed that the boy was a good boy, and another said that he thought he would look great in a police uniform. A woman raised her hands to her face and said that Oliver was a good boy. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking about how long it had been since he had been in the assembly hall at headquarters, and about the first time he had received the Arrest King Award. The guy picked up the diploma when the chief of police announced that for his courage and contribution to the police, he was awarding him the title of honorary policeman. Oliver raised his hand to his forehead. The protagonist saluted and exclaimed that he was a senior inspector, and then thanked her. Amelia looked ahead in surprise. The officers' faces were sweating when one of them asked the chief inspector if he really thought he was an officer. The dark-haired guy looked ahead in confusion when someone shouted that he had big ambitions and that he should become a detective soon. The protagonist turned his back when he thought about how it had slipped out reflexively. Oliver opened one eye. There was a man standing near the wall. John crossed his arms over his chest, looking ahead when the guy thought about whether it was really him. There was no one in front of the building when he asked his father how he got there. They were standing opposite each other when the man asked if he really couldn't come there, adding that there was a whole article in the newspaper and why his son was introducing himself as a chief inspector to the police, to which he replied that it was just a slip of the tongue. Oliver put his hand behind his head when John asked him if he was calling it a slip of the tongue, adding that he had been hanging out with the police lately and that it was suspicious, and then asked if his son really wanted to become a police officer. The man looked at the boy with displeasure and asked if his grades would suffer with this lifestyle, adding that he should study and become a prosecutor. Then the protagonist asked him not to worry because he got good grades this time too, so his mother was very happy. Oliver looked down and said that he was going to Dijin for a competition in a few days, when his father replied that it seemed like he wasn't such a bad son. The dark-haired boy looked straight when he started talking about wanting to buy his mother her favorite pastries. He folded his arms in front of himself and said that everything was fine when John asked if something was wrong. The man raised his fist to his mouth and said that his son was born to be a prosecutor anyway and that it seemed he had lost his way, adding that there was no more comfortable job than a prosecutor who sits and only works with his hands. Oliver's eyes were closed as he thought about how, of course, it was enviable that their job was physically easier than that of the police. The guy held a piece of paper in his hand as he thought about how if he became a prosecutor instead of a police officer, he could investigate many crimes differently than in his previous life and that, unlike the police, he could have a more direct influence on the convictions of criminals. The protagonist looked carefully in front of him. Oliver was surrounded by tables as he wondered how he should react to crimes that had not yet happened. John looked straight ahead as his son addressed him. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth and asked what he would do if he knew, as a prosecutor, that a crime was about to happen. The man touched his chin and asked again, and then asked what a stupid question it was. The protagonist opened his palm in front of him and asked him to just imagine that only he knew about this crime, and that only he could prevent it. John was shown in profile when he said that such things do not happen often. Oliver looked forward seriously when the man spoke of an ordinary prosecutor. The building was illuminated by the setting sun when someone asked if this was the shortest way. The boy looked at his peer, who said that he was a little scared. He took his hand and suggested that it would be better to go around. The children were standing opposite each other when the boy added that his mother told him not to go to such dangerous places. The child opened his mouth wide and asked what was dangerous there, since there was no one there, adding that this was the fastest way. He looked after his friends, who said that they would not go, since adults might scold them if they went there without permission, and that it was somehow creepy, so they did not want to go there. The boy looked forward with displeasure, exclaiming that he should leave his underwear there. A shadow fell on the ground. The child took a step forward, wondering what those fools were afraid of, since he had walked there alone many times. The boy opened his mouth when his name was called. The masked man loomed over him. The child looked back and asked who he was. The man stood behind the boy when he asked if he was Lloyd. The child nodded, looking up. The man swung his knife and said that he understood. His fingers tightened around the handle of the weapon. The masked man froze when someone called him a scoundrel. A tall guy stood behind him. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was now under arrest, calling him a scoundrel. Oliver stood behind his mother when it was reported that at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the body of a 7-year-old boy was found at a construction site in the Daejeon area of the city, which was badly damaged. The boy looked down carefully when it was announced that the body had been burned with solvent, and the woman asked who could have committed such a horrible act. The TV showed an attack when Oliver thought about the stabbing of a 7-year-old child on May 20, 1999, and how his body was covered in wounds, and then burned to ashes, and the body was found in the morning. 2 men were standing near the fence. The protagonist imagined handcuffs when he thought about the brutal crime that was called the Daejeon child case and caused a great stir, but due to the imperfect technology of that time, the criminal was never caught. The boy sat with his arms crossed. 14 years later, the TV showed the hosts as Oliver explained that before the statute of limitations on the Daejeon child case expired, a TV station aired a program about the case, and due to the massive protests against it, the statute of limitations on murder was lifted. The dark-haired boy imagined a table with a knife on it as he thought about how it had helped arrest many criminals who had been hiding while waiting for the statute of limitations to expire. The protagonist looked away. The boy looked ahead in fear as he realized that in order to change the statute of limitations, the child would have to die. Oliver clenched his fist. He took a step forward. The boy swung, gritting his teeth as he thought about how they couldn't just leave the child to die if there was a way to save him. His fist hit the barrier. The criminal bent his arms in defense. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and told the child to run away quickly. Sweat began to appear on the boy's face. He ran away from the fighting men. The criminal brandished the knife. The dark-haired boy clenched his fists, thinking about this villain. The man held the knife in front of him when Oliver thought about the fact that he knew the child's name and that he was not embarrassed at all. Oliver frowned when he realized that the criminal was not an ordinary person. The dark-haired boy stared ahead, thinking about how in his past life he thought that the Daejeon child case was a random crime committed by a psychopath. A man with a knife stood in front of him. When he realized that it was a planned act with a specific motive, the criminal then asked who he was. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was just a passerby, and then told him to put the knife down. The masked man looked ahead and asked him again. Something approached the dark-haired boy. A cut appeared on his cheek. Oliver dodged the attack. The boy clenched his fist. The criminal flew back from the blow. He fell to the ground. The protagonist stopped in front of him. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth in surprise. There was a snake tattoo on the man's shoulder when he noticed it. Oliver looked ahead in horror when he wondered why he had a snake tattoo there too and if it could be called an accident. The protagonist stood in front of the criminal, who said that for an ordinary passerby, he was a good fighter, but he was unlucky. The man in the mask looked ahead and added that today the guy would die there. The criminal extended his hand to Oliver. In his hand was a knife. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. The weapon was moving forward rapidly. The guy looked ahead in surprise. The man in the mask looked ahead when Oliver replied that it seemed he was very mistaken. The protagonist smiled and added that it was the criminal who got into the wrong company, not him. The man bent his arm in front of him and exclaimed that he was too young to act like that. The dark-haired guy grabbed the criminal's arm. He lifted him into the air above him. The man fell to the ground. The joint cracked loudly. The masked criminal closed his eyes, thinking about his shoulder and how strong the guy was, although he looked like an ordinary high school student. Clouds floated above the construction site when he exclaimed that enough was enough and that he gave up. Oliver stood in front of the man, who added that he lost. There was a knife on the ground when the criminal said he put it down and then offered to stop, adding that he would do whatever the guy said. The protagonist closed his eyes. The man put his hand on the ground when the guy agreed. Oliver covered his face with his hands. He stood with his legs wide apart when he exclaimed that this scoundrel was cheating. The criminal ran towards the gate when he was ordered to stop. The protagonist ran after him. The men pointed their guns at the criminal. Women's shoes appeared. The dark-haired guy looked ahead in surprise when someone told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A blonde in a black dress appeared. The girl opened her mouth and asked if her entrance was too dramatic, Then Oliver called her Natalia. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked what she was doing there. The masked criminal looked at the guns, wondering who these guys were. The man clenched his fist, thinking that he didn't understand what was going on there, but one thing was clear: this was a professional organization, and that if they were not careful, they risked exposing the firm. He touched the ring when he decided that there was nothing he could do. The criminal opened his mouth wide and wished the gentleman good health. The blonde put her palm in front of her and asked him to stop. The criminal swallowed the pill. The protagonist grabbed the man by the clothes and called him a scoundrel, and then asked him what he thought he was doing. The dark-haired boy's pupils narrowed as he asked him to answer quickly. Foam came out of the criminal's mouth. The man's hand fell to the ground. Oliver clenched his teeth and cursed. The trunk of the car closed. The car drove off towards the sunset. The protagonist closed his eyes and exhaled. He held the ring in his hand, thinking that the police were supposed to investigate this case, but he committed suicide, so now the risk of his being exposed has increased. The dark-haired boy looked at the ring carefully and thought about how it was also 100% the work of the organization. He remembered the tattoo on the criminal's shoulder when he thought about how this organization undoubtedly uses the snake emblem as a symbol. Oliver clenched his fist in front of him when he thought about how he finally got his first lead that would help him find those who wanted to kill him. The boy stood in front of the blonde, who said that they would take care of the body. Natalia crossed her arms over her chest when he addressed her. The girl smiled, closing her eyes when she was asked about what happened and why she was there. Then the blonde wondered why he was really going to ask such boring questions right after meeting an old friend. Clouds floated across the sky when Oliver answered that no, then Natalia said that she was joking. The protagonist looked ahead in amazement when the girl said that, in short, Russia had decided to take him under protection. The dark-haired guy remembered standing in front of the blonde. He imagined himself holding the tape in his hands when Natalia said that, given the artifact Victor had given them, his ability to foresee the moratorium, and, of course, all of his talents, it had been decided that they needed to establish a close relationship. Oliver's mouth dropped open in surprise. A smile appeared on his face. The blonde was standing in front of him. When he answered that it was too generous and that he agreed to protection, the girl then asked him again. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he was asked who the killer he had just fought was. Natalia crossed her arms and looked down when she started talking about the fact that the criminal had not just fought for nothing, and about the suicide poison he carried with him, adding that the man did not look like an ordinary hired killer and that these were the methods of a professional spy. The girl looked ahead and asked Oliver who he was looking for. The dark-haired guy put his hands on his hips and said that he didn't know exactly who was behind this, adding that he was sure that this was an organized group, but it was just an assumption. The blonde looked at him with a smile, thinking that he didn't want to say everything, and then suggested that he wanted her to find out for herself. The protagonist's mouth fell open, looking ahead when she thought about how mysterious he was, and how the more she learned about him, the more questions she had, and then said that she was still worried. The girl pointed at the man in the suit when she added that she couldn't let her friend deal with this danger alone, and then asked if their organization could help with anything. Oliver looked down thoughtfully. Natalia stood in front of him when he said that he had one request for her. The office staff were sitting at their computers when someone asked how Project D was going. The man put his hand on his head when they told him they would be right there. In front of him was a man with paperwork who said he was half an hour late when they asked him where Kane was and why he hadn't returned yet and how long it had been since he left. Isaac folded his hands in front of him and said he was a responsible person and that something was wrong. The man put the phone to his ear and said it was him and then asked how things were going. He looked away in shock when they told him Ryan's son had just returned home. The man in the cap was watching the child run away when he added that he didn't think he was hurt and that there was no contact with Kane and that the police were not doing anything either. Isaac opened his mouth, looking ahead, and asked if there had been any reports of an unidentified body, and they said no. He pictured the man in the cap when he thought that meant Kane was still alive. The man held the phone to his ear when he thought that killing a child was not a big deal and how unlikely it was that he could fail. He tapped his finger on the table, thinking about the mission having failed and the fact that there was no communication, and the fact that the police were unaware of it and the body had not been found. The man touched his finger to the surface of the table. Isaac looked ahead, startled, and said that meant someone had interfered. He stood up from the table when he ordered all observers to be recalled and all traces erased. In front of him were the employees who responded in the affirmative when he exclaimed that they needed to take the entire Djinn branch, pack everything up in an hour, and move to the training camp in Gangwon-do. Isaac frowned and gritted his teeth when he thought about taking Ryan, cursing. In front of the people was a blue car when he thought about how they almost got caught in Seoul a few months ago and how he needed to be more careful. He imagined the people behind him when he thought about how they were accidentally discovered by a prosecutor back then, but now it was different. Isaac covered his face with his hand. The stone on his ring flashed. The streets were lit by streetlights. A man peered around the corner. The boy raised his fist to his face and asked his father where they were going. The man looked at his son and asked him what he seemed to want to do at the seaside, and then added that they would fly on a plane and admire the sea. Then the boy asked him again. The girl with the child in her arms answered that she was walking when the man asked her to go faster. The lantern was shining brightly when she asked about this escape and what was happening, to which Ryan replied that he had said that his son had heard everything, adding that the villain who wanted to attack him during the day could return, so they needed to run. The girl with the child opened her mouth wide and advised him to call the police in that case, and then asked why they were running. Men's shoes appeared when someone apologized to them. The family stood in front of the guy in the cap. The masked man looked forward and asked if he was Ryan, who owned the shop. The girl looked at the trembling man and turned to him. The man in the cap stood in front of him as he wondered if they had decided to kill their entire family and sent a killer. Ryan's hand reached out to his wife as he turned to her and told her to grab the kids and run, then he was asked to wait a minute. The protagonist took off his cap and exclaimed that he was not dangerous. The boy held his hand out in front of him and asked his father to look. The child smiled widely and explained that this was the same guy who had driven away that scary guy in one fell swoop. Ryan touched his son and asked if it was true. Oliver smiled, closing his eyes. The man bowed to the guy and apologized. The family stood in front of the protagonist, who said that they mistook him for someone suspicious because his face was covered, but in fact, he just had a cold, and then thought about the fact that he was actually hiding from an organization. The girl looked ahead carefully as her father replied that he did not know that the guy was their savior. Oliver looked down as he thought about how in his past life they didn't seem to be pushing for an investigation and how they probably decided to keep quiet to protect their daughter. Ryan was standing next to his wife and kids when he thanked the guy and said he didn't know how to reward him, to which the guy said he shouldn't. Oliver opened his mouth and said he wanted to know more about the man who attacked his son and then asked who he was. Sweat broke out on Ryan's face when the guy asked who he was. The building was lit up by streetlights when the man asked him again and asked what he was talking about. Ryan turned away from Oliver and said he didn't know anything and then apologized, adding that they needed to go, to which the guy asked him to wait. The protagonist approached the family and exclaimed that he was asking them very much and that any little thing could be important. Then the man asked him to stop, adding that he said he didn't know anything. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth wide and said that the man had committed suicide by taking poison as soon as he diffused it. Sweat appeared on Oliver's face when he added that they were very dangerous and that in order to prevent more victims, he needed his help. Ryan looked away worriedly. The dark-haired guy looked forward in surprise when the man said that he only knew his name and what he looked like. Ryan looked down guiltily and added that the name was probably fake and that he didn't have a photo and that he wasn't sure he could help him. Men in suits were standing near the car when Oliver asked them not to worry about it. The car stopped in front of the building. The protagonist was sitting, holding documents in his hands. He squinted, looking down. He remembered standing across from Ryan, who explained that it all started when he started selling jade bracelets, and then his partner suggested selling cheap fakes from Germany as jade. The man looked down guiltily as he added that he should have refused right away, but the money had clouded his judgment and that their business had started to grow rapidly and soon suspicious characters had started appearing in his company posing as clients. Ryan remembered the men in black suits. He imagined himself looking forward fearfully as he summed up that he knew things were going very badly. The man remembered holding a suitcase in his hands as he said that he had demanded his share back and that he should leave the business, but had been categorically refused. Ryan trembled with fear as he added that in the end he had only taken the money that was already his, and a month later he had seen a report on television about a murder in which his former partner had been the victim. Oliver stood in front of the man, who said that they had almost killed his son today and that he would never have gotten involved with them if he had known how it would turn out. The guy crumpled the piece of paper. The protagonist looked upset as he thought that it seemed like they finally had a good lead. Natalia was sitting in front of him when he thanked her, adding that thanks to her they have a composite sketch, to which she replied that it was nothing and that there was no need to thank her. Oliver looked away carefully when he was asked if these people were somehow connected to his past. The blonde smiled and suggested that it must be difficult for him to fight them alone, and then asked if he needed help. The dark-haired guy looked down at the piece of paper when the girl added that she knew he needed something from them. Natalia looked surprised when she was asked if she could look after his mother, then the girl asked him again. The protagonist introduced his mother when he explained that he did not want her to suffer because of his problems, so he needed someone to discreetly guard her. The blonde looked ahead silently. She leaned back in her seat and replied that it was not a problem. Oliver turned his head to the side when she added that she had hoped for a different answer. The girl crossed her legs and said that she hadn't thought she would be so persistent. Natalia looked forward charmingly and asked the guy if he really didn't want to join them. Oliver looked away thoughtfully. The guy imagined representatives of different organizations when he thought that perhaps he should seriously consider their offer, since he only had 6 months left until he turned 18, and that he needed to decide where he would go and choose an organization to find them. The protagonist imagined people in dark glasses when he decided that Natalia's organization wasn't suitable for a start, since he wasn't going to leave for Russia, and besides, intelligence needed to obey orders without question, and he wanted to act his own way. The dark-haired guy remembered what his father looked like when he thought about perhaps becoming a prosecutor. He imagined long bookcases when he thought about how they had great powers and how they had access to information that even the police couldn't. Oliver opened his eyes and looked ahead. He remembered John opening his mouth and saying that even if he said that he knew more about this case than anyone else and that only he could stop it, any normal prosecutor would turn to the police for help. The dark-haired guy looked straight ahead, thinking that prosecutors don't do field work after all. The blonde looked away attentively when the protagonist apologized to her. Oliver looked at Natalia and explained that he had a goal that he had to achieve and that he wouldn't be able to do it while in an organization with a strict hierarchy. The girl closed her eyes and smiled, saying that she was very sorry. The blonde pointed at the guy and asked where he would go then, and suggested that he would go to the prosecutor's office or the police. The protagonist looked down attentively and said nothing. The picture of Isaac was on the page as he began to answer. The man was lying down, looking up, when he was asked to begin. The lights were bright. The doctor leaned forward and asked the patient to relax, explaining that they were only following instructions, so he should not take it personally. Isaac was lying on the operating table when he was asked if he was ready. The needle of a syringe flashed. The setting sun lit up the building when the man was told that they would meet when he was in his new form. A man was running down the street in January 2001. His foot crashed into the wall. The man spread his arms out to the sides, looking up. A guy in a cap appeared behind him. The man gritted his teeth when he was called a monkey. The man in the cap smiled and asked where he was running. The man put his hand under his jacket when he was asked where he was going now that there was a dead end, then he cursed. He held a knife in front of him and told the guy not to come closer, calling him a scoundrel and adding that if he came closer he would stab him. The man in the cap stayed put when asked if he was a policeman, and if he was not a policeman then why were they following him? Sweat broke out on Brad's face when his name was called, adding that he was 30 years old and that his nickname was Monkey. The guy in the cap stood in front of him when he said that the man had 5 convictions for trespassing and theft and that he was a seasoned repeat offender who specialized in burglarizing empty houses and had been driving around Gyeonggi and Incheon. The criminal opened his mouth wide when the guy added that after getting out of prison in 2001, he, as usual, tried to rob an empty house, but accidentally ran into the owner and now in a panic he was going to kill him. Then the man asked what kind of nonsense he was talking and called him a psycho. Brad lunged at the guy and repeated that he told him not to come any closer. The blade was rapidly approaching the man's face. The guy in the cap dodged the knife strike. Brad gritted his teeth, looking ahead. He flew into the wall from the blow. Blood began to flow from the man's nose. The guy grabbed him by the clothes. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. The guy turned the criminal upside down. The man fell to the ground and opened his mouth. The protagonist pinned him to the ground. Then the criminal exclaimed that he surrendered, and the guy told him to sit still because he was saving him from becoming a murderer. He opened his mouth slightly and continued talking. Oliver smiled, looking down, and added that he was not a police officer yet, but a student at the police academy. The man's hands were tied. The protagonist was standing in front of him when he apologized. Brad opened his mouth, looking forward, and said that he was really curious, and then asked how he knew where he was because the guy was not a police officer. Oliver opened his mouth slightly, looking at the knife, and answered that he hired a detective and that the man was under surveillance. The dark-haired guy put the phone to his ear and told the inspector that it was him, adding that he constantly confuses that he is already the head of the department. The man was sitting in a chair when he said that it was time to remember and then asked about what happened. Clouds were floating above the lamppost when Oliver explained that he had caught a criminal who had tried to rob an empty house again and had gotten caught. The man then assumed that he had gotten out of prison, then called the guy a good boy, adding that he had worked hard and offered to hand him over to the department, to which the guy replied that he would drop by the headquarters since they had not seen each other for a long time, to which the chief agreed. Brad opened his mouth wide when he was told to stand up. The protagonist looked menacingly at the criminal and said that he remembered him, and that if he tried to rob someone else's house again, he would break his neck, and then asked if he understood, to which the man answered affirmatively. The dark-haired guy was standing behind Brad when he suggested that he go further. There was a night sky above the buildings when the criminal cursed mentally and thought about learning some kind of craft in prison. There was no one in front of the building when someone addressed the protagonist. Oliver put the phone to his ear when he was asked how he could not show up for his best friend's enlistment day, adding that he was disappointed. Then the guy apologized, explaining that he couldn't because he had lectures. Lucy was standing behind Eric when he said that she was also a student, and then asked why Oliver was so busy, to which he replied that her session was already over, and the police academy session does not start until the end of February. Then his friend reminded him that he was exempted from the army and he will be there for 2 years. The guy was holding the phone in his hand when a request came from it not to cry and to quickly come so that they could take a photo. The main character looked at the phone and said that Eric was still as energetic as before when he said that he would never forget him. Clouds were floating above the academy building when Oliver remembered that last winter he graduated from high school and entered the police academy. He presented a group photo when he explained that Prosecutor John was very upset, but he really wanted to become a police officer as soon as possible. The dark-haired guy turned and looked back when his name was called. He was flanked by his comrades, who asked him if he had caught a criminal last week and who it was this time, a pickpocket or a maniac. The academy students looked in one direction when the main character was asked how he was so good at catching criminals, adding that he should take them with him next time, to which Oliver replied that he was just lucky, after which another guy said that he could have taken a pickpocket too if he had been right in front of him. The guys frowned and looked away when one of them asked if this was really the same student. The dark-haired guys smiled widely when someone asked him that he would not go to the mobile unit after graduation. The protagonist presented the medal card. The guy in the uniform turned his head to the side and said that Oliver had won a gold medal at the Olympics last year and had been exempted from military service, and that he had been the first to enroll and had even brought a medal, so the rector was simply delighted. The students approached the stairs when he added that as soon as the protagonist had enrolled, a new dormitory had been built for him, and that he had seen how a lawn was laid for those who wanted to enroll illegally, but that they were building a dormitory for an excellent student. He had seen this for the first time. Then someone swore and said that Oliver would probably surpass him soon. The protagonist looked ahead confidently when someone asked what kind of person this guy was. The student sat in front of the teacher, who said that in this way it could be said that the ultimate goal of criminal psychology is to study the characteristics of criminals in order to prevent crimes and facilitate investigations. The man held up sheets of paper as he explained that criminal behavior was not only determined by innate traits, but also by interactions with social structure, upbringing, and other factors, by analyzing which they could more accurately predict the actions of a criminal. The students looked ahead intently as the professor summarized that a great investigator should therefore take into account even the most minor habits of a suspect, and the protagonist thought of Professor Ted. The professor looked ahead, his mouth hanging open, as Oliver recalled that he had been an MP in a previous life, and that as far as he knew. He had worked hard to improve criminal profiling methods in their country, adding that as a professor, he had been very diligent. There was a clock on the wall as it was announced that the lecture was over for the day. The students looked ahead intently as they were asked if it was time to start studying for the exam. Ted smiled widely and announced to the students their final assignment, explaining that they had a list of groups that he had compiled and that one representative from each group was to come forward and draw a piece of paper. The boys looked ahead with interest. Someone picked up a folded piece of paper. The students held the pieces of paper in front of them when they were asked if they had all picked up one, and then explained that the names of the criminals were written on them. The professor smiled ominously when he announced that their task was to find out when, where, and how this criminal committed the crime, why he did it, and whether he had any extenuating circumstances, concluding that this was to be written up in the form of a report. The students stood in front of him when he exclaimed that they should remember to interview the criminal, and he was asked again. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when someone said that this was not easy and asked him who they had gotten. Oliver smiled at the piece of paper as he wondered if this was the guy they got. There was barbed wire on the fence. Someone banged on the bars and ordered the prisoner to stand up. A face appeared behind the door as number 105 was ordered to quickly stand up. The man was sitting on the floor when he was told that he had a visitor. Clouds were floating above the prison. People in suits were standing in the middle of the room. Oliver looked away carefully when someone said that it was his first time in prison and asked if visits were usually held in the cafeteria, assuming that there was no visiting room. The guys exchanged glances when the main character was asked about his face and if he was nervous. Oliver closed his eyes and answered that he had some bad memories with this criminal. Prisoner number 105 appeared when the guy was asked again. The man stepped forward. The students looked to one side when the protagonist said he had arrived. Adam stared ahead when Oliver said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist smiled, remembering the attack, and asked if it had really been almost 2 years. The criminal grimaced. He opened his mouth wide and called the guy a scoundrel. Adam was pinned to the floor and told to sit still, threatening that if he continued to act up, he would be sent to the punishment cell. The guard's hands were on the man's back. Someone stopped in front of him. Oliver smiled, looking down, and said that he didn't expect him to be happy, but he should still restrain himself. The man in the cap looked at the criminal when the guy asked if he knew where he was, adding that he could break his arms and legs and no one would object. Adam gritted his teeth and cursed. The protagonist looked down with satisfaction. The students looked surprised when the prisoner apologized, adding that he was very sorry. Oliver turned to his comrades, who asked if they knew each other and what he had done to make him attack him like that. The dark-haired guy smiled, looking back, and replied that he had put him behind bars, and then offered to interview him quickly, and then he was asked again. A sheet of paper was placed on the table. The students were sitting opposite the criminal when the protagonist said that he probably understood in general terms why they had come to see him. Adam turned his head to the side when he added that now he should tell them in detail about his life. Oliver looked at the criminal with displeasure and asked if he was not listening, to which the man replied that they were both not very pleased to see each other, so he should leave him alone. The protagonist silently looked forward. The criminal looked at the bag when the guy said that he knew he would say that, so he brought something. The man's pupils narrowed. There was food in the box when Adam asked if it was chicken. The criminal's mouth began to drool when Oliver said that if his interview was worth it, he would be able to eat it, adding that he needed to do it quickly before the chicken got cold, and that he should remember to try hard. The criminal turned away from him and cursed, and then asked if the guy really thought he would fall for that pathetic chicken, to which he replied in the affirmative. Sweat poured down the man's face when the protagonist added that his girlfriend was also in prison, so he shouldn't even dream of food from outside, and that he didn't have any money in his account either, as far as he knew. Oliver's eyes were closed when he said that he thought he had only eaten prison food all this time, and then asked if that was true, adding that he had expected it. Adam gritted his teeth in rage. He opened his mouth wide and called the guy a creep. There were chicken bones in the box when the students said that with such material they would definitely get a better grade, and asked if any other group could investigate more thoroughly than them. The protagonist stood behind the criminal when he thanked him for his cooperation, to which the criminal replied that he should leave him alone. The students looked at the guy when he addressed them. Oliver put his hand on Adam's shoulder and asked if they could step outside for a minute, explaining that he needed to discuss something with him, to which they agreed. The students walked away from their table. The criminal sat behind the protagonist when he asked what happened. The guy showed the man a piece of paper. Adam looked at the portrait and asked what it was. Oliver smiled widely and turned to the man, offering to work together on one case. The students looked in one direction and turned to the guy. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he was asked what they were talking about, adding that he was gone for a long time. Then he replied that nothing special and that they were just chatting. The guy looked away, thinking that Adam seemed to be unaware of the rigors, but they had planted a man in the prison, so this was a good result. The man looked at the other prisoners as Oliver thought about how, oddly enough, there were few places where crimes were planned more often than in prison, and how if he shared the information he received in prison with him, it would be easier for them to identify dangerous people. The dark-haired guy stood in front of his comrades, who thanked him, saying that thanks to him they would get good marks on the exam, and that after this assignment there would be vacation, and then asked what he would do during the vacation. The phone vibrated in the guy's pocket. Oliver waved it and said that he needed to make a call. He stood with his back to his comrades. The protagonist held the phone to his ear when he asked about whether they were really talking about $3.2 billion, and whether the income was really that big. The man with glasses was sitting at the computer when he answered in the affirmative, explaining that it was at least that amount from at Morgan alone. Oliver imagined the scattered bills when he thought about how in the early 2010s, the stocks of internet companies, which had soared to abnormal heights with the rise in interest rates, suddenly collapsed, and how the bubble that was bound to burst was the internet, so some people foresight and sold all the shares they had before the crash, and then invested a large amount in short sales. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that this was just the beginning, and that the next 3 years were only a decline, when Nick said that the split had really begun, and that he believed him, but did not think it would be so accurate. There was a car behind the dark-haired guy when he was told that they would contact him if there were any changes, and Oliver thanked Nick after that. The protagonist turned his back when he thought about how he hoped they would not be discovered, and how it would be bad if their company and he were under too much attention. He remembered the blonde when he thought about how, with Natalia's help, they had created thousands of fictitious companies to split up the shares a few years ago, but he couldn't trust Russia completely. Oliver looked seriously at his phone, thinking about how he didn't want to attract the attention of the state or the secret services, and how he needed to confuse the routes even more so that they wouldn't be discovered. The dark-haired guy was waved to by his comrades, who asked if he had finished yet, and then invited him to join them, and the protagonist apologized to them. Oliver was getting into the car when they offered him a Chinese restaurant, and he asked about going there again. The man put the phone to his ear and answered his boss. The stranger looked away and said that the target was moving, and that he would be watching. The academy building was illuminated by the sun when the teacher exclaimed that they had done a good job. The protagonist was putting his book in his backpack while the students were talking about how they had already scheduled lectures for the introductory day, and how it was a major they couldn't give up, and what to do on the weekend since they had no plans yet. Oliver looked away, smiling, when he suggested that they play sports if they had nothing else to do, adding that it would make them sweat a lot, and then his friend asked him to stop. The dark-haired guy looked away when he was asked if all he did was exercise, and then someone called him by name. The student bent his hand and said that the rector was calling the protagonist, adding that he should go there quickly. The guys looked in one direction with interest when Oliver asked him again. The dark-haired guy raised his hand to his forehead and exclaimed that he obeyed. He saluted, standing in front of the man when he added that the rector had called him, but that he had answered in the affirmative and asked him to sit down. The man in the uniform smiled and said that he called Archie to introduce him to this guy who was currently a first-year student at their academy. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. The man was holding a mug in front of him when the guy wondered who it was. He pictured the man in the cap when he thought about Archie being the chief of police who became one when he first started working as a detective in his past life, and how despite his good-natured appearance he was very cool, carried out reforms, and had a huge impact on increasing the police budget. Oliver's mouth dropped open when he was asked if he knew Archie. The two men looked in the same direction when the guy answered that they did. The protagonist opened his palm, straightening his fingers. He saluted, smiling widely when he explained that he had seen him at headquarters, adding that the police officer candidate Oliver obeyed him. Archie smiled, looking ahead. The dark-haired boy stood in front of the men when the boss exclaimed that he had an excellent memory, since he was just passing by. Then the principal said that he was a very smart guy. The protagonist sat down on the couch when they asked him his name. Archie opened his mouth wide and asked what clan he was from, then he thought that they had come to such questions. Sweat appeared on Oliver's face when he answered that he was from the Choi Jeongju clan, the Chinryalgan branch. The man was sitting in front of the table when he exclaimed that they were from the same clan, and that of course only from there could such an outstanding hero come. The protagonist looked forward, his mouth open, when he said that this was very interesting, thinking that he had also just found out. The principal pointed at Archie and said that the boy now had reliable support, and that in fact he called them to introduce them since he would be his successor. Oliver looked ahead in surprise when the man added that if he had any problems at school, he should come to him and that he could handle the army. There were mugs on the table when the boy was told he could go, after which he thanked them. The doors closed in front of the man. The rector turned to Archie and asked him what he would say and whether he was a worthy boy, to which he replied that it was too early to say. The man raised the mug to his mouth, thinking about Oliver still being a disobedient stallion who did not distinguish heaven from earth, and whether he would be suitable for the police force he wanted to create. Buildings were visible behind the lampposts. The boys were walking down the street when one of them asked if they were really there, to which he was told to stand still. The dark-haired boy looked to the side and said that it must be somewhere over there. He pointed to a tall building and exclaimed that it was him. The boys looked in one direction when they were asked if they liked it and if it was beautiful. The protagonist smiled widely when he was called brother. He stood in front of the boys, who told him that now there would be a third and fourth such recreation area, and that they were thinking of how they could help him, and he had already built everything. Clouds floated above the buildings when Oliver thought about how in March, when the cherry trees bloom, a new school year began at the police academy. Flowers framed the building when he thought about how so many things had fallen on him that even on the weekends there was no time to rest, and that the first thing he needed to do was check out the new orphanage in Gwangju. A car appeared behind the dark-haired boy while he was thinking about the main sponsor of this new recreation area. Women's shoes appeared. Natalia waved her hand and addressed Oliver by name. The protagonist stood in front of her when he asked if she had really come, then the girl said that he had been gone for a long time. The boys looked at each other when the blonde added that Oliver had become even more handsome and matured, and the guy told Natalia that she was beautiful as always. They ran away from the protagonist, turning to him and saying that they would take a little walk. The girl stood next to Oliver, laughing. The dark-haired guy turned to the blonde, who said that it was sweet, and asked if these guys were also from the shelter, to which he answered in the affirmative, explaining that Albert was the first child they had sheltered. Natalia lowered her thoughtful gaze and said that she hoped that in the second shelter, which they were funding on behalf of the Russian government, many children would also be able to find protection. Oliver smiled slightly, thinking that the girl had decided to support their foundation on behalf of the Russian government. They stood opposite each other as he explained that the official reason was to create similar institutions in Russia like their happiness shelter, but the real purpose was to communicate with him without hindrance. They shook hands as he added that aid was aid, so the Korean government supported it. A black car stopped nearby as the protagonist said that she saw that both the building and the location were excellent, and that it seemed like the chairman had paid a lot of attention to it. The girl looked away carefully as he began to explain that there was a school, library, and police station nearby, so there were no safety concerns. Oliver looked ahead in confusion when Natalia asked him to wait. The blonde held her phone out in front of her. She smiled, looking down when asked if something was wrong. There was a black car behind the girl when she replied that they seemed to be being followed and that someone wanted to ruin their meeting. Oliver and Natalia were shown on the screen. The man frowned, looking ahead. Sweat appeared on his face when he thought about the blonde. The girl was shown on the screen when he thought about the legendary spy who had baffled the Americans more than once and what she could be doing in Korea. The man grabbed his head and wondered who this guy Oliver was who contacted her, to which he was told that according to intelligence, she came to learn their happiness haven system. The man in the headphones pointed at the guy and asked if he really believed that and if he really thought she had time for such trivialities. The man looked askance at the headphones. The device bounced off the floor when the boss was informed that there seemed to be interference. The man covered his ears and cursed. A shadow appeared behind the door when they were asked if there was anyone there. Natalia looked confidently forward and said that they seemed to be looking at her closely, and then offered them a cup of coffee. The people were standing at a construction site. The man looked at the girl and suggested that this was not the best place for a cup of coffee and a conversation. There was a smirk on his face. Natalia closed her eyes and replied that she preferred quiet places, and the man also felt more comfortable when there were no extra eyes. The man became wary of these words. Looking at her, he offered to get down to business. Looking at her face, the agent asked why Natalia was in Korea. Smiling, the girl replied that she was now Angelina Makarova, an ordinary office worker. Standing in front of the guys, Natalia told them that she was sent from Russia to support the shelter of happiness. The problem with runaway children in Russia is also very relevant. Smiling, she noted that the president gave the order to develop measures, and she, frowning, the man asked if the spy thought he would believe her, after which he asked her to stop talking nonsense. Natalia, with a smile on her face, heard the man ask why such a big spy like her was there. They stood under the sunny sky. The faces of the girl's agents were calm. They suddenly removed their hand behind their backs. The man began to take a gun from his bosom. Waving her hand, Natalia asked the guy to wait. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she would tell them directly. She stood in front of the agents. Natalia noted with a serious expression that they wanted Oliver. The man asked again, taken aback. The girl stood still and asked if they really needed to explain everything to them. She began to move forward, saying that she was not sure that Korea would be able to adequately respond to their intentions. Natalia raised her hand to her mouth and whispered that Russia always generously supports talent. She left there with her agents. The dumbfounded man asked what kind of nonsense this was. He was typing quickly on the keyboard. There was a photo of the main character on the screen. The embittered man began to think about the protagonist. Studying information about him, he noted that Oliver was a two-time gold medalist, was the first to enter the police academy. He had an impressive biography, but to attract the attention of such a major spy as Natalia, and Oscar and Chloe, who invested money in the creation of the shelter, did not pose a threat either. The man bit his finger and noticed that their scale was actually shrinking. The puzzled agent tried to figure out what was so special about Oliver. He suddenly stood up from the table. The man looked at the driver and shouted for him to contact the Judo Federation immediately. He thought with a dumbfounded look that if Russia's intentions were aimed at the protagonist, then he needed to be picked up. Sunlight enveloped the city. Oliver was walking down the street and talking on the phone that he was getting out, and the other guys were already warming up. The man was walking towards him. The protagonist paid attention to him. Alan was standing quietly in front of him. Oliver looked at him and asked who he was. Putting his hand inside his bosom, Alan apologized for catching him off guard and asked if they could talk. The surprised protagonist looked at the man's documents. He was shocked by what he saw. Looking at the document, Oliver realized that Alan was from the National Intelligence Service, and the man noted that it would not take long if he helped. They went into a coffee shop. The protagonist sat opposite the agent. Holding a mug in his hands, Oliver wondered why the intelligence service had contacted him. Watching Alan, the protagonist asked if they had come across him because of the profits from the internet bubble. Oliver seriously emphasized the fact that this could not be true. The protagonist introduced Nick and thought that they had created thousands of fictitious companies. The director had confused the paths several times. Chloe and Oscar Holding were completely disguised. Alan put down the mug. He introduced the girl and asked if Oliver knew Angelina Makarova. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. Sitting opposite, the protagonist replied that it was true. She worked at the Russian embassy and supported their happiness haven. Alan put her photo on the table. A puzzled Oliver listened to her say that she was not just a secretary. Her real name was Natalia Vodianova. She was a Russian spy. Looking at the photo, Alan told him that in fact, it was not even known if Natalia was her real name. He imagined the girl fighting and stated that he could not talk about it in detail, but she was a legendary spy who had received special training from a young age. Because of her, America had been defeated several times, and this dangerous woman, for some reason, was helping him. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard. Oliver listened to him attentively. Alan imagined various moments with the protagonist and emphasized that he was not just a medalist in judo or an excellent student at the police academy. He could not believe how they did not know about him for so long. Frowning, the man said that he understood why this woman approached him. Oliver was tense from their conversation. Alan grabbed the protagonist by the hand. He started screaming in fear at the protagonist not to betray his homeland, Korea. The protagonist was shocked. Oliver smiled and suggested to postpone it. Alan continued to hold his hand, saying that this woman wanted to force him to accept Russian citizenship. The enraged man introduced the military and said that Natalia wanted to use Oliver to make Russian soldiers weapons. The puzzled protagonist thought that Alan was wrong. Sitting at the table, Alan said that the protagonist helped the judo coach train his colleagues back in high school. The training materials he brought and the athlete's progress were amazing. Oliver stretched out his hands and asked him to stop. He said with a satisfied look that he already knew everything. Putting his hand on the table, the protagonist told that at their first meeting, she asked if the protagonist wanted to become a Russian athlete. Getting up from the table, Oliver said that he refused. He threw his bag over his shoulder, saying that he had no desire to leave Korea. Alan was delighted to hear this. Their conversation could be heard from the coffee shop, that the protagonist would then say goodbye since he was a little late for the meeting. Alan stood on the stairs and shouted after Oliver that he was a hero of Korea. The sun's rays illuminated the buildings. Closing his eyes, the protagonist sighed and thought that it was good that everything worked out. Apparently the director had camouflaged the paths well so that he was not discovered. Smiling, Oliver noted that he thought it was all over. His phone began to vibrate. He heard a scream from the phone. The protagonist began to run and shouted that he was coming. Looking around the gym, Oliver noted that in the new semester they had agreed with their classmates to meet on weekends in the gym. He approached his comrades and told us that last semester he trained them during classes, and now requests for training are pouring in like water from a horn of plenty. Even weekends have to be spent on it. Oliver clapped his hands. Watching his comrades, the protagonist cried out that they will first run a lap and should not think of dragging themselves, otherwise he will beat them. The protagonist controlled the guys who were running on treadmills. Folding his arms, Rob asked if they were from a sports university. Smiling, Oliver answered that this is not so, they are students of the police academy. Rob began to examine the protagonist's body. He pleasantly suggested that he train with a personal trainer. The protagonist silently looked at him. He examined his body and noted that Rob was clearly a charlatan. Oliver's gaze fell on the trainer's muscles and he emphasized that he smelled bad and most likely used steroids. Rob was taken aback by the words that they would do the work themselves. Watching the protagonist go, the guy said that he just thought that he had trained incorrectly somewhere and if he didn't follow his advice, he would regret it later. The guys on the treadmill stopped and talked about how hard it was for them. Clapping his hands, the protagonist said that now they would move on to the lower body. Oliver suddenly turned around. Rob, looking pleased, said that the protagonist had been trained incorrectly and that he would help. The protagonist was taken aback by this. He listened with a serious expression to the words that they all needed to sign up for personal training. He rarely says this, but he had been watching them from the very beginning, and it became unbearable for him. Waving his hand, the protagonist asked to put all the equipment down. Looking at Dave, Oliver asked how much they had paid for the subscription, to which he received the answer that they had only paid for a month. There was a smile on Rob's face. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he would train today and leave, after which he asked for a refund. Rob was taken aback by what he heard. Holding his head, he listened to Oliver pay for today, after which he said that it was not about that. The protagonist was suddenly surprised. A stranger appeared in front of him. Holding his head, he said that it was very noisy there. Oliver looked at him silently. Holding his chin, the stranger listened to the protagonist's words that the trainer was too insistent on personal training. He would pay for today, so he should get his money back. Rob was shaking with fear. The man slapped him. The guys were taken aback by what happened. Matthew beat Rob with words. He told him not to impose personal training on clients. The other athletes looked at this with fear. Smiling, Matthew apologized, noting that Rob had recently worked for them. Oliver noticed the tattoos on the man's arms. He said with a crazy look that they don't have returns. Layla and Dave were horrified. The protagonist said with a straight face that it was unbelievable. Matthew was taken aback by the words that the world has gone crazy if bandits open gyms. Oliver stood quietly in front of the man. Matthew grabbed the dumbbell in his hands. Standing over the protagonist, the man said that he wanted to be nice, but he was getting on his nerves. Matthew grabbed the protagonist by the t-shirt. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he should teach the bandit a lesson and send him back to prison. Matthew swung the dumbbell. Oliver suddenly saluted and shouted for everyone to stand still. The bandit was shocked by this. Layla and Dave saluted and introduced themselves. Matthew turned around. He noticed the man. Dave walked up to the protagonist and asked who it was. Looking at the man, the protagonist replied that he was the future rector of the police academy, and the plot introduced us to the police major general, Archie. He began to laugh, saying that this was expected of the protagonist. He had excellent observation skills and wanted to see how the young people would cope. Stunned, Matthew wondered if it was the police. Oliver, with a serious expression, said that they asked for a refund for a gym membership, and they began to threaten them, after which a conflict arose. Archie noticed Matthew put the dumbbell on the floor and asked if that was all. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that that was not all. These people could belong to some organization, they had tattoos, and they threatened very confidently. Archie laughed and said that this was an unpleasant situation. Grinning, he offered to help them. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, replied that they could handle it themselves. Surprised, Archie asked if it was true. Holding onto the towel, the policeman said he agreed to let the young men sort it out themselves. As he was leaving, Archie said he was going to take a shower. Stunned, Matthew wondered if Archie would just leave. Looking at him, the protagonist said he had heard that there were no refunds in this establishment. The man suddenly frowned. Putting his hands on his hips, Oliver ordered that all the other clients be found immediately, kneeled in front of them, and returned the money, and that he should forget about his gangster life. Grinning, Matthew said that the puppy had no fear of a tiger. He suggested with an evil look that Oliver needed to be taught a lesson. The guys were suddenly taken aback. They ran out to the guy who was shouting that these clients were rowdy and needed to be shown the way out. Stretching out his hands, the guy asked the protagonist to leave quietly and not make noise, and not to disturb the other clients while they were training. The guy touched Dave's shoulder and pointed out that if they continued, they could get hurt. Enraged, Dave started screaming and asked who gave him permission to throw him out and whether the guy thought he didn't fight because he didn't know how. Raising his hand to his mouth, the protagonist whispered that they weren't cops yet and weren't allowed to fight. Smiling, Oliver asked him not to worry because he had a plan. Matthew grabbed a dumbbell. Raising it above his head, he yelled that he told the guys to throw the kids out. Matthew was suddenly surprised. He turned his attention to the protagonist. Oliver was looking at his phone. The stunned man listened as the protagonist called the police station and said that there had been an attack there. Holding the phone to his ear, Oliver noted that it had happened simply because they had asked for their money back. Archie watched the events and thought that the protagonist said that he would sort it out himself, and he wanted to see what the protagonist would do. He did not cross the line and settled everything. He has good self-control for an age when the sense of justice is usually boiling. A smile appeared on his face. Matthew bowed his head and listened to what was said about the victims, and the establishment would be closed for 15 days. The stranger stood over him and noted that it was thanks to his connections that everything ended up this way. Closing his eyes, the man said that he told Matthew to be careful with the police. They no longer turn a blind eye to bribes, and then asked if he knew that the cops were tearing down illegal businesses left and right. Lying on the floor, Matthew replied that he knew it. The angry man asked if the police had caught him right away when they entrusted him with the gym. Knowing this, the stranger kicked him and screamed that they started a legal business to avoid raids. He beat Matthew up and asked if he wanted to go back to the time when he was shaking change in the slot machines. Standing in front of Matthew, the stranger emphasized the fact that if he couldn't compensate them for their losses, the area would go to someone else. Matthew frowned at this. Blue sky surrounded the building. The guy went back to the gym. He slapped every trainer. Matthew approached Rob and asked if he knew why the cash register was empty. Rob was shocked that the compensation for the victims of extortion was quite large, and because of this rumors started and new clients were fewer. Matthew hit him in the chest saying that it was wrong. Rob was shocked by this. The guy continued to hit Rob and screamed that it was all because of him. Matthew remembered being on his knees and noticed that it took a long time to get up. He imagined Oliver's face and added that it was all because of one young kid who needed revenge. The guy pointed and screamed that he needed to see it. Matthew turned around and asked what was there. He was furious. His gaze fell on the building that was opposite their gym. Matthew read that the sign said that it was a fitness center where all kinds of sports were in one place. Standing in front of the window, Matthew screamed in surprise. He was shocked. Oliver was handing out brochures advertising the gym. Walking near the academy, Dave talked about 15 days of suspension of activity and a separate agreement with the victims. Following Oliver, he asked if this was all the punishment after threats from bandits, and the main character suggested that it was difficult to intervene because it was a legal business in which ordinary people were involved. But since the sentence was already passed, nothing could be done. Clenching his fist, Dave cried out that no matter what, it was obvious that this was a source of income for the bandits, and they simply turned a blind eye to it. Looking down, Oliver thought that something was fishy there. The guys were taken aback by the words that there was a nice building opposite that fitness center. Turning around, the protagonist said that they needed to do something grand. Layla stood opposite and asked what Oliver was thinking about if the sentence had already been passed. The guys were standing in front of a tall building. They enthusiastically repeated the words of the protagonist that he did not want to do anything special. Inspecting the exercise machines, the protagonist noted that if there was no good fitness center, he would create his own. He had been thinking about this for a long time. This would kill two birds with one stone. The athletes would have a place to train, and his older colleagues from the Olympic Village would be able to work as coaches. Holding the documents in his hands, Oliver added that therefore, despite the high cost, he did not spare money on the most modern equipment. Even if he suffers losses, it is worth it to spite these bandits. The protagonist's face was surprised. Looking around the gym, he was speechless. The guy stood in front of Oliver and greeted him. He told him with a smile on his face that he was now a trainer. Holding his head, the protagonist said that he was surprised that there were so many people there. He set a pretty high price, but did not expect that there would be so many clients. Catherine pointed her hand at the sports equipment and said that such service cannot be found anywhere. There is the latest equipment, perfect cleanliness, an ideal system of personal training that Oliver developed. Considering that there are no alternatives, it is even cheap. The man ran to the protagonist shouting that he needs to go there. Stretching out his hand, he said that it seems to him that there is some strange person there, who is dressed suspiciously, does not train, but only looks around as if looking for something. Smiling, Archie noted that he knows who it is. He is from that fitness center opposite. Since yesterday they constantly send spies, try to harm them. The suspicious guy took the dumbbells. He started working out, and people looked at him in surprise. He had glasses and a mask on his face. Oliver came up to him and said hello. Smiling, the protagonist said he wanted to ask something. The disgruntled protagonist asked why he came. Taken aback, the man replied that he came to work out. He was scared by the words that he was a spy. Catherine, looking pleased, asked to see his reaction. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked him to take off his mask and glasses if he was innocent. They began to remove the disguise from the man. Oliver had a smile on his face. He was suddenly surprised. The protagonist saw that it was not a bandit, but Alan. He remembered how the agent showed him his documents. Oliver stood in front of him silently. The sun's rays enveloped the building. Matthew hit the exercise machine. He suddenly shifted his gaze. The man took out a vibrating phone. Putting it to his ear, Matthew heard that they would get down to business right away. He stood still and heard that he had to leave the gym. Matthew was stunned and told that he shouldn't be offensive, but that he should go and take care of his old gaming hall. Matthew was scared and asked for a chance to explain. He looked at the phone and realized that the call had been cut off. Matthew was shocked. Clutching the phone in his hand, the guy thought about how he had worked like a dog for this organization for 20 years. He waved his hand and noted that it was all because of one mistake. Smashing the phone on the floor, Matthew asked if they were just throwing half of his life away. Oliver's gym was visible from the window. Matthew glanced at it. The guy started typing quickly on the keyboard. He thought with satisfaction that he had sold all his shares in the gym. The guy walked into his office and addressed him. Standing in front of a puzzled Matthew, he said that another client was asking for a refund. The man waved his hand and screamed for the client to just get his money back. He was suddenly taken aback. Rob stopped when Matthew called him. The man frowned and said that a building needed to be demolished tomorrow, so Rob should gather reliable guys. He was shocked by what he heard. The night sky enveloped the gym. A truck drove up to its doors. The bandits got out of the car. They began to carry out canisters of gasoline. There was a lock on the doors. The bandit grabbed a pair of wire cutters. Matthew held a lighter in his hands. The man looked forward seriously. Looking at the chain on the door, Matthew ordered the all clear. The guy broke the lock. He walked up the steps and asked if the director was sure, but the boss said not to start anything new. The man walked with his back turned and replied that he would handle everything himself. The guys looked at him in shock. Smiling, the director said that he was the only one who would go to prison. Matthew looked at his enthusiastic subordinates and said that if he took everything upon himself, the organization would not be exposed. He smirked, thinking that the fools had fallen for this trick. The boys entered the room. The man raised his hand and shouted that they should pour gasoline evenly over everything so that nothing was left. The boys poured gasoline. The boy lowered the can to the exercise machine. The man opened the lighter, thinking that everything was fine. There was still a little left. He lit it, thinking that everyone who set him up was finished. Matthew looked away in surprise. The confused boys looked around and asked how this happened. Had the police really arrived? The director was taken aback when he heard that the building was surrounded by police. Bill opened the door with a smile. Putting his hand on his hip, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man looked at how the police surrounded Matthew and said that now they were all under arrest for attempted arson. Frowning, the director shouted that this fool was to blame for everything. He looked at the serious Bill and wondered why there were so many police officers here, and at such a perfect moment, and all armed to the teeth. Matthew turned around and shouted that they had definitely been ratted out. The man lowered his eyebrows in anger and asked who it was. He He frowned and asked who dared to blab about their plan. The director turned to the employee and said that it was definitely him. The guy turned around with a smirk and said that it really was him. Pointing his finger at himself, the subordinate said that he was the one who ratted him out. Didn't he like it? They looked at each other and Rob asked how he felt now, because all this time he treated him like trash. He sighed, hearing how they shouted at him that he was a traitor and should shut up. The guy looked at the stunned man and said that he was not a traitor, but the director, since he was going to run away and had already bought plane tickets. Matthew turned to see the boys asking what kind of tickets they were and if it was true. Rob stuck his finger in his ear and told him to deny it if it wasn't true. The man was shocked as he remembered the guy, wondering what he had been seeing all along. The director gritted his teeth. The policeman watched him open the lighter and asked what he was doing. Matthew scowled and yelled at the boys to shut up. He picked up the lighter and ordered no one to move. One step and the whole place would burst into flames. Bill waved his hand and told his subordinate to calm down. Everything was fine. The inspector pictured a burning building, thinking that it would be easy to get out of it, but with that much gasoline it would burn to the ground and there would be many casualties. He looked at the lighter with alarm and decided that he couldn't obey this fool either. The man scowled as he heard the criminal yell to let him through. Bill looked down in surprise. The inspector picked up the phone and said that he was on the phone. He was taken aback when he heard the protagonist's voice. Meanwhile, Oliver was sitting in front of the security cameras and saying that it looked like they were having trouble. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he could give him this. The man held the phone to his ear and thanked the guy. Bill pressed the phone and said that the owner of the building had just called him. Matthew held the lighter in shock, listening to the guy say to set it on fire. The building was insured against fire. The guys listened in shock as the inspector said that there was no need to explain which crime was worse, attempted arson or arson itself. If he set this building on fire, he doubted he would survive. Matthew stood in front of him silently. He smiled. The man grinned and thought that everything would be fine. He just needed to get out of here, get to the airport and immediately fly to Manila. The director smiled, thinking that if only he could take off. The policeman stretched out his hand to him. Matthew turned around, worried, deciding that he needed to take off. The man rushed forward. He ran screaming towards the exit. The fragments flew up. The plot moves us to the office. The TV showed Matthew in the hospital and said that the police operation was successful. All members of the Semgori gang were arrested. The man stood in front of the TV, listening to the organized crime department announce that gangs were turning into franchises of sorts. Looking at the sign, he said to come in. The main character opened the door. Archie turned off the TV, hearing that further developments were of interest. Oliver was closing the door behind him. The man closed his eyes and asked if he knew why he was called. The guy smiled, thinking that this was true. He was exposed. The rector was sitting in front of him and saying that he had conducted a small investigation into the case of the gym, which belonged to the bandits. Taking the papers, he explained that it turned out that the new gym next to them was opened by none other than him. An impartial business decision. It was unlikely. Archie sat on the couch and asked if he wanted to take justice into his own hands or if he already fancied himself a policeman. Oliver looked at the surprised man and replied that he did not do it as a policeman. Introducing the happy guys, he said that at first he tried to deal with the police force, but failed. Such a lenient punishment would not have been possible without the support of someone in the police. Archie looked at him seriously and asked if he thought that justified his actions. The protagonist bowed his head and said that there was a line in society that could not be crossed under any circumstances, and he could not allow those who crossed that line to be let go because of the investigation's limitations. The protagonist clenched his fist. The guy looked at him seriously and said that he could not allow this to happen, not as a police officer, but as a human being. Oliver looked at the shocked man, saying that he was ready for punishment. He would humbly accept any punishment. Archie smiled. Holding the documents, he said that this was a very honest answer. The rector looked at the surprised guy and asked how many people would be willing to spend tens of millions of dollars for this reason alone. Raising his fist to his chin, the man said that everything was clear, but he would turn a blind eye to the matter. The protagonist looked at him in shock and asked if he would punish him. Raising his hand, Oliver added that it was not about what he wanted, he just wanted to know why he was doing this. The man looked at him seriously and replied that in that case, he would ask something, specifying why he set such high prices in his gym. He checked, they are above the market. The protagonist put his hands on his knees, listening to how if he wanted to lure customers from the bandits, it was necessary to make the prices lower so as not to leave them any chance. Having imagined many buildings, the guy answered that there were other fitness centers a little further. Oliver watched as the man crossed his arms and said that if he started a price war, he would damage their business. The protagonist was taken aback, hearing that this is why he will not punish him. He hopes that this answer suits him. He smiled sheepishly. Archie looked around the office and said that the protagonist can go. The man drank tea. Looking at the door, he thought that if there is a crime, he will even buy a building and build a gym to eradicate it. Archie held the cup with a smile, thinking that this was the most impressive investigation method he had seen in a long time. If the police budget was even half as much, he would not need anything else, but the most important thing was the guy's determination. Imagining a happy Oliver, the man thought that it seemed that they had gotten something more valuable than they thought. He glanced at the door. The guy came to the table and said that an official letter had arrived from the Japanese Police Academy. Archie took the document and said that the time had come. The principal looked at the sheet and asked how many of their students were participating this year. He took the documents, hearing that it was a list of candidates for internships. He had previously selected 9 fourth-year students with the highest grades. The man calmly looked at the sheet. Archie sat in front of the guy and asked if it was necessary to send only fourth-year students to select interns, since there was no specific rule. He raised his fist to his chin, hearing that as far as he remembered, about 3 years ago there were problems with one third-year student. The rector watched the guy take aback and said that they could send a second-year student too. The man happily held his pen and said not to worry, because this guy was also not like the others. The plot moves us to the airport, where people were walking. The protagonist put down his suitcase. Putting his hand on his hip, the protagonist said that he had not been to Japan for a long time. Oliver smiled, thinking that he doubted that a second-year student should be sent to such an event, but it was also stupid to refuse such a chance. Suddenly, a backpack flew into him. The guy with the suitcase stood in front of him and asked why he froze. Frowning, he said that if he had already come here, he should understand himself that he needed to carry the luggage of the seniors because he had already given up at the very beginning. How slow. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion and replied that he was asking for forgiveness. Ted raised his hand and said that since everyone was here, they were heading to the gate. The boys were rolling their suitcases. The guy took Oliver's backpack and asked if he was the sophomore everyone was talking about. Connie smiled and told him not to pay attention. Everyone was only looking at him this year, that's why they were jealous. He held the backpack, saying that he was too good, that's why they were afraid that he would undermine their status. The boys were heading to the gate and asking if they would be fed on the plane. The TV showed a man and said that 5 days had passed since the dangerous criminal Clark escaped. Oliver frowned when he heard that. However, the police search had not yielded any results yet. The man was walking in the rain. The girl was running after the dog. She looked down in alarm and said that she had stopped running. Her mother was tired. Clark, wearing a hood, was approaching her. The girl stood around the corner and called Momo to go there. The man watched her run away. Lightning struck in the sky. Clark looked ahead seriously. Meanwhile, the sun was shining on the Japanese Police Academy. Quentin put his hand to his chest and said hello, telling the guys that he would be their guide. Ted happily shook his hand and said that it was nice to meet him. Let him take care of their students. Raising his finger, the man said that he had a seminar, so he would go, because they knew that most of the students of the Japanese Police Academy were experienced detectives, so there was no need to make scandals during classes. Quentin stood in front of the guys and said that it was time to head to the place of the classes. Connie looked at him in surprise, hearing that there were small changes in the schedule. We see the gym. The guys in kimonos looked menacingly. The guys were taken aback, listening to the fact that in order to strengthen friendly relations between the students of the two police academies, today's class schedule was changed. Quentin put his hands on his hips and said happily that there would be a friendly judo tournament. The guy stood in front of the opponents and said that he was still looking at him sideways. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, wondering why judo of all the possible options. They said that they were experienced detectives, but their gaze was simply brutal, and he had a guess. The guy raised his hand and asked the guide if he could tell why the schedule was changed. Quentin put his hand to the back of his head and answered that the thing is that there is one student among the students who has attracted the attention of their university. The guys looked at Oliver, listening to how after the news of the visit of the Olympic medalist, the students simply inundated them with requests for sparring. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that it seems that they still want to take revenge on them for taking gold medals from Japan at the Olympics. The man raised his hand and told both sides to get ready. He watched as the guy tied his belt and said that the first person to perform for Japan was Kyle. Connie smirked when he heard that Korea was the best student in the 4th year and thought that he should finish it quickly. His opponent looked at him in surprise and asked who he was. Kyle stood in front of the serious guy and said that there was no point in looking at him, it would be better to call Oliver. Connie put his hands out, wondering what he was saying. His opponent quickly pushed off the ground. He turned the guy over by the collar. Connie was taken aback. Kyle threw him to the floor and the referee announced that Japan had won. His friend sat down next to the defeated guy and told him to pull himself together. The guy smiled and asked Kyle if he had thrown too hard, was he holding back, because he was like straw. The protagonist frowned and thought that they were too arrogant. The host looked at the scared guy and asked Korea to call the next participant. The protagonist approached his friend and told him not to worry. Oliver smiled and said that he would not let it be his turn. The man raised his hand in front of the guys. Kyle grinned and called his opponent. He looked at the calm protagonist and said that he had heard a lot about him because he was the one who defeated Japan at the Olympics. The judge raised his hand and said to get ready and announce the start. The guy looked at his opponent with a smile. Grinning, he said that today would be different. Suddenly, Oliver threw his opponent. Kyle flew onto the tatami. The judge stood behind him in surprise. The protagonist raised his head and asked to call the next one. The guys clenched their fists and said that he was a fool. The guys raised their hands up and shouted that they wanted to fight. The protagonist threw his opponent to the floor again. The student looked at him in shock. He watched as Oliver knocked down his opponent and said that he was just a monster. The protagonist sighed when he heard that Korea had won for the 4th time in a row. The guy was taken aback and thought that, of course, he knew he was strong, but he didn't think he was that strong. The protagonist bowed down in front of his opponent. Oliver grinned and asked if he was the last one. The guy was coming out from around the corner. He approached the guys and said that it seemed like they were having fun here and he wanted to join in too. Rionur smiled and said that they didn't even give him time to change into his judo gi. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, listening to the guy ask what he was doing here. The protagonist imagined a serious man, wondering if this could be Rionur, an elite police officer who had risen to the position of the youngest chief of the 1st Police Department in the future where he was. Oliver watched him smile and thought that they had met during a joint investigation back then, but now he looked completely different. Rionur looked at the serious guy and asked if he could make him his final opponent. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it was as he wished. The guy smiled, listening to the referee announce the start. The protagonist quickly ran towards him. Oliver grabbed him by the collar and thought that he had caught him. He looked at his hand and thought that he should throw him over. The protagonist looked at his opponent's hand. Rionur grabbed him by the collar. The guys grabbed each other. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He pushed himself against the floor with all his might. The opponent looked at him in surprise. Oliver smiled and asked if he was the final boss. The guy smirked and said he better throw everything he had into this fight. Suddenly, the police officer opened the doors. The judge looked at him and asked what it was. The man whispered the information to him. The guys held each other by the collars, listening to the announcement that the fight had to be stopped. Raising his hand, the host said that there was an emergency, everyone needs to change clothes and gather here in 10 minutes. The guys looked at him in surprise. Rayner approached the man and asked what happened, why so suddenly. The protagonist remembered Clark with a sign, hearing that a signal had been received that an escaped criminal had been spotted in the area. Oliver walked through the cafeteria with a tray, listening to the guys shouting that he had come to eat. The happy guy sat at the table and said that yesterday he was probably very tired, so he should eat until he was full, eat more and grow faster, although his height is already 190 centimeters. Ted sat at the table with a smile, telling that yesterday he stood up for his elders and now the guys respect him. The guy put his fist on the table and asked if they saw those faces on those guys yesterday, just laughing. The protagonist chewed his food and listened to his friend tell what they said about that escaped criminal. I think his name was Clark or something like that. Looking down, Oliver thought that if it was him, then he was the same scum who was engaged in kidnappings, rape, murder and hiding corpses. He escaped from a prison on an island and was very famous for some time, something like a Japanese criminal. The guy sat near the coach, thinking that if he remembered correctly, he was not caught so quickly. Has the future really changed? He watched as the man set down the tray. The policeman put his hand on the chair and said that the report of Clark being seen yesterday turned out to be a false report from some drunk. Oliver chewed his food, listening to the man say that he didn't believe it from the start. He was locked up on the island. He obviously couldn't be on the mainland. Ted put his hand to his cheek and asked the guy if these people were talking about the escaped criminal they showed on TV. Looking away, he said that there must be a real commotion there now. Well, since the prison is on an island, they'll catch him quickly. The protagonist looked at the surprised man and said that he didn't think so. The protagonist looked forward seriously and said that Clark had most likely already left the island. Ted looked at him and clarified what he was saying. Rionur stood behind the guy and asked if it was true. Looking down, he asked if he could explain his reasoning in Japanese. Oliver turned around and said that he spoke good Korean. Holding out his hand, the protagonist said that it was nothing special because the island where Clark was being held was not that small. The police searched it far and wide, but still did not find him, which meant that there was a high probability that he had already escaped from the island. Rionur looked at him seriously and said that as soon as the escape became known, all routes from the island to the mainland were blocked. The guy at the table smiled and said that if this was true, then Clark must be a professional swimmer. Oliver looked at him and replied that this was exactly the case. Having presented a map, he said that they say that the closest distance from the island to the mainland is about 250 meters. Even children who are good swimmers can cover such a distance. He knows because he tried it himself. The policeman threw up his hands, answering that then there would have been reports about him by now because Clark's identity had already been revealed in the media. The protagonist introduced interconnected people and said that in Japan, where the Meiwaku culture had long been ingrained. Individualism had become even stronger after the economic crisis of the late 80s. It was part of the unique Japanese culture where people were especially careful not to cause inconvenience to others. Ted looked at the guy in surprise, who said that these were citizens who strictly respected each other's personal space. He was a master of hiding from people's eyes. The protagonist looked at him seriously, saying that while he decided to remain in the shadows, it would be difficult to find him through messages from citizens. Riener silently crossed his arms. The man looked at the protagonist, thinking that he had a very multifaceted approach to analysis. Yes, he was a natural detective. Oliver looked away in confusion, thinking that he had simply said what he remembered, and added a little of his own, but it seemed that he had not said anything wrong, so everything was fine. He looked away at the policeman. Raising his hand, Riener said that his point of view was very interesting and he wanted the boy to share this analysis with others, asking if he could spare some time after the meal. Oliver put his hand to his neck and said that of course I agree, see you later. Smiling, the boy thought that who would have thought that even in Japan he would have to do something like this. The protagonist picked up the tray, thinking that explaining to a few more people would not be that difficult. The men in the conference room. The protagonist stood at the board, confused, wondering why everything was so confusing. He stood in front of many people, wondering why he had not been told that the explanation would turn into such a large-scale event. The boy watched as Riener put his hand to his chin and thought that this man was only a candidate for the leadership. How did he manage to gather all the top officials together? The policeman gave a thumbs up with a smile. The protagonist was surprised to hear himself asked if he could hurry up. The man clasped his hands and said that the matter was urgent. Now was the time when even the slightest comments should be listened to, so let him talk. Closing his eyes, Oliver thought that this was not the first time he had found himself in such situations. The protagonist was drawing people on the board and saying that, as he had already explained, he believed that they should not only rely on reports from citizens, but also predict the actions of the criminal themselves. The guy watched as Riener raised his hand and said that if he did not have connections, it would be difficult for him to immediately find food or money. Perhaps there had been recent cases of robberies or thefts on the mainland near the island. He thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. Drawing a circle, the protagonist said that Clark's crimes were rapes and murders, and he also hid the bodies, so it was difficult to find witnesses. Oliver looked at the drawing of the criminal among people, explaining that this meant that he was good at hiding in blind spots of surveillance. Moreover, in order to avoid pursuit, he seemed to try not to commit new crimes. The men at the table looked at each other, listening to how if he lives in abandoned buildings and gets food from garbage, then it is not so impossible. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said that in a word, he is like a ghost. The man looked at him calmly. Raising his hand, Riener asked how they should best conduct their investigation. The protagonist closed the marker and answered that in Korea there is a saying that says that to catch a tiger, you need to enter its den. Oliver looked down with a smile. Imagining Clark sitting in the basement, he asked where they think this ghost could be hiding. At night, in rainy weather, someone's voice is heard from one of the houses. Someone said that his mother suddenly turns to him and says something. The guy shines a flashlight on his face and smiles ominously. He asks if he looks like someone's mother. The girls sit and start screaming in fear, and the dark-haired guy in front of them laughs and says that the guy's face is scarier than the story he was telling. The short-haired girl tensed up and asked her friend not to scream so loudly, in case someone could hear. The guy tries to soften the atmosphere in the room and says that no one comes here. The comrades clink glasses and with smiles on their faces discuss how there used to be a cemetery here and this place is not good. One of the ladies turns her head to the side and Thorin asks her what's wrong with her. Someone heard a sound outside and immediately told the guys about it. The guy mocks Catherine and says that it could be a ghost. A hatch opens above the dark-haired man's head and a bright light enters the room. Someone looks inside the room. The company looks away in horror and expects to see something scary. It continues to rain outside, causing the electricity to go crazy. The city was quite cloudy and someone reported that a stolen car was found in the mountains nearby last night. A group of young people stood and listened attentively to one of the heroes. He was reading a newspaper which said that the car was found on the mainland, far from the island. The guy shows a photo and says that fingerprints and hair belong to someone. Simon and his friend heard this information and tensed up. Oliver and a middle-aged man are standing in the alley. Someone suggested that he was right. The brunette said contentedly that Japan was as fast as always, and the interlocutor listened attentively to him. He was calmly surprised that the test results were ready so quickly, because in Korea it would have taken 3 or 4 days. The guy added that they had the technology in place for 10 years, but everyone was still marking time. He thoughtfully said that when they would move forward. The conversation turned to the database, which made the man take aback. The young man raised his hand to his face and focused on the fact that there was a method for registering the genetic information of criminals based on tests, and some were already using it. He confidently put his hands on his hips and listened to his friend, who said that it was a good idea. But there were difficulties with it. Oliver hastened to answer that when the technology improves, it will be possible to simply update the data. The interlocutor listened with special attention to what was being said to him, and he had some kind of idea. Suddenly, someone called the guy by name and was heading towards him. He handed over the sheets of paper and said that they had prepared the places for the search. The man thanked him and was already examining what he had been given. He smiled contentedly and was happy. A bright sunset illuminated the town, and someone suggested that they explore the abandoned houses today. The man ran down the corridor and turned. Rainer put the radio to his mouth and seriously reported that there were 12 buildings within a 10 kilometers radius, and they had checked them all. The man proudly said that it seemed to him that in his entire life he had seen all possible abandoned houses. Oliver asked if the others had any results, but there were none. The young guys stood behind and wondered if they had wasted their time. The guy wondered where the criminal could be hiding. He did not abandon the hope that the villain would be found, so turning around he suggested that they look around again. One of the guys said that he had caught a cold in such weather, and Torin reminded him that he had told them to take an umbrella. The guy, hearing what the guys were saying about the ghost, began to listen to them attentively. They started talking about how adults always said not to go there for a reason. The hero interrupted them. He began to learn more about that ghost with anxiety. The guys became wary when they were asked about what abandoned building it happened in. They said that it was not an empty and useless house. The investigator was amazed by what he heard. He repeated what he was told. The dark room had a couple of broken windows and was not lit. The unknown person was walking along the corridors and holding onto the backpack on his back. He angrily called the group of people names. The company quickly ran away when they saw the criminal, and Clark was sure that no one would tell on him because the guys were drunk. The fugitive smiled and thought that the police were still hanging around on that tiny island. He calls the guards of order because they cannot imagine what he is capable of, because the villain can escape from the island by swimming and is ready to eat dirt, sleep in a dump, just to survive. Smiling maliciously, the man is sure that he will not be found. He hid in a place where no one can even imagine. Suddenly, a bright light appears at the end of the corridor, which blinds the man, and he looks in confusion in that direction. Someone with a flashlight asks who is here. 2 police officers go to the bandit and report the current location over the radio. They tell him to raise his hands and not move. The criminal tensed up. He rushed to run away from the guards. They shouted to grab him, but Clark wondered how they managed to find him. He ran and was not going to give up, at the same time thinking about how he needed to somehow break away. A guy who appeared in front made the man stop. He shouted his name. The backpack that was hanging on the fugitive's shoulders suddenly appears in front of the police officer and knocks him down. The man continues to run and speaks badly of the guardians of order. He does not look ahead and smiles. Because of this, he does not notice the fist that was heading straight for him. An unexpected blow flies right into the head and he falls. Blood gushed from his nose, and Clark does not understand what just happened. He falls with a crash onto the concrete floor and hits his head. Rainer confidently approaches the fugitive and says that he did not expect him to hide in the factory and not in an abandoned building. The bandit angrily takes a shard of glass in his hand and intends to do something with it. He shouted that if the guy does not want to die, then let him leave him alone. A group of guys quickly runs along the corridors of the building, and Torin says that someone is here. 2 young people suffocate from lack of air and are suddenly surprised by something. The criminal falls to the ground after receiving a blow. The dark-haired man looks down with anger and fury and says that it is the end for him. The empty city at night was illuminated only by one lamp. A policeman drags a criminal to a car and someone apologizes to Oliver. Rainer turns to his comrade and says that he is very ashamed that he was involved in the investigation and arrest. He replied that there is no need to apologize because they work together. The policeman bows his head and starts thanking MC, which makes the hero feel awkward. The man stands, bending over, and listens. The guy, smiling, says that he should do something useful for the Korean police instead of thanking him. The dark-haired man straightens up and wonders what he can do. In response, he hears an example. The protagonist suggests that he report the location of Korean criminals in Japan or organize an exchange of technologies in the field of forensics, and Ted was surprised when he heard what he was suggesting. The candidate for leadership nervously whispers to the guy that it is not that simple and why he suggested it. The man and Oliver are distracted by Rainer's voice and look at him. He is surprised by what the young man said and decides to agree and do everything in his power. The couple looks dumbfounded and does not believe what happened. The policeman asks for something in return. He extends his hand forward and says with a smile that there is a person who would like to meet with Mick and asks him to devote his time. The guy agrees and asks who it is. Bowing his head and becoming sad, Rainer says that this is a relative of the victim, the injured. The man holds a portrait of a smiling girl in his hands and is in mourning. She died from Clark. The protagonist walks between the houses and exhales, straightening his tie. The policeman turns to him and asks if he is nervous. Oliver, looking down, said that meetings with relatives of dead people are always difficult. The law enforcement officer said with a grin that the guy seemed to have been through this many times. He laughed, grabbed his head and said something that can be easily understood without even meeting him personally. The hero was surprised when he heard that the relative he would meet today was an acquaintance of the policeman's father. The sun was shining over the city and the man said that his dad might also be present. Mick asked with interest what kind of person his parent was. He remained silent. Erwin turned around when he saw his son. The protagonist followed his comrade and was agitated by something. The dark-haired man asked where Mr. Colin was, to which he received the answer that he was busy preparing food. Rayner points to the commissioner and introduces him to Oliver. He hesitantly asks about the man's position. The guy feels awkward and now understands why. Being a candidate for the management team, the policeman has such broad powers. At that moment, the law enforcement officer said that even during the briefing he noticed an extraordinary personality in the hero. He added that he distinguished himself at the crime scene. The deputy chief said that the Japanese police owe him a lot, which made the guy feel embarrassed. Someone said that he had heard this many times and would soon start losing count. Mick said that he knew that the victim's relatives were familiar to the man. The company was sitting on chairs at the bar and Erwin said that Colin was his close friend. The commissioner smiled and said that they had met in a somewhat unusual way. His friend was a suspect and he was investigating the case. Oliver turned to the side and asked the man to repeat what he had said. Someone stood in front of the group of people and asked the gentleman that these guys were today's visitors. The man with a scar on his face looked down arrogantly. The protagonist looked surprised and wondered if these people were really acquaintances of the deputy chief. The man in glasses was carrying a tray with something in his hands and asked to go through. The healthy one bowed and let him through. Colin smiled widely and apologized for the long wait. Mick was surprised, and the commissioner laughed and said that at first he thought he was that scary guy. He said that his friend mentioned that he used to be involved in crime. The men shook hands, and the man said that he really used to be a go-between for the Kurosagi, but now he has quit. He pointed at the big guy and said that he was his friend, who also quit and now helps him at the bar. Mick exhaled and was glad that they cut all ties with the criminal world, and he noted that it was not easy to get out of that environment. Colin grinned and said that it was all thanks to his daughter. The guy looked at him in surprise. He stood and held a little girl in his arms and told her that she once asked him about what he was doing, and since then he decided to become a worthy father and completely quit. Almost crying, he continued to say that he wanted to earn honestly for her education at the university and for her wedding. The man falls to his knees near the fence with grief and said that he wanted to do everything right. Oliver listened to him with sympathy. The policeman began to cry, and he took out a handkerchief. The guy began to apologize for not being able to arrive earlier, and the deputy said that he seemed drunk. The man and the protagonist look at what is happening with bewilderment. Erwin said that he will take his son with him. The guy and Colin are left alone. The girl's father thanks him with a smile for the fact that his daughter passed away without experiencing injustice. He has some kind of gift that he would like to give to the young man. He puts a folder on the table and Mick says that this is not necessary. The man in glasses said with satisfaction that he heard that Oliver is a police academy student from Korea. The hero unpacks the letter and hears that they tell him that they wanted to thank him, but thought that he would not accept the money. Instead, they gave him materials that could possibly help in an important matter. The protagonist looks at it with great surprise. In his hands he holds sheets of paper on which all the fraudulent schemes and even methods that will be used in the future are written. He believes that this is a real instruction on scams. The guy looks at his interlocutor and doubts whether he needs to accept such a gift. The father and son are standing near the wall in an empty corridor. Colin says that he passed this data to Mr. Commissioner and he no longer needs it, and he assumed that development in Korea is a little slower than in Japan. Mick watches the gentleman. He said that he heard that some even come to study from Korea. Oliver interrupts the satisfied man in glasses. He seriously asks if they can provide him with a list of these people. The protagonist wrote with a pen. He handed over the paper and asked if these were the names of the Koreans who had come to Japan to learn the art of fraud. Colin scratched his head sheepishly and said that he had also gotten this information from others, so he was not sure how useful it would be. He was taken aback when the boy denied it. Oliver held the paper up with a smile and said that the information he had provided would be of great help. A boy was sighing near the bar. Erwin watched the boy vomit and asked if he was feeling better. Why had he gotten drunk when he knew he did not tolerate alcohol well? Erwin wiped his mouth with displeasure. The man was surprised to hear that he was ashamed. Closing his eyes, the boy explained that not only had he received advice on the direction of the investigation, but he had also involved hundreds of Japanese police officers, and in the end they had only caught a Korean student. The father looked at him seriously. Erwin put his hand on his shoulder and said that now it was their turn to learn. He looked at his surprised son, saying that for the sake of the future of the Japanese police, pride is a trifle that can be neglected. Smiling, the man said that, of course, the authorities will be strongly against adopting techniques from Korea, but he is not going to give up. Rainer looked at him in surprise. He smiled and replied that he cannot give up. The guy looked at the buildings around him and said that he had one request. Meanwhile, on TV, the presenter said that the following message was received among the Korean criminals who fled abroad to avoid arrest, information that about 100 criminals who fled to Japan were caught. The guy raised his glass, listening to how this was an unprecedented case, achieved thanks to cooperation with Japanese law enforcement agencies. The guys were sitting at a table in a cafe and persuading Oliver to drink. The man happily put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that they were wrong to think that the protagonist was an ordinary guy because he had been solving cases one after another since his senior year of school. The protagonist smiled sheepishly as he heard that if his son was half as good as this guy, he would be pleased. Remembering how he shook Rainer's hand, he thought about how he actually kept his promise after Clark was caught. Oliver imagined himself holding his hand tightly, thinking that he had not only found out the location of Korean criminals hiding in Japan, but also achieved an exchange of investigative techniques. The protagonist happily raised his glass, hearing how he was asked if he had chosen a place of work after his appointment. Smiling, the guy answered that of course not, it was still a long way off until graduation. Ralph, smiling, pushed his friend and said that he should come to them. For such a talent as him, work in the field is the most suitable. He will travel all over the country, solving the most high-profile cases. Pushing his friend away, Greg happily asked what about the Drug Enforcement Department, because the Drug Enforcement Department is one of the most influential in the headquarters. He will take care of it. Bill discontentedly raised his glass and shouted that they should leave here. He wanted them, took them to the corporate party, and they dared to lay eyes on Oliver. He was originally supposed to work under his command. The man looked at the frying pan and said that, anyway, they brought him pork for catching 100 criminals. In their team they would have treated him to beef. The boss put his hand on his shoulder and replied that this was very impudent. Let them get out of here. Crossing his arms, Ralph said that he forgave him for this because he was still a student, but as soon as he graduated, he would definitely take him to himself, let him get ready. Oliver smiled and said that now is the summer vacation before the second year, about a year and a half left. Imagining himself walking along the road with a backpack, the guy said that he wanted to travel around the country. The man turned to him and replied that it would not be easy in the summer. Raising his hand, the protagonist happily said that he would start from S1-2 and that he had friends as fellow travelers. The sun's rays illuminated the sky. Beads of sweat ran down the guy's cheeks. Dave leaned behind his friend and suggested that they take a little break. The protagonist grabbed the straps of his backpack and said that he had to endure it. There was just a little bit left. Oliver watched as his friend grinned and asked who had forced him to drink until late, adding that now he couldn't even maintain his condition normally. The girl approached the surprised guys and asked if he was too strict with him. Irina handed him a can of soda and said that he could drink it, and it was clear how he was being driven at the academy. Dave blushed, dumbfounded. Looking at the road, the protagonist reflected on the fact that one of the courses at the police academy was volunteer work. They decided to combine volunteering with traveling around the country. He remembered how he talked on the phone with his girlfriends, thinking about how Irina and Lucy eventually joined them. The protagonist looked at the map, thinking that their goal was the village of Chingdeok in the Donghari district of Gangwon province, where they would help the elderly as part of a volunteer program. The girl extended her hand towards him and said that not everyone was as resilient as he was, so he should go slower. Oliver smiled as she said that he was hurrying too much for her liking. Was there any reason why they couldn't be late? Irina smiled sweetly at her friend. Lucy pointed her finger at the store and said that it looked like they had arrived. Dave happily held his backpack and said that they had arrived and that they should buy drinks first. The boys entered the grandmother's house and greeted her. The protagonist extended his finger and said that they should also get some candy and cookies, which they would give to the elders as a treat, and also get some drinks. May sat on the bench and asked where such young people came from, whether they had come with their friends to play by the stream. She was surprised to hear the boy answer that they were from Seoul and had come to the village of Chingdeok in Donghari to do volunteer work. The grandmother waved her fly swatter and shouted that they were good. Frowning, she asked if the boys had seen it on TV, adding that it was enough to torment poor James. The student stood in front of her in surprise, and Dave asked what kind of TV this was. Oliver looked down and asked who this James was. May picked up the fly swatter and asked if he was the reason they had come. She imagined a man filming the boys and told him that in this village of Chingdeok, there lived a boy named James with a single mother, and recently a film crew had come to film a story about him, and it seemed that the program had become very popular. The grandmother stood in front of the surprised boys and said that since then, visitors had been constantly dropping by, as if on an excursion, to look at James and pester him. The main character looked calmly. hearing his friend ask if this was the boy from the program Theater of Life in the episode James, Let's Go Play. Irina leaned over to her grandmother with a smile and said that they were just students who had come to do volunteer work. Lucy smiled and said that they needed to quickly choose what they wanted to buy. Frowning, Oliver decided that he had found it. Imagining the boy sitting scared on the floor, he thought that among the criminals that Mr. Collin had provided, there was one familiar name from the future. The guy remembered the child crying. The protagonist imagined the man looking at him menacingly and thought that this time everything would not go as he had planned. The protagonist picked up the box. Looking away from the man, he asked where to move it. Oliver and his friend were carrying the boxes and he told her to be careful, otherwise she would get hurt, let her take something lighter. Grandfather passed by, asking if they would help with weeding the field when they finished moving. The elder put his hands behind his back and asked Duke who these young people were. Pointing at the guys, the man said that they were young people who had come to do volunteer work. They were staying at the village club and had been helping for several days. Leo looked at him in surprise and asked if it was true. The girl looked at him in confusion. The protagonist looked at the boxes and said that these were not their things. He turned around in surprise. Fred put his hand on the truck with a smile and said that more have arrived. Dave quickly ran to him and said that this was meat for the village. The elder stood behind the man and asked what this was all about, what it all meant. Pointing his finger to the side, Fred replied that these students had bought a lot of snacks and food for the villagers. He was so touched that he offered to transport it all on the truck. Lucy put her hand on the box and said that they had bought a lot of meat, it wouldn't even fit in the refrigerator. Smiling, the protagonist said that they needed to move it quickly while it was hot. He looked at the man with the camera. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, thinking that he was the cameraman. The guy looked away, hearing the boy say that he was cool. James happily took his hand and asked why his arms were so pumped up. Did he really fight with someone? Duke stood behind him and asked him with a smile what he was doing here. The boy leaned over and greeted the village chief. Oliver looked at the smiling child and thought that this boy was James. Steam was rising near the building. Holding a bowl, the guy said that it was great. The old man poured Dave alcohol and said that the youth should drink another glass. Duke was sitting with the guys by the stove, telling them that thanks to them, the students, they were grilling meat for the first time in a long time, it was just luxury. The protagonist sat in front of the elder, listening to the man ask when he said that he was tired of strangers who were always hanging around here. Lucy chewed her food and asked if strangers often came here. Looking away from the boy, the old man said that after James appeared on the show, curious people flocked here. He imagined the guys running away from the room and said that the boy was not an animal in the zoo. Last time some guys broke a jug while secretly taking pictures. The man looked at the serious Oliver and said that at first he was worried when he saw them, the students, but they seemed to be serious guys, so he calmed down. The protagonist watched as the cameraman filmed the boy and thought that it was strange. He should have appeared by now. Was he usually not near James? He looked away, hearing his name called. The man with the camera was walking towards him and asking if he was the athlete Oliver. Did not expect to meet him in such a place. Could he film him for a while? Duke pointed at him in shock and asked if this guy was really a celebrity. The protagonist turned around embarrassedly, answering that due to the specifics of his job, he is not allowed to appear on camera too often. Irina took a piece of meat and said that if it were her, she would sing a song for him. James raised his hand and shouted that he could sing. The boys turned to look at the boy. He was holding a spoon and singing a song. The men clapped happily and said that it was great. Irina smiled and said that he was great. She couldn't lag behind either. The girl stood up and started singing. Lucy looked at her in shock and asked what was going on. The boy sang diligently into the spoon. Irina put her hand to her chest and continued singing. The men clapped delightedly and said that she would make a great singer. Oliver put his hands on his legs and said that James sang very well. Leo leaned over to his friend and said that if it weren't for that childhood fever, he would have become so smart. He watched as the boy hugged his mother, telling him that he was just worried that James would have to earn a living on his own someday. They were all old, and his mother was not in the best health either. The protagonist looked at him seriously when he heard that the boy needed to get proper treatment somewhere. He looked at the surprised men and asked why not get treatment. The guy sitting behind them said that there was only a medical center here, but if you go to the city, there are big hospitals, and the men answered that it all comes down to money. The girls were surprised to hear their friend ask what they were talking about. Smiling, Oliver said that the program James was on was collecting donations. By now they had probably collected several tens of millions of won. The people looked at him in shock. James and his mother were taken aback. The protagonist sat smiling as the man said that he had heard that small donations had been coming in, but how could it really be that much? Introducing the TV with the series, Oliver told us that there was a documentary called James, Let's Play. The story of a boy with intellectual disabilities living with his mother in a remote village, which had caused a great stir. He recalled James hugging his mother and told us that the boy's sincere and cheerful image had touched the hearts of many viewers, and hundreds of millions of won had been donated over the years. Russell approached the guy from behind and said that the youth had arrived and were talking about something. He watched as the protagonist turned around and asked if they had any problems. Smiling, the man said that he was managing James's donations. The protagonist looked at him calmly. Remembering how he held the papers, Oliver thought about how this scoundrel stole all the donations and the boy didn't get a penny one of the scammers Colin told him about. The boy looked at the creepy man, wondering if he was the chairman of the foundation. The protagonist turned around. Looking at the happy man, Oliver asked if he was a teacher, the chairman of the sponsorship board. The protagonist stood up and said that he worked hard, but the thing is that he was also a little interested in sponsorship, and he was curious about what the money collected for James was going towards. Russell closed his eyes with a smile and said that it turned out that he was interested in it. He pointed at the boy and said that his family was in a difficult situation, so they bought them household appliances and also clothes for James and Mia. Smiling, the man said that this money was used to buy rice, toilet paper, and other essentials. The protagonist frowned and replied that given the ratings of the documentary with James, even with all these purchases, there should have been a lot of money left. Oliver looked at the worried man and asked if he could see the expense report. The guys were whispering behind his back. Mia and her son looked at him in surprise. Russell clasped his hands and said that, to be honest, they were putting the rest of the money aside to pay for James's university. He looked at the serious guy and said that when he became an adult, he would need a new place to live. He personally put it aside in advance and put it in the account. Frowning, Oliver asked to see the account statement. The nervous man pointed his finger at him and shouted that the chairman of the sponsorship board couldn't handle it himself. Russell raised his hands and asked them to calm down. Smiling, he said that he was fine. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure, listening to him say that he might not understand something due to his age. It was normal. Clouds were floating over the store. Oliver was standing next to his friends and saying that they should rest here for a while and then they would move on. Grandma peeked out from around the corner. She approached the sitting guys and asked where so many flies were coming from. May was waving a fly swatter in front of the students and shouting that there were too many flies. No matter how much you swatted them, there was no end to them. Irina was walking behind the guys, displeased. Lucy looked at her and said that it seemed that everyone was really upset with Oliver because of yesterday's incident. The girl held out her hand and said that she thought that yesterday he had asked a completely reasonable question, so what was wrong with asking to see an expense report? The main character was leaving the guys. Turning around, the guy said that he was going to pull out that sideways glance. He looked at James's house. Mia was taken aback, asking if he really wanted to sponsor the moving expenses. Oliver was sitting at the table, telling them that he had found out that the empty house in Dongchen Rai was worth about 2 million won, and if he also bought a plot of land, it would be about 5 million won in total. James looked at him in surprise, asking if it was really 5,000 won. The protagonist held out his hands and said that they didn't have to worry about the money. It wasn't him, but his mother who wanted to make a donation. Mia was taken aback when she heard that for the sake of James's safety, moving would still be the best decision. Recalling the boy's house, the guy said that it was too visible. He heard that even now strangers often came here to stare at James, and this could lead to unpleasant situations. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said that, besides, this house was too old, and there were clearly some security issues here. Lowering his head, he thought that these were not exaggerated concerns at all. The boy imagined the man with the knife, thinking that in reality Mia was later killed by a robber who was hunting for sponsorship money, after which the shocked James left the village and went into seclusion. Oliver watched as the mother hugged her son and thought that, as it turned out later, all the sponsorship money that the robber was hunting for was embezzled by the chairman of the sponsorship board, Russell, and this amount exceeded hundreds of millions of won. The protagonist was surprised to hear that she understood everything. The woman sat at the table and said that first, they need to talk to the chairman of the sponsorship board. She is not very familiar with such procedures. The boy stood up and replied that they need to get up and go to the real estate agency. James happily ran out of the house and shouted that he would run ahead. Irina grabbed his sleeve and said that he should put on his shoes properly before running out. The guys were taken aback. The boy grabbed his shoulder. There was a large bruise on his arm. Oliver frowned and asked what kind of wound it was. The boy smiled and said that he had simply fallen while playing. He turned around in surprise. The protagonist leaned over and asked if Russell had done it. The boys were looking around the office. Dave crossed his arms. Russell picked up a piece of paper and asked if they were really sponsoring James for 50 million won to move in and would also regularly support him until he came of age. Oliver sat on the couch and replied that if everything was okay, they should sign it right now. The man smiled and said that of course, they would start right now. The protagonist picked up the recorder and said that he should point out that everything they were about to talk about could become legal evidence, asking if he agreed with that. The protagonist looked at the surprised Russell and told him not to pay attention. He just had a friend in the legal field and that was how he spoke. The guy picked up the phone and said that everything was fine. The man looked at his phone in shock, hearing that he had just transferred 50 million won to the board chairman's sponsorship account. Oliver held out a pen, saying that everything was confirmed, asking him to sign the sponsorship certificate. The man signed the documents. Lucy and the boys stood behind him, saying that 50 million had just been transferred with this one's signature. Nia clasped her hands and thanked the guy. Russell sat on the couch, listening to the protagonist call him. The protagonist put his hand to his neck and said that he could keep this pen as a souvenir. He felt like he had offended him yesterday, so this was an apology. Let him accept it without embarrassment. He looked back at the boy and his mother and asked if they should go look at houses right away. Nia held her son by the shoulders and asked which house he would like to live in. Russell held the documents with a grin. It was getting dark outside. The man held the phone to his ear and asked his assistant when he would finally be able to get a job. He sat at the table and said that he had earned 50 million won just today. A whole 50 million? Where else in their day and age could they find someone as talented as him? To which the assistant replied that the data was insufficient. Russell grinned and said that they were very picky. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a company that was so difficult to get a job in. The man looked at the exit in surprise and said that he would break his neck waiting. James looked out from behind the door in fear. Russell hung up and said that he would contact them later himself. He put his hand on his hip and asked if he had brought what he had said, and to show him quickly. The boy held the box in fear and said that it was his mother's seal. She told him not to give it to anyone. The man waved his hand and shouted that he was a little fool. Taking the seal, he asked if he wanted to get high again, and that he should leave quickly. Oliver watched the boy run away from home. The guy stood behind a tree. The protagonist frowned. The guys were carrying boxes to the truck. The loader picked up the box and asked if it was really something that needed to be thrown away. Mia looked at Lucy and said that she didn't have to help like that. The protagonist was on the phone. Smiling, he said that he was sorry for asking for it so suddenly. Natalia sat in the car and listened as he asked if she had checked the information he had asked for. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that everything had turned out exactly as he had expected. The protagonist looked worried when he heard that she had checked the name of the house from yesterday's contract in the real estate registry. He frowned as he heard that the house was registered to a certain Russell. He imagined the mother and son puppets when he heard that, judging by the fact that about 80 million won of the sponsorship funds were scattered across different accounts. It seemed that he had deliberately appropriated them and, admittedly, he had pulled it off quite cleverly. The protagonist clenched his fist, thinking that everything was as it should be, just like in the drawing. Remembering how he read the papers in front of Colin, he thought that this was a scheme where after signing the purchase and sale agreement, the owner's name was changed in the register, turning the original contract into a useless piece of paper without a separate extract from the real estate registry. It would be impossible to notice at all. Oliver held the phone to his ear. Smiling, Natalia said that he was probably the only one who asked the KGB to simply check the extract from the real estate registry. The protagonist took hold of the phone and replied that he simply didn't have anyone else he could call urgently. The guy introduced his friends in beachwear. He was surprised to hear her ask if he would do something for her if he was truly sorry. The protagonist looked at the house, listening to her say that the situation in the Middle East had been alarming lately and she would like to hear his opinion. The protagonist was taken aback to hear that it looked like an Islamic terrorist group was targeting the oil fields. Remembering the burning buildings, Oliver thought that if he remembered, around this time an Islamic terrorist group had actually carried out a major terrorist attack in the States. The same terrible terrorist attack that took many lives. Natalia looked at her notebook and said that once they captured the fields, international oil prices would collapse. Of course, oars could intervene. She was surprised to hear the guy ask if they were really targeting the oil. The girl imagined the military, listening to how even if they somehow miraculously managed to capture the fields, they would not be able to hold them for long in the state's fight against the organization. Oil was just a tool for them. The real goal of such fanatical terrorists was to loudly declare their ideology. Natalia looked down in alarm and asked what that meant. Oliver held the phone to his ear, telling her that they were planning a large-scale terrorist attack targeting an entire country, for example, crashing a plane into some symbol of a developed country. Natalia calmly held the phone. The protagonist touched his cheek with his finger, listening, surprisingly, but for some reason his words sounded not just like a guess, but like complete confidence. Smiling, the girl said that it looked like the near future would be eventful and she was grateful for the advice. The guy hung up. Clutching his head, the protagonist thought about how terrible it was to know about such a terrible future and at the same time be able to give only a warning. He sadly lowered his eyes, deciding that there was nothing to do. The only thing left was to entrust everything to Natalia. Dave stood behind his friend and asked why he was having such a long conversation. They had already finished moving things. The guy turned around, asking what kind of celebration would be in the meeting hall. James happily took his hand and asked if he would come today to eat meat together. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. The protagonist smiled. The guys looked at him in surprise. Turning around, Oliver asked if they should have a real celebration today. Mia and her son were sitting outside. May came up to them and said that it was great, from tomorrow they would live in a decent house. Raising the bottle, she said that Russell worked hard, so they should have a glass. Lucy looked at the happy men and said that Oliver had organized the sponsorship and he had also found the house to move into. But for some reason people still liked this guy more. The protagonist looked at him seriously when he heard that the first impression was a great thing. The men turned around at the shout. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said that the atmosphere had already warmed up. Smiling, he asked to let him sing one song. Nay was sitting in the gazebo and telling him to light everyone up here. Joyfully stretching out his hand, the guy asked the chairman if he could lend him that pen for a minute. Russell looked at the pen in his pocket and agreed. He handed it over. Picking up the pen, Oliver said with a smile that actually, there was something he hadn't told him. It also had a sound playback function. The grandmother looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of playback. The man was taken aback when he heard from the pen how he asked if the boy had brought what he had talked about. Mia sat with her son in shock, listening to the man ask to show quickly. Leo sat in the gazebo, asking if by chance those weren't the voices of the chairman and James. The woman hugged her son in fear, listening to Russell say that he was a little fool, wanted to get high again, let him quickly leave. The dumbfounded guys sat on the ground, having heard that thanks to the fact that both mother and son were such idiots, he could calmly appropriate all this sponsorship money. May and the elder looked at the man in surprise and called him. Russell grinned in panic and asked what all this meant now. He clenched his fist furiously. Turning around, the chairman shouted that it was a fake. He never said such a thing. The man turned and asked James to say something. Gritting his teeth, Russell said that it was all a lie. The boy cried into his mother's hand. He held his mother's hand and told her that the man had told him that if he didn't want it, he should quickly get his mother's stamp. Russell looked at Oliver in fear. He listened in shock as his grandmother screamed that he was a damned bastard. Nay swung the fly swatter and said that he was worse than a stinking dun fly. She hit him in the face. The boy watched as his grandmother beat him and asked him if he couldn't find anyone to hurt except this child, since beating him up wouldn't be enough. Dave crossed his arms and said that May looked like a real firecracker. Russell put his hand to his chin. Hearing that there was already such a commotion, he couldn't breathe. Bill walked towards the boys, asking if he was too late. Oliver smiled and said that he was just in time. The policeman looked at the scared man. Showing his ID, he said that Russell was under arrest for fraud, child abuse, extortion, and embezzlement. Bill stood in front of the shocked man and said that he had the right to remain silent. Gritting his teeth, Russell wondered how he could get out of this now. There was no such turn in the drawing at all. He looked down in surprise, thinking that he would say that he did not give consent to this recording. Leaning over, the chairman shouted that this recording was made without his consent. This is eavesdropping. The protagonist raised his pen and asked him to drop the excuse that a recording without consent is invalid. The guy remembered holding a tape recorder and turning on the recording, where he notified that everything said from this moment could become legal evidence. Oliver looked at the shocked man and said that they clearly received the consent of the party. Bill stood in front of the arrested man and asked if he and Oliver would call each other later. The protagonist watched as Mia hugged her son. James looked up in fear. The protagonist, with his hands on his hips, joyfully told him not to be afraid. This nasty man would never touch him again. He would teach him a lesson. The boy looked at him with admiration. He hugged him tightly and thanked him. Oliver recalled the newspapers and told us that the atrocities of the chairman of the Russell Sponsorship Board became a sensation only 2 hours after his arrest. Not only did he appropriate James's sponsorship money, which warmed the hearts of countless viewers, but his cruel treatment also became known. The whole country literally turned upside down with indignation, and the people began to furiously accuse the television company filming the documentary of colluding with him. Introducing the man at the podium, he said that in order to forestall accusations that the prosecutor's office is slow while the police are working, the sole prosecutor's office promptly called a press conference, promising severe punishment, and behind this lightning-fast reaction stood the protagonist. Ted looked at the newspaper and said on the phone that their Oliver had pulled off something grandiose again. If he hadn't warned them in advance, the press would have pecked them to death and the case would have gone to another prosecutor's office. The protagonist sat on a chair and listened to how he had bailed them out. Thanks to him, their prosecutor at the sole prosecutor's office would now definitely get a promotion. This was already a done deal, they said. The guy smiled when he heard his friend ask if he wasn't afraid of getting into big trouble. Getting involved in such cases, he should have at least spared himself a little. The protagonist was surprised, listening to what he should think. Well, in his spare time, if he goes to the police, he will suffer much more, but the place of the prosecutor is calm, comfortable. Oliver dropped the call and said that his meeting time was up. Approaching the glass, the criminal said that he was a lucky guy. Prisoner Adam stood in front of him and asked if the students of the police academy were always so free. Smiling, Oliver answered that they had not seen each other for a long time. The criminal frowned and said that they really had not seen each other for a long time, specifying what he needed again. The warden looked up. He calmly put on his headphones. The protagonist watched as the guy turned around and said that there was one thing he had to do for him. Adam raised an eyebrow, hearing that a man named Russell would soon be brought here. He needed him to look after him. Looking at the fan, Oliver was telling about a swindler who had pocketed tens of millions of sponsorship money all by himself. The guy was sitting behind the glass and asking if it really wasn't hundreds of billions, but only tens of millions, and he was alone. Why even follow such a petty crook? The protagonist picked up a pen with a note where a man was asking his assistant when he could finally get a job at this company of theirs. Adam was taken aback when he heard that in his entire life he had never met a company that was so difficult to get into. Looking at the pen, the protagonist reflected on how criminals often use code words like company or boss when planning their affairs. Who they are is still unclear, but there is definitely another organization behind Russell, that's obvious. Oliver remembered how in his past life he looked down in alarm. Imagining how he watched the men, he thought that he couldn't help but remember that group. Although it was unlikely, there were enough fraudulent organizations disguised as companies. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that he hoped it was not connected. The protagonist stood in front of the criminal and said that in any case, if he wanted to continue to enjoy delicious food from the outside, he had to do everything right. Adam put his hands on the glass and shouted that he was only talking about his own things. Let him put the money into the account properly. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was only putting up with this for the sake of delicious food. Clouds were gathering over the city. Oliver was sitting behind the wheel, listening on the radio that everyone was having a nice day. September 12th, Wednesday, the program afternoon mood was starting. He held the wheel, thinking that this day had come. Remembering how he spoke on the phone with Natalia, the guy thought that this was the very day he had warned her about. The protagonist looked at the phone, thinking that this is the day when that terrible terrorist attack on the buildings will happen. Oliver held the steering wheel, wondering if it was possible to prevent it. It should have been possible. If it was Natalia, she definitely did not ignore his words and took action. The protagonist held the phone tightly, thinking that she simply had to do it. The guy brought the phone to his ear. He held it and called the girl. Looking away, the protagonist asked what happened. Oliver was surprised to hear breaking news. The protagonist looked at the radio in the car, which said that an Islamic radical terrorist group carried out a series of simultaneous terrorist attacks on U.S. territory. At the moment they are counting the number of victims. The guy imagined the burning buildings, listening to the girl say that she was sorry, but they could not prevent the terrorist attack. His hand was shaking and he asked why. Frowning, he asked if she hadn't passed on his warning. They could have stopped it, so why not? The protagonist was surprised to hear that he should believe that it was all that bad. Natalia was sitting in the car and telling him that the Pentagon, the White House, the very center of New York, there were more than one or two places where terrorist attacks almost happened. The girl looked sadly and said that thanks to his warning, they managed to prevent damage in all these places. Oliver held the phone in shock, listening to how only the Capitol was damaged. More than 100 people died, but that was the best outcome. Grinning, he thought about what it meant. This was the maximum that could have been prevented with just one personal warning. The car drove along the road and the guy apologized for losing his temper. The protagonist looked down and listened as she said that she wanted to say a lot, but that was enough for today, so he shouldn't worry too much. The protagonist hung up. He put his hands on his legs, thinking that the scale had been reduced, but the terrorist attack itself had not been prevented. Imagining the military, the guy thought that America would now definitely start a war of retaliation and there would be even more, much more victims. Frowning, he thought that in that case, he couldn't do anything. The man slammed his fist on the table. Aiden sat at the table, displeased. Imagining Natalia, he thought that who would have thought that the terrorist attack had happened exactly as that woman had warned. The methods of the attack, its reasons, everything had coincided with frightening precision. The man looked at the monitor, wondering where she had gotten such impeccable information. He took the paper and thought that according to the investigation, she seemed to have only been active in Korea recently. Aiden looked at Oliver's photo and said that other than meetings with this man, no special actions were noticed. Looking at the guy, the manager thought about the fact that he was a former member of the Korean national judo team, a student of the police academy, and also an investment consultant for Kwon and Park Holdings. The man sat at the table, thinking that this was the same investment firm that once shook up the world stock market, but there were more than one or two companies of this size. Looking at the photo of the guy with Natalia, Aiden wondered why she was so persistent in maintaining contact with this particular person. He turned at the knock. The guy with a folder was entering the office. Frowning, the man asked what happened, why his face was so gloomy. The employee handed over the folder and said that there was something that needed to be reported. Aiden raised an eyebrow, listening to what, as far as he knew, because of the terrorist attack on the Capitol, the world stock market collapsed. He stared at the document and listened as the guy explained that about 30 investment companies had made a killing in derivatives and short sales, but that investigations had shown that most of them were shell companies. The man was taken aback when he heard that their roots were in a Korean company called Kwon and Pak Holdings. The boss slammed his fist on the table. The guy stood in front of his angry boss, saying that, first of all, the dates matched up perfectly. After introducing Nick and Chloe, he explained that Kwon and Pak Holdings had completely withdrawn its funds and shut down operations in 1999, and all 30-odd companies in the report had also been founded that year. The guy looked at the shocked man and said that, besides, their investment strategies were strikingly similar. He imagined the building and the pile of money and explained that Kwon and Park was a company that made huge profits every time there was a financial crisis, like the Korean IMF or the Russian moratorium, and this time, with the Nasdaq crash, they apparently created dozens of shell companies to avoid unnecessary attention and invest through them. Aiden sat in front of him, dumbfounded, thinking that this was simply unbelievable. Looking at the document, the man thought that if this was true, Oliver was a real-world tycoon who controlled a global one. Imagining the guy talking to Natalia, he wondered if she was in touch with him because this man was a financial source for the KGB. He needed to be watched, period. Meanwhile, the protagonist held the phone to his ear and listened to everything going according to his instructions. The guy was looking at the office building, hearing that all their companies in the States are now paying compensation to victims of the terrorist attack, and they are also collecting funds for recovery from the damage. Nick was sitting at the table and talking on the phone that each family would be allocated about $3 million. He shouldn't worry. The protagonist stood in the gazebo and answered that he was counting on his colleague. He hung up. Oliver looked at the phone sadly, thinking that such money would not dull the pain of losing loved ones, and yet he hoped that this would at least help the families of the victims a little. The protagonist looked up at the voice. The guys came up to him and asked if he really came to see the professor today. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist asked if their lectures were over. He stood in front of the guys on the street and said that they were having a hard time, that he had business today, but next time he would at least treat them to lunch. The guy waved to them, hearing them say goodbye. The student looked at his friend and asked if he was really cool because he didn't organize any hazing, and they say he often gives pocket money to the younger ones. Oliver stepped up the steps, listening to them say that this was not all. He was only a year older than them, and he had already caught enough criminals to fill a truck. Smiling, he heard the guy ask if such a perfect person could really exist. The protagonist looked at the papers with displeasure. Ted was sitting at the table opposite and saying that his eyes were tired. Was he really getting old? Oliver smiled at him, thinking that summer vacation was over and a new semester had begun. The guy watched the man pour out his coffee, thinking that as soon as the semester began, he and the professor began to refine the theory of new investigation methods. Remembering how Rayner raised his hand, the protagonist thought that they were talking about the method of deduction based on profiling and behavioral psychology, which he used to catch Clark in Japan. The protagonist imagined himself sitting in the cafeteria with the police, thinking that if this theory were completed, the level of investigative methods in Korea would step forward by years. Ted came up with a glass of coffee and said that he had never wanted to return to the police so much as now. Oliver looked at him in surprise. Having presented a magnifying glass and a camera, the man said that he was creating a theory that would open a new era in Korean investigations, and thanks to scientific investigation technologies from Japan. He had already solved 300 unsolved cases, and in recent days he could not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, but his enthusiasm was still burning. Smiling, the professor said that it was all thanks to him. The protagonist held the glass embarrassedly and said that such words made him blush. The man put his hand on his hip and asked if he wanted to study with him. Looking at the board, Ted said that there would soon be a forum on advanced methods of crime investigation. The protagonist smiled and said that he was all for it and asked where it would take place. He imagined himself in a Hawaiian shirt. The plot takes us to John F. Kennedy International Airport in the USA, where the guy was standing in shock with Ted. Oliver and his friend arrived at John F. Kennedy International Airport in the USA, after which a pleased Ted said that even the air in America was somehow different. Taking off his glasses, the guy asked if the protagonist was also in the States for the first time and if his heart was pounding with excitement. Oliver watched him and thought that the professor was very happy, after which he thought that he and the professor had come to the States for a forum on advanced crime investigation methods. He imagined the man speaking and noted that since the program included sections on profiling and behavioral psychology, the professor seemed to be really excited. Oliver walked alongside and told them that they would be staying at the Plaza Hotel from the film. Putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, Ted exclaimed that it was cool. Thanks to such a student, he was flying first class for the first time and staying in a luxurious hotel, for which he was grateful to him. Oliver turned around and noticed the man. In front of him stood a guy in a dark suit. Taking off his glasses, he said that he was waiting for the protagonist. He said with a joyful look that his name was Sergi. Ted was surprised by this. Watching what was happening, the professor assumed that this was the security guard hired by Oliver, and the protagonist thought that for this trip, one professor would be more than enough. Smiling, Ted emphasized the fact that the protagonist's training was, as always, at a grandiose level. It was necessary to continue to keep him in good shape. Perplexed, Oliver asked who Sergi was. Stunned, Ted came to the conclusion that the protagonist also did not know who this man was. The car was driving quickly through the city. Closing his eyes, Oliver noted that Angelina had sent him. Sergi introduced Natalia and said that she said that the main character is a talent that attracts trouble wherever he goes, so she asked him to keep a close eye on him. Sergi looked at Oliver and added that since he is a person that everyone wants to get, she also ordered to guard him closely so that all sorts of annoying types do not stick to him. The main character was surprised by what he heard. Raising his hand to his mouth, Oliver told Ted that Angelina is a person who sponsors shelters for teenagers. The car stopped. The guys looked at their hotel with delight. Sergi held the phone and said that it was for Oliver to use in the States. The main character took the phone and said that he was just about to buy a prepaid number, and Sergi said that his number was already written down, so Oliver can call at any time if he needs something. Even late at night is not forbidden, just do not go out anywhere without it. Looking around the city, the protagonist asked if the security in New York was really that bad, and Sergei replied that it wasn't exactly terrible, but the World Trade Center nearby had almost become a target of a terrorist attack, and that was why the situation was a bit tense. Oliver was taken aback by what he heard. He raised his head. Sergei passed him by and asked him to wait a minute. Standing in the middle of the street, the protagonist remembered that before he came back, the worst disaster had happened there in New York. Looking at the people crossing the road, Oliver added that it was there that the terrible incident had happened, which had left an indelible trauma in the soul of every American. The protagonist noted with a smile that everyone was safe now and that he had managed to protect at least these people. He suddenly turned around. The car was driving towards him at great speed. Watching this, the protagonist asked why it was going so fast at the intersection. He was shocked by what he saw. The girl didn't pay attention to the approaching car. The woman tried to stop the angry driver. The girl looked towards the car. Oliver dropped the phone and rushed to help. The protagonist touched the girl's shoulder. He grabbed her hand. The protagonist managed to save her. Oliver tried to catch his breath. The man was taken aback by this. The girl hugged him and asked him to stop. Turning around, the protagonist called them crazy. Ted ran to the protagonist. Standing in front of him, he asked why Oliver had rushed so recklessly and what if he had been injured. The protagonist looked at the woman and asked Ted to take care of her. They were suddenly taken aback. She showed the middle finger and started shouting insults after the driver. The guys were scared by what they heard. Holding her head, the woman said that it was because of people like this that all the security in New York was going to hell. The woman looked at Oliver with a happy expression and thanked him, noting that thanks to a guy like Superman, she stayed alive. Standing in front of him, she clarified if the protagonist was in any pain. The girl put her hand in her back. She handed over a business card and noted that if Oliver was in any pain, he should definitely go to the doctor and call her. She waved at the protagonist, saying that she would like to thank him properly, but was in a hurry to run errands. Looking at the business card, Oliver read that the girl's name was Kelly. Ted stood next to him and asked if the protagonist was sure that he shouldn't see a doctor. The guy came up to him from behind and assumed that Oliver had dropped the phone when he rushed there. The protagonist took the phone and thanked the guy. He was suddenly surprised. Oliver was puzzled. Looking at the stranger, the protagonist wondered who this guy was. The guy let go of the protagonist's phone. Looking at him, he noticed that, as they had noticed, Oliver's physical form was simply amazing. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if the stranger knew him, to which he received a positive answer. Sergi ran to help. He asked with an enraged look why the guy was hanging around their guest. Turning around, the stranger answered that they had not seen Sergi for a long time. Oliver watched their verbal scuffle. The guy sighed and said that let it be so. Raising his hand, he said goodbye to the protagonist. Sergi watched him go. He began to laugh, saying that they had to see such an unpleasant scene, and the protagonist asked who this man was. Sergi stood silently in front of them. Oliver was taken aback by the guard's words that this guy was a real devil. The embittered Sergi emphasized the fact that this guy wanted to drag the protagonist into the clutches of America and that he was from the CIA. Closing his eyes, Sergi assumed that the CIA was attracted to Oliver's skills because he was the head coach of the national judo team and he was also an outstanding talent who brought Korean sports science to a new level. The guys listened to this attentively. Oliver sighed, thinking that the background of his company had remained in the shadows. Stretching out his hand, Sergey suggested that they go back before these guys got even more clingy. Ted, smiling, asked if they would eat nearby, and the protagonist said that he needed to look somewhere first. Looking around the buildings, Ted asked if Oliver wanted to buy souvenirs, to which he received a negative answer. The protagonist, smiling on his face, said that he was going to meet an old friend. They entered the room. The man was sitting at the table. Oliver raised his hand and called out to Jack. The happy man got up from the table. He ran to the main character and asked him to come in quickly. Jack hugged Ted. Holding him by the shoulders, he said that seeing him in person was a completely different matter, noting that he wanted to show him so much. Jack suddenly shifted his gaze. Oliver put his hand on his chest and said that he had mixed them up. Jack was shocked by this. Standing in front of the main character, the man shouted that he was very young. Oliver remembered how he talked on the phone and thought that Jack was the chief medical specialist of the National Football League. A few years ago he shared training materials with him. Then a high school student, that's how they met, and then began to regularly communicate by email and develop different training methods together. Jack shook his hand. Looking at Oliver, he noted that it was the first time he saw him in person, so he did not know, after which he offered to formally greet him again. The protagonist pointed at Ted and said that he was his university professor, to whom he owed a lot. Looking around the premises, Jack emphasized the fact that Ted really had an outstanding student, to which he received the answer that Oliver really stood out a little. Surprised, Ted heard that a little was an understatement. Thanks to the protagonist, they had created more than 1 or 2 cutting-edge training devices. Ted looked at the protagonist and thought that after the CIA, and now a man from the NFL was praising him so much, it seemed that Oliver's knowledge of training was truly impressive. He wondered with an interested look what would happen if the protagonist took on the task of training the Korean police. Jack felt the protagonist's biceps and said that he was in amazing shape, adding that his protégés from the FBI were not fit to hold a candle to him. Oliver was taken aback by these words. Standing in front of him, the protagonist clarified whether he was training the FBI. The protagonist grabbed Jack by the shoulders and asked if he wanted to tell them that he had passed on his training methods to the FBI. Standing in front of him, Jack swore that he had not passed on his methods. Holding his head, the man listened as he explained that if that had happened, the protagonist would have found himself in a difficult position since he had not even shown these methods to the Korean police yet. Snapping his fingers, Jack suggested what they should do. Holding the phone in his hands, Jack said that as an FBI physical training consultant, he would try to arrange an internship for him at the FBI. Oliver was taken aback by what he heard. The dumbfounded protagonist asked if this was real. A red aura began to emanate from Ted. He excitedly asked if he could go with Oliver. Jack was taken aback by this and replied that he would try to arrange it. The guys arrived at the New York office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Ted looked around the room in amazement. Ted bowed his head and swore that he would never forget this day even after his death, and the protagonist thought that the professor was happier than when he had flown him first class on a plane. The girl came out of the room and called them there. Jack crossed his arms and told them that this was the Serious Crimes Department, the cream of the investigative agencies, so to speak. Standing in front of the door, the girl told them that they needed to be careful from there as there had been an incident there recently and all the employees were on edge. She began to open the door and told them that there was an armed robbery case involving 2 criminals. Oliver, surprised, listened to how bandits robbed a large jewelry store in broad daylight, and 1 police officer who was on duty died. After that, it was no wonder that everyone was on edge. The protagonist entered the room. He watched the agents work and thought that with such a scale, in Korea it would have been the level of a joint investigation headquarters and all the equipment was state-of-the-art. There it was just a completely different level. He was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist noticed the faces of the bandits on the screen. Looking at them, Oliver wondered what it was. Video recordings from cameras appeared. The hero looked at them in surprise and said what it was, to which the girl exclaimed. She rushed forward and said that he couldn't see this, these were case materials. The girl looked away, hearing that these were really the same criminals from the robbery case she was talking about. Lowering her head, she replied that yes, that's right, one of them died during the chase, so everyone was now looking for them with special zeal. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The woman took a step forward and shouted that the identities of these robbers were still unknown. Oliver turned around, hearing that the killers were walking the streets of New York, and they still hadn't figured out anything. How to understand this, let them quickly collect the recordings from the surveillance cameras nearby and the protagonist looked at her in amazement. The woman froze in surprise and said it was him. Putting her hand forward, she asked what Superman was. Raising his hand, the man whispered that it was the woman who was almost hit during the day, to which he replied that yes, probably. They looked in surprise when they heard that an officer was wounded. The woman frowned when she heard that there was a bank robbery on the corner of 8th Street, armed criminals, presumably 1 officer was killed. The protagonist looked in surprise. Putting her hand forward, Bella asked what was happening at the scene, to which the man replied that they were reporting that a few minutes ago they managed to get a recording from the camera at the entrance, and she added that he should immediately bring up the video on the screen and turn it on. The man was looking through the recordings from the cameras. The criminals were shooting from pistols. The hero looked in surprise. He froze in amazement. Gritting her teeth, Bella said that it was a curse, and the man said that the criminals had been identified. Looking at the papers, she heard that the check showed that this was the same pair of armed robbers they were hunting. Photos of the criminals appeared. It was heard that the man Derek, 31 years old, 7 convictions for assault, robbery, and rape of minors. The woman Daisy, 18 years old. But Bella gritted her teeth, hearing that she had been missing for 6 months, presumably ran away from home. Turning around, she said that they should immediately prepare snipers, eliminate them before there were more victims. Looking away, the man said that there was a real commotion. The hero frowned, hearing that it looked like it was time for them to leave. The woman looked at him, hearing that they should wait. He frowned and shouted that they should wait. They cannot be killed. Bella looked in amazement, and the protagonist asked what she said, that the girl's name is Daisy, right? He held out his hand and added that there was a good chance that Daisy was a victim that Derek had forced to do this. They couldn't be killed. Bella looked away and asked what that guy was doing here, to which the girl replied that he was a student at the Korean Police Academy who had come for an internship. She lowered her head and said that he should forgive her, but it was time for him to leave. Looking straight ahead, Oliver heard that right now, they didn't have time to listen to strangers who had nothing to do with it. Frowning, he shouted that he understood, but it was a human life we were talking about, wasn't it? He begged her, to which the man said that he shouldn't interfere like that here. The policeman's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that Oliver wasn't the type to talk nonsense. If he spoke so confidently, it meant he had found a good lead. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he should forgive and allow her to interfere. Ted put his hand on his chest and introduced himself, saying that he was a professor of criminal psychology at the Korean Police Academy. The protagonist looked at him, hearing that this student was his colleague, with whom they always worked together to develop investigation methods based on profiling and behavioral psychology. Frowning, the man continued that he knew it might seem impudent, but this guy had a sense of duty and instincts not inferior to active police officers, asking him to listen to him at least once. Bella looked at him silently. A view of the room opened up. People were sitting on the floor, scared. Pulling the gun forward, the man shouted that it was faster, let him put everything inside. Gritting his teeth, Derek said that while they were messing around here, those damn cops were already approaching. Pointing the gun at the people, he added that why did she stick her head out? I told you, if she moves, it will be the end of her. Looking forward in fear, the girl said that the man seemed to be dead. Looking to the side, she added that there was so much blood, what should they do now? The man smiled and said that what happened was inevitable, so let him pull himself together and think only about how to get out of here. Holding the money in his hands, Derek said that he should look here if they took this money away without problems. Daisy looked scared, hearing that they could live a happy life with her. Suddenly, they looked to the side in surprise. The SWAT officer pointed his gun and shouted that they should block the back exit and surround them completely. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Oh, damn, there's a hell of a lot of them." The man stood up and said, "The police." Derek pointed his gun at him and yelled, "You're an old lunatic. Should I shoot a hole in your head to make you wake up?" He looked up and turned to Daisy. She looked at him in surprise. Derek smiled and said, "Now it's her turn to shoot." The girl asked, wide-eyed, what should she shoot? He said, "Yeah, they'll show those bastards what happens when they don't listen." The old man looked at her with fear and said, "Save him." Daisy froze and heard something happen to her. The man frowned and yelled, wasn't she going to ignore him? He had done everything he could for her, she shouldn't disappoint him. The old man grabbed his head when he said, "Let her shoot." The girl gritted her teeth and turned to Derek. There was a splash of blood and a scream. Smoke was coming out of the gun. The man fell to the ground. The girl trembled with fear. Pointing the gun, Derek said that she was a disappointment to him. Daisy looked surprised, hearing that everyone saw everything, let them get out of here immediately, otherwise he would kill them all. The girl's legs trembled. She put her hand behind her back and thought that no, she did not want it anymore. Closing her eyes, she added that please. The girl was standing right under the camera. She made a sign with her hand and thought that someone should save her. About 6 months ago, it was snowing outside. It was heard that what did he care whether she came home or not. Sitting on a bench, Daisy heard that she was really asking for trouble, to which she replied that mom and dad did not care about anything except her grades. She shouted, hearing her name, that she also felt like she was suffocating. Frowning, the girl said that this time she definitely wouldn't go home, but it seemed like it was all her fault. She looked surprised when she heard that it was cold, of course, and what was she doing here alone? The man grinned, holding a glass in his hands. Looking at him, Daisy asked who he was. Handing him the coffee, Derek said that he would catch a cold, so let him drink at least this. Grinning, he said that the face was unfamiliar. He was from these parts, to which she replied that he was. Turning his head, the man said that his name was Derek and hers, to which she introduced herself. He closed his eyes and added that Daisy, her name, was as beautiful as she was. The girl raised her eyebrows. The thought occurred to her that this was how her first meeting with Derek had gone. The man led her around the house, and she thought that she was wary of him, but still her rebellion against her parents and his mature confidence carried her away with him. They smiled. The thought appeared that she quickly fell in love with him, and the thought that she had broken free from her parents' control and was living with her loved one filled her with happiness. Sitting on the couch, the girl thought. Looking at the phone, she thought that after all, perhaps it was worth calling her parents at least once, and the man asked what she was doing. Looking at her, he heard that yes, she was thinking about calling her parents. Derek reached for the phone, hearing that she had left the house for such a long time for the first time, and it seemed to her that they were worried. Smirking, he said that it was not necessary. The man closed his eyes, and she asked again, to which he asked why she should contact them. If she needed something, he would get it himself. The room appeared. It was heard that it was not that he needed something, then what? Derek, his eyes wide, asked if she really wanted to come back. That was not true, really, to which the girl replied that no, she did. Clutching the phone, he added that of course not, really. Smiling, the man asked that now she did not need only him, did she? The girl looked at him in surprise. The man was carrying a box. The thought occurred to her that after that day Derek began to restrict her freedom more and more. She looked around, thinking that around that time he forced her to steal. Once she stood guard while he stole things, and another time they stole a motorcycle together, so the crimes became more and more serious. The man hugged her. It was said that she was afraid that they would be caught by the police, but she could not resist him. She was his girlfriend, and it seemed to her that she had to do this for him, and then in the end, The girl clenched her teeth, and Derek turned to her. Smiling widely, the man said that they would get rich and leave together. The girl trembled with fear. Derek started shooting, shouting that damn it, let him get out of here immediately, do not come any closer. Pointing the gun, he said that it will not work, he will have to kill a couple more to make an example. Raising her hands, Daisy said that it was enough already, to which the man shouted that he should shut up. Smiling, the man said that now there is no way back, no, and that's it. If they are caught, they are still facing life in prison. Suddenly a shot flew at him. Blood was pouring out of the man's mouth. He fell to the ground. Derek was lying in a pool of blood. The girl covered her face with her hands and screamed. The man pointed the gun and screamed that the target was neutralized. Quickly enter. Looking at them, Daisy screamed in fear. Clutching her head, she said that let them forgive her. She was guilty, let them spare her and not shoot. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and the girl thought that no, now she would die too, they would shoot her. She opened her eyes slightly, hearing the question that she was Daisy. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that now everything was fine, let him raise his hands and come here immediately. The girl looked at him in surprise. The car was parked near the bank. The woman hugged Daisy and screamed. Through her trembling, she said that thank you for protecting their daughter. The girl looked surprised, hearing that he was glad that she was safe. Grinning, the main character asked that it was she who secretly signaled for help, right? Daisy's eyes widened as she heard the subtle gestures she was making behind her back barely get caught on the security cameras, letting them know what had forced them to participate in a crime against her will. She hung her head and said she thought no one would notice, she had already given up. The girl started crying, saying thank you to them. Bella was looking at her. She was watching the protagonist and said that it was good work. The staff were looking at the cameras. Pointing to the monitor, the protagonist said that he should watch this part of the camera footage again. Bella looked away. Her eyes widened in surprise. The girl was standing right under the camera. She made a sign. The woman looked at him in amazement and wondered what it was, and the protagonist said that it was a signal for help. Frowning, Oliver said that the movement flashed only for a moment, but it was clearly an unnatural form of the hand. This was clear evidence that the girl was forced to participate in the crime. Looking straight ahead, Bella wondered what to figure out a fleeting gesture in a recording of such low quality. The hero looked ahead carefully. The thought came that even the FBI agents did not notice this clue, and he found it. Amazing intuition. Police cars were parked near the building. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that he had worked hard today. Looking at the woman, he turned, to which she replied that just think, the great FBI was indebted to a young student. Frowning, Oliver asked what would happen to that girl, to which the woman replied that she was now being transferred to the interrogation room. Daisy was led down the hallway. It was heard that since she was involved in a murder case, a prison sentence was inevitable, but considering that her participation was forced, most likely, her sentence would be mitigated. She closed her eyes and added that if he had not noticed her signal for help, she probably would not have survived now. Bella looked in surprise, hearing that in fact, he did not assume her innocence based on just one signal. The girl was shaking with fear. It was heard that Daisy behaved too passively on the recording. Unlike Derek, who actively threatened, Daisy never shot. Looking down, the hero said that, Besides, considering Derek's criminal record, he thought that he, accustomed to crime, could intimidate her. Putting her hand to her face, the woman said that of course she had noticed that Derek had played a major role in the crime. But if a victim was going to the extent of participating in a crime, it was possible that she was helping him of her own free will. Ted looked at her, surprised. Holding out his hand, he asked what she meant by Stockholm Syndrome, to which she replied that yes, it seemed counterintuitive, but sometimes victims actually did start to sympathize with their abusers. They looked surprised to hear that she did not. Looking straight at her, the protagonist said that it was not Stockholm Syndrome, but rather a case of gaslighting. The woman looked surprised and exclaimed, and the man asked again. Frowning, Oliver considered that gaslighting was not yet a commonly accepted concept at that time, and then said that it was. The man held a hostage. It was heard that in contrast to Stockholm Syndrome, where it is about coercion, as between a kidnapper and a hostage. People smiled. It was said that this phenomenon is more common in everyday relationships between lovers and family members. The man stood in front of the girl. It was heard that let them imagine, for example, that a certain hears from his partner that he can't do anything without him. The man raised his hand. It was said that then this partner begins to inflate every little mistake of it and scold him for it, and then, under the pretext of worrying about the clumsy, takes control of all his actions. The man smiled broadly. It was heard that it gradually shrinks, loses confidence, begins to doubt himself, and, despite severe stress, obeys every word of the partner. This is psychological dominance, deliberately imposed by the offender. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that this is also called the gaslighting effect, or simply gaslighting. Bella looked at him in amazement. Looking at him, she thought that this was a completely new point of view. Until now, cases where the victim participated in the crime were usually explained by Stockholm Syndrome. Frowning, the woman added that but if you believe this guy, this case is a rare case, requiring an examination of the psychological state of both the victim and the criminal. They looked surprised to hear that. By the way, they know that a forum on advanced crime investigation methods is currently taking place in New York. The building appeared. It was said that they actually came to the States specifically for this forum. Seriously. Ted smiled, hearing that maybe he came to speak on behalf of Korea, to which he replied that no, they were just spectators. They came at their own expense for the experience. Putting her hand to her face, Bella heard that only invited authorities can speak, and in Korea there are no cases that would be worth presenting at the forum. The hero looked puzzled, hearing that then it was just luck. With her hands on her hips, the woman said that she would arrange a place for them if they wanted to speak out about this case. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Looking at Ted, he thought that they should wait. This was a huge chance for the professor. It would raise his reputation in academic circles, and it would also help implement the investigative methods they were currently working on. Clenching his fist, Oliver said that this was for him, to which the man replied that he should do it. They looked at each other. Stretching his hands forward, the hero said that no, he had better speak out, to which he asked what he was talking about. Why should he take back the case that he had solved? And the protagonist added that if he spoke out, everyone would think that he was just an assistant who had married him. Looking at them, the woman heard that he was so bad at speaking out. No, that was not what he meant. Ted put his hand on his shoulder and said that he understood, that he wanted to help his career. He smiled and added that this chance would be a huge stepping stone for him. Let him speak. Oliver looked at him in surprise. He closed his eyes. A view of the room opened up. The man smiled and asked that Oliver had received a commendation from the FBI. He closed his eyes and said that he had gone on an internship at the FBI and helped with the investigation. Well, this guy had left his mark in a foreign country in full. Yes, he was busy with work now, so he would check everything out properly when he returned. Looking at him, the man asked what kind of calls were there during meals, what kind of manners were these. Albert put his hand on the table and asked that this Oliver or whatever his name was seemed to have done something outside again. The man grinned and replied that he should forgive him. It was just their pride, they said. He had pulled off another job, to which he replied that there was no pride. Pointing forward, Albert said that he was just a green newbie who had the misfortune of showing off. He should tell his pride to be careful. He hadn't even been accepted into the service yet, and he was already poking his nose into things. Many people were looking at him with irritation. He looked at him silently. The man frowned when he heard that he wasn't angry with him. Choking, Albert asked why, to which the man replied that it was because of Oliver, who had blown up the case of fraud with sponsors. He had gotten it in full. No. He put his hand to his face when he heard that the heads of the public security and intelligence departments who had been fired because of this case, both, as far as he remembered, were his close friends from Yanji. Because of Oliver he had lost important connections. How could he not hold a grudge? The man clenched his teeth when he heard that after this, his chances for the commissioner's seat seemed to have been greatly shaken. He stood up abruptly. Looking at him, the man asked where he was suddenly going, to which Albert replied that he went out to smoke. What's the big deal? The man picked up the cup. Albert was standing on the street. It was heard that such a petty guy was still aiming for the commissioner, not knowing his place. Holding the phone in his hands, he heard someone pick up the call, to which he replied that it was him. Gritting his teeth, the man said that there was one guy, Oliver, the best student at the police academy. Let them dig into his past. A view of the forum hall opened up. Standing at the microphone, the hero said that on this. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that he was finishing his report on the Daisy case. Standing in front of the audience, the protagonist asked if anyone had any questions. People raised their hands up. Crossing her arms, Bella said that, well, that's it. She smirked slightly. Oliver looked surprised. It was heard that honestly, a guy you'd want to get. The man applauded him and said that it was a great performance, a complete success. Smiling, he added that thanks to this case, gaslighting would be discussed and studied more actively in the States. He had done something grandiose, to which the hero replied that it was not that grandiose. Taking a step forward, the woman said that no, he was right. Holding the book in her hands, she said that he really did something significant. As the director of the FBI, she wanted to express her gratitude to him. The hero looked surprised, hearing that it was a small gift from the FBI. Smiling, Bella said, "Here, let him take it." Frowning, the man said that the director himself came because of one thank you plaque. Apparently the FBI had no business at all. Standing in front of him, the woman asked who he was to say that, to which he replied that he was Oliver's bodyguard, sent from Russia. His job was to drive away annoying flies from him. Looking straight at him, the woman said that who the fly was, they'll see. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist whispered that they better get out of here as soon as possible, to which Ted asked again. Looking at the hero, he asked what already, but they still had plenty of time, to which Oliver replied that it was not that, it was just that if they were late, even bigger problems would start. Raising his hand up, the man said that he had given an excellent speech. It turns out that he was also a master of oratory. Standing in front of the hero, he added that it was not for nothing that he had arranged for him to intern at the FBI, to which the protagonist said that thank you very much. He would definitely repay him later. Smiling, the man said that indeed, he should not let him go. He would use all his connections to arrange for him to a key position in the NFL, and the bodyguard turned. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that the CIA, the FBI, and now the NFL are just some kind of circus. He should congratulate him and leave. Why talk too much? Bella crossed her arms and said that they, the Russians, spoke as if Oliver was his property, to which he replied that, well, maybe they had more rights than the FBI, who had known him for less than a week. Looking at Ted, the hero asked that the flight to Korea was leaving soon, right? Running away, he shouted that they urgently needed to get to the airport, to which Ted replied that it was, and the woman turned to him. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that even though it had been short, he was sincerely grateful. The car drove quickly along the road. Closing his eyes, Oliver said that he was tired, so tired. The man looked at him. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he was being addressed. Ted frowned and said that he, really. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that he was not going to accept citizenship of another country. No, he was not going to. He was going home. A building appeared. 3 months later, people were walking around the city. It was the year 2002. A poster appeared. It was said that the year when the whole country was buzzing about the World Cup Japan-Korea. A view of the building opened up. The thought appeared that in March of that year he became a third-year student. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that of all the police participants in Seoul, he got Chunggu. The hero looked at him in surprise. Smiling, he asked what was going on. He was already scared, to which the guy replied that how else. The protagonist smiled, listening to the fact that their grades depended on this practice in the third year. Which station he would get, it was a matter of life and death. The policeman held a whistle in his mouth. It was said that the practice was on the spot, instead of classes at the academy. They worked in a real police station and learned in practice. Naturally, the difficulty depends on the characteristics of each district. Lowering his head, the guy said that that's exactly it, and it was necessary to get to Chungbu. Clutching his head, he shouted that Seoul Station and all the other streets were nothing but nightlife and bars famous throughout the country, and the other said that the thought alone made him sick. Waving his hand, the guy asked if he was okay where he lived. How could he run on the roadway? The guys clenched their teeth and said that he had no doubt that it would be hellishly difficult. The hero closed his eyes, thinking that although, even before his return, Chungbu was famous for incidents. He frowned and added that there were a lot of entertainment venues there, so there were plenty of drunks and idiots, and commerce, they say, was firmly in the hands of local bandits. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that, but here's what surprised him. Turning his head, he added that in theory, with Oliver's grades, he should have been sent to the largest precinct in Gangnam, but he ended up in the same place with him, which stunned him, to which the student replied that yeah, isn't that right? Usually the best student of the year is always sent to Gangnam. No. The protagonist turned around and asked that well, maybe from this year on, everything switched to a draw. It's not like things were only in Gangnam, after all. Grabbing the door handle, he thought that, well, the harder the practice, the more chances there are to learn something. Oliver closed his eyes. Standing in front of the door, he thought that he would run into it. A view of the office opened up. Standing by the window, the man asked why they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He grinned, hearing that he had the honor. On what occasion? To which he replied that it was nothing special, it's just that he was working at the Chengbu precinct now, right? A shadow of a man appeared, and the guy said that yes, that's right, not so long ago, but yes, to which Archie asked how and how, is work fine, and he answered that yes, but everything is not as hard as he thought. Grinning, the general said that it is good. By the way, looking down, he added that he had a big favor to ask him. The protagonist looked in surprise. It was heard that a student named Oliver would soon arrive there. The guys smiled. It was said that let him look after this guy, okay. The men were sitting at their workstations. An idea appeared. What is this? The hero opened his eyes in amazement and thought that it really was that same Chengbu section. The men were talking among themselves. An idea appeared. Isn't now the busiest time? Why then is everyone sitting here so calmly? Considering Chengbu's area of responsibility, there shouldn't be such a lull here, right? The protagonist looked away, hearing that they were students who came for an internship. Smiling, the man said, "Thank you for getting here. It wasn't easy." He was Inspector Blake, the head of the Public Security Department. Putting his hand to his head, Oliver shouted, "It was an honor." Candidate Officer Oliver and 2 others were assigned to practice in the Public Security Department of the Chengbu precinct. Grinning, he thought that this was the guy the elder was talking about, and then said that the young man had a good voice, a sonorous one. The food was on the table. He heard that first they needed to fill out the paperwork. They would go to him. Sitting on a chair, the man said that from now on they would be doing the main task of the Public Security Department, patrolling. He raised 3 fingers up and added that since there were 3 of them, they would work in shifts, 8 hours a day, patrolling the streets and maintaining order. They would be accompanied by other police officers, so he shouldn't worry too much. The guys looked at each other, hearing, well, now they need to decide who will start first. Blake looked at him in surprise. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked if he could take the first shift. Smirking, the man replied that he was such an energetic student. Great, we agreed. Handing over a map, he added that here, the patrol route is marked, let him follow this path. Oliver looked at the map in surprise. Looking at him, Blake asked if something was wrong, to which he replied that no, everything was fine. The hero froze, and it was heard that since this was their first time, he was giving them a little more time. Let them go around the circle and return by 9 o'clock. People were walking down the street. Smiling, the guy asked what was going on. Wasn't it as difficult as he thought? To which the protagonist replied that it was true. He looked down, thinking that the streets were unexpectedly calm. Nothing suspicious was visible. Was it really due to good security, or had someone noticed the patrol and hidden? Oliver froze, looking straight ahead. Pointing to the alley, he asked why they weren't checking it. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that there was no need to go there. There were only abandoned buildings anyway. No one goes there. It was a waste of time. Standing in front of him, the hero said that but in such places usually, to which he replied that he said everything is fine. If they go there, they will deviate greatly from the patrol route. If it was important, it would have already been marked on the map. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that the fact that such a place was excluded from the route, on the contrary, seemed suspicious. Why? Looking at the guy, he turned and then asked if they could look there for just 5 minutes. Closing his eyes, Mark thought, well, yes, the first practice is clear that there is enough enthusiasm. Standing in front of the hero, he said okay, they will look for 5 minutes, and if they do not find anything, they will immediately leave. Agreed? To which Oliver replied that yes, I understand. The guy was walking into the alley, and he had a thought that if he went around everything and didn't find anything suspicious, then so be it. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that but what if it turned out to be the opposite? The clock was hanging on the wall. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what all this was. They twisted his arms and he shouted that the guy went to such a place once. What, a crime or something? And the other added that they even knew who he was to behave like that. The protagonist grinned, hearing that what the hell? He said that they would never be caught. He begs, let him forgive at least once. Looking surprised, Blake asked where they even got so many people. Putting his hands on his hips, Oliver said that during the patrol he found a secret casino in the next alley, and next to it there was a brothel without a sign. Looking at the guy, the man said what happened during the patrol. Mark frowned and replied that it was definitely not a student. The hero pointed to the side, and it was heard that the guy, who was on patrol for the first time, knew all the nooks and crannies between the alleys by heart. He picked up a cigarette butt, and it was said that he could figure out the location of a casino by one cigarette butt. The men looked at him in surprise, and it was heard that he was breaking into a bandit den with his bare hands and single-handedly destroying everyone there. The protagonist frowned, and someone shouted that this guy had single-handedly destroyed all the underground establishments in that alley. The man asked, his eyes wide open, if that was true. Someone suddenly opened the doors and shouted that this was too much. No. He extended his hand forward and added that where had he ever seen such a thing so suddenly. Blake, looking at him, asked what he meant, to which Connor replied that he had no idea what was even happening at a time like this. Turning around, the detective shouted who had brought all these guys here. He smiled when he heard that he had brought them, to which he asked how brave he was. The man looked at him furiously and shouted that he had gone crazy. Why had he made such a mess on his own? Frowning, he added that it was already the busiest time of year. Why on earth had he turned the station into a market square? Looking at him, the hero heard that all work at the station had stopped because of him. He understood that. The detective looked surprised when he heard that when he went out on patrol, there were no special cases at work, to which he asked again. Looking straight at him, the protagonist said that, besides, in Cheonggu, as far as he knew, it was not so much major crimes as problems with order on the night streets that were especially acute. Wasn't it normal for it to be just as lively on other days? Connor clenched his teeth furiously. Grabbing him by the clothes, the man shouted that he was a lousy newbie, to which Mark said that he should calm down. Frowning, the detective shouted that he should continue to chatter, that he thought they were deliberately turning a blind eye here. Yes. Oliver calmly answered him that who knows. Clenching his fist, he added that maybe, and someone shouted about the incident. The guy turned around and shouted that there was a robbery in the Yujiro area. The criminal was running away towards another street. The detective let the hero go. Looking to the side, he shouted that they were standing there, let them move quickly. Looking at the protagonist, the guy asked if he was okay. Grinning, he added that it seemed that there was a reason for such rumors about Chunbu. Everyone here was kind of nervous. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes in surprise. Looking at him, the employee asked what was wrong with him suddenly, to which he replied that he had seen that expression on his face. The hero smiled. It seemed that when he had such a face, he would definitely do something grandiose. 7 minutes ago, the man got off his moped. He closed his eyes and said that he should quit smoking those damn cigarettes. Suddenly, the man looked away in surprise. Someone had gotten on his moped. He ran after him and shouted that there was a robber. A police car appeared. It was moving forward rapidly, and it was heard that, according to the complainant, the criminal was a man in a school uniform on a red motorcycle. On the radio, it was heard that he was currently running away from the intersection near the Cheonggu City Hall towards Mukchon Park. The policemen were sitting in the car. Frowning, the detective thought about how this brat, still a cadet, was already behaving so brazenly. When he returned, he would have to set his mind straight properly. Looking at the driver, he asked that they were going in the right direction, why he was not visible, to which the guy replied that yes, that was right. He smirked and said that Yujiro in the east was completely cordoned off, so the criminal wouldn't last long, and they heard Patrol 34 speak, spotting the suspect at Deoksu Middle School. They looked at him in surprise when they heard that the criminal was now 2 kilometers away from the Yujiro intersection, running west, to which Connor asked what west. The car rushed forward, and he added that damn, they just said east. Looking to the side, the guy shouted what the hell. The car was catching up with him. The police officers looked ahead seriously. They were taking part in the chase. Looking at the guy, the protagonist shouted that he should stop. If he continued, the punishment would be harsher. The guy smirked, looking at him. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was a damn freak. He opened his eyes in surprise and added that this guy. The officer looked at him in surprise. Oliver opened the doors, and he asked what he was doing now. Frowning, the hero shouted that he should maintain speed. Looking at him, the man turned around. The guy turned around. It was heard that he was stopping something. The protagonist pounced on the criminal. His eyes widened. They began to fall down. The guys fell to the ground. The car braked sharply. Getting out of it, Blake shouted what the hell was going on. The criminal was lying unconscious. The hero clenched his teeth. The employees looked at him in surprise. Looking at the hero, the man shouted that why the hell did he do such a reckless act? At least he understands that trouble almost happened, to which he apologized. Raising himself, the protagonist said that he thought that the criminal was an inexperienced driver, a teenager, and if he delayed, another incident could happen. As soon as this came to mind, the body itself rushed forward. Let him forgive. The man closed his eyes and said that at least it was good that he took care of the criminal's safety when he fell. Oliver smiled when he heard that, but if he did it again, he would definitely not let him get away with it, to which he responded approvingly. Blake, looking at him, was thinking that in general, an ordinary cadet was not supposed to interfere so deeply in such a matter. The hero looked down, and he added that but who would even perceive this guy as an ordinary cadet? Police cars were driving along the road. Getting out of the car, the guy asked if he was okay, to which the man replied that yes, let them quickly take the criminal away. Standing in handcuffs, the man said that damn, well done, to which he was told not to swear and go calmly. Blake looked surprised when he heard that he was a good guy, but how did he determine the location of the criminal so accurately? Smiling, the man replied that he hadn't done anything special, it was all his merit. It was heard that this guy. Looking straight ahead, the department chief asked if they should also get in the car and head out, or what. Raising his hand, he added that such robbery cases were the responsibility of the criminal department. The public safety department shouldn't get involved, to which the hero replied that if this continued, they might miss the criminal. The man asked again in surprise. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that now all the investigators had rushed only to the east. If suddenly the applicant made a mistake or the criminal changed direction, the police would be empty-handed and would just let him go. Looking at him, Blake said that even if so, it was impossible to search such wide streets with one patrol car, to which he replied that no, perhaps. Oliver, looking at the man, asked if he could contact the control center right now, to which he asked again. He grinned and said that yes, he noticed it during patrol at the western end of the intersection. Cameras appeared, and it seemed that they had recently started installing new surveillance cameras. Getting out of the car, the detective asked what was going on, what had happened. Looking at the hero, he thought about this guy, why he was here. Grinning, the guy asked what he had heard, and then said that the biggest contribution to catching this criminal was made by that cadet. The employees smiled. Looking at the protagonist, it was heard that he used surveillance cameras to search the roads and also jumped from a moving car to detain. They say that he had seen him earlier drag a bunch of criminals from patrol. Oliver grinned. It was said that it looked like a real nugget had ended up in their precinct. The detective clenched his teeth tightly. Newspaper articles appeared. The man clutched the newspaper in his hands. The man looked down and said that yesterday even his 2 gambling houses that he supervised were closed down. If it goes on like this, their group's cash flow will dry up altogether. The man clenched his teeth. Lowering his head, he asked that the detectives had not yet contacted him, to which he was told that yes, that's true. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man said that these damned freaks, how much he had paid these creatures over all this time. The door suddenly opened. Sitting at the table, he said that they say if he mentions the tiger, he will show up. What's going on? When they happily took the money, everything was fine, and now what? The agreements are in the trash. Frowning, the detective asked what he thought. He himself wanted everything to turn out this way. He lowered his head and said that right now one cadet from the police academy is turning everything upside down here, and the other cops seem to be delighted with him. It seems he also has connections. This bastard does something every day. His head is already splitting. The man looked at him silently. Connor looked surprised, hearing that apparently he came for their help again. He grinned and said that, as always, he thinks quickly. Taking a sheet of paper from his pocket, the detective said that here is his patrol route and schedule. Putting the map on the table, he added that this area has no CCTV cameras at all. He is still young, so don't be too hard on him. Got it. Smiling, the man said that of course, they are pros in this business, aren't they? Putting his hand to his head, the guy said that he can speak more simply and not be shy. Waving his hand, the hero replied that it is okay, he just does not want to switch to such treatment from the first meeting. Closing his eyes, he asked where Mark was. Walking down the street, an employee said that he was unexpectedly sent on another mission today, so he was replacing him, to which the protagonist replied that it was clear. He grinned when he heard that it was true, to which he asked again. Oliver's eyes widened when he heard that they said that he had detained more than 100 criminals here in 3 months. Throwing his hand behind his head, the hero said that yeah, I don't think so, it looks like it's a big exaggeration, to which the guy asked what was true. He raised his fingers up when he heard that then how many he had actually caught, to which he replied that well, we need to count, but if we roughly estimate the major cases, then the maximum. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that 80 people. Standing next to him, the guy exclaimed happily. Smiling, he added that he was really cool, he respected him with all his heart, honestly, to which Oliver replied that okay, no need. Looking away, the hero said that it was just a normal thing. The man doubled over and exclaimed. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if he was okay, to which he said, damn. Frowning, the man asked if he couldn't open his eyes or something when he walked. Standing behind him, the guy asked what was going on, to which he replied that yes, this damn cop is running people over right now, that's what. Grinning, the protagonist said that he should forgive him, he wasn't looking ahead and accidentally missed. Closing his eyes, he added that he apologized again. Oliver deftly dodged the blow. Looking to the side, the hero thought it was boxing. The man clenched his teeth, and the thought occurred to him that the blow was delivered like a pro. Raising his hands up, the protagonist said that if he continued, he himself would suffer, to which he yelled that he should perish. Stretching his hand forward, the guy yelled that he should stop. If he continued like this, it would be considered obstruction of official duties. Looking angrily, the man asked what and who the hell he was. Oliver abruptly grabbed his arm. Having twisted his arm, he said that from that moment on, he was detaining him as an offender for obstruction of official duties. The hero frowned when he heard that he should let go right now, to which he replied that he should stand still, otherwise the truth would suffer. Suddenly, the guy kicked him. The protagonist swung his fist. The guys were in a fighting stance. Looking away, Oliver wondered what the hell, these guys weren't just drunks, they all seemed to be seriously involved in sports. He smiled and added that they were really aiming at him, and then asked who they were. Raising his hand up, the guy shouted that what difference did it make to him? Damn it, he didn't have to know, let him knock him down. The hero deftly dodged the blow. He struck back. Standing in front of the hero, the guy asked again in surprise. The protagonist swung his fist. The guy was hit by blows. He fell to the ground. The man clenched his teeth and said what it was. Rushing forward, he added what the hell. Oliver suddenly found himself behind him. The man looked at him in surprise. The hero began to fight him. The man closed his eyes and wheezed. The protagonist began to strangle him, and he added that he should wait. Looking straight ahead, Oliver turned to them. With his eyes wide open, he asked who sent him. The beaten man was sitting on a chair. It was heard that now these gangster stooges had specially planned to cripple their promising guy. So, looking straight ahead, the hero said that yes, he himself confessed, and the guy said that these creatures had crossed all boundaries. And how? Standing next to the criminal, he asked what they were all going to leave it like that, to which the employee shouted that no way, this was a direct challenge to state power, a real declaration of war. The detective stretched out his hands forward and said that they should wait, hearing that they would immediately burst into their lair. Smiling, Connor asked if they were all getting too excited, and if they were to stir up a hornet's nest and get into more trouble. What then? He held out his hand and added that besides, who knows, maybe he forced this confession out of him. Who beats people like that these days? It's grounds for disciplinary action, serious disciplinary action. Turning around, the man said, well, let him say something. Frowning, Blake asked if he had taken a bribe. Looking away, the detective asked again. He looked surprised and shouted what he was even saying, to which the chief of the department replied that these creatures openly attacked the police. It's good that he came back alive, but he almost got seriously injured. He understands. The guy looked amazed, hearing that this could happen again, and how could he defend these bastards after that? Frowning, he said that by the way, if you think about it, it was him who asked him to take another case before his patrol, right? The detective gritted his teeth, hearing that because of this the cadet was left alone with the bandits. Stretching his hand forward, Connor shouted that he remembered it now. Looking at him, the hero asked that he really took the money. Gritting his teeth, the detective said that he did. Suddenly, he grabbed the protagonist by the clothes. Looking furiously, Connor said that the impudent freak dared him to do such a thing. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man said that that was enough. He turned around in surprise. Looking straight ahead, Blake said that everything that followed would be sorted out during the inspection. The man raised his eyebrows and said that it was. The guys frowned, hearing that no, it was not so, it was him. The detective's hands shook and he mumbled. The chief of the department looked away and said to contact the Serious Crimes Department. They were breaking into their lair right now, to which the guy responded approvingly. The hero grinned when he heard that they would show them what happens when you touch the police, and do it properly, to which the guys responded. Suddenly the glass broke, and it was heard that they should hold them. People were pushing each other. It was heard that they should not let anyone go. Damn it, let them hold them. Frowning, the man shouted that his older brother should be protected at all costs. The man pressed himself against the wall and wheezed. Suddenly, he abruptly opened the doors. The man's body shook and he said that he needed to run. The man lit a cigarette. Looking down, he said that what the hell, the damn bastard. Suddenly, a blow flew at the man. He fell to the floor. Someone swung at the man. Smiling, the protagonist asked why he was so relaxed. Was he the only one filming here? The police were leading the bandit. Smiling, the department head said that he was a good man. He closed his eyes and added that it was all thanks to him, to which Oliver replied that no, it was all thanks to the fact that his senior colleagues from Chengdu fought with all their might. Looking straight ahead, Blake said that he was genuinely interested. Looking at him, the hero heard why he had taken such a reckless step. The protagonist, widening his eyes in surprise, asked again. Frowning, the man said that for all the time since the day he was sent to Chengdu until today, in his opinion, he could have gotten excellent grades without such efforts. But he did not spare himself, rushing after criminals. Standing in front of the hero, he asked why he was even going to do such a thing. Oliver looked down and replied that he wanted to achieve mandatory installation of surveillance cameras. Looking straight ahead, the man asked again. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that CCTV cameras were a vital tool for maintaining order in the city, but because of the stigma of surveillance of personal lives, their necessity had not yet fully dawned on people. Blake looked surprised to hear that now all the newspapers were writing about crimes in the city's blind spots, and how, thanks to the cameras, criminals were caught. For example, in the motorcycle robbery case. Stretching out his hand, he asked what that is. From the very beginning, he deliberately took a risk to raise this issue. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that yes, if he did not do it now, clearly and distinctly, the chance to convey to people the importance of cameras would be pushed even further. The department head's eyes widened and he thought that who would have thought that a simple cadet was hatching such a large-scale plan. Oliver smiled when he heard that, but he couldn't be sure that all the journalists would take the cameras positively, right? To which he replied that he shouldn't worry about it. He closed his eyes and said that he had acquaintances in the media with whom he was on good terms. The man looked surprised and thought that he also had connections in the press. Who was this guy really? 3 months later, a view of the building opened up. Newspapers were hanging on the wall. The man picked up the phone. Picking up the receiver, he introduced himself. Blake was surprised to hear that an urgent request for reinforcements had come from Myeongdong. People looked at him with fear. It was heard that there was complete chaos going on there now. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked what was going on at all, to which the police officer replied that she shouldn't be afraid, it was nonsense. She turned around and added that but people raised their hands up. It was heard that how to get out of here at all, she needed to go home. The citizens raised their hands and shouted "Long live Korea." It was said that June 2002, Korea was on the verge of reaching the final stage of the World Cup. More than 100,000 people heated up the streets of Myeongdong with their heat. The guy looked to the side and asked what was going on. Standing in the crowd, the hero said that he should let him pass. He abruptly extended his hand forward. The girl looked at him in surprise. Smiling, the protagonist introduced himself and said that he had come in response to a request for reinforcements. Waving her hand, the girl thanked them. Sighing, the girl said that thank you, he had saved them. Oliver smiled when he heard that he was the same guy who was called promising in Cheongbu, right? He laughed when he heard that, by the way. Unexpectedly, who would have thought that a police academy cadet would come to the rescue? The man was sitting at the table. The thought occurred to him that a few days ago the inspector had called the interns. The hero looked at him. It was said that there was a request for reinforcements from the Myeongdong station, and he asked if he wanted to be on the list. The protagonist raised his hand. It occurred to him that this was a chance to gain valuable experience, so he agreed. He walked among the crowd. It was said that as soon as he arrived in Myeongdong, he immediately fell into the whirlpool of the crowd. Oliver looked surprised when he heard that they would first get acquainted. Holding out her hand, the girl introduced herself, saying that she was a lieutenant, also an academy graduate, so she could safely call her senior. Shaking her hand, the hero said that Cadet Oliver, assigned to the public security department of the Cheongbu precinct, was glad to work with her, to which the girl replied that she was glad to work with him too. Walking down the street, the hero asked what tasks he should take on now, to which she replied that well, it looks like what the public security department does, just patrolling. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked that didn't they assign their own people for the patrol, to which the girl said that these people are now all busy managing the crowd of fans. The situation is so crazy that there aren't enough hands to patrol the alleys. The girl turned her head and said that she was from the control room, but due to the lack of people on site, she was temporarily here. She opened her eyes wide, hearing what had just come in, a fight between drunks in the Myeongdong intersection area. The patrolman of this area should move out immediately. Rushing forward, the girl shouted that she would tell the details as she went after her, to which the hero responded approvingly. A view of the city opened up. People were fighting among themselves. The girl was holding a bottle in her hands. They were dragging a drunk man. Holding out the can, she said, "Here, let him hold it," to which the protagonist thanked her. Sitting on the stairs, the girl asked who was already drunk, said that no one knows when to stop, honestly, to which he laughed. Looking away, Oliver thought that for Myeongdong this was still quite calm. The cameras were aimed at the crowd, and he added that there were many more surveillance cameras, and even the citizens seemed to have begun to restrain themselves. Looking straight ahead, the main character thought that besides, the bandits were either afraid of raids or celebrating somewhere, but they were not visible at all. The girl threw away the can and said that in any case, he helped a lot, thank you, to which he replied that you are welcome. They looked at him in surprise, hearing that someone had addressed them. Holding a poster in his hands, the man shouted that when stress hits, you need to relax, let them come to them, they have everything on a level, they have 2 bottles of beer for free in their club right now. Looking at him, the hero said that he is a policeman right now, to which he replied that oh well, after work, policemen are also ordinary people, aren't they? Laughing, the girl said that with such an approach he will definitely not die of hunger, to which the man replied that thank you again. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that even a reservation would be provided 100%, let them look for the mother at the entrance, to which he thought, well, what a cheeky guy, and he has plenty of charisma. Leaving, the girl said okay, they'll go to the next patrol point, and the man turned to Oliver. Suddenly, someone hit the girl on the shoulder. The man gritted his teeth and said, oh shit. The guy looked at him and asked what happened. Turning around, the man shouted that the cops were knocking people down here, didn't even look in front of himself or something. Closing his eyes, the girl said let him forgive him. Approaching him, the guy said what's it worth, quickly here, to which he replied, what bad luck. The hero looked at the girl, hearing that he himself crashed, and now, frowning, he added that these four, it seems he's seen them somewhere. The girl looked at him in surprise when she heard that they could look in that direction for a while. She raised her hand and shouted that he should wait, that she was with him. Oliver looked at the criminals. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The hero stood still. The guys entered the room. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked that they were also checking this house, to which the girl replied that she had never been there. Looking at the sign, Oliver asked that maybe they could look in here. The girl asked again, her eyes wide open. They were standing in front of the club, and it sounded like this place. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.